Hello everyone and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm Golden Boy, joined here at the desk by Gibbs and James Bot. Very excited to bring you qualifier number 2 as we get things going here. Gentlemen, Gibbs, we'll start with you. How you feeling, my friend?
Feeling great. I'm super excited for these qualifiers. This is that next platform to get to the LAN. These teams have to perform today if they want any chance at it.
Absolutely, and anyone who's read the rules knows that this qualifier is worth more points than qualifier number 1. So it's very unclear going into this who are going to be those 4 teams from North America that make it through.
Yeah, I mean, qualifier number 1 brought a lot of intensity. And we actually gathered a couple statistics from qualifier number 1, the group stages, more importantly. Some fun stats for people back at home to kind of ponder over. We played 321 games. Of course, over 1,400 goals scored, 26 hours of Rocket League played, and 1,600 minutes played. That is basically a findable carpet stream, all in one go. But yet, that's what we did here at the RLCS. Kind of shows you that carpet kind of needs to
Tone it down.
Tone it down, child.
Stop.
But you know what, though? Awesome stuff overall. And then we talk about, the goals and assists, saves, and shots. 202 for goals, 149 for assists. So you got some helping hands out there. 385 saves and 729 shots. Now, if that was me, that'd be 729 goals. But you know, I mean, they all can't be like me.
Yeah, maybe own goals.
Yeah.
Oh, snap.
Sorry, it's too easy.
You did it already. All right, so talking about the qualifier format as well. So kind of bringing you guys back up to speed here. Qualifier format will be double elimination bracket, 3v3 as per the usual, and we have all games being played on DFH Stadium, just like we did in qualifier number 1. But there is a little bit of a difference this time around, as we are only going to have 6 teams advancing to group stages. That is because our finalists, iBuyPower Cosmic and Kings of Urban, have already etched their spots in qualifier number 2's group stage phase. So big news for them, obviously, because they're one step closer to the final. And that is going to be quite intense for those guys. Speaking of the final, we just announced it. It's exciting times indeed for the Rocket League community. We will be going to the Avalon Hollywood August 6th to the 7th. And these players will be competing for $55,000, the largest prize pool for Rocket League to date. It's awesome. And I know for you guys, this is it's a big deal, right? Because this is like, the culmination of a lot of hard work, just so much passion that you guys have for the community.
Yeah, for sure. Like, this means a lot to everyone involved, like including us, but including the players. Like, this is that big stage everyone was waiting for a year, basically now, and it's finally here.
The live crowd, the foam fingers, the pigeon masks. I am excited to see what happens at the LAN. And maybe,
pigeon mask,
and then maybe if it's big enough, maybe we could get like a Merc tire mark on one of the walks of fame, perhaps. We could make that happen. Maybe, I don't know.
Or a Backfire tire mark.
I mean, it'd probably be Octane, let's be honest.
No, listen here. Backfire's new meta. We proved it last night in our 1v1s. I'm sticking with it. You're the champion. You played Backfire.
I did. The Backfire reigned supreme in our little 1v1, so. Yes. But I'll give you that one, and that only.
So excited. So happy about that. But guys, it's going to be great. We have a great matchup coming up next as well. It is going to be XYZ versus Lucky Bounce. So before we toss it over to our casters here, XYZ, a team that has a lot of consistency, but yet hasn't been able to break into the top echelon of North American Rocket League teams. Gibbs, I'm going to start with you here. How do you feel XYZ's chances are against Lucky Bounce?
Not amazing, but they still have a shot. Like, Lucky Bounce is that team that didn't make groups last time that everyone thinks will make it this time because they're playing extremely well. But XYZ is that like top 12 team. They're just borderline right there. They've played together for a really long time, so I doubt tilt is a factor with them. They know how to lose. They've done it before, so let's see if they can actually pull off the win, though.
So vicious. But yes, XYZ. I actually used to play with Karma quite a bit back in the day. We used to queue with Ape, who was a Counter-Strike pro. And then Subin, he's been around forever. He was on Team Fresh, which was a top team back in the day. These players on XYZ, they know how to play, so Lucky Bounce has to be careful. And in terms of the community power rankings, the XYZ is the number 9 team going up against the number 6 team in Lucky Bounce. So it is, you guys are right, XYZ the underdog, but best of 3, anything can happen.
All right, so before we toss to desk, predictions.
I got Lucky Bounce in a 2-0. I think both games will be close, but I think Lucky Bounce pulls it off.
James?
I'm going to say XYZ pulls at least one win in. We're going to go 2-1
I thought you were going to go with XYZ. I was like, whoa, okay.
2-1 in favor of Lucky Bounce. I think Lucky Bounce will get it.
All right, well, let's see how all this pans out, folks. It's time to toss it over to our casters to drive us through. You like that pun? That was a good one. I'm excited for myself there. I did it on my own. Now that I brought attention to it, no one cares. We're going to go ahead, toss it over to Leaf and Lawler. Over to you guys.
We're back. We're finally back. More Rocket League.
I missed it. I missed it.
I'm super excited.
I did miss those puns, though. Holy cow, they were terrible.
I mean, welcome back, Golden Boy, but I think we'll get tired of it quick.
Nah,
Yeah, we got Lucky Bounce. XYZ. Absolutely. I even said XYZ for you guys. XYZ.
Didn't say
Lucky
Z.
Bounce.
No,
and
no.
XYZ. This is going to be incredible. I'm going to say I'm more on James' side of things. I think XYZ has something to show here, and I think this is going to be where they're going to pull it out. I think they're going to lose it, but still push really hard.
Right. You look at the two teams, and despite how well they've been playing the past couple weeks, this could change everything. I mean, they need to show up when it matters the most, and right now is that time. They need to make sure that they come out and play very, very strong. Otherwise, all this practice for the past couple weeks is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. So unless they can take that strong performance that they've been doing in the past couple weeks, which to me is weird because I have yet to see this roster for with Darkfire, Timothy, and Torment play. Lord September has always been playing.
Yeah,
so.
I was going to mention, like, I played with Lord September a lot, and I was expecting him to be out here for us. So shout outs to September. But it's as you said, you haven't seen this kind of mix-up before. Do you think it's going to be a weird factor for them, or do you think it's just they're going to come out blazing, or do you think having September would have been a better option for them?
I think the reason why they went with Timothy is one of those players that is just always in a correct position at the right time. Like, he's kind of that in-between player that if I hit a pass and it just kind of deflects, Timothy's there waiting for it. And September's been a very good striker, but I think Timothy fits the role of that team better when Torment plays. So I thought they were going to take Torment out and put in Timothy instead, but they mixed it up on us, of course.
Again, all these players super strong on Lucky Bounce, and that's why the name is known for sure. And then on the other side, we got XYZ. We have Karma, Ping Pong Pete, Subin. Ping Pong Pete as a name that I think a few people are going to remember from the last qualifiers. Subin as well. Very strong players on that side. Is there anything especially you think they have to do to beat the strong Lucky Bounce team?
They need to pressure them early. If they don't, it's going to be problems because Darkfire, when that boy goes off, it is insane. So if they can get Karma up there with the help of Ping Pong Pete to shoot in some shots just like he did last qual, they should have a pretty good shot. It's hard looking between the two teams with how well Lucky Bounce has performed in the past couple of weeks. It's going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting at the beginning. I think both teams are going to have to really feel each other out. First game being broadcast on RLCS, there's going to be some nerves there for sure. Both these teams, again, have experience being broadcast on many of the community events. Lucky Bounce, I think, a little more of that experience. I mean, they won VVV, it was, last week.
They've actually been showing up a lot. They've placed top 3 in every VVV since time's been off. So
absolutely incredible. These guys are ready to go. XYZ versus Lucky Bounce, getting our first match of the RLCS qualifier number 2. We're gonna get into it.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump on board with Karma right away. Playing in that back roll right away. Expect her to kind of transition in immediately after Ping Pong Pete gets this kickoff.
Already on the kickoff, on the attack is Lucky Bounce to see if they can get a quick early goal. They're not. Subin up to Karma. Seen that ball. Still pushing forward to Subin. Darkfire steals it away. Torment has an opportunity. Get that past Ping Pong, but sitting back at midfield. See if Lucky Bounce can keep this pressure on. Already a lot of pressure put on by them to keep the ball. They attack on that blue side. As XYZ tries to make a breakout. They just can't. The onslaught now starting from Lucky Bounce. They need to get out if they want to get refilled on boost and start an attack of their own. Back to midfield could be their opportunity, but no pressure there. Darkfire now has a chance to set this up. Torment tries to pinch it up between them. Finally, a breakout. Ping Pong Pete catches it off the wall. Can he get a shot? Tried to follow that one up the wall. Would have been a great touch if he got it. One shot, one goal is all they need right now.
Yeah, just barely. And expect the pressure from this Lucky Bounce team to just never end. Hopefully they can get a big clear and do something with it, but if not, it could spell some trouble early.
A lot of weird whiffing going on in the middle there, but gaining control is XYZ as they try to put a shot on Subin, just missing a little bit to the right side, leaving Karma back. Saw this, that's an open net. This could be a scoring opportunity. Timothy takes the first goal just over a minute into this game.
It was only a matter of time. Look how easy this is. Nobody pressuring him. Going for the boost instead is Subin, but easy, wide open net for him to put it in the back. That's ones that you need to take into consideration. If something like that's happening, usually it's a defensive rotation that's breaking down.
wide open nets are not what we want to see, especially this early on. I mean, this is only a best of 3. This ain't a set of 5 that we see in the group stages. This is a best of 3. Being down 1, it means it's make or break the next game. Being down a goal already is not what you want. Darkfire trying to get a second goal for his team. Good little chip up to Torment. Torment a little bit late on that, but the follow-up from
so
Timothy. Just hitting the post. Darkfire just trying to keep that in while they go back and grab some boost. Keeping the pressure on. Subin pushes it out up the wall, see if he can chase it off. Leaves that for Torment, the shot on net. Ping Pong in a good spot to block that. Now it's his chance to push it out. Doesn't get a good touch. Timothy beats him on that 50-50. Nice pass out to Darkfire. What a pass. Lucky bounce.
Exactly what I'm talking about of this Lucky Bounce team. Timothy going up for an early contest, getting in the way, but then able to follow it up on the wall is what led to that entire pass happening in the first place. Good job on Timothy for following that up.
Amazing feel. We've seen Darkfire put a lot of pressure for his team on now, and that's something that XYZ is just not being able to break past. And they need to. Torment trying to get another one off the kickoff. A little bit high, Darkfire to follow, and there he is once again. 3 goals for Lucky Bounce.
Look at Torment with this demo, actually, the way that he plays this up. So he takes a shot and then immediately follows and demos Karma. So even if Subin did get a touch on this Lucky Bounce team is going to then be able to rotate in again.
One less defender.
They don't even need it. They don't even need it. Darkfire up first, nobody there to get it and contest him.
It was good field control to make sure they have one more body on the field, just an extra option. Very good point out there.
Making really good use of his space.
This could drop, but Torment catches it off the wall. We have both Darkfire and Torment up there. Could have been a sticky situation had it landed down in front of the net. Ping Pong Pete was ready, and now to Ping Pong. Oh, if he had got the touch, would have been a goal for XYZ to put at least 1 on the scoreboard, approaching the halfway mark this first game. Torment, the pass over to Darkfire, just a little bit high. And that's going to go back out. Torment, Timothy, sorry, they can't really get play started, and this could be a shot opportunity right here. Karma blocked up a Darkfire, making that back rotation.
I really wish Karma would have went into mid for that and then letting their teammate get it instead. Probably would have worked out a little bit better, but they're still keeping up the pressure, and there's a demo coming out.
Another demo. Unfortunately, the ball was a little bit wide and didn't go anywhere advantageous for them. Karma trying to do some fancy work off the wall. Just couldn't quite get that in front of the net. Now up on the wall, Subin taking a shot. Easy clear for Timothy, the dominant strong nose. Catching that in the air, XYZ drops it down softly. Ping Pong Pete, last defender. This could be a scoring opportunity. Timothy can turn around in time. Subin just beats him to it. Karma now with a ground shot, trying to bounce that over the defenders. And they do. Ping Pong Pete with the follow-up off that corner bounce.
Torment was being very patient on that. He watched most of that, waiting for his teammate to go up and get it, and Darkfire just barely missing. But Ping Pong Pete being there at the right place, able to put a shot on net. They still got some hope. 2 minutes is a lot of time.
Well, watching from Torment, it looked like he didn't realize Ping Pong Pete was creeping up like that. But you got to expect at this level, in the top 128, man, like this is they're going to be there. They're going to be putting the pressure on the ball.
You got it, man.
So we'll see. You got it. We'll see if they get another goal here. That's going to go over the net. XYZ keeping it out. 2 goals left. They need a minute 30. Very strong showing from Lucky Bounce. It's going to be hard to come back for XYZ as they've been having trouble breaking out their own zone, but this could be what they need right now. Subin to get the touch out to his teammate. That's a good pass. No one to follow it up. Karma at least keeps it in, gets the touch. Not reading the touch from Darkfire there, but that's a shot going into the far side. The precision, look at the placement on that ball.
You actually had one of the players, and it was Ping Pong Pete retreating, but a poor touch by Darkfire. He plays that not hard enough into the corner, and it settles perfectly for this XYZ team, taking a shot right off of that, leaving no time. I mean, when you're doing stuff like that, you need to make sure it's precise and with 0 hesitation, and XYZ is doing just that to get back into this game.
Only a 1-goal deficit at this point for XYZ as they come into the final minute of gameplay. Well, in 10 seconds. Math again. We'll see if they can get another one. I think it's very, very doable for them, especially now that they're starting to break out of their own zone, starting to get the touches they need. Here's Karma's chance for a good clear. She gets it. Second touch. She does win over top. Ping Pong Pete. Can he beat out Darkfire? Not quite. Gets stuffed out by Subin, though. Sitting at midfield. Torment trying to get a play started up. See if his teammate can help out. Darkfire does. Back for boost goes Torment. There's Timothy there for the shot. That shot goes back up to midfield. Ping Pong Pete is going to win out on the 50-50 there, and that's a scoring opportunity. Subin, no! Just couldn't squeak it in, and Ping Pong with the follow-up. Darkfire just gets a touch on it. That's what they needed. 30 seconds left, and now on the attack is Lucky Bounce. Darkfire, can you do it? Can he do it? Not the touch he needed.
Close.
Very close, though. Torment trying to finish it up. The pressure is real. This could be it. Torment. No one there to follow it up. Ping Pong Pete needs to get a clear right now. 17 seconds left.
Man, Lucky Bounce, they just need to keep up this pressure. Only 10 seconds left. All they have to do is keep it off the other side, but demos like that are able to set it up.
Karma, can you finish it? No! 7 seconds. They are still in the zone, but Lucky Bounce has the possession. Subin off the backboard. Darkfire needs to clear this properly, and it's going to touch the ground if Subin can keep it up. Oh my goodness, just couldn't get a teammate there to put it in. That was close.
Man, getting really close on that one. Ping Pong Pete had an opportunity there to even pinch it against the wall and maybe pop it up. I think he was just afraid of it, like pinching too hard and going somewhere, because they are very unpredictable. But man, was that close. What a great first match for the RLCS, man.
That was incredible. I mean, a slow start for XYZ. They got stuck in their own zone. They couldn't make the breakout, but at the end, they started to get the touches. They needed the clears. Just getting those high clears was able to get them pushing forward and get shots on net. And they were 1 goal away, 5 seconds away from maybe another goal, and that could have been a tie game into an overtime. Shots are almost completely even on them. I'm excited to see what Game 2 has for us.
JZbot, very good call, expecting this XYZ team to take hopefully at least one, and I want them to. With the way that they've been playing, they have something to prove here, and with how close they made it last qualifier, just barely missing out. Oh, man, almost there.
It's very close. So again, coming in this X1, I think as long as XYZ comes out very strong as they just did, don't take the time to get the ball into your opponent's zone. This could be a very close game for Lucky Bounce. They're going to need to step it up for sure, get some more early goals in, I think, and I think this is going to be a much closer match.
Right, you're already seeing the pressure coming up from Lucky Bounce like we predicted, but you look at the two difference of teams, XYZ is doing a really good job of matching that. You saw those pass plays starting to come through. You almost saw that redirect coming from Subin after that pass from Karma, and if that would have went in, we would have had a tie game, so they're just there.
So close, so close. Already on the kickoff, though, Darkfire trying to stick one in. I said early goals are going to need it if they want to get this lead off the bat, because if XYZ plays any way they did last time, the end game for Lucky Bounce is going to be a tough battle if they're not ahead by enough points. Already on the attack, though, is XYZ, a little bit wide for that. Maybe just trying to keep the ball in a Lucky Bounce's end while they get some boost refilled. Now that's going back. Karma flying across from the side. Subin just gets a touch to keep that back to midfield as they try to move it forward. Ping Pong Pete, nice little butt touch to push it out. Good pinch. No one there for the pass. Timothy collects it off the wall, but no one to follow it up from his teammate. Darkfire and Torment.
Oh, wow,
what are they doing? But that shot as well.
Placement on that shot was really good from Subin. You see Ping Pong Pete actually getting up and playing that off the corner, but Timothy had a really weird clear that went way out. But when something like that happens and it's a small mistake, hopefully the communication will then play through and you have a teammate that's going to go contest that, and they just both sat net, showing that offense.
They went rookie bot mode, straight up there. The hesitation, what should I do? What should I do? And that's a goal. But yeah, again, that placement, incredible. Darkfire with the dribble pass. Torment, Timothy, the follow-up. Oh my goodness, that dribble pass though.
Okay, so he's going to air carry this. You look at Darkfire going up, and then Timothy comes in to squeak it to redirect it back in. If you'd have made that, it would have looked even better. But look at the team play coming through, having some player there at the bottom to push it in. Good teamwork coming out to secure that goal.
That was no Lucky Bounce. That was an incredible team play and great coordination. I want to see some more of that. If we get that already this early in the RLCS, oh, I am excited for what is to come. Timothy, ball control, gets stuffed out. XYZ to try to keep it out of their zone. The shot on net off the crossbar. This is tricky. Oh man, no. Those crossbar shots.
I actually want to pay attention here. Darkfire decided to go and take the ball, and Timothy went for boost instead. Timothy is still covering that back position. He's rotating back on defense just in case there is a large clear. And you saw so many teams get punished for that in the first qualifier. I'm glad these guys are learning.
Now they're up a goal, just over a minute into game number 2. The lead is 4. Darkfire, can he get another one? The lead is for Lucky Bounce. XYZ keeping it only to 1 goal lead for them. Karma dropping that to Subin. Subin reads it wrong. Could be a bad opportunity for them, or sorry, bad situation, sorry, for them. Good opportunity for Lucky Bounce. Karma throws that way out to Subin. Subin can't get the touch he wants. It's going to roll into the corner of Lucky Bounce's end. Darkfire, good control. Karma's going to steal that away, make sure no shot comes out. Subin just trying to get away. Couldn't really get a good touch. Floating down. Timothy collects it. Darkfire back out. Timothy's going to leave as Torment follows it up. Good rotations from Lucky Bounce at the moment as they're keeping the pressure on. Can't get out of the corner, though. Karma doing a little bit of a backflip. Could be a bad situation. Darkfire, oh, not the touch he wanted. Not going to be able to get that on point. Now Subin and Ping Pong Pete can move it out, but they lose control to Timothy as they keep the pressure on. Lucky Bounce doing everything they can to get more goals.
I actually saw Darkfire as he's in front of the net there. He's taking full advantage of using that double aerial to get up fast, where he wasn't going to be able to get the touch he wanted, but he still wanted to keep it out of possession of XYZ. So he jumped, boosted, and jumped again immediately after to make sure he had the air to get up and take a shot on.
Oh, good pass from Torment, but no finish from his teammates. It's going to roll down. Subin's not going to be able to get there in time. Tries to get the read of a Torment, but doesn't quite. Karma has to pick it up instead. Darkfire stealing it away. Torment ready for that touch from Ping Pong Pete. Out to the front. The pass from Ping Pong Pete could have been to the wrong person. Timothy, a little bit wide. See if he can do anything else with it. He's going to leave it for Darkfire off the backboard. Karma needs to win out this one. Torment does get it, but no one to follow it up. And now subbing. Oh, if he could steal that away and get that open net, would have been a tied up game, but 2 minutes left. Only 1 goal differential. That's going a little bit wide. Lucky Bounce makes another attack. The pressure is real from Lucky Bounce at the moment. They are still putting on the attack.
XYZ is doing what they need to on defense. The big thing that they're missing, though, is big clears. The ball settles in their side of the field way too long. If they just could get a big clear and hopefully put that on net as well, I think it would make a big difference in this game.
That is out front of the net. Torment can't get that past the defender in the air. Good contest. Way up in the sky, but that's a bad miss from Ping Pong. If he got the touch, it would have been fine, but he missed.
Good job on Lucky Bounce, though, being patient there. Darkfire waiting for the aerial rather than going up and making a kind of a cautious attempt. But sitting back, waiting for that ball to just set in front of him. And still has to make the shot.
Yeah. Well, you look at
Probably one of the easier
Darkfire.
ones he's going to get.
Option coverage. He was waiting for that to get touched to the side, and he was going to
Put
pick it
himself
up
in the right
anyways. Right? So now 3-1 for Lucky Bounce in game number 2. They're already up 1-0 in the series. It's the best of 3. If they win this, is it then for XYZ? See if they can get another 2 goals. Minute 20 left. Ping Pong Pete. No one there to follow up. Karma now has a chance to get a clear. Long shot off the backboard. Ping Pong Pete wants to follow up. Commits to a touch he wouldn't have had. Torment wins it out. And now this could be passed out to Karma. Karma's waiting. Up and at him, but not the touch. Oh, but Subbin could have followed it up. And now that is an open net.
Oh, that
for
shot.
Timothy to shoot on.
Oh, man, that's really tough for XYZ. They had a really good play set up here. It's just that small touch by Subbin that he missed, and Torment got over the top, allowed for a very quick transition for this Lucky Bounce team, and they're able to capitalize on it. You got to be careful.
Ping Pong Pete almost made it back for that, but it was just it was tough. They had committed to a play. There were some misses, and that's what I see as a big thing from XYZ right now is they're getting some whiffs on those aerials, and that's not what you could be having at this level of play. And that's what Lucky Bounce is capitalizing on. 50 seconds left in game number 2. 4-1 in favor of Lucky Bounce. This is going to be another goal going to Darkfire, just going a little bit over top of that one. XYZ thinking everything in forces that helped them out on that, but Timothy to sink another. And we're looking at a dominating game for a Lucky Bounce.
I wouldn't even say it's dominating. It's just that XYZ is missing some of these aerials. That's 2 in a row where just small aerials where they're not high enough to hit the ball initially is allowing this Lucky Bounce team to then transition that into a goal.
They're all over them. They're punishing the whiffs, and that's what a good team's going to do. Punish any mistakes your opponent make, and that's why we see a 5-1 on the scoreboard. 30 seconds left. Very, very unlikely for XYZ to come back, but my fingers are still crossed for them to pull us back into an overtime potentially. But 20 seconds, 4 goals, very difficult task. Ping Pong Pete still trying to do everything he can to get that ball up front for his teammates. There's a pass that could be on net. The stop from Timothy just barely getting the roof of his car on that. Still the pressure though coming from XYZ. They are not giving up.
Yeah, you look at this back and forth. That's the kind of passes that we want to see, just a little too high. But they're setting up plays correctly. It's just there's not enough of them. They played defense so much that game.
And that's going to be it then. 2-0 for Lucky Bounce. Looks like the predictions are in favor of Gibbs on that one. Of course, we should always just listen to Gibbs, I guess. Right? But it was a very good showing, especially from the end of game number 1. XYZ pulled out. They started to put shots on that. They started to put the pressure on. Right. They were doing what they needed to, but the whiffs were just too much, I think.
Yeah, Lucky Bounce did a good job of capitalizing on that. They just needed to get up a little bit higher, probably pressure a little bit more. But other than that, I mean, they did play solid. Just Lucky Bounce played a little bit better.
We're going to see what the desk has to say as we get the next matches ready for you, Golden Boy. Let's hear it.
Thank you guys so much. All right, so you know what? You called it. You said 2-0, but we did see some fight though out of XYZ, which is good. Which I think is really what we wanted to see, right? Especially for the first game of the RLCS, kick things off here for qualifier number 2. Yeah, man. Any major takeaways there for Lucky Bounce for you? I mean, they came out the gate pretty strong there. Timothy getting that first goal early on in game 1 kind of set the tone for that one.
Yeah, it was all about pressure in their half. They had a great midfield game, and XYZ just kept throwing it off the wall right back to Lucky Bounce, and then Lucky Bounce would throw it off the backboard for those passes. Like, they were living above their net the entire time.
Yeah, they were back against the wall. They did have good defense, but there were some moments where that defense just crumbled. You saw when Pete missed that hit, it was a wide open net for Darkfire. And then also in game 1, like you said, that early lead for Lucky Bounce, but then Ping Pong Pete, working with Karma, was able to bring it back into 1 goal. And there was a moment where Subban had that open net, and it was a ball arching in over him, and he had the opportunity to redirect that back into the net. He waited just too long and missed. So that one, definitely a heartbreaking moment, because that was like in the last 30 seconds of the game. So close to forcing that one into overtime, but Lucky Bounce just looked like the better team overall. Lots of team plays.
Yep. Yeah, game 1 was really impressive. And we actually have some highlights there from actually Darkfire. Darkfire came out huge for 2 goals in that first game there, and did it very quick as well. He got the first goal at the 3:10 mark, and then the next goal right at the 3:04 mark. Darkfire was not playing around here, Gibbs.
Yeah, right here, a great pass from Timothy, and then Darkfire just reads those backward plays really well, getting 2 quick goals. They were within 20 seconds of another, and that really hurt Lucky XYZ in that first game.
But speaking of team plays, look at this one. Every single member from Lucky Bounce getting a touch on that one. And you can see just the air dribble, passing it right over. Torment got the shot, but it was just a little bit high. But Tim was there to finish that one off. So very good team play from Lucky Bounce. Rotations coming in and just leading to goal after goal. And you can see there just continuous pressure, like you'd mentioned, put on by Lucky Bounce. Too much for XYZ.
Yeah, Lucky Bounce just had free reign on those backboard passes. Like XYZ was not challenging those plays because they couldn't, because they just had someone try for that clear, and then they only have 2 people left that are still rotating back. They had to let those passes happen and hope they missed, but Lucky Bounce was hitting those shots.
Dare I say that air dribble was a Mobile One high performance play. Ooh, look at that there. It's hot fire, just spitting it.
You are so talented.
Hey man, I haven't been here in a couple weeks, so I got to bring the cringe as much as I possibly can. You never know when I'm gonna come back again. So yeah, I mean overall though, I have to say for XYZ, they're not out of it just yet, right? They go down to the losers bracket where I'm sure they'll make a heck of a run, and it was good to see them. Game 1 really was like the Lucky Bounce, or I should say XYZ's chance for them to get back in this game, to really prove that like they can move on in this competition. And it was just those close, just nail biter moments there. It was a good way to kick off the RLCS for sure.
Yeah, they almost had a 0-second goal. The last 2 minutes was XYZ's game, and they just couldn't put enough goals back in after Lucky Bounce. But if they play that way in the losers bracket, they have a chance to come out of there.
Absolutely.
And what about Lucky Bounce for you, James? Sorry to interrupt, but I am very curious because this squad looks very solid. I mean, that coordination with the air dribble, like that was really impressive.
Yes, this team is ranked number 6 for a reason. They won that VVV tournament. I've gotten to play with them. I actually play with Torment on Xbox Rocket League quite a bit, so he's a really skilled player. I'm not surprised to see these guys come out, and they were one of those teams just like a Selfless was when Selfless made it in. It could have very easily been Lucky Bounce. So Lucky Bounce is coming out. They've been practicing a lot, competing a lot, so don't be surprised to see them make it in and secure one of those 6 spots.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how Lucky Bounce can continue on in this competition, especially considering that you don't have to worry about the likes of Kings of Urban and Cosmic, right? Although there are only 6 spots, those players not being in the competition actually really changes the tone of that bracket. So it's going to be really interesting to see how all this unfolds, folks. But coming up next, we actually have Fake Out Nation facing off against a team formerly known as Vex, now known as Exodus. Who's going to come out on top here? We'll find out on the other side.
What is normal? Our normal is 200 miles per hour. It's 500 degrees. It's protection for 15,000 miles. And 40 below. Our normal is anything but. Mobile One. Energy lives here.
falling out of love? Do you dream of what you are giving up? Do you dream if you're falling out of love? Do you dream of what you are giving up? Do you dream if you're falling out of love? Do you dream of what you are giving up? I close my eyes, I see your face, and I know that you're coming back to me. I hear your voice, I call your name, but no one is calling back to me. It's so perfect, what with you in it, and I finally felt I was living it, and I tell myself that it isn't real as you walk away, and I don't feel the love won't come back to me. The love won't come back to me. It's killing me, it's killing me. What you said will never ever leave me. Dream of it's the only thing left for me. Not just mine, 'cause that's all I'm dreaming. Do you dream if you're falling out of love? Do you dream of what you are giving up? Do you dream? Do you dream if you're falling out of love? Do you dream of what you are giving up? Do you
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series qualifier number 2 as we get things going. Now we're going to have Leafex joining us here at the desk. How you doing, my friend?
I am doing wonderful.
Yeah, it was a great game to kick things off, right?
I'm glad it started like that.
Yeah, right.
Absolutely
That game
awesome.
1 was intense.
Oh, it was nuts. And seeing that they could possibly come back from that and pull out a win from it too, and hope maybe they could take them out and just do some upsets. But it was a great way to start it off. Good energy, but I expect a lot more energy from this next match as well too.
That's right. So this next matchup's interesting. Fake Out Nation, very similar to XYZ, which we were talking about before. A team that kind of like sits in that bubble, right? Like they can be great. Right now they're ranked number 10 in the community power rankings, but they can be great. They can do, amazing things. They just haven't quite gotten to that point yet. And then you have Exodus, dealing with a little bit of an identity crisis right now. Who are they at this point? Formerly known as Vex, then they became, Enix, then Turbulence, and then, or Turbulent, I don't even know.
Turbulence.
Probably they considered
really
Turbulent
matter?
at some
I don't
point. Now they're Exodus. So it's like picking just random names like Mortality, you know what I mean? Like who wants to name themselves that, right? So I just want to, that's a stab at our one and only JD, but Let's talk about these two teams, though, because Exodus also made a really big move after Qualifier One.
Yeah.
They released J-Raw, brought in Moses from Genesis. Gibbs, this is a significant trade. Why?
Yeah, it's a big move because they came in third in the last online finals by beating Genesis in Game 6, I believe it was, and they decided that that wasn't enough. They want to secure their land, so they actually took Moses from Genesis. Moses, like on paper, is
He looks
much better
great.
than J-Raw. Yeah, his shooting percentage, he's 12% better from the online finals last time. He had more goals. He had just barely less assists, but it's play styles.
Exactly, and that could be the thing. As long as they're not end up overrunning each other. I know Turtle and Garrett have a really good synergy going on, getting past plays, shots on net, and as long as Moses can fit into that synergy of the energy of the team, and help them move forward instead of just stepping on toes, that's going to be the critical thing. On paper, you can look good.
Yeah.
If you don't mix well with a team, it's not going to be good no matter how good you are.
Like, and it's not always about Moses fitting in. It's about Garrett and Turtle letting Moses play his game as well.
Because there's a reason why they brought him.
Exactly.
Right? They felt like they needed more
They
attacking.
should know.
Yeah, like he was really good on Genesis because he attacked more, and J-Raw was more defensive. But that could have been at fault because of Garrett and Turtle. We'll find out. And then Moses might be pretty uncomfortable there. But we haven't seen him a lot before this, so.
Very interesting stuff. And then for Fake Out Nation, we covered it just a little while ago. A team that kind of rests in the bubble, very similar to XYZ. Wants to get into that top discussion, but just not quite there yet. And Leaf, we'll take this one over to you. Can you see Fake Out coming out on top here? Can you see them pulling the upset? Maybe a little bit of a turbulent run there for Exodus. Oh, I'm on fire today, boys. Maybe a little bit of I guess some trouble that Exodus could have with the new roster.
So Fake Out, and there was a couple teams, these bubble teams that I like, about 3 of them at least, that I've been watching out for. XYZ was one of them that say, these guys could push through and maybe grab one of those 6th place spots. Especially with some of those teams that were at the bottom part of the group stages during the last qualifier. Fake Out was one of those teams that I was looking for. Haku's so strong, Corrupted. I mean, I've been watching him on Twitch for a long time. Such a strong player himself. And Next 8 too, good for the team. And so I think just having them as a team, knowing each other very well, maybe could overcome a team that's kind of fresh put together. Moses being a new link on this team. If they can capitalize on putting them in uncomfortable positions, that could be what helps them push forward. I think it's going to be hard. Like, again, you have Turtle Garrett already strong, being able to put goals in.
Yeah.
It's going to be a hard battle for Fake Out, but I think they have what it takes, just having that solidity in their team to push forward and maybe take it from them.
Well, keep in mind, this is a big matchup. This is it. You win, you're in.
Yep.
You're in group stages. This is a group
Make or break.
stage qualification game here. So the pressure is on for both of these two teams. Of course, still opportunity if you're out because you'll go to the losers bracket. But still, though, for Fake Out, this would be huge for them. So let's, before we toss it over to our casters, dive into some predictions. Gibbs, we'll start with you.
Yeah, none of these teams are bad right now. Like all these teams have performed from the 3,000 it started with, and then we're down in the final 8 in the winners bracket. So I could see some close games. I don't think Fake Out's going to take one here. But if Fake Out can steal game 1 or something, and with a new team dynamic, you never know. But I'm going 2-0 for Enix, Turbulence, Vex, Exodus, whatever.
Whatever they want to be. I'm
Yeah.
going to be the James Bond on this one and take a 2-1 for Exodus. I expect at least 1 overtime out of this one. I think it'll be close, but I do expect Exodus to come out on top.
I'm going to throw my prediction into the hat. Fake Out, 2-1.
There we go.
There you go, just so I could be a difference maker here. All right, you're probably going to be right, though, which I hate. All right, so let's go ahead now. Toss it over to our casters, the one and only Wave Punk and Findable Carpet. Take it away.
Thanks, Golden Boy. I am Wave Punk, joined here by the gorgeous Findable Carpet. How you doing today, man?
Make me blush. Don't make me do it. I'm doing really good. We're all so excited to be back here. We had, for me personally, way too long of a break between Qualifier 1 and Qualifier 2.
Yeah.
I was sad. I was the weekend hit.
Where was
and
the
I'm
action, You
what
need
do I
that
do?
Rocket League
Yeah.
fix. So you found your own fix and just stream for 500 hours straight. But we have Fake Out Nation and Exodus, formerly known as Vex, and many other things, but mostly Vex for those of you who tuned in last qualifier. What are your thoughts on this match?
Well, Exodus, it was really surprising to see that roster swap because I've made a comment that J-Raw and Turtle have been playing together they're almost the longest standing pair on a team I've seen in a very, very long time.
Sure.
So they have a new dynamic now that J-Raw's not there anymore. And at the same time, you look at, I guess, the player that I'm excited to see how he pulls off, Haku on Fake Out Nation, an exceptional 1v1 player.
Absolutely.
Anyone that's watched his stream just knows, like, he's great at 1v1s. He's got really good light touches, but you know, putting that into a 3v3 setting might turn out good or bad. It depends.
You might say he's good at fake outs, right? We'll see what they're able to do here in game number 1. Exodus coming out strong off the kickoff, very far up into Fake Out Nation territory, but Fake Out on the transition, going to push the ball up to midfield. Moses comes from the back and takes a shot on the net, but there's going to be having the corrupted G player in the goal, able to block that one out.
Got to be careful when you take certain shots on net. If someone's just sitting in net and they're going to defend it, get a good clear, maybe you should put it in a placement to the corner. Give yourself a little bit more time to come up and keep the aggression going.
There's a shot from Moses, going to go high. Good aggression from Exodus still. Garrett keeping the pressure on. We've seen them on the offense a lot already. We're barely even out of the first minute. We haven't seen the ball into orange territory yet. Turtle's got that ball lofted. There's Moses keeping it into the corner. Haku comes from goal, going to try and run some interference, but can't get a touch on it. And here comes Nexate from the back. Going to try and push this one out, and now we're going to see Fake Out transition onto offense. A great run from Haku. He had a shot on the net, but an interference from Turtle keeps it away.
Fake Out Nation is converting their defensive plays into offense very quickly, but they're not keeping the pressure on. They're getting it from one side of the field to the other quick, and then they're getting one shot off, and then they have to retreat really quickly. So they got to keep this pressure up, or else they're going to get good counterattacks coming from so many teammates. I'm actually forgetting it.
Right. Well, Nexate with the shot. You were talking about how fast they can transition, and there we saw them turn it into a goal.
It's right here. Nexate hits it over. Garrett G actually should have just left that alone. He should have let it go slow to the corner. I understand when you're under pressure, you want to get the touch, you want to keep control, but just let it go to the corner. They don't have the angle. But he gave the angle to Nexate, and Nexate took it, and that was that exact example you said, going from defense to offense and turning it into a shot.
3:47 left to play, 1-0 in favor of Fake Out. Garrett G taking a shot on net. No one really in a good position. Nexate's not going to get the block, and there's the tie game.
Not the counterattack I expected to see. The way they were able to tie it off, they just were a little bit too slow off kickoff. Garrett sees the opportunity across the field and just kind of slams it. No one from Fake Out had rotated back. I guess they weren't ready for the hard shot. You don't see that as much because most teams expect hard shots to get cleared or at least saved. So I guess maybe they just didn't think he'd take the opportunity, and he definitely did.
For sure, it's kind of a defensive positional breakdown for Fake Out. Giving them a tie game here. Turtle going to put it over onto the far wall. Let it roll up. No one really challenging this. Here comes Haku from the back. He takes a shot on the net, but Garrett G able to block it. Send it back out to midfield. They try and pressure it. Corrupted G from the backfield, able to push it back into the orange box. Now Moses up to Turtle. Ball lofted. Here comes Garrett G for the shot. He goes. It's going to go off the crossbar. Gets the second touch and dunks it in.
Garrett, this was a perfect 1-2-3 touch. We had Moses up to Turtle. Turtle who popped it middle for Garrett. Garrett didn't get the shot he wanted, but he put it at the top of the post, which forced the defender to have to try and go up for it, but it wasn't going in, and he followed through. Garrett doing what Garrett does best. We talked about it so much last qualifier. He's such a striker.
Oh, man, just that team play. Just every player doing their part there. Fake Out didn't know how to respond quickly. With 3 minutes left, we've got Vex, or former Vex Exodus, up by 1 point here. We'll see if they're able to convert out here. Got the ball up at midfield. Turtle, now Garrett G coming from the backfield. Gonna push it up into the blue corner and get it around up on the backboard. Interference from Corrupted G is gonna keep it from going anywhere. Ball still sitting there. Not a lot of pressure coming out from Vex. A little bit of whiffing for Exodus. That's gonna mess me up all day. We'll only get there eventually. But here comes Turtle with the ball control. Playing the mind game. Shoots for the far side, but just goes wide.
Almost. But that was good patience by him. They've actually been giving away a little bit of possession since that last goal. And it's something that I think Fake Out, all three of the players excel at, is keeping the ball closer to them, making sure they get that second, third touch before another player comes to contest. Both teams kind of excelling at both, but it's actually working in their favor. And both, it's almost seeing like 50-50 shots right now. Like when they have the aggression, it's scary for either team.
Turtle going to push this one around the corner. Nexate picks up ball control and sends it into the orange. Now Garrett G sends it back to the blue far corner. Haku's waiting for it. He's going to pick up ball control, try and get around Garrett, but Garrett gets the final touch, sends it towards the goal. A nice block from Corrupted G keeps it out. 2 minutes left, still 1 point in favor of Exodus. Turtle got it the ball control up in corner, gets it lofted. See Corrupted coming from goal, able to keep it from crossing. Well done. Now we'll have the shot from Moses going towards the net. Where's the third player? There he is. His cam was just a little far back. Haku's able to make the save.
A little far back, but he was able to keep it in their half, which is exactly what he wanted to do.
Well
Garrett,
done.
again, coming through. But, you know, he came for the 50-50, and it wasn't what he wanted. He was a little bit late, but he did keep it in their half. Enough time for Turtle to beat a Fake Out player to it. And Garrett, look at that. He's bringing his car around, flipping it to the point where he knows the top of his car is going to hit it. He's going to get the angle he needs. Reading that so well off that back wall, not an easy thing to do.
1:50 left to play. Exodus up by 2 with ball in Fake Out territory. Nexate gets the 1v1 and is able to push this one across the midfield line. Moses waiting for him patiently, able to create an offensive moment again. This pressure has been strong from Fake Out or from Exodus all game. Now Garrett G trying to pass back. We'll get Turtle with ball control, sends it towards the net. Corrupted G able to pop it up. 1:30 left to go, and we have not been able to see Fake Out even get out of their own half.
It seems like Fake Out might be a little bit too rushed to turn things from defense into offense. They're not giving themselves time to actually, like right here, they keep getting caught having to make a little bit of defensive maneuvers that they really shouldn't be making when they're backwards or having to chase back. And almost another
So
one coming in
close.
from Garrett.
Not quite making it there. Now Nexate with ball control has a run on the net, just has to beat Turtle. Turtle waits it out patiently, reads it well. Haku has ball control, but there's Garrett with the clear. Sends it across the half line. Corrupted G, this is some good pressure from Fake Out. They have an opportunity, final minute of gameplay. They need his goal right now. There's the shot from Haku. Here's the follow-up, so close. Nexate couldn't quite get to the ball there. It was very close on that shot. Maybe the nerves are getting to him, I don't know. 46 seconds left. They need to score. They need to leave themselves time for the equalizer. Right now they gotta be able to clear this out. There's Corrupted G. Now Nexate, Haku puts it over the player. There's Turtle with ball control, dribbling it around. Well done by Exodus, keeping the ball in the blue territory, not giving Fake Out any opportunities to score. Haku, they really need to press out right now. There's the shot. Oh my goodness, does that go in? It's gonna drop. Oh, so close, just hitting the crossbar. Things are just not going in Fake Out Nation's favor right now.
They're doing a good job of turning defense into offense, like I said, but they're grouping up when they're going for the counterattack. They need the kind of widespread rotations, and they're all grouping up. Like when they're clearing it out, you see two of them chase it down the side while one of them's kind of far behind, but no one's ready if it gets across the field.
As the final second, you can't score 2 in 1 second. This game is over and in favor of Exodus. Exodus going to take this first game in this knockout series.
This is exactly what we expect. I saw Exodus was going to come out. They've got a little more experience. Garrett and Turtle have been playing a lot together. Ever since Exodus, they really are.
Right.
I think they're doing this just for us. They really just want to make our jobs harder. But ever since they took on Garrett did really, really well with Turtle and J-Raw. And for whatever reason that J-Raw was replaced with Moses, if Moses is filling that spot they need, and you can tell that they have really good wide rotations. They're taking the field, and even like that one goal where the third player was a little bit too late to get there, but he still kept it in the opponent's half, which actually ended up scoring in a goal after that anyways.
Absolutely.
And Fake Outs, they're clumping up. Their rotations are too tight. I think they're a little too hyper aggressive. They're trying to never lose possession, but it's okay to lose possession for a touch or two. If you can get a good counter clear, you can keep it going. So if Fake Out can slow it down a little bit, which is actually what I thought they would do more, and I thought I think they're doing too many light touches towards each other. They want to get the harder big clears against a team like this.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You had 10 shots from Exodus to just 5 on Fake Out Nation. They'll just double the offensive presence on Exodus, and we really want to be able to see Fake Out Nation be able to maintain ball control in enemy territory. We'll see if they're able to do it here in game number 2.
I think they can pull it off. I mean, when they did have possession, they were still scary, and those counterattacks were actually pretty devastating to Exodus. So if they can keep up those counterattacks and maybe just keep the aggression up a little bit longer, they can sink some more goals in.
Game number 2. Fake Out needs to take the win if they want to stay alive in the RLCS. They have an opportunity right here. Ball just set up in front of the goal. Not going to quite get the shot they were looking for. Ball headed back towards their side of the field now. Just like we've been saying all day, they have to be able to keep the ball on Exodus' side of the field if they want to be able to score.
They want to be on, and remember guys, this is for qualifying into group stages. Right now, Exodus is up by 1, but it's only a best of 3, so it's make or break for them. They need to win this to continue on, but that means Fake Out Nation is going to be coming out just boost blazing. They really want to take this win.
Turtle coming up from the backfield. Now Garrett G with ball control, gets 2 touches. Great stops from Haku. Now Corrupted G going to push it away from the net. Haku picking it back up and see if they can convert out here onto offense. A great touch, great clears from Haku and from this Fake Out Nation squad, but they were not able to make any shots occur. Now Turtle with ball control, back in blue corner, and try and get it out. It's lofted in front of the goal. If anyone can come up and get into this one, Haku's the first one to the ball, and is going to be able to send it over into the orange. Great interference from Nexate, leaves the ball right in front of the orange box. Moses is going to be able to push that one back out. Fake Out Nation, kind of a whiff there from Corrupted G. Haku with ball control, but just after he gets hit, gets demoed. That's going to leave a lot of space for Exodus to rotate this back out.
They're giving them so much space. They're getting really good hard clears, but then not following up. It's like they don't trust themselves or maybe their defensive player, but they're getting hard clears, and then it's just open for Exodus to take full control and counter clear.
All right in front of Fake Out territory. Moses sets it up, and there's Garrett G to finish it. First goal going to Exodus.
Garrett, again, just continuing to strike away at this Fake Out Nation team. Moses puts it above the net. He gets up underneath the ball to keep the height. He actually might have been able to take that shot, but it was smart of him to make sure, because a defender could have potentially blocked that, or he might have hit post, so he keeps it up high. Garrett reads him well, comes in, and again off that backboard, sinking it in.
3:32 left to go in game number 2. Next8 with ball control. Ball set up well. He goes for the demo on Moses, but Moses reads it, is able to clear it and take a shot on the net. Was slowed up. The Corrupted G in goal is able to clear it and keep it out of his own net. Now Haku, all the players from Fake Out went up for that one. Not what you want to be seeing from defense. Moses is going to take advantage of it and be able to score, put a second one on the board.
You said exactly where the mistake was. Everyone from Fake Out went for this one save. Look at this, all 3 of them. Even the player that was coming from the corner, he should have trusted his goalie. I believe, yeah, Haku right there, he shouldn't have needed to. He was saving that in a weird angle. And even both the goalies going up shouldn't have happened, but if he had been patient, stayed on the ground, turned around, that wouldn't have been so hard of a save. And then he would have been able to clear it before Moses got the second touch.
3:08, 2-0 in favor of Exodus. Haku trying to play the mind games, trying to fake him out, you might say. He doesn't get the ball control he was looking for. We see a nice shot there. Garrett G very, very far up in kind of an aggressive position in Fake Out territory, but Turtle is nothing he can't handle on defense right now. There's a shot on the net. Moses coming from the corner is going to be able to clear. That one's on to Fake Out net. Haku needs to get this. He does. He gets the touch he was looking for, but Moses is keeping the pressure on.
Look at how predictive Exodus is being. They're there for almost every touch, no matter which player's making it. They're there to counter every touch. Turtle was waiting patiently for that. He's going to hit this up, and you can watch already he's following up for the second one. Someone's going to probably be following up very shortly behind after Corrupted gets this touch. I mean, they're predicting very, very well, and they're keeping Fake Out kind of like always pressured, no matter what side of the field. Oh!
There's Fake Out. They really were able to kind of blow the rotation. You saw Moses rotate a little bit slowly on this goal, and then was not able to get the touch. Just leaves it right there. Turtle wasn't able to get a touch either. There's a goal in favor of Fake Out.
That was good read. Turtle actually came out for that and was putting pressure. So instead, the Fake Out player actually did a nice little tap lob over Turtle, knowing he couldn't get up the height, but he had the speed. That was a good read on him, but Turtle maybe should have been a little more patient. It's a scary read because they're either going to bullet it at you and it's almost impossible to save, or they're going to lob it over you if you come out.
We're past halftime and Fake Out is down by 1, but they are pressing up onto the offense right now. Haku and Next8 kind of next to each other. A great setup from Haku. Can Next8 get there? Not going to quite get the touch he was looking for. He was a little slow to the ball. He's going to be able to cross away. Now Moses with ball control. Sends it out to the midfield. Garrett G going to try and dribble this one past Next8. Got a drag race going up the wall. Garrett G wins and sends it into the blue corner to try and set this one up for his teammates, but Haku getting the interference, able to send it back to orange. Moses has it lofted in midfield. Next8 comes out from goal and is going to take a shot onto net. Nice kind of slow lofter. Corrupted G tried to get a re-angle, but it wasn't going to happen at this moment. 1:38 left to go. Fake Out still down by 1.
They're only down by 1, but if they take this, they can tie this best of 3 up, and they've got the pressure. When they do, they just got to keep putting shots on net. I mean, they were able to sink that one in after a false, or after that defensive rotation took a little bit too long. So if they can do it one more time, they can tie it up. They're so close to keeping in this.
Turtle with ball control in blue territory. Sends it into the corner. Ball going back to midfield. See who gets this one here. Garrett G pops it up a little bit, but Next8 comes from the back, able to send it back into orange. Bit of ping pong happening in midfield. The ball is going back and forth. Next8 passes it back to Haku, keeps it at mid. There's Moses finally pressing this ball into Fake Out territory. Turtle going to try and set it up on the wall. The ball's lofted in the corner. 1 minute left. Fake Out still down by 1. They need to be able to press this one out. Haku's backwards in goal. He's able to get the clear. Now Corrupted G with ball control has an open net, but Garrett G. There's Corrupted G. There's Corrupted G. There's Garrett G. That's confusing.
They're brothers.
They're right. Oh my goodness. I don't know what's happening. Moses is going to be able to dunk that one underneath though.
Moses gets the angle. I mean, there's one thing I see Fake Out doing. Maybe it's game sensor communication, but the multiple times I've seen more than one person going for a ball when they really don't need to. Moses, he knows that backboard so well. That wasn't even a challenge for him. A lot of players want to be able to get that tight angle, but he hits it with his tires to slow it down, gets the angle he needs, puts it on a net, but he had no one contesting him. It really wasn't a tough shot for him.
It's really rough for Fake Out. They only needed that one goal. One goal can happen at any time. It's a kind of a different mentality now that they're down by 2 with 30 seconds left. They need to be able to score right now if they want to have any dream of an equalizer. Corrupted G sets that one up. Next8's going to try and pass it out to the mid. Here's Haku. He tries to take the shot, but great interference from Garrett G, not giving him any opportunities.
The placement from Exodus is just unreal. They're always there in the way on defense. They're almost always ready for offensive plays. I mean, you just saw that save by Garrett. He was just in the right place. He knew exactly where he needed to be for that pass, and he ended up just getting in the way of that shot, which interrupts everything that Fake Out's trying to do.
Yeah, I've loved their defensive positioning all game, and the way that they're able to keep a strong defensive positioning while maintaining a siege on offense has been really impressive out of this Exodus squad. They're going to take the series 2-0, and they qualify for the RLCS
That is it.
stages.
They are now in one of the top 8. This is exactly what they wanted to do. Fake Out Nation put up a good fight, though. It was always maybe with 1 or 2 goals, maybe just a few mistakes. They did group up a little more than I expected them to.
Yep.
I don't know if it was they wanted to keep the ball a little bit too long, or they maybe lacked a little bit of trust. It's really hard to say because you need to know what's going on in the players' heads, but that seemed to be their pivotal mistake. They were just grouped up a little too much. But, I mean, Vex, not Vex.
Exodus. Yeah.
Exodus. Stop it.
We're gonna get
Stop
there.
it. If you do it again, I'm done. I'm just gonna start calling them no names. Exodus did a
No
great job
names.
of making sure they spread ahead really good rotations. They're wide. They were always following up. I mean, Garrett's such a striker though, doing what we know
No,
he
their
does
offense was
well.
so strong. They had 10 shots again, 10 shots in both games. Really well done by this Exodus squad. But we're going to be passing it back over to the analyst desk with Golden Boy and the gang over there. Guys, what do you guys think?
Thank you so much, Wave. Wow, what a game there. So I have learned never to try and make a prediction ever again.
Never question games.
I've never questioned games.
Especially for North America. Just don't question it.
Yeah, I don't know. I never will. Maybe I'll have better luck tomorrow in EU, but definitely not today.
wild card.
So that is it for me. No more. All right. Well, let's go ahead and break this down here. Kicking things off right away. You saw Fake Out get that first goal early on in the game, and you thought, okay, this could be it. Fake Out could be, you know, this could be what we were hoping for, right?
Yeah.
Some fight out of Fake Out Nation. But then Garrett G basically went Super Saiyan, he became a superstar and just dominated that game. He was the difference maker there, without a doubt. We were talking a lot about Moses early on. Moses really wasn't a factor in that first game. It was the Garrett G show.
Yeah. Well, that's what I wanted to mention is off the beginning. You know, we have Garrett and Turtle that have a synergy already. They know what they're doing, and they did it the first game. And they just let Moses sit back, feel out maybe what their opponents were doing, and then pulled Moses into the next game for sure. But it was Turtle, Garrett, the passes from Turtle to Garrett. As you said, went Super Saiyan, just went ham, pulling out the goals, taking away first game fairly convincingly. And when I saw that after, you know, those goals started coming, I'm like, oh, game two might end up going the same way.
Yeah, that first long shot from Garrett was 8 seconds after Next 8's goal to start it off, and it just, like, it looked like that was savable. It was hard to tell from the angle of the car, but that's not a goal you can give up right after you get a 1-0 lead against the favorite team, and that was probably a backbreaker.
It's like 5 seconds later they let it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the Mobile One High Performance replay and see some of the crazy shots that Garrett managed to pull off here.
This is a beauty.
Beautiful aerial double touch hit from the top, brought it right back in, Gibbs.
Yeah, that play was great because he tried for the touch early and noticed that he was going to miss, so he immediately turned his car and boosted down
Readjusted
to
for
get
it.
that second hit. It was really quick. There's no way to defend that. Great shot.
Yeah, no, and then once again we have Moses now coming in game number 2, being able to pull out some goals himself. He had no assists, no goals in the first one, and now was his opportunity to shine. He did it, reading that bounce off the top crossbar perfectly, and then getting another one himself for his teammates off the backboard. Just reading these bounces really well.
Yeah, he got 2 goals in that game, but he also had 1 really good assist. He was the reason why they scored 3 goals that game, and this is why they picked him up over J-Raw. He has that offensive talent to get them those wins when the combo of Garrett and Turtle is not working. Like game 1, it worked great, but game 2, Garrett and Turtle weren't really clicking, so Moses came in and got all 3 goals basically for them.
Yeah, well, it also felt like Fake Out were kind of prioritizing, stopping that connection that that Turtle and Garrett had. And then, of course, which is the reason why you mentioned it, Moses comes in, because I believe I even heard that first goal was led mostly by an assist from Moses that gave Garrett that first goal. And then after that, Moses just, did what he needed to do. Granted, though, Next 8 was able to get, a goal in for his squad, but it was just too little too late at that point.
Yeah, the pressure was just hard to get counterplays going because usually when you're being pressured that much, at least one of your guys or 2 of your guys has no boost, so they can't follow up on that counterplay.
Yeah.
And that's what was happening. They would have like 1 scoring chance that was like iffy, but then Exodus would just get ball control right back from it because the other 2 were doing like a line change, grab and boost.
And as Carpet mentioned, they were stuck in their own zone in kind of awkward positions at this time, just trying to get the touch they could. Fake Out, just trying to push it to the corner, not able to push out of their own end. And it just felt like, for me, it felt like Haku was doing a lot of pushing his team forward. If there was any reason that they gained possession of that ball, it's because Haku was doing something for it and grabbing that ball from them. So it just felt like it was very hard for them to get out of their own zone.
Yeah, and then you top that off with when they did get out of their zone, Exodus rotated beautifully.
Yep.
And every time they had ball in the air on the orange side, there was someone there for the stop, for the aerial stop, like right away. It was very impressive. I tell you, Exodus, there's a reason why they're one of the top teams in the community power rankings. I expect big things out of them. Congratulations to them as they advance to the group stages where teams like iBuyPower Cosmic as well as Kings of Urban will be waiting for them. But coming up next, we have a great game. It is going to be Mockit NA facing off against Selfless Gaming. You're not going to want to miss that one, folks, and we'll see you in just a few.
What is normal? Our normal is 200 miles per hour. It's 500 degrees. It's protection for 15,000 miles. And 40 below. Our normal is anything but. Mobile One. Energy lives here.
Back everyone to the Rocket League Championship Series Qualifier 2. We have a great matchup lined up for us here. It's going to be Mockit NA facing off against Selfless Gaming. So very exciting stuff here. Of course, joining us now, the one and only Final Carpet, the beard in the flesh. You guys just get to see the beard now.
In the hair.
In the
hair.
Yeah,
in the hair. What I think under your beard is just another beard, right? That's what I've settled on mentally.
I mean,
you
no
don't
one-
have.
no one will know.
You don't have a chin.
No one ever knows.
Yeah, or they're just a butt.
It's just
One or the other. We'll go with the beard. All right, so guys, this is going to be a big matchup. Mockit NA is the number 3 ranked team according to the community power rankings. Meanwhile, Selfless haven't played at all. So basically
Since
coming
last
into this
groups.
one, since
Yeah.
the last group. So coming into this one, they're cold. Now I'm an A Money fan. I always enjoy watching his stream. He's a great guy.
Those arms.
You know, those arms, the beautiful arms.
Beautiful.
But you know. Can't with you right now. But and it's like I want to wear a tank top just like him. I'm sure he's wearing a tank top right now. He's just, man, A Money, dude. Just keep it going, baby.
Dream.
Keep it going. Keep the dream alive for us fat people. Okay, so let's talk about this Mockit team because they made a dramatic shift when Zane Jackie left orbit. Low 5 willingly stepped back and said, Zane Jackie, come into this team, change it up, make it better. Gibbs, I'm going to start with you here. I want to get your thoughts on this Mockit NA roster. Is this a threat to the likes of Kings of Urban or iBuyPower Cosmic?
Absolutely, because what happened was Lo-Fi was like, let's try out Zane Jackie. We'll try him out in this Rocket Royale, which is like an international competition. And they wound up beating both Europe teams, which is hard for NA because they usually don't, and a win in that. So Lo-Fi was like, all right, I'll step down. The hat's off to him. Like, that's a bold move, being like, we came in 6th in the first groups. We need to make a change. I think I'm that change, and that's huge. And Zane Jackie played amazing.
I've never actually seen that yet, like a player voluntarily step
Yeah.
down for the betterment of his team, which, like you said, hats off to Lo-Fi for doing that. But Zane Jackie, you know, with the kind of mess that happened with Orbit, for those of you that did watch group stages last time, you know, Orbit lost a pivotal player the day before group stages happened.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he was really upset he didn't get to compete. But now that he's in a team that has a big shot, you said they were 6th last time, and now with what if Mockit, and since they've been performing actually better with Zane Jackie, that's a really good push for them, and that's actually a really good opportunity for them to potentially make it in the top 4.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, Selfless has a lot of work in front of them. I mean, they were kind of like the Cinderella story going into it. Everyone wanted A Money to get in the groups. They have points, you know, there's a potential here for this squad. But knowing that Mockit has really been putting in that work, especially with this new roster. Another thing I do want to highlight as well, you know, I've covered multiple games and I've never seen a player step down willingly and, as you said, identify themselves as a problem, but he's still on this roster. So you can only imagine that, like, it does bring a sense of confidence for the team where they're like, hey, you know what, like, we still have our core group and we're still a unit, but now we're just better than ever. So I think that's, I think it's fantastic for Mockit. I really hope, you know, to see them go far in this competition. I don't know if this is a qualification match.
This is.
This is. Okay, cool. So you win, you're in. That's it, right? This is huge. They will be joining Exodus. Final Carpet, I want to get your thoughts here. You know, can Selfless take a game off of Mockit?
They have the potential. I know a lot of people know A Money. That's like he's like you said, he's a big person. A lot of people really know him. But as far as the way I feel, I think Matt and Sis are the ones you really got to look at. These guys have been playing together for as long as I can remember. As long as I've been playing Rocket League, I've run into them in duos. They're so scary to go against. It's like horrifying when I see them. They have crazy good connection, those two guys. So having A Money to back that as well, you know, and because he's a great striker, he's a great 1v1 player. Where do you know he's got the mechanical skills? So if they can actually do what they do in duo queue, and A Money can maybe just fill that third spot, I think that kind of works best for when their team is playing. I definitely think they've got a good chance to take it up. But Mockit NA is a big powerhouse right now. It will not be easy.
I mean, that would be like upset of the tournament, in my opinion, because, you know, given how Mockit, you know, number 3 in the power rankings, they're hot. Meanwhile, Selfless not even ranked at this point in time, and because they haven't really put in that kind of work, you know, during the off season is certainly something to kind of shed a light on. So Gibbs, let's dive into predictions here. Who do you have coming out on top, Almighty Gibbs?
So, like, Selfless didn't play for 4 weeks, but they did come in 7th in groups, and Mockit came in 6th. Like, obviously, there is a change, but there's that honeymoon phase that I call it. Like, when you fill in a new spot on a team, you usually play better for the first couple of weeks, and then you start going back to normal.
I call it the new car smell.
Exactly.
You know?
So we'll see
After a
if
while,
that
it starts to
happens.
smell like burgers and fries and stuff like that.
Yeah, we'll see if that happens to Mock.
Yeah.
I don't think it will. I'll give Selfless a game here, though. I'll go 2-1 Mock.
Ooh.
Because like Selfless is good. It's just they haven't been playing.
You're
so no one
putting
sees them.
your like wizardry to the test right now.
I know,
Because
I
if
am,
this
I
happens, you are legitimately the smartest man in Rocket League if they actually come out 2-1.
Well, to be fair, there's not a lot to compare to, so we're fine. We're fine.
James in the back, just crying.
Oh no!
I hear the tears. I hear the tears.
Oh no!
Arvin, what about you?
I actually think it's going to be 2-0 in favor of Mockit. Just knowing that Mockit's been putting in the time, they've always been working out the roster issues. They got the third player that they think works best, and if Selfless really hasn't been coming out and putting in the work, they already had a tough time last qualifier. And if what we've seen, and Mockit's actually been performing better, and Selfless hasn't been putting in the time, I don't think they're going to have much to really say for. So I think 2-0 in favor of Mockit.
All right, so we'll see how all this pans out. Folks, let us know in the chat who you think is going to come out on top. But while you guys go ahead and do that, we're going to toss it over to our casters to drive us through the action. It's going to be Wavepunk and Lawler. Take it away.
Thanks so much, Golden Boy. I'm Wavepunk. I'm still here, but this time switched out the beard.
How's it going?
Got the other rap god here. How you feeling, Lawler?
2 rap gods in one spot. What's
That's
it gonna
right.
do?
It's too much.
Yeah.
Too much speed.
No, I'm actually really glad. Like Gibbs brought it up about that honeymoon phase that we see.
Yeah.
For those that didn't watch Rocket Royale, you saw the Zane Jackie to Rizzo combo, and it was unreal. Like those guys went off. And it's probably the best that I've actually seen an NA team play as a whole. Like they played with intent, and you just don't get that enough.
Yeah.
But is that going to stay consistent?
Yes.
And that's what I'm afraid of. Like, okay, maybe Selfless will take off a game because they're in that honeymoon phase. So you just don't know.
We'll see what we got. This is like the hottest team in America right
Yeah.
now. I am so pumped that we get to cast this game right now, and I'm very, very excited to see what the Selfless squad can bring. You know, they haven't been scrimming, they haven't been playing in public, but you don't know what they've been doing behind the scenes. So we'll see what happens with the Selfless team here. Who's a player that you're going to want to watch keenly on Selfless as we go into this
I'm
match?
not going to look at players. I'm going to look at a group of players.
Okay.
As the caster said, they mentioned that Matt and Sizz work really, really well together. And then on the opposite end, you see that Insolences and Rizzo have been playing a long time together. But I'm going to pay attention to instead Zane, Jack, and Rizzo and see if they can keep up that momentum.
We will see what happens as we move forward here into the match. We have Mockit NA in the orange with Selfless in the blue. Zane Jackie going on kickoff, going to win that one, send it into the Selfless territory. Here comes Rizzo over the top. Very early offensive here for Mockit. Sizz rotates back, able to put it into the corner. See if he's able to cross that. Rizzo, they give him all the space he wants. Now A-Money with a shot onto net. Zane Jackie back in goal, able to clear into the corner. We'll see if Selfless is able to convert this one into a goal. Rizzo whiffs. That's an easy shot there, and they're going to be able to score.
Mistakes definitely playing a big role already. Coming back and forth between these two teams, you see two people go up and both miss. That's so uncharacteristic of Mockit. But look at Selfless, able to come in and secure a goal on it. That's what they need to do. Take advantage of those small mistakes because I don't think they're going to get many of them.
4:38 left to go, and Selfless in the lead here in game number 1. Matt with ball control again, sends it into the corner. Rizzo gonna pick it up on the wall, try and pass it down, but he whiffs again. A-Money gonna keep that ball over here in Mockit territory. Zane Jackie tries to clear it out, but Sizzo reads it, putting it back onto the backboard. Insolences sends it onto the wall and keeps it in the corner. 4 players in the corner right now. Now Zane Jackie, great clear off the top corner there, able to push it back, but A-Money reads it, sends it right back. What a tight angle there from Matt. Gonna be blocked by Insolences in goal, but my goodness, this has been a strong offensive showing from Selfless. Now Rizzo with a run. Sizz gets into the way of that one, and A-Money gonna try and clear it out.
Even with soft touches like this from Insolences, they're doing just fine. The pressure is really coming through. Now can they put it in the back of the net is the question.
Zane Jackie dribbling it around, goes for some zoning of the goalies, but does not get the touch he was looking for. Matt gonna clear it well. Insolence is at midfield. Him and Rizzo both up in this corner. Nice shot. Can Insolence get the second touch? No, he just bails on it, leaves it for A-Money.
Yeah, follow-up wasn't there that time. Expect to see it eventually.
There's
There you
Zane.
go. Zane Jackie coming in through the top, beating him to the front of it. Look at this ball. Insolences rotates out to get boost. Actually decides to say heck with that, plays it back in, but doesn't matter. Zane Jackie's going to be the one to follow it in. And good placement. That extra bounce at the bottom in front of the net, I think, threw off this Selfless team.
Zane Jackie showing just how strong of an addition he is to this Mockit squad. Tying the game up with 3:38 left to go. Rizzo gonna get the ball control here, try and carry it out. Nice touch, kind of a weird flip off the wall. Sizz picking it up now, able to dribble it back into Mockit territory. Sends it off the backboard, hopefully setting it up for a teammate. Pops it out, Rizzo goes for the aerial there, kind of backflips, doesn't even get the touch. Zane doesn't get a touch either. Insolence's last man back on defense as Matt takes the shot. He's gonna be able to get the block. We'll see if they're able to clear that. This is a lot of whiffing coming out from Mockit right now.
Hey man, I saw that ball turn white. That should have been a goal, but good defense coming out from Insolences, and we expect that. Now that they have Zane Jackie able to play it up with Rizzo, Insolences really needs to step it up on defense, and so far he's doing just that.
He's hanging back on defense. Last line again. Zane puts it into the corner. Sizz is waiting for it. Gets it around. Kind of gets bumped by A-Money. The ball's going to remain in Selfless territory. Here's Sizz with a run. Going to try and play the mind games. Can't get it past Zane, who gets the stop. Matt's going to take a shot. It's going to go wide as Zane picks up ball control in the corner. Going to try and dribble this one out. See if they can convert onto offense. This has been a very even game so far as we approach halftime.
Yeah, back and forth so far, and I like how both these teams on defense are making not only big clears, but they're putting those clears on net. It's putting their teammates in a very good position to score.
Oh my goodness, Zane with that shot. Matt with kind of almost just a lucky fall onto the ball, keeping that one out. 2:26 left to go. Rizzo has an opportunity in there. They're going to go up by 1.
Man, easy goal on this one. Big transition coming out on defense. But all 3 players up. We have one going back on defense, which is Insolence is playing that defensive role. But the pass plays between Zane Jackie and Rizzo. We're seeing it firsthand here. I expect this to carry through for the rest of the tournament.
2:24 left to go. Mock it up by 1. Rizzo puts it over under the wall. Insolences follows. He's going to put this one into the corner. Matt's waiting on the wall, pops it back down, and is going to follow it. Nice kind of pounce there under the ball to get it under Zane Jackie. Insolences sends it back out to midfield. Zane back passes. We'll see if he can get it around. Insolences is going to try and convert this one onto offense.
Man, that's exactly what they picked up Zane Jackie for. Even though he was going backwards, he still got up with that aerial and played it to the outside. It's about taking away that possession opportunity from the other team.
Zane with a shot on net. 2 people go up. Sizz remains down. Is going to pick up ball control, push this one back into Mockit territory, puts it onto the wall. 2 players up for Mockit now. Insolences and Rizzo. The ball just kind of lofted the middle as everyone kind of recuperates from that massive aerial. Sizz is going to send that one onto the backboard. Insolences hangs back and kills it in the corner. Now Money with ball control tries to push it around, but Matt can't quite get the shot, and Insolences picks it up.
Selfless needs to be careful of how many players they're going to send here, but still, they hustle very well back to defense, and it seems to be paying attention. That's why this match is so close.
Insolences tries to take the shot, gets stopped by Money and goal. Matt picking this one up. 1:20 left to go. They need one just to equalize. Zane with a great pass over to Rizzo. Now Insolences just has to beat Sizz.
Oh, the mind game!
What a play by Insolences!
That is what we expect out of Insolences. Look at this mind game. So for those that don't know what a mind game is, it's basically playing to the perception of the player you're against. So many people expect him to pop that up and take another aerial inside, and he just baits it. He makes the player does what he wants and sneaks it into the bottom left hand of the goal. What a beautiful play from Insolences.
Man, and just extending that lead by 2 like we talked about in the last series. This is a much harder comeback, and Sizz can't even get there. Make it 3. Wow, Mockit is coming out strong right now.
Good job on this team, recognizing how there is nobody back. Rizzo getting the first touch, coming in all the way from the backfield and plays it right over Sizz. Way to separate in this goal. With a minute 11 left, there's still some time, but man, 3-goal difference, that's gonna be tough.
Yeah, and those 3 goals being scored so quickly here. We'll see if Selfless is able to respond. Sizz trying to set up on the wall, but doesn't even get a touch. Now Matt gonna just pop that one out into the middle. See what they're able to do. Zane walking around, just being patient with this one. If they just run the clock down, they'll be able to take game 1 and go up in the series. Rizzo gonna wait for this one, waiting for everyone. You've seen them mock it. They've switched to a much more patient strategy right now. Just kind of let Selfless waste the time. There's a shot. Insolences gets the easy clear. 47 seconds left, and we're not even seeing anything really strong on offense coming out from Selfless yet. Zane clears it hard into the corner, and then they just let him have it for the moment.
They got to be careful with that, though. If you have that many people, playing patient, at some point they could just pressure and overwhelm you. But with this much of a lead, they're kind of weighing off. I hope as they get later on that they don't let that become
Sure.
I guess, a consistency, because if they do, they are going to get punished for it.
Rizzo with a shot. Insolences with a follow-up. It's going to hit the crossbar. Where's Zane? Not going to hang there. He's just hanging back on defense. Again, playing safe. That's what they need right now. They don't need points. They just need the clock to expire. 10 seconds left. This would be an incredible comeback from Selfless. They have to score right now if they want to dream of this. Not going to happen. There's Money going to try. Oh, but he doesn't even get the touch he was looking for. Insolences clears it in the midfield. Final second. They might get a consolatory goal. Not going to happen. Mockit takes game 1.
Yeah, I still love to see the effort coming out of Selfless at the end there. Despite being down, they want to score some goals before they get into it. But look at this. Look at Matt with how many shots he has on net. 6.
Yeah.
I'm glad they're applying some pressure, but some of the other team members need to give them that offensive pressure as well.
Absolutely, and you can see that they have the 7 shots there from Team Selfless to 9 shots from Mockit. Just, kind of a difference in offense there, and team, or Matt, doing all the work on Selfless. You want to see a little bit more coordination, a little bit more kind of passing it around.
Yeah, it just seems to be that this Mockit team is getting up aerial-wise a lot better. You see it from both Rizzo and Zane Jackie, where their aerials are getting up much larger than life even, and they come in and push that very hard back down to the net. And that's what you want to see out of an aerial, is you want to be above the ball and then push it down, rather than kind of just clearing it out. If Selfless is to do this, they need to... It's going to be tough because in the middle ground of the game, they're being pressured very well. And if they're going to want to try to take some possession of it, they're going to need to find a way to slow down and change the pace in their favor.
Right.
And with how Mockit's playing, that's very tough to do.
We'll see what they're able to do moving here into game number 2. Selfless does need to take the win if they want to stay alive here up in the winner's bracket. We'll see what they're able to do against this Mockit squad who's looking so strong. Who are we going to jump on board with first?
I'm going to jump on Matt for this kickoff right away. See if he's actually moving his wheels to the left. I don't know if that's an indication of what he's going to do, and it actually is. I'm calling out his strats.
Well done. A-Money doesn't get the touch he was looking for. Insolence, he doesn't get the touch either. Matt going to be able to clear that one away. That was kind of an easy goal that Insolence has missed out on. Now Money trying to push that one out. Kind of sloppy start to game number 2. See if Selfless, as they move here on the offense, see what they're able to do.
Yeah, a little bit of a panic there coming from Selfless. Luckily, it works in their favor. And Matt trying to do something with it, especially placing that into the middle. But you see that they're just pushing the ball out of the way. It's more of a panic hit to get it off of their defensive side. Maybe they can put that into a little bit of possession because they actually had some time in the midfield there.
Rizzo gets bullied by Sizz back into his own territory as Matt picks up ball control. Sizz going to try and re-angle it, sets it up for Matt. No, A-Money takes the shot, goes on goal. Rizzo was back though, able to get the shot. Nice touch from Zane Jackie, puts it into the corner. We'll see if Rizzo's able to take a shot. Not happening. Sizz maintaining all the ball control, getting it past all the players all by himself. Open goal on Orange right now. Probably not anymore at this point. We've seen the rotations from Mockit be strong all series. Insolence sends it up off the backboard. Now Sizz putting it back. Some very good aggression from both teams, moving the ball around the pitch very quickly. But so far, no one really able to put one in.
It really seems to be a possession game, which is the difference. The aggression, like you said, is there from both, but it seems to be that Mockit's putting it on the blue side more, and they're keeping it there.
Rizzo, last line of defense for Mockit, puts it into the corner, gets it past A-Money, who wasn't able to get a touch. Now Sizz is just going to try and maintain ball control, give his teammates time to get set up behind him. He pops it up, Insolences comes and passes up to Zane, who crosses it across the field. It's going to hit the far wall and bounce back to middle. So Rizzo puts it into the corner. Now Insolences tries to go for the touch. Rizzo takes it from him actually and sends it over into the far corner as A-Money follows this one along. See if he can set something up for Team Selfless here.
That's the pace that I was talking about with how this Mockit team is putting it back and forth. They're crossing the ball across the field a lot. I mean, they're getting the spread of the field because their players aren't grouped up. And even though Selfless is doing a good job matching it, the intention of it is not only kill time, but eventually one of those will swing in and make a goal.
Holy cow, are you watching this from Rizzo? Like, he's driving backwards, hits the ball, flips his car around, hits it again, wins all the 1v1s he needs, sets it up in front of the goal. Zane wasn't able to get it past all the defenders that were there, but my goodness, Rizzo coming out strong with kind of the solo mechanical plays. They're still on the offense. We'll see who is able to come up from the backfield for Mockit. There's Insolences going to set it up in the midfield. Now Zane picking up ball control. Sizz, last line of defense for Selfless. He gets enough of a touch to get it past Zane, but Rizzo setting that one up. It's going to go off the crossbar. There's the touch from Money to put it into the corner.
Money really needed a hit of that. You saw Insolences poising up, getting ready to take a shot, but doesn't matter. A-Money gets a good backward clear. Those are very tough to get up to.
Sizz can try and get it past Insolences. Insolences reads it well, sends it off the backboard. Where's the follow-up? There's Riz sending it onto the backboard. Here comes Zane for the final touch. Not going to happen. A-Money gets the biggest piece of it and sends it back into the corner. Good defense from the Selfless squad. We really want to see them be able to convert this onto some offense. We're still scoreless, and we're at 2 minutes.
That's good to see, especially for Selfless, if they're able to maintain this, because it's showing that they're matching them very, very well. It's like with pressure like that, where Zane Jackie's being that third man coming in for a shot, they just now need to be careful with either a big clear from Selfless, so he's rotating back immediately after that. Both teams do such a good job.
Good pressure coming out from Selfless, some of the best pressure we've seen yet in this match. They've just got the ball over in orange territory for a good long while. Now Rizzo with the strong clear all the way onto the back blue wall. See what they're able to do with it. Ball's still to sit in mid-corners. Matt and Sizz both go up for it. Kind of an overcommitment, but you see Mockit hanging back so far. They're not going to be able to do anything. It gets over Zane's head. It's popped over across the goal. Now Rizzo going to pick it up. Sizz reads it, keeps him in the corner. Zane going to pop this one. Sizz reads it again. Great stuff coming out from Sid, keeping the pressure up, just trying to create an opportunity. This ball can knock it out of the corner. Sizz won't let it. Finally, he breaks. Probably lost his boost, and Rizzo's going to be able to set that one up. Tried to get it around. Not going to happen, man. Final minute of gameplay is approaching, and we have yet to see a goal go in on either side.
Man, this Selfless team, especially Sizz, like you said, going up and just reading the plays from this Mockit squad. They're keeping that possession up, which is exactly need to do. Now put one on net, get to that next level of play.
Oh, that was a close one. A good pass from Rizzo to Insolences. It's not going to happen. Zane misses the touch. Rizzo had rotated back. Now Insolence's last line of defense puts it onto the wall. It's going to pop out in a good position for Selfless, but Zane gets there first. Up to Rizzo. Ball lofted. Here comes Insolences with the follow-up. It's going to go off the backboard. Not going to happen. Not even going to get there. Sizz gets in the way of that one, and now A-Money going to try and push this one up. Final 30 seconds. Anyone scores, they have a very strong advantage in this game as it's been so slow, so strong defense on both sides. Rizzo crosses it around. Final 30 seconds. It was in front of the goal. A-Money clears it again. Now Rizzo sends another shot on the net. The shots on net have been like just slow enough that Selfless has been able to get there every single time. Insolence is trying to push this one up. 15 seconds. Sizz takes a shot onto the backboard. Where's the follow-up? No one really in net. There's A-Money to put it in with 10 seconds left.
Oh, that's gotta feel good. They need this win to stay in this series, and it couldn't have come at a better time. That ball going off the backboard just barely missed, but A-Money waiting patiently for it, able to follow it in for a goal. 10 seconds left. Can Mockit do it?
We will see. They have enough time. We know they can score quickly, but they didn't even win the kickoff at this point. And there's a good touch from A-Money, sending it onto the backboard. 4 seconds left. They got to pop this and carry it. Sizz sends another one onto net, puts it in for the buzzer beater. We got 1 second left on the clock, but it doesn't matter. This game is over.
It's exactly what Selfless needed to do. Even with this amount of time left, they needed to put another one on net, give them no chance whatsoever, and they can go in confident to game number 3. Momentum plays such a huge role in Rocket League.
Gibbs called that Selfless would take a game off Mockit. Now it's a matter of, is Mockit going to be able to finish this in game number 3? Because Selfless looked completely different this time around.
Yeah, they played a lot more aggressive. They had a lot better contests up in the air. And that aggressive play style is something that usually gets punished. And they didn't have that problem. They actually did a very, very good job of getting in the way of the ball, especially Sizz. You saw how well he played in the corner. He stopped 3 clears. That's such a huge deal. And that's a lot of time wasted, too.
Yeah. That was incredible, and we see only 3 shots from Mockit this game. They had 9 last game, but that midfield to that offensive defense where they're up in Mockit's territory and keeping the ball from even getting close to their goal, not even giving Mockit the opportunity to score, is what makes such a huge difference there. The defense really stepping up on the Selfless squad.
Yeah, at the beginning of the game, you saw Mockit up to their old ways, too. I mean, a lot of the game was on their side possessive-wise, but then out of nowhere, it's like they flipped a switch and they're like, all right, we really need to do it now. And maybe that's part of the pressure is they come into the realization that if we do not win this game, we're into loser's bracket. What do we do? So showing up when it matters.
Yep, just that creating the teamwork that they needed.
Right.
So well done here by Selfless. Moving on to game number 3. We'll see who's able to take this one. At this point, I don't even know how to call it. This is an incredible match.
Yeah, this is definitely a win and you're in match. So these guys really feeling the pressure already.
All coming down to this game number 3 on DFH. RLCS qualifier number 2. The action has been good, and it'll only get better from here. Rizzo going on kickoff with Matt. Matt going to win that one, send kind of a roller into Mockit territory. Insolence just picks it up, gets it past A-Money, but Sizz with a shot onto net. Zane Jackie clears into the corner again. Strong offense coming out from Selfless right here in game number 3.
Zane Jackie needs to be careful with those clears, especially when it's not really clear. You put it back into the corner, and that played right into the middle. If he's going to get punished on that, that's a very scary place to put the ball.
That was a scary moment there as well. Insolences and Rizzo kind of both rotated into goal, and it wasn't really clear who was going to be the one to go for it. Luckily, Rizzo first line able to get there. 4:30 left to go, still scoreless in game number 3. Matt going to put this one up here. There's Sizz with a shot onto the backboard, but Rizzo able to pick that one up, clear it back out. Kind of a bit of ping pong going on again. Zane Jackie going to clear this one. This is completely different than the first game. We've seen the ball maintain in Mockit's territory so much, where the first time Selfless was just dreaming, just happy just to get the ball into Mockit's territory at all.
You see actually a lot on defense side of Mockit too. They're missing a lot of easy touches. Like the ball's barely rolling and they just drive right past it. I'm not sure what's going on, but they need to figure it out quick.
Yeah, and you saw right there, Mockit was able to push it into Selfless territory, and Selfless pushes it right back out immediately. And there's they going, just more shots coming out from this Selfless team. Rizzo's picking it up. They need to be able to push this one out, convert on to the offense. Ball lofted in midfield, but Sizz, first one there again, able to set that one up onto the wall, get it past Zane. Now Insolence's last line of defense. Sizz is going to try and pop it over the top of him, but it's not going to happen. And with 3:35 left to go, we still have a scoreless game.
Yeah, you saw Instances there, was waiting for Sizz to hit that secondary touch, and he didn't, and went right past it. Luckily for him, the ball's going to go right back, and now they have an opportunity to score.
A-Money picks up that ball control, leaves it a lot of space though. Rizzo able to pick it up, send it in front of the goal. Matt misses the touch, but there's no one there from Mockit to put it away. Zane coming up from the backfield. Zane and Rizzo both in this corner. Interesting position for the offense. There's a nice pop. Insolences was ready for the dunk, but just was not in a position to be able to get there. He gets tangled up with Zane. A little bit of miscommunication happening, but that's a scary moment when that ball's moving and both players are going backwards. Man, this Selfless team is just creating so much pressure.
We talk about how bad it is to send 2 players up, but in a situation like that, I don't care. If you got to go up just to give yourself that confidence that it's going to be safe, to do it. But just be careful if someone needs to get back down for, another shot in.
Rizzo put it off the backboard. Ball going to fall down into blue box, but it's not going to happen.
Wow,
Nobody
the
able to
pitch.
put it
Can he
away.
put
There's
it?
Rizzo
Oh!
with the shot. You're not going to happen at this point. That was the first shot Mockit has had just as we approach halftime. They had such a strong offense, and just Selfless has figured them out and shut it down more and more each game.
Yeah, they got to be careful, and they need to put some pressure on it too. So far, it has been the Selfless show in this last half of this game. But you look at it back and forth, we're only halfway through. There's still plenty of time. It's just a matter of someone needs to step up and make that big play.
They're really making every goal count here. No shootouts at this point. Very strong defensive game on both sides. Ball hanging back. Both teams playing patient. Roller is just kind of going towards the goal. Insolence is able to put it into the corner. Zane Jackie set up in goal for Mockit. Rizzo gets it over Matt. Here comes Zane from the back, able to put it into the corner. No one really home right now on defense for Selfless. There's the lofter just falling down. A-Money comes from the corner, is able to push it out, but that was kind of a scary moment.
Yeah, now with people going up like that, they're playing a little bit more passive on both sides. But when the ball's up in the air like that, you expect to see one of these players able to get up just like that. And we just haven't seen that when it's on the side of another player. I don't know if they're too worried about playing defense and letting easy ones in, when in reality, they need to apply that pressure they're so good at.
Yeah, Mockit really giving a lot of respect here to Selfless. There's a nice shot onto the backboard. Can anyone follow up? Who's the first one there? Rizzo puts it off the top. If anyone can get there, no follow-up's going to happen. Sis kills it in the corner. Zane going to try and set it up for his teammates. Matt's going to be the first one there. Going to be able to clear it out again. Now Insolence is on the back wall as Selfless pushes this one out. Rizzo trying to create some pressure. 1:18 left to go. Still scoreless in game number 3.
Oh, Rizzo super close on that redirect there. But you see how much he's actually playing on the backfield of Selfless now. He's doing a lot. Oh, it's
my
going to go in!
What was that? How did
my
that fall?
goodness.
What angle happened here?
Okay, so Rizzo was actually boost denying. He takes the boost on one side and actually played that back in the middle, but it took such a weird loft on that corner. I don't know if you could have threaded that in any better, even if it was unplanned. What a beautiful placement, unintentional as it was.
Yeah, and you got hurt for Selfless. Like, they were like, this is not going to happen. And in their defense, I think it was Insolences was right there to dunk it away. That was a really strong play from Mockit, finally finding a hole in the Selfless defense. With 1 minute left, Selfless needs to score. They've had ball control. They've had the offensive presence the whole game. There's the shot from Matt, able to put it in and tie it up. What a match.
That is lazy defense by Mockit. Look at this. Ball gets beaten by Insolences with Sizz, and Rizzo is just sitting there, like, get in front of it. I know Zane Jackie called that, but as a player, there is sometimes when you have to recognize that despite the call happening, you have the best position on it.
Yeah, no, you had 3 players there back. It did not look like he had any sort of shot, but my goodness, them able to find the shot there. Selfless tying this up. 48 seconds left. They're back on the offense again. Sizz and A-Money kind of both up for that one. That's going to create some space for Mockit to push this one out. Get it back into the blue corner. Tie game with 40 seconds left. Anyone can take this. It's tied up in the series. It's tied up in the game, man. This is Rocket League. What a shot from Insolence is going just wide. Sizz and A-Money both in the corner, both low on boost here. Where is Rizzo? There, he's going to be able to put that one up. Zane going to try and go for a touch. Puts it out to the midfield. 30 seconds left. Insolence's last line of defense. Matt gets it past him. Keeps it in the corner. Zane, no one really there. Rizzo rotates from the back. What a clear from Rizzo, keeping that one out. 15 seconds left on this clock. Insolences takes a shot. It goes down. It's going to fall, but Sizz able to block it. Where's the follow-up? So close. Where was the presence from Mockit? They had a shot right in front of the goal. There's Zane Jackie putting that one out. Final 5 seconds. Can they get it? Rizzo sets it up. 2 players going for Selfless. Not going to happen. Ball's going to touch in overtime.
Oh, I wouldn't have had it any other way. Overtime in game 3. Winner gets in. Can we have a better match than this? But what's going to happen? Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. So back and forth. Can these guys just control possession? Is that there?
Oh, Sizz couldn't get there.
The defense. Oh, no.
What was happening here? That was incredible stuff. Amazing defense, amazing shots from both teams. Incredible A-Money shooting. Zane Jackie put it into the corner. The goal is open right now for Mockit. I'm not sure where Insolences was going, but it's not going to matter. No more shots coming out from Selfless just yet. Matt going to push it back into Mockit territory. Rizzo setting this one up and try and create an offensive pressure for his team. Trying to put it there. Great bully from Insolences, keeping the ball in the corner. Ball lofted. Where's Zane? Not going to happen. Just hanging back on defense, not taking the shots, letting A-Money have it all.
That doesn't make any sense to me. Why are you letting those loft in the the front, that positioning is on you. You should be waiting poised up to hit that right back in where your teammates are waiting for you.
Oh, A-Money, he's got a run on this one. Insolence is able to pop it out, but it looked like A-Money might have almost had the dunk. There's a shot from Rizzo. It's going to go just wide. Sizz is able to clear it into the corner. First minute of overtime pass. Such defensive teams we've got going on right now. A-Money able to clear this into the corner. Rizzo rotating back onto defense for Mockit. Insolence is going to try and set this up. It gets it past many players. Ziz is the last line of defense.
Oh, that
and
demo!
he's gone! Where is the oh my goodness, no pressure from this Mockit squad. It seems like they're kind of running like a 1-2, sending one player up on offense, is leaving two back on defense. There's the shot! What a shot from Zane, finishing it off and sending them into the group
All
stages.
because of that demo. This demo from, oh my goodness, it completely set it up. Someone had to respawn and take that time, and just being set and having to cement in that goal. Oh, that's got to be so tough. But Rizzo has been doing that all series. He was coming in, stealing boosts from the back line and demoing people. What? Oh, I'm so glad it paid off in the end.
That was incredible.
Oh my goodness.
That was incredible. Look, we have, what is this, 14 shots total, but only 2 goals. What incredible defense we had from both of these teams. And it was interesting, like I was making the point at the end, that Mockit was very often sending one player up on the offense, leaving 2 back on defense, which is why there was just no scores were happening. They were getting the shots. They finally send up the 2. They send up Rizzo and Zane Jackie together. They're able to make the goal happen, qualifying for the RLCS group stages.
Man, that has got to be, like, can we get a better qualifying first match?
I don't know, man.
Back
That
and
was
forth
incredible.
between these two teams, man. So exciting.
Such good stuff. My goodness. Well, that's going to do it for us right now. We're going to pass it back over to the analyst desk. Golden Boy, guys, what do you think?
Thank you guys so much. And all right, I'm just going to go out and say it. Gibbs, what are you? What creature?
That was insane.
Where did you come from? Are you a unicorn?
Well,
By
you
any
know, I
chance?
know A-Money, me and him are close friends. I told him to throw that game 3, so I'd be correct. So
It's like you just can't get it wrong, man. Like
I mean,
what?
like I'm not going to
actually
predict
upset.
for the rest of the time.
I'm actually upset that you were right. Like,
Yeah.
every time you're right, like part of me dies. I get so upset that you're right every time. It's
Oh,
like without
wow.
fail.
That was incredible. Well, while we break things down, let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One high performance replay and see what we had in store, because there were some incredible highlights in this game, Gibbs.
Yeah, right there, like a deflection from Matt, those are really hard to save, but like Insolences was coming up big in net, and then he makes the beautiful mind game goal right here. These goals we love.
This takes patience, and it's scary doing it because you have a potential opportunity at a shot, and then you deliberately kind of take it away from yourself just to see if you can get him, and he got him.
And
he got
there's
him good.
nothing that you can do as a goalie there, but like, because when you have to dive, that player knows it, so they can fake all the time. But Selfless came back in game number 2, getting 2 goals in the last 8 seconds of the game, or last 10 seconds of the game.
Yeah.
And they made a fight.
It was incredible, man. I mean, a couple things to really, point out there too, especially going into game number 2. A-Money, man, really just showing up big time with that follow-up goal.
Yep.
Excellent work there. And I mean, there was just so many great plays. And then Zane Jackie at the end for game 3, just shutting down Selfless's hopes and dreams. That was a lot closer than I thought it was going to be. No offense to the Selfless team, but I think that, I really thought Gibbs was going to be wrong this time. I was like, yeah, we've been seeing a lot of 2-0s here.
Yeah.
But for a team that is ranked 3rd in the community power rankings, I have to say, and Carper, we'll start with you here, did not expect that from Selfless at all.
Yeah, and the problem was the first game, Mockit came out strong. I mean, it ended in 4-1. They had the pressure. They kept the aggression going on. And then in the second game, I don't know if they got content, or maybe what happened is Selfless, they knew they were a little bit outclassed in certain areas, so they were patient. They sat back a bit. They played a little more defense. They interrupted plays and took the opportunity. And it took almost the whole 5 minutes in the game. They didn't score until 10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Selfless wanted that ping pong game of like, we'll throw it into your zone, you'll throw it back to us, and we'll just go back and forth. That's why there was no goals being scored. But Mockit should have took it out upon themselves to start setting up plays at that midfield level. Instead, they were just worried about just getting it out of their zone and not worrying about that next hit. And that's why Selfless could just return with the clear after clear, and then just one mistake cost them in game number 2. Game number 3, it almost happened again. Like that last play, overtime, where I think it was Sizz who could have jumped and deflected that shot in and decided not to, because I think he thought it was a free net. I think his teammates told him. Oh, so close.
I mean,
inches.
that was inches away from being Selfless' favor, and then they would have had to push Mockit into the loser's bracket, which would have been a really big upset.
Yep.
Selfless definitely still has a shot though with the teams that they have to go
For sure.
against. especially if they keep performing the way they just did.
Yeah, it was incredible stuff. One thing that the casters brought up that I want to get into your attention was some questionable lofts, right? Ball kind of just hanging in the air, just a little too long, especially on the Mockit side. Do you think that the defense for Mockit, especially in games 2 and 3, struggled, and they just really couldn't find their bearings, they couldn't find their inspiration to get things going?
Yeah, I think they had some like miscommunications where they thought, oh, like this guy probably has the better chance for it. So they both hold up for like that extra second, and that's why the ball's hanging up there for a while. And that happens with new teams when like they're just starting to play with Zane Jackie, and that's where it hurts the most on defense. Usually, like offense is pretty easy to read a pass, like you know what's coming, but defense is where it's hard when all 3 dive for balls and stuff like that.
Yeah, and a lot of times it's like, well, I know he has this beat, so I'm going to go for the counter hit.
Yeah.
That's a lot of the mentality. It's like, well, I'm going to wait for this hit, and then they get a hit way better than you expect, or it goes clears over you, or it's in a different area, and now you're at a position when you could have at least gone for the 50-50, and potentially slowed it down, at least it gotten in the way of the touch, but your patience ended up not paying, and Mockit kind of sitting back a little bit too much in those game 2 and 3 almost cost them the series.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes patience pays off, but, in the instance of Selfless, it certainly did for game 2, but unfortunately for them, though, they will not come out on top in game number 3. They will be taking a trip to the losers bracket, where they have a journey in front of them, but congratulations to Mockit NA for qualifying for the RLCS group stage phase. They will be joining Exodus, who also qualified today, as well as Cosmic and Kings of Urban. So we're getting close, boys. This is getting down to the wire for a lot of these teams. We have another great match coming up next, though. It's going to be Genesis facing off against Imperial. Who comes out on top there? We'll find out in just a few.
What is normal? Our normal is 200 miles per hour. It's 500 degrees. It's protection for 15,000 miles. And 40 below. Our normal is anything but. Mobile One. Energy lives here.
All right, well, after a whirlwind game that was Selfless versus Mockit NA, now I think we're going to see another nail-biter of a series here. Guys, welcome back to the RLCS Qualifier 2 bracket play here. I'm Golden Boy, joined by James Bot and the one and only Wave Punk. You don't get any breaks, buddy. No breaks for you.
It's all right.
All right, we have to talk about this matchup. It's going to be Genesis versus Imperial. Now, Imperial is a squad that is sitting number 8 in the community power rankings. Meanwhile, Genesis at number 5. So this could be a really close game here. James, we'll start with you. Thoughts on this Genesis roster?
Genesis, they have been a team that we saw in the first group stage. We saw they were playing with Moses, Quinn, and help me out with the last one. Pluto, yes. But they finished number 4. They're a really solid team. But actually, Moses moved over to the Exodus squad, who we saw just qualified for the group stage. And instead, they picked up Espion. And Espion is literally my favorite player in the game. So I think, and he's my favorite player because he's a good guy, but he's also just so sick in the air, so quick to the ball, a very, very talented player. I'm looking to see Genesis do big things.
Yeah, this is the thing, the big story here, the big question coming into this is, can he replace Moses? You know, we've seen this. We already saw Moses play today. He's a good player, you know, but that's a big roster change. And that number 5 spot they earned with Moses. So we're going to see what they're able to do moving forward with this, you know, because Espion's he's a good player. He's a different player.
One of the best.
So one of the best.
Opinion.
We'll go
just,
with that. He's good.
Fanboying
It's
so
a matter,
hard right
it's a
now.
matter of the synergy, you know. Is he going to synergize with other guys? So we'll see.
It's very true. Of course, you know, Exodus, though, Moses seemed to have made the right call, as they are now currently in the group stages, which, of course, Mockit NA will be joining them, as well as iBuyPower Cosmic and Kings of Urban. This is also a winner-take-all game. This is a qualifier matchup, so the winner of this game moves on to the group stages. So really huge implications here for both teams. But on the Imperial side, we're talking about a squad that sits at 8 in the community power rankings. Is it OD, Joey, Firework, and Bell? I don't know much about this team here, but they seem to be catching the eye of the community.
They are all players that have been around in the competitive scene for quite some time. In fact, way back when ESL first started, my team with, it was called Double Tap, me, Flo, and Sir Pancake, we would run into Fireworks' team all the time. They were called Supernova. So he's been competing for an incredibly long time. Bell, also, he used to sub on Kronovi's team back in the day. All of these players, OD, Joey's been playing for a while. It is an experienced team. Even though we haven't heard of them as much, they're not as big a name as Genesis, they still have a lot of skill.
Yeah, and I think you know, we made the points about how well is Genesis going to synergize. I think all those points immediately apply to Imperial. It's going to be a battle here between which team is going to be able to coordinate the best with each other and be able to create the team plays we need to create the wins.
Yeah, it's going to be an intense matchup for sure. Guys, let's go into predictions, and then we'll toss it over to our casters. James, we'll start with you. Who do you think's going to win? I have a feeling I know what you're going to say, but I really want you to surprise me.
Well, I will tell you, just based on the Genesis performance in Rocket Royale versus iBuyPower Cosmic, took it all the way to overtime in Game 5. They were looking really good. I'm going to say 2-0 in favor of Genesis.
Did not surprise
That has nothing to do with Espion being on that squad, does it? Not at all.
Completely unbiased.
You know, just for the fun of it, I'm going to go with 2-1 Imperial. Just, this is a good squad. We're going to see what they can do coming into this. I have some high hopes. Just want to see what can happen. We'll make things interesting.
Wait, Funk, man, tossing that, you know, that shade in there. This is interesting stuff. We'll see how all this pans out. All right, guys. Well, now it's time to jump into the game. We hope you guys are excited back at home. But now it's time for Leaf and Carpet to take us away. All yours.
Thank you, Golden Boy. I guess our show got canceled. We're no longer the Brody and the Beard.
No,
we're done.
It didn't.
We're out there.
2 episodes. It was done. Didn't make it very
That was
long.
enough. But look at this. Genesis and now Imperial. I know these guys actually have a 5-man roster. Ample being one of the other guys that I know well to be on the team, but I guess couldn't be on it this time. We got OD Joey playing. What do you think about that lineup, having OD Joey as their third instead of something like
I think it's going to be tough because when you see teams that really haven't been around as much, they're not as high in the power rankings. They don't play with their subs very much because they're still trying to work out their main roster and trying to climb. So I think it could be rough. But I do want to make a quick comment on Genesis. Since we were talking Moses and Espion, or Moses got swapped for Espion on Genesis roster, I was talking to Quinn and Pluto, and they made a point that Espion, like they just feel like they play better with him, I feel like. And Espion, anyone that's played with him, and I'm sure James can attest for this,
he makes everyone kind of play better. He's such a good playmaker. He's always where he needs to be. He's never taken over the show. He's not putting you in bad places. He knows your strengths and weaknesses, and he plays off of them. So I think the swap for Moses actually will work in their favor, personally.
We'll see. Now, I was talking also to Chad at an earlier time, and he was mentioning that he thinks maybe Espeon Quinn may tend to fit the same role, and he's worried that maybe that might end up they might overstepping each other. So that's something that we definitely have to watch out for. But again, Gibbs mentioned it. Lawler last month was mentioning Espeon, one of those great players to get up in the air, get to that ball first, and as long as those two can work out what they're doing and where they're going to be, hopefully we're going to see a very, very strong match from them. But we're going to jump into it. Both teams getting down onto the field, getting those cars revved up, ready to go. We're going to see if Genesis goes the way that JamesBot says and takes a 2-0, or if Wave Bump's right and Imperial can come out on top. Who is going to get it going off the kickoff? We got Joey and Pluto, which will kick off. Both teams trying to get themselves ball control to get a quick early goal, but Bell already getting a goal, a deflection off the defender.
What? What? This was not expected. Bell came up, he got the touch off the wall. I think he wanted to pass it mid, but he wasn't able to get around it in time, and it pops right off the defender who was not ready for the angle shot on net. It could have been intentional, there's a chance, but the way he angled his car, it looked like he actually wanted to push that mid for a pass, and it worked very much in his favor.
Very much is very correct. Already another one going off the backboard, trying to get another one set of overdose Joey. Good pressure, gets knocked out by Quinn. That's going to allow Espeon and Pluto to get a play started, but Pluto just misses that. Espeon will follow it up, and over top of Fireworks, just gets a touch, still dangerous. Spot for the ball to be Quinn, just dropping that down, doesn't get the second touch. Really good play coming out of Genesis as they try to even up this scoreboard.
Genesis knows they're one goal down, so they got to keep the aggression up, but you definitely don't want to concede another goal.
Oh! And there it is, the tie-in, the equalizer. Quinn dropping that one in.
Quinn turned around so fast for this. He's able to pop it up high, forcing Bell to go for the touch. Quinn ends up bodying him out of the way. He takes out Bell instead of getting the second touch, which gives him the goal. Quinn coming in clutch, turning that around, making sure that they're able to put that aggression on as quickly as possible.
Incredible, already tied up. That's going off the top. Espeon keeps that to the side. Quinn now has to clear, but Fireworks going to put it almost on target. Bell, can he sink it in? He can't. Gets stuffed out by Pluto. Pluto losing control to Joey. Very, very good pressure coming out of Imperial at the moment as they keep this a tie game. Only a minute in, though. Can go either way. We'll see if Espeon, Pluto can figure it out. Oh, the bump on Pluto is not going to allow him to get a touch, allowing Imperial to push back to midfield to see if they can get control. Keep moving forward. Joey trying to get a pass out for his teammates. Nothing really coming out of it as Genesis tries to go back on Espeon. Just barely missing the corner there.
I like seeing the aggression coming out of Imperial. They feel confident right now, even though as far as power rankings go and as far as past playing as go, like they should be kind of maybe shaking in their boots right now, and they're not. They're keeping the aggression on. They're meeting them at the middle. They're meeting them at these balls, and in essence, it's keeping this game much more toe-to-toe, and they're not letting Genesis get the passing plays that they're so good at.
Pluto just being a little bit patient on his flip there, squeezing that past the defender, waiting for the initial hit.
Pluto gets his first touch, and Espeon reads it, pops it back mid, clears one of the defenders out. Pluto sees the placement. He sees noticing where the defender's placed is actually a big part of when you take your shots. He noticed the defender was not facing the right direction. He was a little too far out, so he just put it behind him. Not a very tough shot, but if you don't notice that, you might put it right at a defender.
It's tough. He had a lot of options to shoot from. Pluto gave himself a lot of room. He took the right one as he confused out Bell, the defender. Fireworks getting a touch and a save because of it. Now Fireworks, Joey on the push out. Bell waiting back to see if anything can happen. Pluto, only defender, steals that away. Gets it past two attackers. Now Joey trying to rush back. See if his teammates can get in place. Fireworks already there. Gonna get a nice touch out to midfield. Great clear. Bell trying to get a little bit of a drop down. He's gonna get a drop pass. Get the touch. Got beaten out by Genesis. Genesis getting a little mucked up here. Pluto gets the touch instead of midfield. Challenged at midfield is Bell. That could go off the corner. Pass out to a teammate. Pluto just barely keeping that out of his net, but there's a shot. Fireworks rushing that one in.
I wanted to mention this earlier, but as far as when I've known Fireworks, I know JamesBot mentioned him, he is quite the striker. He's got good placements, and they're fast-paced right now. They're countering what Genesis is good at, which is keeping control, getting the passing plays, and Imperial's shutting that down and turning it into opportunities, and that's going to end up biting Genesis in the butt, essentially, if they don't keep the fast pace up with Imperial, and Imperial can get these touches quicker. They're going to keep putting in the shots.
Shot from Espeon, just barely is trying to get that nice little soft touch with the underside to just squeeze that in the bottom of the net, couldn't quite get control on it he needed. Fireworks, overdose Joey and his teammates doing good rotations, keeping themselves on the ball. Very, very good communication coming from Imperial. No one crowding up, getting the touches they needed on defense to get back to midfield. And there's the clear that they need to get another attack started up, see if they can create any goal opportunities off of this offensive attack. Bell, good squeeze in there. But Espeon getting a touch on that. Wins out the 50-50. Pluto, can he get some mind games himself? Espeon with the follow-up. The shot. What positioning from Espeon.
The patience. In the descriptive word of James, Espeon is sick. I know that James said that, but he saw the 50 happening. Pluto was going to try and mind game him, maybe dribble it around, and he waited patiently to just kind of interrupt and play. And Espeon waited just at the right place. He's like, honestly, if they get the pinch, it's probably going to come over my way. And he just slams a shot in right now without even thinking.
Quinn has control now, pushing that pass, challenged out. EMP pushing that, trying to push that back on the attack. Ooh, bad touch, is going to leave an open net. Espeon with a little bit of an easy goal there.
Didn't have to do whole much, even though Espeon might be too sick for that goal. But Bell ends up touching that back towards the defender, and his defender was just not prepared. It was a little too high. Maybe he should have just let the bounce happen. I think the guy that was back on Imperial, Bell, was waiting for the bounce to take the touch, and then all of a sudden when his teammate hits it, it's like, and he wasn't ready for that trajectory
Fireworks
change.
waiting for the touch, and it just went into the wrong spot. A little bit close, a little bit of a malfunction between the team, but 2 goals to even this one up. The way they've been playing, it's totally possible coming up to the last minute of gameplay, but it's going to be a struggle. Shot with another wide open net, and it's just, I guess, as you said, he's way, way too sick for Imperial right now.
Just way too sick. The issue is right now Imperial knows they have to score. They've got a minute and now a 3-goal deficit, so they're going to have to be hyper-aggressive. A lot of these goals that are going to happen are just kind of coincidental. I don't want to say coincidental, but they're just kind of situational because they know they have to be hyper-aggressive. If they don't score, they're going to lose anyways.
Exactly. You have to put that pressure on, especially in the last minute of play. If you're not putting the pressure on, you're not going to get the shots, and you're just going to stalemate out at the score you're at.
Exactly.
And that's a losing score, which you need goals. So we'll see if they can pull out another one. I mean, 2 goals in the next 30 seconds would be doable, and that would put them close to being back on the map for an overtime. But again, they keep getting caught on those aggressive plays as Genesis now puts another shot on net off the crossbar. Joey just doing everything he can to stop a second shot coming out of that one. Quinn winning in the air. Pluto with almost a nice little touch, missing the corner of that Dominus. Messing up Joey is going to allow Quinn to keep possession. Now it looks like Genesis putting on the insane amount of pressure.
Imperial, for about the first half of this game, they were meeting at the midfield every single time for Genesis, not letting them get any pass plays, which is what they excel at. Quinn, an exceptional passer. Espeon, again, works well with his teammates. But they were interrupting that before anything had happened. And now they're kind of they're not meeting it as quick. They're kind of sitting on the back, waiting for the counter hits. But Genesis is just too good at touching it to each other.
Now Overdose Joe is in a little bit of a weird spot there, waiting for a touch. They're just trying to make sure another goal doesn't go in. They don't want to end on a goal, and it almost did. Bell barely keeping that one away, but a very, very strong start coming from Imperial. We saw very close beginning of the game, but then it just kind of got taken away from them near the end by Genesis. Coming into game number 2, I feel like they're just going to, well, not have those bad touches, first of all, that we saw Fireworks with open nets, but anything else they need to do to just maintain what they had in the first half of that first game.
They just need to keep that pace up. You could tell when Genesis wasn't able to play the game they're used to, they weren't able to sink as many goals in. But as soon as that second half, when, like you said, when they were in there, they were just constantly in Imperial's half, and they were able to play the game they're comfortable with. Quinn getting the passes off, Espeon getting the touches, Espeon playing with Pluto when he played up, waited for that pinch to just come right in front of him, and he took the shot. That's when they just started to rip ahead. That's when they got that 3-goal deficit. I think they slowed down a little bit because they were maybe intimidated. Once it was tied, they're like, if we can keep it tied and sink one more, but you can't do that. You got to keep the aggression.
The second you let up any bit, a team like Genesis is going to push, hey, we have a little room to breathe. Let's get some more balls into your net. Like, it's just, that's going to happen. It's exactly what you said. If they let up any little bit in this next one, it's going to be game over for them as a 2-0.
And I mean, that's pretty much exactly it.
So we'll see in game number 2.
I feel like I had a good point to say, and not anymore.
It's game number 2. Who's going to be able to take it away? If Genesis can walk away with a 2-0, or if Imperial can maintain what they had in the first game, keep that pressure on, and get some goals themselves. Already on target is Fireworks. There we go. EMP with the first goal once again, but I mean, we saw that last time.
That's exactly what happened within the first few seconds. A goal. They didn't sit in net. I think James is going to freak out. Once we get back to him, I'm excited to see him triggered. Triggered James is my favorite James. But again, you got to sit in net off kickoff. You really have to be careful.
Triggered we are. Triggered we are. As the first goal goes in 5 seconds. 5 seconds in. Espion winning up in the air. Got challenged out, though, by Bell. Still sitting at midfield. No one really taking control. Both teams trying to get a play set up. Ball floats back down to midfield. Espion in the air. Bell catches that off the ground. A good bounce with that nose. Gets the chip out to the far side, but back into their own zone. Thankfully, as Bell is there to push it aside. Probably needing some boost based off the way he's playing. He does. He's going to lose that one out to Pluto. Pluto out to Quinn. Quinn couldn't get the backside on it to get a goal. Almost reaching a minute of gameplay. And no more goals have started. Looks like Genesis just trying to get some sweet plays started up. As EMP does put another shot on net. And Joey takes credit this time.
I don't even know where he came from. He flew in from the back corner. No one on Genesis was prepared for this. He rotated his car around to make sure he hit it with the top of his car. It was actually a beautiful touch by Joey, getting the angle he needed from such a tight. That was almost like a 90-degree shot. That was very impressive.
I'm going to say it too, just because about 300 hours in is when I realized, but there's an air roll in the game where you can turn your car, you can air roll your car by holding generally the square or the X button on your controller. There might be some people that still don't know that, but another shot almost coming up from EMP. See if they can get a third goal on, but again, as you said, they need to maintain the pressure on. They need to not let up and hold this lead. Try to keep doing what they're doing. Fireworks missing that one. Only person back there. Putting the shot on net, just off the backboard. Can he follow it up? Puts it in the far side, just missing. A little bit wide. Going to give EMP a chance to get out. Again, bullying from Joey on Pluto allows that to go into the orange territory. We'll see if they can get out of their zone back down into EMPs. That's going to be an opportunity for Pluto, it looks like, but he's going to wait back patiently for Fireworks to get the hit. Missing the read off that bounce.
Genesis seems to be a little slower. They're not following up their touches. Right here, Pluto's going to try and get the redirects back over to, I believe that was Espion that came up for that. Something they have to be careful of is if, especially now with being 2 goals down, they've got 3 minutes. They need to make something out of this.
Bell, the last defender, challenging that to Pluto. Back to midfield. Looks like they're going to go. Quinn trying to keep that from going into their own zone. That's a shot on net, actually. Espion way up in the air. Sorry, I thought someone was going to get that.
Espion with the high lob. He ends up getting, he comes off the wall for this, nearly near the ceiling, keeps it so high. Those are hard to predict, especially when you're like, all right, it might hit the ceiling, it's going to come down. You kind of wait for it to hit the ceiling, and then it never hits the ceiling. Now you haven't jumped. It's coming right for your net. That, I mean, just for him to even get up that high off the wall and be that accurate.
Approaching the halfway mark in about 15 seconds. Only a 1-goal deficit for Genesis, and based off the amount they got last time, we know that they can do this. The EMP doing everything they can to maintain this lead. Fireworks trying to challenge that. Bell going back to his own zone as he sees Espion gain control of that. Pluto with the shot going a lot wide. Bell just makes sure it keeps going that direction. Quinn putting it back in front of the net. Espion trying to finish it off, but that's going way back into the zone. Bell pushing that way to the side. Maybe could have got a better touch to put it into the net, but at least they kept it in the zone. That's dropping down dangerously close to the net. And now with Bell messed up in the net, Espion was just waiting like a shark to put that in.
Imperial is getting a little bit antsy on defense sometimes. We just saw all 3 Imperial players in the corner. Thankfully, Genesis wasn't able to get control. It would have been just an easy shot off the corner, easy angle for anyone on the Genesis team. I've seen them pull it off countless times. But Imperial still keeping up the pressure here and there. They slow down a little bit, letting Genesis get the passing plays a little bit more here and there. But they just need to keep interrupting. They can keep this lead.
Joey leaves that one out for Bell. Bell throws it out to the midfield. Could be dangerous. Espion was up for that touch. Definitely don't want to be throwing those in front of the net when Espion is nearby. Quinn going to drop that aside. Takes away from Pluto, though, and that's going to leave him as the last defender. Thankfully, they rotate back, but back to the blue end. Joey trying to get the second touch, and he does! Joey pulling out some Lucinio moves, it looks like.
Reading this up off the ceiling is one of the most difficult things. He knows he gets it high, so he angles his car.
Oh, my goodness,
He manages
Joey
to follow that off the ceiling. No one prepared for it. No one's ever ready for someone to get that second touch. Like you said, we saw Lucinio do that earlier in Qualifier, and it's just such an unexpected move. But coming in when he needs to, they're keeping their cool.
Absolutely incredible shot coming of an overdose, showing them that he was the right third to pick for this game. Joey, although accidentally passing that one back to Genesis. Thankfully, EMP gets re-control of that. Bell with a shot on net. It's going to go a little bit wide, it looks like, as now Genesis are trying to put a little more of that last-minute hustle onto the ball, as they need 2 goals if they don't want to lose this one.
2 goals in 1 minute is very, very possible, but it's not looking so good with Imperial.
Especially when Fireworks drops another one.
Sinking yet another one. Looks like a little bit of over-possession here. Try to get a little touch back to, I think Pluto tried to touch it back to one of his third players who was cheating up a little bit too much. But again, one of those situational goals. They knew they had to score. They had to start over-committing, or they would just lose anyways. And for the situation, Imperial spreads the lead by a 3-goal deficit.
Oh, this is looking a lot opposite than what we saw last time. Imperial taking the lead by more than a few goals. Bell with another shot off the crossbar. Overdose Joey to finish it up, and he gets another one. 5-1 for Imperial.
Hopefully Genesis can just erase whatever's happening right now in this game, because they are going to be quite upset with themselves letting this many goals sink in on such a big stage. Right, this is going to potentially, what looks like it's going to tie the series up. This is to qualify. This is to make it in to the group stages. Both the teams really, Imperial, keep doing what you're doing. Genesis, I don't know what you're doing.
I don't think they do either. Quinn just giving away possession on that one. Fireworks getting the touch. Bell to follow it up. Tries to get a read, but a little bit late on that. They want to sink another one. They have 30 seconds left to get 2 more goals. We'll see if they can do it. That'd be very, very difficult to do against a team like Genesis, but I would already have thought a 5-1 win would be a little bit difficult to do against Genesis. But Imperial showing us what they can do. Espeon now with the dribble opportunity. He gets the touch. Look at that.
Oh.
Very, very good dribble.
It's still showing just how sick he really is.
He's so sick.
So much patience. He wait for that second flip, gets the touch over the final defender, and keeping their cool to be able to do this is what they need going into Game 3. If they can kind of get the momentum in their favor towards the end of this game and kind of work out the kinks, work out what we're doing wrong last time, I think they maybe underestimated Imperial. They weren't prepared for this kind of aggression to be able to shut down their plays.
It is, because right now, with having a 5-2 lead, Imperial's going to go in with momentum. They're going to go in feeling confident, and they're going to play exactly how they just played this match. And when they just won it against you 5-2, you don't want them playing the same. So Genesis are going to have to make some serious changes if they want to not throw away another game like that. Like, that's incredible that we saw the complete opposite, especially when we heard predictions of 2-0 coming from Genesis. And honestly, that would have been my prediction as well.
Yeah, I would have assumed Genesis would have kind of maybe come in and dominated both these games pretty readily, because like I said, their passing plays are incredible. They've got, all 3 of them. I know I emphasized 2 of them, but all 3 of those guys have just such a toolbox of skills they have. And I haven't really seen a lot of Imperial. I know they're kind of 2 teams just kind of mashed together recently to form, and they're doing a good job of countering this high level of play. Because high level play is all about preventing the other team from even doing anything. It's almost kind of like hot potato sometimes.
Yeah.
You continue on to possession, you pass to each other, do whatever, and Imperial's just shutting it down. And with strikers like Fireworks, and now Odie Joey's showing his strength by that nasty little 90-degree shot he took from the back corner.
That's so good.
I think it seems that Genesis is just kind of caught off guard. They weren't prepared to have to deal with something like this right now.
Oh, again, keeping on Overdose Joey, that other shot that he got off the roof too. Like, who would have expected him to make that? Genesis probably sitting back and saying, "Oh, okay, these guys can do stuff. We're gonna have to change this up coming to the next one." You know, they won the first one, saying, "All right, it'll be the same way in the next one." But they're being contested. They are being they got beat out. They need to change it up. Coming into game at number 3, series tied up 1-1 in this best of 3 with Imperial versus Genesis. See who can take away this next one. Pluto off the wall. Nice touch. Quinn probably should have been up to that to challenge that against Fireworks, but he isn't. So said Fireworks is going to push that into Genesis zone, trying to get a shot. Bell just a little wide. Pluto was there anyways to defend it. Good pressure from Joey. He's going to leave that one up for Pluto. Fireworks instead, once again, getting that backside. He loves using that backside of the nose of his car there.
It's the strongest part of the car, and he's using it well. He gets up real close to it, and then he flips around really fast to make sure he gets a powerful touch, good clears, and even if it just slams off the corner really hard, it's probably going to most likely start centering, so you're forcing a defender, even if it's an easy block.
Oh, Espeon! What a great shot, but blocked out by Overdose Joey. Quinn now trying to get another play set up. Espeon was ready for that, but Bell, this field side flip's going to give Pluto enough time to challenge that one. Quinn's just going to do a back pass, see if no one's there, though, so Overdose Joey's like, "Oh, well, I'll just take that from you." Bell steals it off the top, the pass out. Pluto's going to win the contest on that in the air. Overdose Joey stealing that away. The roll up, who can get to that? Oh, good demo from Pluto to make sure Overdose Joey couldn't get up. Shots on net, but Bell, good defensive rotation, keeps it from going in the net.
The defense on Imperial is much stronger right now. They know that they're going to get a lot of midfield shots. And even that redirect from Espion, I honestly, from the angle I saw, I thought it was going in. I cannot believe someone from Imperial read that.
Oh, but Espion says, I'm going to get one of them one of these times.
They weren't
and
able to read this. Yeah, Quinn puts it over to the top left of the net. Espion's like, no worries, man. I know you missed. I'm going to help sink this in. Bell goes up. I think Bell may have seen Espion going for that. It looked like he was not going directly for the ball, but kind of trying to get the block. But it's impossible to know where Espion's going to put
well,
it.
especially with, again, by the time you see Espion, it's probably already too late. It's already too late. Bell getting a good pinch. That's going to be in favor of his team, dropping in front of the net. He tries to follow it up himself. Pluto reads where that shot's going to be. Chases it up himself. A little upside down shot. Overdose Joey off the wall. Just needs to keep it a little higher. Dropped a little bit too low probably for Bell to get the shot. Quinn's going to be able to steal that away. Nice block from Quinn. Sets up Espion. Now Espion has a chance to be super sick again. But he loses out on the sick part. Just super.
Just pretty
doesn't
super.
get the shot. We have Overdose Joey now trying to keep it out. Pluto steals it away. Fireworks now. Gains possession. Quinn with off the crossbar. Very, very good defense, as you said. Oh, except here, Overdose doesn't get the side flip in time. The shot comes from Espion.
This was good on Bell. You don't want to let it bounce off that backboard, so he tries to read it. But the problem is Overdose Joey would have already had to be following that out of net. But instead, he had actually just been rotating back to net, which means he either should have let it come off the back wall or Bell needed a slightly better touch, should have put it to the corner. And it actually wasn't that tough of a shot for Genesis to make. They just had to place it well.
Well, we said it before. If you go for those Spider-Man saves off the backboard, you either get a really good touch to clear to push it to the side or coordinate with your teammates, as you just mentioned, to follow up. See if Pluto get a wall touch out to his teammate. Fireworks stuffs that one. Espion traces that one down to the ground. It's going to roll up. He did read it, didn't quite get the touch. But Pluto saves him to keep it in. Nice touch again from Pluto as Fireworks and Bell try to get it out. Overdose Joey filling the position of net. Now Bell moves forward. See if he can get a shot himself. Oh, the pass out would have been great, but Espion rolls over, steals that away. So they try to get another shot on net. Espion just almost getting the second touches there to squeeze that into the net. Pluto trying to help him keep the pressure on. 2 minutes left in this, only 2 goals down. Imperial still doing a very, very good job of keeping up the pace of this match. And it's still anyone's game at this point.
I mean, they're going toe-to-toe with teams that statistically should have really just been dominating, and they're doing a great job. It's 1-1 in the series. Whoever wins this makes it into the group stages, and it looks like Genesis turned it on just when they needed. Espion's just been a powerhouse of a striker. He keeps coming in exactly when he needs to, doing really good solo plays around players. But overall, just good control out of Genesis right now.
Well, either way, I think Imperial can walk away, whether they win or not. Pluto. Whether they walk away with a win or not, I think they can walk away proud with the way they play because they are playing strong, competing against a team like Genesis. Oh, the flip from Bell. No finish off, though. Fireworks was there, recognizing Pluto was going to get the touch. We'll see if Pluto can get a play started up. Quinn's following behind. Puts that a little too far out of his reach, loses possession. Overdose Joey takes over off the wall. Espion once again up in the air. 2 defenders back for EMP. Over 1. Fireworks recognizing to win it, get it. Cleans it up himself. Quinn, with the touch! Nice little touch on the nose. Almost putting that one in. Final minute of gameplay.
You'll see a lot of times what Quinn touches, he doesn't really go for the net all the time. He'll actually tap it gently. He'll suck a defender out of the net just so he can pass it to another player, giving them a better shot. But if his players aren't there all the time or they're a little bit slow, sometimes it clears out. But you'll notice that he's a player that does that exceptionally well.
This could be what it needs. 40 seconds left. 2 goals. Imperial needs to have that pressure on, but they're not. It looks like they're trying not to make the mistakes they made last time and have no one in net. But they do got to make sure they don't die out on the pressure because of that. It's do or die at this point. 30 seconds left. They have to get 2 goals in the net. 20 seconds. Fireworks tries to get that. Espion keeps it away. All 3 Genesis players grouped up, trying to get it out. Fireworks can steal this away. Bell, can he follow it up? Just get it one past one defender. Couldn't. Pluto gets his body in the way. This could be it. Bell almost squeezes that by. Wow. Oh my goodness, 7 seconds. This is going to be not very easy, especially when Espion has control. And there's the pass to Quinn. That was a great pass too. But that's going to finish it, and that's going to be it for Imperial as Genesis takes them out, a 3-0 win in game number 3.
Genesis makes it because of this win. They qualify for the group stages. Congratulations to Genesis. But Imperial, they need to take this heads high. There's still a chance to lose the bracket. They can come through. And they just played so well against one of the better teams in NA, especially with how we've been seeing them perform. We saw they took iBet Power to Game 5 overtime in Rocket Royale just earlier, like this week or last week. But either way, that means Imperial went toe-to-toe with them for the bulk of these games. And they need to take them heads high going into this. They cannot let the tilt get to them. They need to go into the loser bracket knowing they've still got a big shot.
Oh, they did. They Super Genesis, and you took a game like it was 2-1 against it. Like that's incredible how well they played. As you said, heads high. You can't let the tilt factor come in. Incredible. Desk. Like I'm curious to see what you say. How about that Imperial?
Thank you so much, Leaf. And yeah, Imperial, very shocking. I mean, this was a team that, Carpet, I think it said, was supposed to be shaking in their boots, right? Or supposed to roll over and die, but not the case at all. Imperial fought hard, taking game number 2 here. But let's start.
Saw some incredible plays from Joey, but most of them were solo plays. A lot of his goals were stuff that you weren't expecting him to score. He was going and bouncing it off the ceiling, like we were talking about. He made all the saves that they needed in game number 3, but he couldn't do it all by himself. And so it was it. Genesis
sounded like Genesis had some high performance. Speaking of, let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance replays here, because we had some great shots, some nail biter shots here as well from Quinn. Espeon was also a superstar. You'll see a couple of his shots, but man, I have to say, very impressive stuff from Genesis in game 1.
Yeah, you could see there that pass, or Quinn just hitting it to himself and then redirecting it lower into the net. But there is another passing play. You see right here, Espeon playing. He's played back. And that ended up the ball kicking out. Just smart positioning from Espeon, looking for that to happen.
Yeah, but look at this solo from Joey, just bouncing it off the ceiling like we've talked about. This is a crazy solo play. This is amazing stuff. It completely blew away Espeon and net. He didn't know what to do with it, but if you're gonna that sort of play by itself can't win you the game.
Yeah, and this is the one I was giggling like a schoolgirl. You saw Quinn just passing it across the field. Espeon waiting for it. That one just shutting down in the clear, getting the goal. Out of the 10 goals that Genesis scored, Espeon scored 7 of them. And then with the final goal that we saw was that passing play where Espeon dribbled it right over to Quinn. So just phenomenal play. Espeon stepping it up. I feel like he was the MVP of this series, and Genesis can breathe a sigh of relief now that they have punched their ticket into the group stage.
They really do. And Imperial, they are going to be a force to be reckoned with down in that losers bracket, especially with on the back of OD Joe. If they can get a little bit more team play going, man, I could totally see them qualifying in the group stages just a little bit later on.
One thing I just want to highlight is the mechanics from OD Joey was just absurd. That mid-air touch, you wouldn't even have been able to tell that he, grazed the ball the way that he did midair. And I think even Leaf was like, yeah, well, I just found out about that one after a couple hundred hours of gameplay. I mean, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, that's the reason why this game is so incredible, because of plays like that. He swooped all the way over. He went for a demo, right? Did not get the demo, whiffed it completely, and said, I'm going to recorrect myself and look for the opportunity. Gets the call that it's in the air and flies in from the corner and just nudges it into the goal. Like, those things, they're just so absurd. And when you see it, you have to appreciate the skill that these players have here. And I do agree with you, James. I do feel Espeon was the MVP of this game, and one heck of a pickup for this Genesis roster. They lost Moses, and we saw Moses play quite the role in that Exodus game. But Espeon was the difference maker here. His plays were phenomenal, and I know as a soccer mom, you were so happy.
Yes, I'm really just excited to see Espeon evolve as a player as we continue to go through this
so
RLCS.
fast,
I should
little
say
baby,
soccer
just
dad.
growing
You're just a happy soccer dad, man. Look at you.
You gotta be a fan.
You gotta be a fan.
Cheering his boy on the
We're
court.
all fans here.
You get him, Espeon. Oh man, it was awesome though. Of course, a huge congratulations to Genesis. They move on to the next round. They will be joining iBuyPower Cosmic, Kings of Urban, Exodus, and Mockit NA. But there is going to be another qualification match coming up next. We saw them at the top of the broadcast. Can this be their time? Lucky Bounce facing off against Retrospect. It's going to be a great game, and we'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everyone, to the Rocket League Championship Series Qualifier 2. Golden Boy here at the desk, of course, joined by Gibbs and now Lawler. And we have had just incredible match after incredible match throughout this day. It has been a great day for NA Rocket League, in my opinion. Now we go into a matchup that could potentially be yet another nail-biter. Retrospect facing off against Lucky Bounce. And we saw Lucky Bounce at the top of the show. We saw what they were capable of doing, taking out XYZ in dominant fashion, 2-0, looking phenomenal. But now Retrospect, a team that is number 7th in the community power rankings, looking to really, one, get back into groups, but also really establish themselves as a top team. But here's the kicker here, folks. In the community power rankings, Lucky Bounce is ranked number 6, while Retrospect is number 7. So if you are a betting man, which, maybe you might be taking some odds
Not against
here.
Gibbs, man.
Gibbs, I'm scared for what you have to say. But Lucky Bounce is looking like the favorite.
Yeah, Retrospect's a brand new team, basically, at this point. Classics is the only one that is returning from group stage number 1. And then they brought in some guy named Geno Cop. I think most people have heard of him from Orbit.
He's back, boys.
The keyboard mouse player.
KBM.
So he's back. And then they're bringing in Chrome from No Clue, who just missed out on groups last time. So it's 3 very individual players that are coming together as a team. We'll see how that works.
That's my curiosity between them two, because they are very individually skilled. I've been playing a lot with Chrome over the past couple of weeks, and he has the ability to take that support role and make passes or score if you need him to as well. And that's where I'm worried if he can do that with his teammates. In scrims talking to him, they've been playing well, but they're getting beat by teams like Mockit, so hopefully they show up when it matters.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Mockit has qualified, and they will be moving on to the group stages here. For Lucky Bounce, so they're coming off of a big victory from the Supersonic series hosted by VVV. Of course, a community tournament. If you guys haven't had a chance to check it out yet, please do so. Lots of great community events from, Supersonic series all the way over to, RLC. But they really are a squad that have been sitting at the door, right?
Yeah,
and they keep knocking, and could this be the time where the door finally opens for Lucky Bounce? They make it to the group stages and they show everyone what they're capable of doing, Gibbs.
Yeah, they've put in the work. The past 4 weeks, most of NA has been like taking a week off here or there.
Right.
Lucky Bounce, week after week after week, is placing high like in these tournaments. I expect them to come out strong.
Yeah, the 3 teams that I've been watching were actually the 2 that we just had play, because they've been scrimming like crazy. Like Genesis has been scrimming more than anybody else, but right behind them has definitely been Lucky Bounce. They, like you said, have been showing up in tournaments. They're usually winning those tournaments, or at least placing top 3. So if they can keep doing that, and their teamwork showed against XYZ at the beginning of the day, I think that's where they're gonna pull through. Is their teamwork is gonna trump that individual skill.
Well, and that's something you had made mention of before, Lawler. Right. During the break, you said that Retrospect known mostly as solo players.
Right.
So could that, could teamwork make the dreams work? That's the question.
I think it rhymes for a reason, right?
Yeah.
Like that's how it works. So if they can do so, it's a big if. You've seen them play, but every time that I've had to go against them, I'm not as good as these guys, so it's irrelevant. But when you watch them play against the higher level teams, when they're placing top 3, in most cases, they do play very well as a team. And they're showing to me that playing with Timothy rather than September has not been a problem. So if they can keep doing that, it shouldn't be a problem. But don't expect this team in Retrospect to just fall over. They're a very good and well-played team.
All right, well, let's get ready to toss it to casters. But before we do so, predictions, Gibbs?
All right, so Lucky Bounce is that team, and then Retro is that wild card. No one's really seen them since they've made this new squad. I'm going to give it to Lucky Bounce. They're putting in the work. 2-0. Lucky Bounce. I'm going 2-0.
You have a reputation on the line here, my friend, because James failed
This is a risky
miserably.
match. This could go anyway, but yeah.
I'm gonna make it interesting, just because.
Just so you know, anyone who's made it interesting in that chair has failed every time.
Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe second guessing.
Think wisely.
No, 2-1 in the favor of Lucky Bounce. I think that Retrospect could do it. It's just unlikely. Lucky Bounce has been playing consistent for weeks.
Yeah.
So why stop now?
Okay, so we'll see. Lucky Bounce seems to be the favorite here at the analyst desk. Now it's time. Toss it over to our casters, Leaf and James Bot. Take it away, boys.
Teamwork makes the dream work. I mean, not every time something rhymes. I mean, LeafX is cool, still doesn't make me cool, but
that doesn't. Yeah, never mind.
But yeah, we have Lucky Bounce at Retro. This is gonna be an incredible match. I mean, as they said, Lucky Bounce been trying so hard for so long to put themselves at that top tier level amongst the greats, the other great teams, and we have Retro where they're new guys. They're
they're all old names in the scene, like Chrome, Genocop, Classics, Kyle Mask as a sub. All these guys have been around, but what we haven't seen is them playing on a team. So we'll have to see if they gel on a team. Classics being on Onslaught, which finished 5th in the group stage last time, and then Geno also from another group stage team. So these guys, they have a lot of skill, but like they were saying, Lucky Bounce, these guys have put in the grind. They actually beat me, Lawler, and Carpet in a
I don't believe
tournament.
that.
So if I know it's hard to believe.
Mercs.
It's hard to believe. So they have massive skill. So
Okay.
we'll have to see. You heard the smartest caster or smartest analyst in Rocket League's prediction. We'll see if that holds true.
We'll see if it holds
going
true,
into this
but they
series.
are about to jump into it to let us know what's going to happen in these matches on the kickoff. We got that KBM player, the keyboard and mouse, Gino Cop, facing off against Darkfire. Completely neutral. We'll see if his skills are still strong as he jumps back into the RLCS. I mean, they made it this far. See if they can keep it up. Gino Cop off the wall. Good touch out to Chrome. Chrome a little late to get that touch. Gino Cop staying on that ball, though. He is not giving up. Pinch out front could be an opportunity. I don't think any of his teammates were expecting that one. Chrome gets there a little bit late. Classics on the ball, just a little bit under. Just tries to keep possession. Trying to keep Timothy and them on their toes by touching that ball.
Oh, good block by Classics there, getting back, but Torment's putting this on net, so it's looking to be a close game so far. Both of these teams, as we say, knocking on the door not only of the RLCS, but trying to get that first goal of the series.
Chrome off the backboard. That could be out for a teammate. No one at all to get there for that. That ball rolled for about 10 minutes straight with no one touching that. On the attack again, though, is Retro. See if they can get some. Chrome backs off of that. Gino Cop in the air. Classic's going to let that go off the corner. So he sees Torment is going to get the touch. Timothy gets a nice touch out. Great pass to Torment. See if he can throw it up. Timothy with the other touch, just a little bit wide. Chrome's going to beat him out to that. Darkfire just keeping a touch on. Could be a pass out to Chrome. Torment takes it instead. Good touch from Darkfire to make sure it stays in the zone. Torment's going to run out as Timothy moves in instead, takes his spot. The Classics and the Retro folks trying to push out past midfield. Chrome finally does get that breakthrough that they needed. Still scoreless about a minute and a half into this. Gino Cop with the touch. Timothy barely scraping to keep that one out.
Yeah, these teams right now struggling to just get control of the ball. You see a lot of back and forth, and that's going to be an easy save here. Neither one of these teams able to get much going. It's just been them hitting the ball at each other's net with not much hope of getting a goal.
Timothy with a good touch. Darkfire's just waiting for this to drop. Classics follows that one out very nicely. You got to be super careful on those backboard passes as a defender. Gino Cop following that through. Chrome to pick it up. Just keep possession. Keeps it away from any attackers on the side of Lucky Bounce there, but eventually gives away possession. Torment scoops it up the wall.
Oh,
Gino Cop
no.
misses that, and that's going to be a shot from Timothy to the far side. Chrome just keeping a nose on that. Timothy tried to get that into the corner, being sneaky.
Yeah, unfortunately, he slapped it with a wet noodle, and it didn't go very hard towards net.
Torment has to keep that out. Classics just backing off to let Gino on the wall. Doing a very good job of following up on most of his hits. Chrome's going to be after the one here, though, leaving Torment an open shot to get that clear down into the corner. Gino Cop just getting his car on that one. Chrome, good touch at the middle. He's going to follow that up himself. Gino Cop tried to get a little pop-up for him. That play still at least in possession of Retro as Demo comes out, going to allow Lucky Bounce to try to get a breakout. They're going to get stuck in their zone still.
It seems like both these teams are just in that feel-out phase. Oh, no!
Oh, wow, what a save from Torment.
You saw Timothy there got hung up on that corner of the net. That's so dangerous. Fortunately for him, Torment bailed him out.
Yeah, that was a very dangerous situation. Still scoreless, though. Minute 40 left in this match. Gino Cop's going to try to be the one that pinch in favor of Torment, maybe, but Classics gets that off the ground the second it touches. Gino Cop, very, very strong rotations coming out of Retro as they try to put the first goal of this match in. Gino Cop reading that off the wall very well. Loses possession. Torment steals that away. Up the wall is Timothy. He could be a shot off the backboard. Darkfire waiting for that rebound. Can't quite get it, and more power came off it than he expected as Chrome gets a backboard touch. Classics doing whatever he can to get that past Torment. A little bump for a little touch there from Gino. Is going to allow Classics to almost take it the whole way. Rolls a little bit too fast for Gino to finish it, though.
You are exactly right. That hit just too much speed, and still just not many opportunities coming out for either side. It hasn't been the prettiest game so far, but these teams just battling still. Under a minute left to go, and we haven't seen the first goal or the real menacing opportunity.
As you said, it's still 0-0, but the shot, and that's going to be it. Darkfire grabs that one from midfield.
Yeah, you could see Chrome tried to get it clear, didn't get a big hit. Torment set it right up for Darkfire, who puts it on net. No one home for for Retrospect there, and that is the first goal of the game. Less than a minute left to go. That could be it. Judging by the offense we've seen so far from these teams, that is the game winner.
Well, that's rough. Like already, like 0 goals this whole time with 40 seconds left. That's not going to look promising at all for Retro, as they're down a goal. They need to get this. Chrome trying his best to get something set up for Classics. Can't. Genocop waiting back patiently. Classics thought he could get a pass there, but takes it away instead, realizing Genocop went to the other side. Torment going to easy scoop up the wall. See if he can follow it up. Does, but that's going right to Gino. Good touch from Gino to keep it to the side. Chrome's going to have to win this one out. Darkfire wins it instead to the front. Timothy with the shot. The pressure is on. Now from Lucky. They need to get a play. Classics, can he get a play started up? Oh, one defender he had to beat, and that's going to be a ground touch from the ball, ending our first game in favor of Lucky Bounce.
Yeah, Gibbs predicted it, so it is absolutely 100% inevitable that it goes 2-0 in favor of Lucky Bounce. But still, these teams coming out, this was a very slow game. These teams feeling each other out. It didn't feel like some of the other series that we saw today. These teams weren't as much, there were not as many passing plays.
You're right.
You know, we watched that Genesis game. We saw multiple plays of the players playing off of each other. This one just felt like players running towards the ball, getting those hits. It could be a little bit of nerves because both of these teams, as we said before, they have been on the outside looking in. Both of these teams just wanting so much to get into that group stage and to be a top team. So that might just be a result of nerves. We didn't see a lot of offense, really.
No, not at all. I mean, most shots came out of Lucky Bounce, but like I think 3 total coming out of Retrospect. It's not a lot. It's not a lot that you expect to be on net, especially with players that we know from Retro being very good at goal scoring. They're good players. So it's going to be interesting to see, as you said, not enough team plays. It'll be interesting to see if they can pull that out finally in the second one, run away with a win. Hopefully, for their sake, they can. I would love to see this to go into a game 3 because, again, both these teams deserve this, and it's going to be exciting. But Retro, can you do it? Can you get some passing plays to take away a win on this one? Chrome not able to win out on that kickoff 50-50. Darkfire just going to keep that aside as his teammates get boost. Looks like Retro's going to do the same. Genocop going to keep the pressure on, though. Make sure they don't end up back in their own zone. That's out front for Classics. Reading that pass so well and just sinking that past the defender.
Yeah, this one was just, you see Torment tries to get the clear, and Chrome shuts it down. Fortunately for Classics, bounces right back out into the mid. A hard position to be in if you're in net. Darkfire, you saw there, just could not make the save. And just 15 seconds into this one, Retrospect scores their first goal of the series.
And precisely as we said, it's off an assist too. It's off one of those passes. I still want to see the whole team get involved, but that's what you need to start with. And it worked already. Chrome winning the aerial contest. Classics winning that one. The team pushing the ball slowly, but inevitably towards Lucky Bounce's goal. That's up front. Oh, Classics tried to go for the demo, but the ball almost still squeaking in. Timothy just getting in. There's the follow-up. Classics finally finishes that one off.
Classics trying to prove that he's the MVP this game. Yes, you saw him go for the demo and then just loops right back around. The ball pops out into the mid, and he did a good job of getting power on that shot, using the corner of the Dominus to just jettison that right into the heart of the net. And this is a much different looking Retrospect team than we saw in the first game.
Oh, precisely. And that shot almost into an open net, though. Classics getting a little tripped up on the corner. Scared from that shot from Timothy. Darkfire just doing everything he can to keep it in. Just challenge that with his car. Get a body in front of the ball. Oh, going for the demo himself. We're seeing some attempts at physical gameplay. That's a little bit wide on an open net. Classics not able to squeak it by Torment.
Chrome had the chance there to redirect that on net. Barely missed that one. If he got a little bit more juice on it, might have been able to be a pass for Classics. But good thinking by Classics and Chrome there.
That could be a pass from Darkfire out. Torment. Oh my goodness! It's just getting barely a touch.
Genocop kept that out. The whole ball has to pass over the threshold of the goal line to be a goal. And you saw just a little piece of that ball was still hanging out. And Genocop saved that one.
That's nerve-wracking. I mean, you see a lot of players will mess that up. When that ball's slowly going into their net like that, they can mess up. They get nervous and they do things preemptively. But he stayed patient, got the ball out, kept themselves at a 2-0 lead. Genocop up in the air. Timothy, easy connect with that one to throw it back down in, trying to follow up. Reads it wrong, but Darkfire's there to roll it up. Chrome reading the roll very well. Throws that right back down deep into their zone, almost on target. Torment keeping that to the side. Back out in front, and Classics once again with another goal.
There you have it, a hat trick for Classics. Torment, again, he's trying to get the clear. That one bounced off the wall, just the flat wall, and kicked it right back out into the mid. Torment, he was trying to aim for the corner so that it would have shot down the sideline, but he just missed, so bouncing right back out into the mid for Classics, and he buried that one. A hat trick for Classics as he is fighting to keep his team alive.
Oh my goodness, just barely able to get his car on that a little bit wide of an angle. Classics almost got another one. Another one. Torment. Torment trying to get a goal themselves. They're down 3 goals. Still 2.5 minutes left in this match. We're at the halfway mark. Timothy a little bit late on the contest from that, so Chrome's going to win it out. Now it looks like Lucky Bounce are doing everything they can to stay alive. In game number 2, we're going to end up with a 1-1 in the series of 3. And if Retro keeps playing like this, most likely will. Up in the air, Classics wins out on that. It's going to drop down easy for Darkfire, but Chrome challenges it. Torment needs to win the challenge on this. No one there to contest him. Puts it to midfield. Now they're going to be on the attack.
Questionable hit there by Classics. Genocop was ready for that clear, and Classics decided to hit it into the corner, so he just must have panicked and not realized that Gino was back for that hit, and that's why we see them still trying to fight out of the zone right now.
This could be a good passing play. Classics to Genocop on target. What a shot from Gino, but there was a defender there. Timothy gets in the way. Classics just almost getting the recorrect on the side flip to put another one in himself. Genocop just throwing that down, but he gives it to Torment instead, and that's an open net. If Torment can push it back, he does. Just gets the final touch.
You see Torment just delayed this. He was trying to be as unpredictable as possible, waiting for Classics. He makes his move and just threads it right behind Classics and enough in front of Chrome so that Chrome could not make the save. Heads up play by Torment, and now just 2 goals separating these teams. About a minute and a half left. This is still doable for Lucky Bounce.
And Chrome expected his teammate to get it. By the time it was to him, too late to react. 2 goals are all they need. On the attack, though, again, is Retrospect. See if they can get another goal and further their lead, or if Lucky Bounce can bring this deficit a little less. Torment out to the front. Bit of a dangerous. Darkfire was there to clear it to the side. Chrome up in the air. His teammate Classics behind it, but they know Torment's going to get this, so they back off. Genocop to Classics. Just trying to get a body in the way. It's a little weird bounce. No one connects. Darkfire wins out on that, but Chrome steals it off the ground. Just pushing it into the other end, and we've seen it before. All you need to do is hold this lead. You don't need to get overly committed to anything. Just make sure you maintain the lead at least. Don't give up on anything. Don't play too passive, but don't do anything super crazy off the crossbar. Chrome was ready to finish that one off.
Yeah, if I was Retrospect, I would really want to maintain the lead because then I would win, right? That's you're darn right.
We'll see. Well, sometimes you can win with a tie, you know?
No, well, Canadian math, everybody.
Darkfire. Genocop fighting that one out. Genocop wins it. Genocop getting very, very good touches all game, whether it's high or low. He gets them very far and deep into the opponent's zone. That's what we need to do. Darkfire trying to squeeze it by. 17 seconds left. They need to do this. If they want to win this, or tie it at least, they get a 2-0. Otherwise, we're going into game 3. 9 seconds left. Darkfire trying to get out. Timothy waiting back, way back, as you saw Genocop up for the shot. And Genocop just doing everything they can to make sure they don't get scored on, and that is going to be it. 2 goals cannot happen in 0 seconds. 1 can, but 2 cannot.
Retrospect just came back alive in this one. They struggled so much in the first game. They were just not gelling. And then it seems like the flip has script in game 2 here. Lucky Bounce struggling in this one to get anything going. We saw a few defensive errors. Torment wasn't able to get the clear off the corner, hit it off the sidewall, which put it back out into the mid. But Classics, with the hat trick there, came up huge for Retrospect. And this is the final game. These teams, whoever wins this game gets into the group stage, so a lot riding on this one. Lucky Bounce, they were not in the group stage last time, trying to make it happen, and Classics almost striking early yet again.
We'll see if they can pull out what they pulled out in the second one for Retro. I mean, 9 shots to 3 is a much different game than that second one. Or if Lucky Bounce can pull out another win themselves, maybe get some Lucky Bounces themselves. Timothy missing out on that one. Chrome is going to take it instead way, way down into Retro zone. Torment not able to take opportunity. Now Classics has 1 person to beat.
2v1.
And that's it. Oh! Chrome was trying to get in to take out Darkfire, but couldn't quite make it in time.
Yes, that was a questionable play there. Classics could have gone for the pass across net, but he instead went for the shot. And honestly, I think the passing play might have been a better decision
100%.
there. But still, Retrospect putting on the pressure, looking good so far in this final game of the series.
Classics realizing he got a lot of shots last time and goals last time, maybe thinking he could get another one, but team play is still going to be critical, especially when you have a team that's fighting to stay alive. At this moment, Lucky Bounce going to do everything they can to make sure you don't score, so you got to do everything you can, and that includes team passes. Classics. Good touch from midfield. Chrome bounce off there, not in his favor. Torment's going to take that away instead. Genocop putting it right back. It's like, I haven't had enough time down in your zone, guys. We're going right back down there. Darkfire gets a touch. Timothy, nice touch over Classics. Losing control a bit here, though. If Torment doesn't get to it, Genocop's going to steal it away. He does. If I can get past Darkfire, a scoring opportunity. Darkfire puts it to midfield. Needs to get a touch.
That's the backboard.
Yeah, and Classics reading that, but Torment beating him out.
Torment doing a solid job of preventing that backboard bounce. Those are so dangerous if you let those bounce straight out, but Torment shut it down.
Classics to Darkfire. Over to Chrome and Genocop, a little bit of miscommunication. Genocop just gets himself back in time. Thankfully that shot went a little bit wide anyways. Classics missing that. It looks like Retro's in a bad spot. Lucky Bounce needs to take advantage of this, and they do off the backboard. Can he be finishing it off?
Oh, no!
Timothy, no! Right into Classics.
Again, another noodle whack, and that was surely a goal. Timothy just did not get a good hit on it, and we're still tied. That was a golden opportunity for Lucky Bounce.
Oh, and there it is, though. Classics once again gets a touch. These soft shots going straight into the defender. You can't have that. Timothy now's an opportunity. Darkfire to finish it instead.
Darkfire coming in, finishing this one off. Timothy's got a bumper made of jello, but Darkfire, pure obsidian, as he just comes in and smashes that in. And now Lucky Bounce, about half the game gone, takes the lead. So far, this is looking more like game one, so this one could be the game winner. Retrospect gonna have to bounce back.
Torment off the wall. Chrome steals it away. Out front, Darkfire just tries to push it up, but instead it gives it to Classics. That's a shot on net. And Timothy not able to do anything in his own net.
The response from Retrospect. Classics, he's been scoring most of the goals all day, and you see Timothy was just lost in net. That little curve in the net, by the post, by the walls in the net can be so annoying, and Timothy fell victim right there. Getting lost, that was an easy save, but he just didn't recover in time.
Tripped up in net. That ties it up with a quick answer from Retrospect. 2 minutes left in this match. Another shot from Chrome, and he sinks that one in, putting them up 2-1.
Yes, Chrome, yet again, Darkfire tried to shut down the hit from Gino. He was successful, but Classic bounced that out, and you see Torment just was not in a very good position to shut that down, and that's an easy goal for Chrome. Right now, Lucky Bounce is crumbling under the pressure. A goal down with just 2 minutes left, and they have not been looking very good in this last minute.
Well, we'll see. 2 minutes is still enough time to come back as we have a shot on net. Can they finish it up? Darkfire, he does, to equalize it once again. Back and forth.
Darkfire keeping them in it. You see Classics had to jump above the demo attempt from Timothy. He was trying to get that bump. Classics had to jump, and that set it up for an easy shot for Darkfire to take it. So Darkfire put it in, but Timothy, good heads-up play, making Classics have to jump there.
Chrome now with a shot on net. Obviously an easy save for Torment. Classics keeps a pinch on there. That's up front of that. That's dangerous. That could be a scoring opportunity. Gino finishes it off. Way to be there, Gino.
Where has all this scoring come from? We've just had back-to-back-to-back goal. Timothy got a horrible hit there, and Classics just popped that right out into the mid where Gino Cop was waiting, and Gino Cop getting on the board. The third goal here, and this is a 1-goal lead. Whoever wins this is going to the group stage. So much riding on this, and right now Retrospect in a position to take this one down.
Chrome doing everything to get a touch. He misses out on that. Darkfire is going to dribble that down to midfield. One defender to beat. Can he do it? Pops it up in the air. Gino Cop, good patience reading that one out. Gets a touch in. To do that on keyboard and mouse blows my mind. But Timothy evens it up once again.
That was right at the goalie. How did this get let in? You see Classics put it down into the corner. Timothy reads it beautifully. And Gino Cop, oh, he was just sitting facing directly down the field instead of parallel with the goal line. He was in an awkward spot and couldn't make that save. Now all tied up. This one is a nail biter.
And this is to keep them in. This is game at number 3. One of these guys get to move forward. With 3-3, a minute left, this is going to be, as we say, that final hustle. Timothy trying to stuff it past so they don't have to go into an overtime. Darkfire out, Chrome. Good touch, could have been dangerous if he missed it. Torment, shot on net. Classics, keeps it out. We'll see if he can push that down and get a scoring opportunity of their own, get some offensive plays started. But Chrome and Darkfire just going back and forth in this corner. That's out front, pressure needs to be on Torment, he does. He's gonna lose out this unless he gets the read, he misses it. Classics, puts it up 45 seconds left. This is insane. Retro getting stuck in their own zone as Lucky Bounce puts on an immense amount of pressure, but they got to make sure they don't leave an open net. That was just a little bit wide. Would have been in had it been on target. Now Retro tries to make an attack of their own. Gino Cop just going to keep the pressure on. That's out to Chrome. Can Chrome get up in time? No, he's going to leave it out. Classics miss it. Chrome just has to get that away from his net for Gino Cop to push it in, but Timothy with the stuff. 20 seconds left.
Mid pass, look for the pass here. He did get it. Classics a little slow. And that one was challenged by Darkfire. That was dangerous position.
This is it, 9 seconds left. Can either one of these teams put it in? Gino Cop off the backboard. This could be a scoring opportunity. Classics just wide. Gino Cop just needs to get up the wall. Can't quite get it up. And we hit overtime of game number 3.
Overtime. Can you believe this? Whoever scores this next goal is in the group stage. The nerves that these players must be experiencing right now off the charts. Retrospect and Lucky Bounce, both of these teams wanting to get into the group stage so badly, prove that they are a top 8 team, and it's all coming down to this final goal.
We'll see now Darkfire trying to set it up, the pass out to midfield, but Chrome gonna take that away, no one there. Torment steals that away off the backboard, good touch. Retrospect, the shot, that's on! Oh! The backboard! Oh no! Chrome!
Unbelievable finish! You can see Lucky Bounce just continuing to put pressure on the net. Timothy putting a shot on there. Chrome went up, it bounced off the post and off of Chrome into the net. It has to feel bad if you're Chrome there, accidentally knocking that one down, but big props to Lucky Bounce for coming through and clutching it. Lawler, he called this one, so you gotta give him credit.
You gotta.
What a series. Oh man, yeah, that's the thing. You got to give him credit for calling that one. But Lucky Bounce coming up huge. This one coming down all the way to overtime of game 3 and them getting in. So we have a new challenger in the RLCS with Lucky Bounce, a new team getting into the group stage. Keep your eye on them. Retrospect, wow, what a performance, but coming up just short.
It's heartbreaking for Retro, but very, very not heartbreaking for Lucky Bounce. As you said, they're finally in. They made it to those. I'm excited to see them in the group stages. Absolutely wonderful. And now I want to see that beaming smile on Lawler as he got this prediction.
The new smartest guy.
The new smartest guy taking over Gibbs. Lawler, Golden Boy, how happy is he?
Ladies and gentlemen, the streak is over. Unfortunately for Gibbs, Lawler is the 1 in 3 in 1, and that is, and you know, I
feels good, man.
It feels good, man. It feels real good. Lawler, your thoughts?
Called it. I think that means I get to stay on the desk, right? Is that what it means?
I think so.
We'll
let you have.
One more segment.
All right.
Then we're kicking you out.
Yes. I want to go back to casting anyway. So.
Guys, what a series.
Yeah.
We've had just incredible series after incredible series lined up here. I couldn't have asked for a better day of Rocket League, man. Seriously, if you're not watching this, you're missing out on some good stuff. Congratulations to Lucky Bounce as they move on.
Finally, man.
And that is huge. We mentioned it before in the pregame. You know, they've been knocking on the door.
Putting in the work.
Is it finally going to open up for them? And it finally did. And it came in overtime with an incredible goal from Timothy
or Chrome.
Gibbs. Or we'll give it to Timothy for this one, just for the sake of not being mean. But we'll get into that in a little bit. And actually, let's dive into our Mobile One high performance replays here because there were a lot of them, Gibbs.
Yeah, game 1 was bad by both teams, I would say. It was very quiet by both sides. We had a lot of good saves, but it was because the shot quality wasn't amazing. They were all really weak, wet noodles, as James would say.
Yeah,
what's up with the wet noodle, man?
Yeah,
Like, that's just-
it's James. We don't question it. Yeah, like almost every shot, there was 3 roughly that came out, and each one was saved except for the 1 goal that managed to sneak in. But Geno Kopp's save at the end there was just unbelievable, showing that defense does make a difference and that patience coming through, because most people score that out on themselves.
Yeah, and then game 2, Classics was putting on a show, goal after goal. He had the natural hat trick. He seemed to be in the right place at the right time the entire game.
Right, right. And then eventually we got up to it, and you see it, Timothy there, tying it up to put them in a position to bring it back. That's got to be such a clutch moment, but I can't believe Geno Kopp side flipped. He had that save.
It was so weird. There was 5 goals in the span of a minute, like in this game. Just I don't know what happened to the defense, but both sides were just playing offense. And then Chrome just unlucky there. Like, you have to go up for that jump, and just an own goal.
Right.
I thought Chrome actually played really well. Like,
He
if they
did.
would have won, like, I would have been like, he's like the MVP, the quiet one, because Classics was getting all the credit with the goals. But Chrome had a lot of solid setups for Classics or for his team. Geno, though, was really quiet that whole set.
Yeah, you saw the opposite, though, when you saw Timothy. Like, Timothy really stepped up. He had a couple really clutch goals, whether it was the help of the other team or not. But he still was in the right position to make the shot in the first place. So Timothy really stepping up, helping out Darkfire there.
You know, Darkfire, that car made of obsidian, as
Obsidian noodle? Like,
obsidian noodles? I don't know. That would taste absolutely disgusting. I can only imagine. But I just have to say though, like one thing that we wanted to make note of earlier was how Retrospect were a team of individuals. They were playing a lot like a team of individuals. You saw it in game 1. Right, very close, very just defensive-heavy game. Right, back and forth, no score until the 44-second mark, where Darkfire was able to put one in finally. And then after that, I mean, it was just their game to win because of how it was being played. Right. And then finally, you started to see Retrospects wake up, but that was really on the back of Classics. Right, this guy scored 3 goals that game, was the MVP for game 2, and carried that forward into game 3. Did everything they can, but then you started to see everyone just take a jab at some goals. So I guess for Retrospect now taking a trip to the losers bracket, they need to think about how they can gel together and not allow really games like game 1 to occur, because that's the one that really stood out to me. You know, you're talking about something that just lasted. It was just drawn out, nearly 5 minutes, scoreless. And for Lucky Bounce, they were able to edge it out there. But for Retrospect, they really need to go back to the drawing board. What do you think that they need to work on going into losers bracket here? Because it's do or die time for them.
Yeah, those game 1s, you don't want against any team, because then it could come down to that last second goal of just like anyone can get it. What they have to work on is putting the ball into the corners, but then following them up. They weren't really following up anything. They would just throw it in the corner and let Lucky Bounce go for the clear, and it would just go back and forth. So if they keep consistent pressure, and then Classic still gets in those spots for those goals when Lucky Bounce was making those mistakes, they can definitely make it to groups.
That's the thing, though, is you look at both these teams, and the series actually spelled it out perfectly. Game 1, both looked really flat, so Lucky Bounce took it with their teamwork. Game 2, Classic stepped up, they won. But then in Game 3, Timothy helped Darkfire to secure the win. If Classics had another player to step up with him, I think they could have taken the series.
Yeah, it was unfortunate for them. Of course, Retrospect not out of it just yet. They are going to be taking a trip to the losers bracket. But speaking of the losers bracket, we actually have some loser bracket action coming at you in just a little bit. It's going to be Imperial facing off against Neo. Now, the winner of this game will move on to the loser bracket qualification match. This is a huge game. Can Imperial nudge them out, or will Neo, a team we have not seen in the broadcast just yet, come out on top and fight their way to that last qualification match? Find out after this.
I love these Game 3 overtimes. They're great.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Rocket League Championship Series. Qualifier number 2 is open bracket action, and we've had some incredible matches here today. All those matches we saw just a little while ago led into the qualification for group stages. Of course, we want to give a shout out to Exodus, Mockit, Lucky Bounce. They will be joining the likes of Power Cosmic and Kings of Urban. So we still have more qualification matches to come, but in order to get there, though, we actually have to go through some loser bracket action as we get ready for Imperial versus Neo. And not much known about this Neo team, gentlemen. Imperial, we saw them against Genesis, a phenomenal series that was. But for Neo, though, they ended up losing to the Cucumber Rainbows, which probably is the greatest name I've ever heard in my life. So they lost to that team round 1, or the first matchup, I should say, of this top 64, I guess, bracket here. And then from that point forward, kind of, I don't want to say easy road, but they didn't run into any notable names, at least names that you guys recognized. But for Imperial, though, we saw some incredible skill from this team in that Genesis matchup.
Yeah, when I was on my break, I'll cure in cancer because I'm the smartest person here, but whatever.
Prove that wrong.
They were really fast. They were really, really fast in that game and played Genesis really well. So I expect to see them come out and take it to Neo. But Neo has been fighting through that loser bracket. Like it might not be teams that we know, but they're still here, and it's still a best of 3, so anything can happen.
I mean, keep in mind, too, right? We're talking about a bracket that had thousands of teams lined up, right?
Yeah.
So to make it to this point is still very impressive. Doesn't matter who you run into, just the gauntlet itself is absurd. So Lawler, Imperial, again, this squad comes with them a lot of hype. Odie, Joey, Fireworks, Bell, great team. We saw what they were capable of. Do you feel like this is Imperial's time to get into qualification? Because keep in mind, folks, this matchup will take you into the qualification match in the losers bracket.
I mean, they still have to win it. I have good faith in them and that they're able to do so, especially if they played like they did against Genesis. But at the same time, Neo could totally surprise us. Two of their players, Krios and Laz, are very big in the community. They are and have been around for a very long time. I just haven't seen them ever play together. So maybe it's possible, maybe it's an upset. I can barely pronounce the last guy's name, so we'll see.
Pepiopi
or Pepiopi or
Pepiopi, something like that. That's a name, man. Listen here, Rocket League players, just why can't you name yourself Dark Jedi Slayer? Why can't you name yourself like IX, Savage XI, right? Like just come on, man. Just do us all a favor. No, but Gibbs. How do you feel about Neo's chances against Imperial? Can we see an upset here? Maybe Imperial's a little down on themselves from that Genesis game. Anything can happen here in losers bracket.
Like I bet Imperial's actually feeling pretty good because like Genesis is known as one of those top 4 teams, top 5 maybe because of Mockit NA. But they should come out really fast. It's gonna be hard for Neo to play at that pace, I expect, especially going through their easier games. Like if Neo can play that passive game and maybe like let the play come to them, figure it out for game 1 and sneak one early, then they might have a chance, but I doubt it.
Yeah, there's definitely a possibility for them to catch them off guard, especially if we don't know. I assume the other teams haven't had the chance to watch them either.
Yeah.
So if they can take that opportunity to kind of get that surprise or that early goal and then carry that through, they might have a chance, but you just never know in Rocket League. At any point, this team could come out of nowhere and just crush everybody. It's anybody's game.
Yeah, it definitely is. All right, guys. Well, enough talking. It's time to toss it over to our casters, Wavepunk and Findable Carpet. All yours.
Thanks, Golden Boy. Me and Findable Carpet back here on the desk. And we have an interesting game before us with a team that we don't really know that much about, and that leaves lots of mystery and lots of intrigue. So we'll see what happens.
Pepiopi.
Dark Jedi Slayer.
I'm just
going to call him Dark Jedi Slayer at this
Slayer.
point, because that's just a better name, right?
Well, the coolest part is, I actually do know Krios, Laz, not to be confused with Kaz. Laz, I've seen both those guys play. I've seen them around quite a bit. They're skilled players. But like we said, I know they haven't had a huge battle up until now.
Sure.
And with the opposing team just going against Genesis and playing so well against them, right? They're going to, they brought up a good point over at the analyst desk. They're going to be coming out strong. They have their heads high. They almost, had a chance of knocking out Genesis, again, one of the top 4 or 5 teams.
For sure. Well, props to Neo for making it this far into the bracket. Like they were saying, like thousands of teams in this bracket. You know that this has been a gauntlet for them. So you got to give them some credit here. I'm looking forward to see who these mysterious newcomers are. We will get into with this here. Imperial in the orange with Neo in the blue. Pepiopi going to win kickoff, getting kind of tangled up there with Krios, but the ball going to remain pretty neutral just south of the orange half line there. See Odie Joey setting this one up for his teammates. No one really going to follow it up. Just going to leave it there for Neo to try and take a shot. Pepio goes high. Bell able to push this one out. We'll see if they're able to convert onto offense.
A whole lot of slowness usually coming out, but right here we got an opportunity potentially coming out for Neo. Neo just need to make sure that neither team needs to underestimate each other. Imperial might feel good after that win, but like I said, there's some skill on the side of Neo, and they can easily catch them off guard. We don't want to see another situation with Genesis kind of underestimating Imperial. They just need to really give it their all and coming out of the best. It's only a best of 3.
Krios, Pepiopi up on the wall, both pushing this one into LMP territory. Imperial going to try and push this one out. Fireworks bouncing it off the wall, but Laz reads it very well. Now Pepiopi with ball control, going to take a shot onto net. It's going to get blocked by Odie Jody. Here's a follow-up. Not going to happen. Blocked again, and the ball sitting right here at the half-field line. Midfield on the wall. Fireworks whiffs on that one, leaves it for Laz, but Bell able to get the touch. The ball's going to cross in front of the net. If anyone can get here to dunk it away, not going to happen. Pepiopi puts it into the corner.
Good defensive communication. Krios wasn't going to get the best touch he wanted, and it really couldn't clear it out. But Pepiopi is like, don't worry, I'm going to help secure it. No one actually came up quickly on Imperial, but if they even had come up kind of slower, there was a good chance that Krios would have just given them the center. So both teams seem to have good cohesive defense, but they're not really turning it into anything offensively.
You see Imperial up on the offense, but not able to create anything. Laz with an open goal, whiffs on that one. The ball's going to end up in Imperial's corner. Odie Joey to try and press this one out. Fireworks is backwards in front of his own goal. Laz goes up for the shot. Bell able to get the block. Like you're saying, not really all that much, cohesion coming out of these teams right now. They're able to take shots, but it's always kind of straight at a goal that's got at least 1 or 2 goalies, and it's straight at the goalie. Fireworks trying to set this one up for his teammates. We're 3 minutes into this game, and we're still scoreless.
They have to make sure that they're careful on their placements. I mentioned it before earlier today, you don't have to take a shot on net just because the net's in front of you and you have a shot. If there's someone in net, or if they've got someone that's going to make a clear, hard save, all you're doing is giving them possession. It just happens to be in front of the net.
Joey.
So your better option is probably to put it to the side and give yourself a chance to make a play out of it.
For sure. We saw, what I was going to say was Joey. We saw him going up for that ball and then going to hit the goalie, but didn't get the shot or the goalie at this point. So hopefully Imperial's able to kind of clean their play up, and hopefully we're going to see Neo also tightening things up on the offense and see someone make a score. There's a shot from Fireworks. Going to get blocked easily. We've crossed over halftime. Still 0-0. Bell takes a shot off the wall. Pepiopi able to pick this one up. He's got ball control. He's going to hold on to it. See if he can get it past 1. Just got to get past 2. Not going to happen. Fireworks getting the block. They're going to push this over. There's a shot onto net. Bell, great rotation from Imperial. Good presence in net. Now Bell's pushing this one back into blue territory. Neo needs to do something with this.
Take a look at some of these hits. When they're trying to transition from defense to offense and they get a hard clear, no one's following up. Both these teams are just kind of giving a hard clear. Right there. He tried to attempt a hard clear and no one followed up. Let's see if it's going to happen again. And another one. It was a little too far. No one's following up. This poor hit might actually not work too much in their favor. But both these teams are just giving possession away instead of following through and making pressure out of it.
Bell with ball control and to try and push this one out. Now Odie Joey picking it up and going to put it into the blue territory. It's going to bounce close to the net. Pepiopi hard clearing it back. The ball's on target, and there's a nice touch from Laz. It's going to hang down, and Pepiopi's able to put it in. There's the first point on the board for Neo.
This contest is perfect. He knows he's probably not going to get this touch, but he goes to contest to take the shot. Laz and Bell both meet up in the middle, and it goes in favor of Laz. He gets more of his car on it, pushes it over net. And Pepiopi, I love saying this guy's name, just came in to finalize the goal. No one was actually able to get behind it and get in the way on the side of Imperial.
Pepiopi, the Dark Jedi Slayer, doing his thing. 124, Bell trying to carry this one past the whole team. It's not going to happen. Odie Joey keeping the pressure on. Got the ball up in the corner. 1:17 left to go. 1 point favor of Neo. Imperial needs to make something happen. That ball kind of set up there for Neo. No, they're not going to be able to put it in. Krios trying to take the shot. Bell on the wall. Going to pass this one out to Fireworks, who puts it over into Neo territory. A nice shot onto net. Laz is going to be able to get there and put it into the corner. Krios going to try and pick this one up and continue to push it out right now. They just got to hold on for a minute more. But there's a great shot. It's going to go. Pepiopi couldn't quite get there. That's tie game.
Odie Joey seeing the placement. He noticed that a goalie was kind of starting to cheat out. This is where you got to be careful. If no one can contest it and you know a player's not going to get there, there's a solid chance that there could be a shot on net. And we saw a goalie from Neo started to cheat out. He wanted to become the part of the play, but no one on his team was even close to being able to contest that.
Right.
Odie Joey just sniped it right in the net.
53 seconds, tie game. We see Imperial trying to score again. Fireworks went up for it, not going to happen. Bell also goes up, and there's another whiff. See, Joey can create their pressure. We talked about last game, Joey really being an MVP on this squad. Right now, he's the only one really making solid ball contact, but here's some team passing. We'll see if they can put it in. Not going to happen. Some great interference from Krios. Going to push this one out, convert onto offense. It's an open goal if Krios can just beat him to it. If he's going to bump Fireworks, ball's going to end up in the corner. But right now, it's looking like Imperial does have a bit of ball control. Pepiopi going to try and shoot this one out. There we go, back and forth. Fireworks going to be able to get the final touch, keep it in the corner. Final countdown happening here. Anyone can take this at the moment, but there's just not been any shots materializing. There's kind of a tearaway into the far corner. Final 10 seconds. It's going to come down. Bell's going to probably go up for this one. There's Pepiopi. Oh, he misses. He had the whiff. just so close. The shot was perfectly hanged there. The Imperial player didn't even get up and touch it. There's a final shot from Laz, but it's going to touch the ground. We have overtime in game 1.
They just need, I mean, either team, they're kind of doing the same mistake. They're not being cohesive when they're going from defense to offense. And it's weird because Imperial, it's almost like when they knew they were going against Genesis.
Oh, there's a shot from Fireworks. Laz able to get the save. Well done.
Very close. But when they knew they were going against a strong team, they picked up the pace and they kept it. They kept the aggression. And now that they're going against a team they might not know so well, it's like they're feeling them out too much. Like, you don't need to do that. Do exactly what you did against Genesis. Keep interrupting the plays. Keep the shots coming. But right now, Neo's actually taking advantage of whatever room they have, and they've been able to put just as many shots on as Imperial.
Oh, Creo's trying to just dribble it around all of the Imperial players. Couldn't quite get it past OD Joey. Some great kind of backwards defense from OD Joey there, keeping that ball out of his own net. Now we're seeing Fireworks trying to create some pressure. 2 players from Neo up on the wall. OD Joey sets it up for Bell, who comes out of goal. Bell is low on boost, though, and is not going to be able to do anything with it. Popiopi sets it back up in goal and goes for the goalie zone, but his teammates fall back. There's the shot from Fireworks. Laz fell. He got the save. It was good that one of them fell back, but still, you saw Popiopi go in and zone the goalies, and then no one follow up with the shot. The goalie zone doesn't work if no one can take the shot. Great shot from Creos. Fireworks able to stand up and block that one out. Minute into overtime here, we still have a tie game.
Finally seeing some barrages of shots, more than just one. We're seeing 2, 3, sometimes 4 shots in succession, which is exactly what you need to do to break down the defense. And now both teams are kind of starting to pull off in this overtime. They want that first win. And a best of 3 is what you need. You need to make sure that you feel like you can take it.
Oh, Laz trying to go for the mind games. He's gotten it past all 3 players, but he took so long to do it. OD Joey and Bell had rotated back onto defense. Bell going to try and pop that one up. Fireworks in goal. Needs to get the touch. He does, just barely, though, from Popiopi. Here's the follow-up shots. Really good stuff coming out from Neo right now, creating that pressure you were talking about. Here's OD Joey trying to press this one out. They need to transition onto the offense and get a siege of their own going. They're winning all the 1v1s right now, but so far it really hasn't turned into anything for them. Here's Fireworks up. Again, going to win the touch, but it doesn't really go anywhere. OD Joey going to push it into the corner. Creo's back on defense. He comes out from goal a little too far. That might be bad. He got up and touched the ball, though. Nice bicycle hit to keep it away from OD Joey.
Somehow both these teams are managing to get themselves in net and facing themselves in the correct orientation to be prepared for a lot of these shots, which is unexpected considering how fast they're kind of going from defense to offense.
Yeah.
But they're not materializing it quick enough. Some of these shots are taking just...
Laz puts it on the crossbar. Creos with the follow-up. Pepio be able to put it in. Neo takes game 1.
Taking game 1, this is exactly what they need to do, keep the pressure up. It comes off that back wall, and even when you hit it off the backboard, you see what he did? He forced Joey to go for the touch just in case it was going in. He had to try and read it, and it didn't go in. That left just a wide open net if they didn't rotate back quick enough, which is exactly what happened. And that leaves Neo able to take game 1 off of Imperial, even after Imperial showed so well against Genesis.
Yeah, and Imperial really the stronger team on offense right now, coming out with 10 shots to just the 5 from the Neo squad. But Neo taking the win, making the most out of those shots, and just really standing strong and being very strong on the defense as well.
They rotated back quick. Imperial, they took a little bit too long sometimes to take the shot.
Sure.
They kind of maybe forced plays that weren't there, and it gave Neo the opportunity to get in the net and prepare themselves. And sometimes they would just take shots when they weren't necessary.
Absolutely.
It might be you might have a decent breakaway, but if there's like a person sitting in net just waiting for your shot and you don't have the angle, all you're doing is giving him possession and letting him clear it over your head.
Sure. When you have, this is 7 saves from Popiopi in the Neo squad to the 8 shots or the 10 shots on the side of Fireworks. Like, that's some really, really strong defense. You talked about it in the middle of the game that they had, you were amazed at like how fast they were able to convert from offense back into defense and get set up in goal. A really hard position to go. You don't know where the teammates gonna, where the teams are gonna be shooting at, and just to be in the right spot every time. Really impressive stuff from this Neo squad that we had not heard of before today.
It was more just the fact that not only did they rotate back quick enough, but they did it with high communication and high map awareness. They never really grouped up in net, at least not in a detrimental way.
Game number 2. Imperial trying to press up onto the offense, see if they can be a little bit more productive this time around. OD Joey going for a very unnecessary backflip there onto this ball and try and get the bullies at midfield. Just try and get it past. Just everyone kind of sitting and looking at the ball at midfield, not really sure what's going on. Laz takes a shot. Bell gets interference, but Laz has a follow-up. Bounces off the backboard. Good stuff from Imperial, keeping that one out of net, but that one's lofted out to midfield. Creos couldn't quite get the shot he was looking for, and Fireworks in net is able to pop this one back out. But my goodness, this is quite the siege coming out from Neo right now.
Neo is contesting things as early as they can. This is where Imperial was so strong against Genesis, which is why I'm slightly confused to see them sitting back a little bit more on defense, letting Neo play their game. and it's exactly when they started to lose the Genesis. So maybe Imperial just needs to get their mindset in it and get their heads in like a more fast.
What a shot from Pepiopi! Just the laser beam from his own territory, the long shot, going to put them up.
Bell went up for this corner. Fireworks was already in the corner, trying to retreat back. I'm trying to find where the third player was. I think he might have been on the side.
He was right
getting
in the midfield.
Boost. He was in midfield, potentially getting boost, or maybe trying to communicate to come up for a shot. But I mean, those open goal shots should not be happening at this tier.
407, Neo up again over Imperial right now. You got to wonder if some tilt is happening. That ball lofted right in front there. Fireworks is not going to miss that one. He's going to tie it up.
Able to keep themselves in the game, hopefully keep their minds up. Bell, again, it's the top backboard touches. It messes everyone up. And the reason you want to stop that is because as soon as it comes off the backboard, it's now heading out towards your opponents.
For sure.
And away from you as a defender.
For
so
sure.
you want to prevent that. But if you mess up, like we just saw, all you're going to do is center it better.
Yeah, Pepiopi and Laz both going up for that one, both missing. That was just spelled into such disaster. It was right there, so easy for Fireworks to put it away. 3:52 left to go, and it's a tie game here in game number 2. The winner of this match moves on to qualify, or moves on into a qualifier match for the group stages. So we will see who is able to take this one out. Neo looking very strong. A lot of players stacked up in that corner there. Fireworks going to be able to carry this one out. Bell hanging back, waiting to see what happens. He's going to see some whiffs there, but Krios comes over and puts over everybody. The ball's just hanging up. Where's the third Neo player? No one wants to go for it. They're giving him so much space. Finally, Fireworks picks up ball control, takes the lead, and is going to try to put this one into the corner, see if he can set up something for his teammates. He's not able to get past any of the Neo defenders.
Interesting that ball just kind of floated there so long. You saw OD Joey actually jumped up, prepared for a shot, and then it making him look a little bit silly because no one was there. He just hopped up for no reason. But, I mean, that was kind of both the teams not going for it. They're almost like a little bit scared of each other. They don't want to take this loss.
Oh, Pepiopi tried to read that one. Didn't quite get the touch he was looking for. Laz with the follow-up. He passes it back to the midfield. OD Joey with a nice kind of turnaround, going able to pick up ball control, but Pepiopi, such strong, fast rotations from Neo right now, getting back onto the defense and always kind of being there, always having a presence in their own half while simultaneously being very strong up and on the offense and being able to create these sieges. Really impressive stuff. 2:42 left to go, still a tie game. Fireworks going to try and push this one up, but gets loose. Ball still in the corner. Now Bell with a kind of a decent touch, not much speed behind it, but he pushes it all the way into blue territory. Krios is able to get that one, though. A lot of back and forth right now. You kind of wonder, is Neo hanging back and playing defensive, just looking for the holes to shoot for? Is EMP just trying to create anything they can? They don't seem to be able to get much ball control right now, but we've crossed over halftime, and it's still just a tie game.
Neo is actually playing a wide rotation right now. They're leaving somebody back in the midfield. All they're really doing is just keeping it in Imperial's half, which eventually just kind of make them, they're just going to start getting frustrated. When you're sitting on defense for upwards of 30 seconds, and all you're doing is trying to save shot after shot, you start to get antsy, you start to get frustrated. Eventually someone might cheat up.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot there from Fireworks, putting his team up.
But if Neo doesn't rotate back quick enough, we just saw 2 players in Neo go up, which they've actually done a pretty good job of. Pepiopi thought he had time. Fireworks redirecting it from the side. What a fast shot. Like, I mean, that's just one of those things, like, there's no way he was going to save it unless he was already sitting in net.
Right.
He thought he had control of it, and this could actually cost him the game.
Yeah, that was incredible. It was 124 kilometers per hour that he was able to get on that ball. It was an impressive speed. Like you said, impossible to get back unless you were already back in goal. So great play there from the midfield. Good shooting by Fireworks. 1:47 left to go. He's got his team up by 1. They're pressing back into the offense right now. Imperial going to kind of leave ball just living right there. Let Laz take it up. He's got it set in front of the net. Bell pops it over to the side. No one going to be able to get there as Fireworks pushes it back out up to the midfield line. Puts it into the corner. Bell moves over into the dunk position to see if he can get there. Not going to happen. Pepiopi gets it over the top. It's open. Bell comes from the side. What a save by Bell.
Good prediction for Bell. Another one.
But Krios is able to tie it up with 1:22 left to go.
This was a good tight angle. They thought they were safe after Bell made the save. They're like, oh man, nice one. But instead of it hitting the corner, it bounced off the sidewall, which just put it right back towards the middle. Krios maybe could have been a little bit more patient to give himself a better angle, but he knew he had the skill for it. He's like, you know what, I'm going to take it off this bounce. I'm going to be able to make this tight angle. And ends up putting it on net before anyone in Neo realizes it was actually going to show up. Or Imperial, apologies.
We talk all the time about how important follow-up is. Bell made an incredible save, but his team was still in the flux of the defensive rotation. And they were able to capitalize right there. Krios tying the game up. Final minute approaching. Anybody could take this. Neo is up by 1 in the series. They could put it away right now. They could send Imperial home with this, which would be an incredible upset from a team we had not heard of before. Final minute. Anyone can take this. Let's see what happens as OD Joey picks up ball control and then just leaves it. Laz puts it onto the backboard. It's going to bounce very high. Pepiopi waiting for it. So a sloppy touch. Bell's able to pick it up. Ball still kind of sitting in a lofty, weird spot in front of orange goal. Finally, a good clear from Odi Joey sends it all the way into the corner. 30 seconds left. He pops it up in front of the goal. Laz keeps it in the corner. A follow-up from Bell. It's going to hit the post so close. Oh, you got to feel for him on that one. It was just barely wide. 30 seconds left. The shot from the wall is going to be cleared, and now Odi Joey and Bell both go for that shot. Bell following it up. He's going to go for it. Not going to be able to get it through. Laz with the defense. Such strong defense coming out from this Neo squad. 19 seconds left. We'll see if anybody can put this in or if we'll have overtime. Pepiopi keeping this out. Such great defense from this Neo squad. I'm so impressed with how they're able to keep this out of goal, and now they're back onto the offense. We've seen Fireworks coming up from the back, able to clear it up. It's his last chance, do or die. Can anyone put it out there? There's the pop out from Joey. Pepiopi keeps it in the corner. Odi Joey with the touch, and here's the finish. Is it gonna go? No! Overtime, wow!
I think there might have been a backflip in there when he really should have taken the shot. All of a sudden, someone like that, they were about to slam it in, and they just slowed down, and everybody from Neo just came flying across the net.
But Laz, can he get it past? Oh, not gonna happen. Fireworks able to clear it one out, but yeah, that was a crazy finish to regulation.
That was so close from coming out of Imperial, just trying to sink it in. But here they are.
Oh, it's set up. Pepe is the only one there. Laz puts it in. Neo knocks out Imperial.
That's it. Neo now gets the opportunity to qualify for group stages. And we've mentioned, we keep mentioning like it's a team we haven't heard of. When you have a big qualifier like this, a lot of good players are going to start making new rosters, new teams.
Yeah.
They want to play. And like we said, we've heard of some of these players have been in the competitive scene for a while.
Sure.
I've run into them quite a bit in the ESLs, other competitions. So, when we mention, obviously they made it this far. They're one game away from potentially qualifying for the group stages. Obviously this is an insanely talented team.
Yeah.
I don't want to deceive anybody by saying, oh, we never heard of these guys. Like, as a roster, no, we haven't. But as players, obviously they're showing their worth.
Yeah, no, I can't believe that. That was an incredible game. Even shots, but 4 saves to 8 to force even saves as well. Such a crazy even game here from both teams. And my goodness, we've been looking all RLCS for a team to come through this qualifier that we've never heard of and to start upsetting the old dogs. We might have that here. I'm not going to go as far as say we got it, but we might. I'm so excited. Golden Boy, guys on the desk, I got to get your thoughts on this. What do you guys think?
Wow. Good thing we didn't make any predictions, huh? That would have been really bad. Man, congratulations to Neo. Now, they're not in the qualification, they're not in group stages just yet. That was not a qualification match, but they are moving on to that match. And that is huge. We just saw Imperial go toe-to-toe with Genesis, a team that many felt were, Genesis is one of the top teams in North America, and they went toe-to-toe with them. And I actually thought Imperial was going to find their way into qualifications once again, only to fall like that against Neo 2-0, a team that came out of nowhere. I feel bad because I even said, they really haven't played anyone coming up to this point. Well, they just did. They just beat Imperial, and now they made a name for themselves. So congratulations to Krios, Laz, and Pepiopi. Now we all know your name, buddy, because you got a lot of goals. Gibbs, your thoughts on that game?
Yeah, Neo took it to him.
Yep.
It was that simple. Imperial probably should have took game 1. Their shots were just inaccurate or too easy of saves. They had 10 shots in game 1 to only 5 for Neo, but Neo's shots counted, and that's the difference.
Yeah, you should have saw there was so many shots, and that even applied to Neo where they hit the crossbar or the post over and over and over again. So they really could have piled them on, but it was really Imperial they looked flat, completely honest. They've been in the kind of that bubble spot for the top 10 for a very long time. They were previously known as Vision, for those that don't know. And it's because of games in series like this, they always show good glimpses of hope against teams like Genesis, but then they play a team that we don't know. And kudos to Neo, but they just looked flat and got beat out.
All right, well, let's take a look at some of the Mobile One high performance replays here and see what were some of the standout moments. Gibbs, really there were some missed opportunities across the board in game 1, but overall though, Pepiopi coming up huge with 2 goals, and that was goal number 1 there.
Yeah, we got to hear his name a lot from the caster's desk. He was playing really well. Laz also with some great setups. I thought he played extremely well the entire set. But Neo, wide open nets.
Yeah, that happened for both players multiple times, especially on the Imperial side. It happened twice, a couple times for Neo. I think it was once and twice as well. But goals like that should never happen. Your rotation should take care of that. And it just seems like easily stuff. Like that goal, I can't believe Fireworks hesitated on it.
I don't know why you break when there's 0 seconds. You don't have to worry about the shot coming back your way because It's 0 seconds. Yeah, it might happen, but it's like a 1 in 100 chance. You have
The
to
chances
attack that shot.
at this point in the game, when the chance is there, you can't leave it to hesitation. Just go for it.
It seemed like he got called off because his other teammate was coming in, but if you have that shot with 0 seconds, you take it. I don't care what anyone says.
Yeah,
You
we
just go.
talk so much about how communication is important, and even times there are calls. And when I was casting one of the other games, he looked like he stopped, but there was a goal that led from it. In the same situation, he could have had a goal, but hesitation. If you have the better angle, take it. I mean, that's okay. Not always your call from your players and your teammates are going to be the best.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Of course, we don't have the comms, so we don't really know what the call was there.
Soon enough, right?
But soon enough, right?
Please.
Hashtag soon.
Please.
But I will say though, I mean, it's kind of heartbreaking for that team to really stand toe to toe with Genesis and look like a squad that could very well make it into group stages, only to fall the way that they did. But then not to take anything away from Neo, because they earned this. They fought so hard, and to get 2-0, like you could say game 1 was probably set to Imperial, maybe not knowing. I believe Carpet even made mention to it. He said, you know, they don't know like what Neo's bringing to the table. There comes a point in time where you stop feeling them out and you start playing the way you played against Genesis. But that just never happened. This really seemed like Neo were just on point, Gibbs.
Yeah, Neo, like I said before, they were just taking it to him, and Imperial could not answer it in any way. And as you said, like that's why there's been a borderline top 10 team. Sometimes they get these surprise wins against like a Retrospect or something, but then they lose to these, I don't want to say no-name teams, but teams that are outside of the top 16 that we don't hear from a lot.
Yeah, and we can't emphasize it enough. I mean, you look at the teams like Laz and Krios have been in this community for a long time. They've been playing the game in and out. They just haven't found that solidified roster yet. Maybe this could be it. They have one more game they got to win, and they're in.
Yeah, there's a lot of solo players in ranked that I see. I'm like, I'm surprised I haven't seen them on a top 16 team. And maybe this is one of those cases, like these 3 met in ranked, possibly, and like, hey, we might have a chance at this. Why not try for the RLCS? And that's why this setup is so great, being open qualifier, anyone can try.
Yeah, 100%. Teams like Neo, they're what the RLCS is all about, providing opportunities for players who feel like they can make it, they can actually do it, and even players who just want to pick up games with their friends and see how far they can go, but more so for those guys who, like you said, run into another squad in ranked and say, you know what, we can make this happen. Let's make a run for it, because you never know what's going to happen. Now Neo's one step closer to getting into the group stages, and this is the most pivotal, important, just so I cannot stress how crazy these group stages are here for North America. This is it. One step closer, you're going to the live final. Imagine a team like Neo shocking the world and making it there. Like, anything is possible, but it is going to be an intense road ahead for Neo. Speaking of what's coming up next, though, we have Selfless facing off against No Capes. Now, this is a qualification match. Will A-Money and the crew, or I should say Matt and the crew, because Matt played incredible in that last series. So can Matt and the crew find their way into the group stages? We'll find out after this. Welcome back, everyone. Of course, coverage continues of the RLCS Qualifier 2 Open Bracket as we get ready for our final 2 qualification games of the day. The pressure could not be more felt by these 2 teams here. This is it for for the 4 teams we have coming up next. But for our first game, you guys saw it earlier, Selfless versus No Capes. This is huge. Now, we saw Selfless earlier face off against Mockit NA in a nail-biter series that went to overtime with a 2-1 victory in favor of Mockit. Most people wrote Selfless off because they said, well, they haven't been putting in the work in, not quite like Mockit have, but then they come into this game and just play incredibly. Found that inspiration, and that could potentially take them to the group stages here. But on the other side, though, you have a team, No Capes, that defeated Fake Out Nation in loser bracket play. So these 2 teams have a lot to prove here, but more importantly, they've had a tough road at this point. Gibbs, we'll start with you. This Selfless squad, they are playing incredibly, and that really is off of the tail of players like Matt, who we mentioned before the break, who have been just phenomenal throughout their series.
Yeah, they were like a few inches away from already being into groups, and now they're here. They did play a loser bracket match already, so the tilt factor's probably gone from losing to Mockit. But Matt has looked insane. Sizz has looked really good on defense. I feel like A-Money hasn't really done
He
a
had that
ton.
one follow-up goal.
Yeah, like he shows up here or there, but he's not getting as involved as Matt and Sizz are. Like if Matt can team up with A-Money in the front, because it seems like they're leaving Sizz back, then we should see some good things from him. But at the same time, no capes. We haven't seen them much. Same with Neo, but teams have been surprising us.
I mean, no capes making it this far, like I said, it's already a pretty big deal. I mean, they're one game away from qualifying to group stages, which is the top 8 teams in North America as far as Qualifier 2 is concerned. So, I mean, it's a team we haven't seen much as far as the roster is concerned. But if A-Money, Sizz, and Matt can do, I mean, they almost took Mockit and put them in losers bracket. And Mockit NA has been such a powerhouse lately in all the competitive scene. But like you said, tilt factor could be a thing. Hopefully they can actually keep their tilting on the lower end.
I don't think it's going to be the case. I think they got that one win, as you said.
Yeah.
I think they have moved on from that point. But they shouldn't take no capes lightly, right? You know, kind of touching back on the last game that we saw, Neo versus Imperial. You had mentioned before you felt like Imperial were feeling out Neo a little too much in game 1. That cost them potentially. We don't know. Or Neo just played out of their mind and were able to get that victory, right? For Selfless, I hope that for their sake they don't do that. But for no capes, they want Selfless to be like, we have no idea what they're going to do here. Let's just play it safe at the beginning, and then no capes just take advantage of it and push forward and get that first goal and really set the tone for the game here, Carpet.
Yeah, but Selfless did lose the first game to Mockit and was able to actually win the second game, almost the third game. So obviously they don't let that kind of control them, which is why even if no cape surprises them in the first game, Selfless, they're in very good control of their pace when they want to. So I think that even if they do get a surprise factor against Selfless, that Selfless is still going to be able to dominate.
They'll be able to bounce back and won't really let it affect them as much.
One thing I'm worried about with Selfless is they didn't have a ton of goals in that first set against Mockit. It was a very defensive style game, and those are trouble when it's 0-0 late in the game, as we've seen like a bunch of times, and then someone scores a goal with 20 seconds. So I want to see Selfless come out with a little bit more offense, and I think that relies on A-Money, because Matt was already providing that, but he didn't have any support in the front. So I think if A-Money gets up there and they can score 3 to 4 goals a game, then they won't have to worry about what the other team is doing.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, gentlemen, it's time. This is a big game here. This will be winner of this matchup will join the likes of Exodus, Mockit NA, Lucky Bounce, iBuy Power Cosmic, and Kings of Urban
and Genesis.
in the group stage. And Genesis, apologies. Genesis as well. Good catch there, buddy. That's why we pay the big bucks. So let's talk about predictions, guys. We didn't do it for the last series purposely. We wanted to let the predictions rest for the time being. I didn't want Lawler to be, I wanted to keep 100% win rate here. So Gibbs, let's start with you. Who do you think is going to take it?
I think Selfless will come out and get the 2-0. But that doesn't mean no capes is just going to lie down and die. I think they're going to put up a show here, like especially because it's the first time they're being casted, probably like in this big set like ever.
Yeah.
So they want to put on a show. They might be excited because of that and actually play better, or they could be super nervous.
There's a chance. You see a lot of weird stuff happening when people are in competitions all of a sudden, or they're in a tournament setting and they have to play. But I'm going to agree with you. I think Selfless is going to be 2-0. I'm not agreeing with you because you're the wizard. I'm agreeing with you because I agree with you this
Because
time.
it's right.
I don't want to. I really, really don't want to. But as far as what I've seen, I think Selfless is going to take this 2-0.
All right, gentlemen, well, thank you so much. Let's go ahead now, take it over to our commentators, Wavepunk and JamesBot.
Thanks, Golden Boy. I'm Wavepunk, joined here by the JamesBot, and we have some confident 2-0 picks coming out from the desk over there. But after what Neo just did, I don't think I can really write off any team that's made it this far in the bracket.
Yeah, and especially because it is a best of 3. It really can go either way, and it's just who is having the better game, really. Just two games and you're in. So, and especially, I was talking with Leaf in the back, actually, and he was telling me about this squad with, I believe it's Pizzle, Time, and Emptiness.
I think so.
They have 5 people on the roster, but they compete a lot in VVV, so they are experienced in competition, and they also have the underdog factor, where you go out and nobody expects you to win, so you put your heart and soul in it, and you've got nothing to lose, right?
Yep.
Selfless is in a situation where people are expecting them to win, so it's a little bit more nerves, a little bit more pressure.
Absolutely.
We'll see if No Capes can come out and pull out the upset.
We'll see what they can do. They do have that factor of, you know, the VVV tournaments. They know how to grind through a bracket. That's what they're doing right now. We'll be getting into game number 1 with Team Selfless in the orange, Team No Capes in the blue. Who are we going to jump on board with first?
Everybody's favorite streamer from New York, A-Money, is who I'm going to keep my eye on early on. You heard Gibbs say that Sizz and Matt were the superstars of this team, and A-Money's going to need to step up. We'll see if he can.
There's a shot onto the backboard. Here's a follow-up from Matt. He pops it back out. A-Money takes the shot. There you go. We wanted it, and he gave it to us.
Yes, indeed. A-Money getting that big win there actually set up this play. It put the No Capes team on a scramble, and the ball just pops out in front of the net for A-Money to just tap in. And a good start for Selfless, who is setting the tone early.
It looks like we have Time, Emptiness, and Dark Dempsey. Is that Pizzle? Dark Demise.
No, that is not. So it is.
That's not. He's not under an alias there. We have Dark Demise, not Pizzle, showing up for Team No Capes. But that is okay. We will see what they are able to do here right now. Team Selfless on the offense. There's a pop out from Time to Emptiness. See if he can put this one over the top of Sizz. Keeps it up into the corner. Going to try and create some offense, but Matt placed it just low enough. Put it underneath the player. Dark Demise popping it up to Emptiness. Sizz picking up ball control. Pushing it over the top of everyone. Trying to carry it towards that goal, but Time again running some interference. Some just kind of good midfield interference coming out for both teams. Matt sets this one up. Sizz sends it off the back wall. A-Money coming from the back. Not going to happen. Matt keeps the pressure up. It's just Sizz in the goal. Can he get there? There it goes. 2-0 in favor of Selfless.
The huge block from Matt just ends up falling in. You can see Emptiness went for the clear. Matt just shut it down, and the ball soars right in. You can see Sizz was threatening there, which might have messed up the defense, but just a huge block on defense leading to that goal.
Yeah, what would have been an easy clear was made so confusing by Sizz being there. Like, oh, what do we do with this guy? You know, 4 minutes left to go in this game. 2-0 in favor of Selfless. Emptiness is going to push this one into the corner up there with Dark Demise as well. They're going to have the first time. It's the first time the ball's even come close to that orange backboard. Now Time, last line of defense, needs to fall back and just create some interference, let his teammates rotate. Emptiness is now back in goal as Sizz keeps the pressure up from Selfless. He's going to try and get it past one. Can't get it past Emptiness. And Time coming up. Plays the mind game on Matt. Now he's going to dribble it over into the orange.
Yeah, heads up play by Time, and you said it, that mind game just threw him for a loop there, and now it's going to lead to an opportunity.
That was so close. That was such a good setup. I was really sad he didn't actually manage to dunk it away. Time playing strong here, showing what he needs, you know, showing why his team is this far up in the bracket. Dark Demise able to set that one up. It's at midfield. Can anyone get there? Emptiness sends it into the corner. They're going to try and create another offensive opportunity. He's going to pop that one out. Matt comes out of goal and gets a great touch, sending that one towards the goal. Dark Demise back on defense, able to clear it away.
Rough start here for No Capes, but they, as you saw there, they do have the skill to make this a challenge, and all three players for Selfless there. They're going to have to be careful as No Capes, it looks like they do have the ability to start chipping away at this lead.
Time to try and set this one up. Sizz gets the angle on it and sets it up in front of the goal. Matt couldn't put it underneath the crossbar, and A-Money whiffs. That leaves the ball back in orange territory. Emptiness trying to set it up for his teammates. No one really back in goal yet. Sizz, though, manages to maintain ball control and keep that one away from the goal. Right here at halftime, we're seeing Selfless still up 2-0, and they're maintaining most of the ball control. Really got a lock on this game right now.
Yeah, that was a scary situation. That ball rolled out right in front of the net. Could have been a goal, but Selfless staying alive, keeping this clean sheet so far with just over half the game gone.
Sizz getting that over one. A-Money going to put it into the corner. Emptiness bounces it out and around. Now Time able to push it back into Selfless territory. Matt gets it underneath Time. Here comes Emptiness from the back. Going to try and set this one up. It's going to touch the backboard. It's going to cross. Is anyone there? No, just Sizz all by his lonesome being able to get that one out. That was scary. Dark Demise coming up from the backfield. Puts it off the backboard again. This defense, this presence right in front of the goal from Selfless has been so strong this whole game. There's been a lot of scary moments, but they have been right in the right place every time. 1:48 left to go, and they still are up by 2.
Selfless keeping it together so far. They have been the better team. They've had a few defensive lapses where the ball has rolled right across net. But No Capes not taking advantage of it. So Selfless,
they've been far back every time.
1:30 on the clock. Dark Demise trying to dribble this out, create some sort of pressure, some sort of semblance of offense. They've been able to get the ball in the right position, but just not able to get the shots on net that they needed. A-Money gets it around Dark Demise. Now time with ball control. They're trying to pick this one up. Matt keeps the pressure on, sets onto the backboard. A-Money feels side flip, is going to go in the wrong direction. This ball is going to move around and just kind of in between each blue corner. That ball is going towards the net. Can time get there? A-Money's going to beat him to it. Here comes Dark Demise going towards the net. A-Money clearing it out and away. They've had the shots on goal. They've just every time someone from Selfless has been there, or there just hasn't been enough speed. A-Money going to set that one up. Final minute of gameplay, and no capes. They really need to turn it on right now.
Yeah, but if they don't get a goal here in a sec, it's going to be it for them. This game one going in favor of Selfless so far. A-Money just threading it past the defense.
So close. That ball sitting right in front of the box there. Sizz keeps it there. A-Money going to back pass to Matt, who comes out of goal. It's going to get interfered by Emptiness. So it's going to cross right in front. Time had an opportunity to shot there. It's going to go wide. Final 30 seconds. They need to score now, or this game is going to be going in favor of Selfless. Dark Demise gets that one on a backflip from A-Money. Now Sizz at the back. Oh, he's going to whiff on that one, but it goes high. Dark Demise couldn't get the shot onto net. Final 17 seconds. A-Money carrying it over the top. There's Time popping it out to midfield. Emptiness gets it to the center. Can anyone get there? Not in time. A-Money keeps it in the corner. We'll see what happens as this clock winds down, but I'm pretty sure game one is going to go in favor of Selfless.
Yeah, you see it as soon as this ball hits the ground. You see no seconds left on the clock. As soon as it hits, it is over. But Selfless, they were just the better team. They put yes, you see it here, the shot differential 8-1, and no capes, just struggling. They had opportunities. Selfless defense, it was not incredibly impressive. There were many opportunities, many slow rollers, but it just feels like no capes. Instead of throwing it all out there on the court, playing with fearlessly, they are playing with a little bit of hesitation. The rotation's not coming in, because normally if you had the players rotating correctly, those balls rolling so slowly in front of the net would just get punched in.
Right, yeah, and they're playing very far back, kind of like a wider rotation or something like that. They're only getting 2 shots on net, not what you want to have happen there. You really want to be able to create the offense. They got up and into Selfless's half plenty of times, but just were not able to create any sort of pressure on the net itself. And that really got punished here by Selfless.
Yep, and now just one game away. Selfless, they got in by a hair in the last qualifier, and they are doing that yet again. A-Money, Sizz, Matt, they like making us wait. They like making us sit at the edge of our seat. And now, if they can get this game, they will punch their ticket yet again into the group stage. So A-Money, Matt, and Sizz, a lot riding on this one. No capes. If they hope to bring it back, have to win now. This is the game. Their back is to the wall. They need to perform.
I like Team Selfless's way of putting their name into their tags. They have team greater than myself, you know? It's kind of a cool way to talk about Selfless. Good team mentality, and it's really paying off for them right now. Here, game number 2, Selfless leads by 1. The winner here, if they can win this game, they will qualify for the RLCS group stages in the second qualifier. Sizz sending that target on to net. Time able to put it out to the corner. Dark Demise picking this one up, but Matt takes it from him and puts it in right there.
You've got to feel for Dark Demise. He has a very bad touch. Time put this down to the corner. That was a good hit. That hit right there by Dark Demise was a very difficult, very poor hit there that put his team in a difficult position. And you saw the goal coming as a result of that poor touch.
It only took them 23 seconds to score here. Selfless striking early. Just try to keep their goal clean, maybe put on a couple more goals, and just move on to the group stages at this point. It's not that difficult for them. We'll see if No Capes can make it hard on them. There's some nice pressure from Demise. Sizz gets up and into this one and puts it over into the corner. Emptiness is coming up to try and create some pressure, but whiffs on that one, and now No Capes rotating back onto defense. Demise is in an awkward position, puts it into the corner, gives time to set up in goal. He gives time. Time doesn't need any time, he is time.
It really does, though, become difficult mentally when you just cannot get a goal.
For sure.
Selfless shut out No Capes in that pass game and still 0 goals. So it just starts wearing on you where you feel like there's no possibility. You see how slow they were to the ball.
Here's the best possibility they've had yet. Emptiness sets that one up, but no one could get there. They couldn't get there in time, and Matt clears it away.
Yet, time and time again, No Capes has not been getting to the ball quick enough. They just have not been committing to the rotations. They're playing afraid, and they need to just shake off the nerves and start attacking the ball, trying to get to it first.
I need you to bear with me on this pun, but for No Cape's favor, time is on their side right now.
Literally.
They have time to come back into this game. That ball's in right in front of the net. Time goes for the Spider-Man clear. Dark Demise able to pick this one up, transition to offense, but great presence from Matt. Clears it into the corner, blows the offensive rotation. Now Demise, they need to readjust here as Emptiness comes up from the backfield, trying to create some pressure. Goes to Bully, A-Money in goal, but no one there for the follow-up, so the Bully doesn't even matter. A-Money able to pass this one up to Sizz. Sizz takes a shot. Good interference from Dark Demise. They're able to clear it out, but it's lofted back in front of the goal. Where's Matt? Oh, he's not going to come up for that one, but my goodness, some good, strong defensive stand and a really good offensive play from Selfless.
That was scary. That rebound on the save, still very dangerous, and you can see No Capes is still struggling to keep this assault at bay.
Dark Demise ran out of boost and just tumbles out of the air down into the midfield. A-Money picks this one up, puts into the corner. Another A-Money to Sizz pass. They have been playing so well in the past minute here. A-Money takes the boost and rotates back onto defense. They get it past Matt. That ball's lofted. Can Sizz get there? No! Finally, No Capes just gets on the board.
No Capes just executes this. Dark Demise off the wall to himself. You see a little bit out of position. That demo didn't really matter. There was no hope for him to get back. And then player went for the boost in the corner instead of covering net. And that long ranger is going to tie it up. We are exactly halfway through the game. So,
Emptiness takes a shot. Sizz gets the block. Holy cow. That was such a good shot. And what a great save by Sizz, keeping the game even.
Yeah, you could see No Cape starting to come alive in the final seconds. They know their back is against the wall. If they lose this game, it's over for them. And Selfless will make it into the group. And another win here. No Capes is coming alive.
They're starting to make the shots, and they're really forcing Selfless to be strong in goal. So far, it's held up, but you got to wonder how long they can hold on to it. Time able to put that one over the top of his crossbar. Sizz keeping the pressure up. Matt going to try and create some more offense. It's lofted again. Here comes A-Money for the shot. Oh, my goodness, what a save. The defense has been so amazing. There's another shot. One. Oh, and Matt puts it in. There goes the lead in favor of Selfless.
Matt making a name for himself. The defense from No Capes, admirable, but look at that. He jumps from the corner. Air rolls his car to just nudge that one in. Everybody loves the breakout because of how great it looks in the air when you're aerialing using the aerial. Matt using it to perfect effect there. And now a 1-goal lead, and No Capes struggling to make any offense happen.
Yeah, that was a very just commanding offensive pressure from Selfless. They're starting to do it again. A-Money pops it out to the mid. Can anyone be there? Sizz was very far up, and he's not going to be able to get that pass. Now Time going to just wait this one out, gain ball control. Matt comes out from goal and pushes it into the corner. Dark Demise going to get the the counter play there. Reciprocate, try to get there. Matt Sizz going up, trying to get the block. Not going to happen. 1:15 left to go. No Capes needs one more. There's a pop out by Dark Demise. Time to take the shot, but it wasn't fast enough to go into the goal.
Oh no, and a missed hit there. That could have been bad had A-Money played that a little bit slower off the backboard. But Selfless looking to be the better squad here still with just under a minute left to go.
I'm going to try and see if they can just tie it up. All what No Capes needs right now is an equalizer. And that'll give them some motivation to continue on. Maybe force a game 3 here. The shot's going to go wide. Emptiness rides it up onto the wall and tries to transition. Puts it onto the wall again. Great carry there by Emptiness, but Matt and A-Money were waiting for him on the other side. Able to push this one out. No one in goal. Matt's able to put it away. What a roll that was.
Matt, yet again, coming up huge for Selfless. He wins that 50-50 there and just launches off the corner. You saw that No Capes was not expecting it. Matt was in a perfect position to pounce. And now 2 goals separating these teams. No Capes has only scored 1 goal so far in both of these games.
Yeah.
So right now, Selfless positioned to get into the group stage. If they win, they are in.
You got to feel for them when you know you're down and it's close, and then they just keep on increasing the lead. Sizz sets that one up. Here comes A-Money to try and finish it off. Sends it towards the goal. Time's able to be there. Great presence of mind from Time. Putting it in the corner. 15 seconds left. They need 2. They need to dribble this down right now. Emptiness is driving way too slow if he wants to score. This is not going to happen if they can't even get this out of their own half. Final countdown. They need 2. They need a tearaway. Just amazing, just blazer beam of a shot. At this point, it's just not happening, though. That ball's still on the ground. Final second.
Yes.
Well done by No Capes, but Selfless.
Almost the last second.
Selfless is going to take this one right now.
Oh, Selfless. They do it yet again. Look at the amount of shots.
Holy cow.
14 shots on the half of Selfless. These guys do it yet again. They are in the group stage. We saw them get into the group stage in the first qualifier, and they do it yet again, coming through the losers bracket. A-Money, Matt says now they get a second chance at groups, trying to fight eventually to get to the international final, but really cool, calm, collected play, and they get in, it seemed, with relative ease.
Yep, well done by Selfless qualifying again, and props to NoCaps for making it this far out of 6,000 teams, able to make it down to this final few rounds, able to have a shot at qualifying. This is what the RLCS is all about, like we've been saying. We'll be passing this back over to Golden Boy and the guys at the desk. Guys, break it down for us. What happened in that game?
Thank you guys so much. Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, rip off your sleeves in honor of Selfless Gaming. Congratulations to them. But you know what, though? I mean, we talk about A-Money, and yes, he had a great goal at the start of the series to really set the tone. But, I mean, let's not kid ourselves here. The superstar, the MVP. I mean, I want this man's shirt. I want to wear his clothing. Okay, that sounded weird, but I'll take it. Matt, this dude's a savage, man. He's incredible.
Like, he showed up well during group stage last time, but he just keeps getting better and better. These shots he's hitting are absolutely insane.
He was 4 of the 5 goals that they scored.
He's their offense.
He was almost, that's like, and it's 4 out of the 5 goals scored were all Matt. And they weren't just like open nets. I mean, there was like one he got a pinch that kind of creamed around. It wasn't much, but like that insane shot. He really came out, and you could tell, we kind of talked about it a little bit, the quality of some of the touches coming out of Selfless were just a little more top-notch over NoCapes.
Yeah.
Some of NoCapes touches just really weren't, they were sometimes just touches for the sake of touches because they didn't have the ability to put it where they wanted. Yeah. And it showed. Selfless had most of the control. They really didn't struggle much. The only times most goals went in were because they actually made a mistake, not because they were beat out by NoCapes in a play.
Yeah, there was a couple times where they just where they didn't rotate and they had no one in net, and NoCapes put it in a few times here or there, but like game 1, they controlled that game beautifully. Like it was only 2-0, but they were never threatened at all.
Yeah, that's right. What a performance there out of Selfless. Speaking of performance, let's go into the Mobile One high performance replay and see what we had from Selfless, because we started things off with a great goal from A-Money. He swooped right in, right 5 seconds into the game, not even waiting for it, not a care in the world, and saw the open goal and went for it, which is something that you guys talked about before, you and Lawler. When you see that opportunity, you charge for it, and that was basically an open book. He read it wonderfully. But then Matt was just on fire. This guy he could do no wrong here, Gibbs.
He couldn't, but like A-Money was setting him up. Like this play, what an angle from Matt. He had to come back to the ball, time it perfectly with the back of his car to throw it back in the net.
You can't not make a grunt when you see this shot. You have to just make some kind of noise. That's exactly what I'm talking about. It was gross. That was such a gross shot.
And this is the goal you're talking about with the pinch, and then it's a free net. But that's just because they were applying pressure. Matt and A-Money were both applying a lot of pressure, so NoCapes couldn't get anything going. Sizz didn't have to do a lot of work back there, like on defense, because there was not a lot of shots coming in. One thing I'm worried about with Selfless going forward is they had 23 shots or 24 shots, only 5 goals. They need to get these shots a little bit more accurate, or set them up to be in a better spot. Because again, they didn't score a lot. They scored 2 and then they scored 3. That's not going to win a ton of games going forward against these better teams.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier, just because you have a shot doesn't mean you have to take it.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's good though. Like when you take a shot, you're forcing a goalie to make a move. Especially if he's not oriented to get a hard clear off of it. You're just using it to move a goalie, put the pressure on, and make them scared. Like oh, they just took another shot. You take 2, 3, 4, 5 shots in succession. One's eventually probably going to go in if they're not good enough at rotating. So it really depends. It's situational, but you bring up a good point. I think they need to be either make better placements or turn their opportunities into plays as opposed to just taking a shot.
My question for you guys is, you had mentioned you wanted to see A-Money play more aggressive with Matt. Did you feel like we saw that from this game? Because while Matt was getting a lot of the goals, he was definitely the one, just check, just so many goals. Still, A-Money set him up quite a few times, and Sizz did his job, right? Sizz didn't really stand out, but that's okay, right? Because he was playing the backfield, and when you really think about it, if he's not standing out, that means that A-Money and Matt were actually doing their jobs and keeping the pressure on their opponents. So you felt like that synergy was there for those two guys?
Oh yeah, like that last goal by Matt with the awesome redirect was set up because of A-Money's shot that was so good that they had to make, NoCapes made a great save on, but they couldn't get it out, and that led to a juicy rebound for Matt to take. But A-Money was doing a great job of being like a nuisance, just in that front field, like taking their boost and just like getting those small touches where like he needed to, so No Capes couldn't get those quality clears.
Even that first goal that A-Money made, we couldn't see in the replay, but that was actually like a barrage of kickoff goal shots. Like right after kickoff, I think A-Money was the third or fourth shot to happen in that play, and he had good awareness. He noticed like my team's not going to get here. Like he probably in almost any other situation should have been rotating back. That was not a time he should have been going for net. But he saw it. He knew that he had the opportunity. He knew no one was going to get there on defense and that none of his teammates could get there in time. And that's what A-Money excels at. He like you said, he's a nuisance. He's there when no one else can be, and he's there to just kind of like contest the ball when you're not ready for it.
Yeah, it was incredible. And of course, congratulations to Selfless. They join iBuyPower Cosmic, Kings of Urban, Exodus, as well as Mockit NA, Lucky Bounce, and I keep forgetting him, but I'm not going to forget him this time, Genesis. So we have one more spot remaining in this competition, one more spot for the group stages. Who will it be? Will it be the squad that was there in qualifier number 1, group stage 1, Retrospect, or will it be the up-and-coming, shocking the world squad known as Neo? Is it going to be the red pill or the blue pill? Went for it. You guys said don't do it, but I went for it. I feel so good about that. We're going to find out who comes out on top and who will get that final spot after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. It's our last matchup of the day, and it is going to be a good one. It will be Retrospect facing off against Neo. Neo, the surprise squad here in this competition. And joining me on the analyst desk, of course, Gibbs, and now James Bott. James, how you doing? You feeling a little triggered today?
I am always triggered, so, you know, that's just something that's special about it.
Like my favorite term.
It is special, that's for sure. It is special.
I hope someone just clipped that moment and just cropped it, and that becomes an emote on your
Well,
screen.
you should have seen the guys from RLC had that and put it on a pigeon, and yeah,
it's fantastic.
That's incredible. Incredible. So, guys, this is a huge matchup. The last spot in group stages. This is it. Right? Like, for these two teams, it is an opportunity for them to go to the live final, right? Because coming out on top in the online finals and you know, the points and all these factors in play, this is it. And for a squad like Neo that had not been in this position before, to be in this spot and say, holy, we can go. Yeah. We can go to the live final just off of a whim. This is incredible, Gibbs.
It's insane that Neo made it this far, but you know, there's teams like Fake Out Nation and XYZ, like they've all been bounced. And there's going to be some movement, I think, like in this bottom tier of North America, where they're going to try and regroup, because right now we have like a good chance of 7 of the 8 teams returning back from Q1 with Retrospect.
Yeah, that was what we were talking about at the break, and it's just kind of an homage to how important skill is in Rocket League. It's not a luck game. Like you said, 7 out of 8 teams are teams from the previous group stage. The only one who's not here is Orbit, and Orbit disbanded, and players from Orbit, you know, Zane, he's on Mockit NA, who made it in, and Genocop was on Orbit, and he's on Retrospect, which is on the verge of making it in, and Retrospect was previously Onslaught, so if they get in, like every team that's still together from the previous group stage is going to get in again. But Krios, I've been playing against this guy for a long time. In the preseason, I would play against him. In season 1, season 2, he was always in solo threes, and he's a very good player. He's been playing for a long time, so I am not surprised to see him and his squad make it this far.
Now, when we talked about Retrospect, I think it was mentioned before that this is a team of individuals that has to find a way to work together here. If you were Neo, I would imagine you're looking to take advantage of that. Of course, Retrospect, I'm sure, you know, went back to the drawing board, thought about some of the things that they did wrong in their qualification matchup earlier today, and you know, of course, I should expect to see a different roster here. But Gibbs, you've been in this kind of a position before as a competitor, so want to get your perspective on this. Can you see a squad like Retrospect working together? Based on what we saw from Neo, can you see Neo outshine Retrospect here, or do you feel like they're just, you know, a notch above the rest?
Now, usually it's when you're not playing together, it's on the defensive side of the ball. As I said earlier, the offense is a little bit easier to read passes. Like you go up the corner and try and throw it out mid. But on defense, you have to trust that goalie to go up for the save, so you don't have to in case there's a juicy rebound. But I think Retro can pull it together here. maybe more just on that mechanical skill that they have. But Neo like is that team that's probably like on a high right now. Like, wow, we're in the last game of RLCS Q1. Let's Q2. I'm sorry. Let's try and take this. Like, we can do this. Let's put the pressure on them and make them make mistakes on the defensive side.
This is the final game of the online qualifier. It's all coming down to this. And Classics, he played very well for them, and he stepped up and scored most of the goals for Retrospect. And GenoCop, he is a really talented player. One of the players when he was on Orbit who was the high flyer and the big scorer. So look for one of these other players besides Classics to step up, because if they do, Retrospect will be in a good position to get in to the group stage.
Well, it's going to be an intense matchup for sure. Guys, let's dive into some predictions here. Gibbs, start with you.
All right, so the Retrospect, they did come in 5th during Group 1, so like they have the best chance to get to the LAN over like even Mockit NA, who we're all saying is like a favorite coming in. They really need this. I think they will get it. Like, I think Classics will have another great showing because it's basically his team, and he rebuilt it from the ground up. So I'm going to give it a 2-0. I think GenoCop's going to show up, though. Like, I think he noticed how poorly he played that first game, and they're going to change things around and get him more involved.
James?
I'm going to think this one's going to be a 2-1. These players are young on this Retrospect squad, so look for them to have a lot of nerves here. I think they might drop a game, but still, I think they're going to pull through and get the 2-1.
All right, folks. Well, this is it. Pressure is on. It could not be more intense, folks. The winner of this matchup goes on to the group stages, the final group stages before the live final. This is going to be insane, and I cannot wait till we get this one going. So let's go ahead, toss it over to our casters, Leaf and Lawler.
Thank you, Golden. We have Neo versus Retrospect. Now, this is going to be an interesting one. Can Neo cause a glitch in the Matrix? I had to do it. Or can Retro pull themselves back? And I mean, it's kind of surprising that they're in the losers bracket. I mean, the last game they played was so close.
Yeah, they were super close in regards to playing against. It was Lucky Bounce where Chrome had that just misfortunate touch and it led to that goal for Timothy.
So rough.
They were just there. And who knows what would have happened if they would have cleared that out, but they've shown promise. They just need that second player to step up, and we're hoping someone like GenoCop can do that for them.
Well, we've seen again. We saw the case with EU before. RG Esports pulling through and just playing on that high, pulling themselves into the bracket. Like that could do a lot for you. Coming in with just like, wow, dude, we're here. Right, that can be a lot to put up against Retro, and as they said on the analyst desk, nerves could play a huge part for Retro, and if Neo can take advantage of that, could be the downfall for Retro, so it could actually be very close. I mean, we expect Retro probably to pull away with the 2-0, at least I would, but it could go either way, I think.
Yeah, you never know what Neo's up to. If they can play like they did and show that pressure, maybe that team will come through, but I can't wait to see what happens.
We're going to jump down into as these teams are now getting ready for our final match of the day, the last spot to get into these group stages,
the line,
last qualifier. We have Neo versus Retro in a best of 3. Into the match already early. Creel's trying to make a start. Neo just making a play. Look at the tax already on, but they're going to be out of position now. Now GenoCop probably to get a play started up. He does force it past. Laz puts that out in a dangerous spot. GenoCop just needs to get it past, and he does. Oh my goodness! Classic can still finish it up though, but he misses the touch. And now Krios has a chance to push it out.
What a save by Pepiopi, getting there and just flicking that one out of the way. Nobody was there on the rotation to follow it up, and that was kind of the bigger problem. But, there it is!
Laz almost actually keeps that one out.
Yeah, GenoCop showing that he's still in this. Chrome going to take that off the wall. Ball, luckily for him, bounces right into the middle where GenoCop is waiting. Easy shot on the net, but just barely missed. They almost had that save.
We'll see if they can answer this one quick. Neo needs to get a goal if they don't want Retrospect running away with this. Classic's just going to keep a little bit of ball control as he gets that boost. Very good boost stall, and he follows it up, almost gets a touch. Chrome and GenoCop left to clean it up. Good rotation from Geno, letting Chrome push that out. Still in the corner as Pepiope Lepew gets that ball still in the corner. Laz, putting the pressure on ball, not leaving the corner, finally down to midfield into Neo's zone. Oh no! Pepiope just missing that one.
That's a dangerous spot to miss the ball too, especially right in front of your net. Luckily, no one's there to punish it, and that seems to be the problem with this Retrospect team is as of far, they can get the ball down the field, it's just the possession, and they're going to make me eat my words.
Carrillo's just a little bit off on that save. He was in the right spot, but couldn't get his feet on the ground to get the jump.
Maybe Gino Cop was jealous of Classics from that last matchup, and he wants to score a bunch of his own. He's already, 2/3 of the way there to hitting that hat trick for himself.
Yeah, there you go. It's it's 2 goals already, just over a minute into this, and Retro showing that, guys, we deserve to have not lost that other one, and we deserve to be in the winners right now. So they're coming out already strong, but anything can really happen. It's a best of 3, so guaranteed other game that can happen. Can go either way. We've seen it a few times. Retro being beaten out quite a bit before. So Gino Cop, Chrome, trying to get that team shot. Doesn't go very powerful. It's the patented wet noodle. Pepiopi just getting in the way. Gino Cop doing some weird dribbling on the wall there with his nose, but doesn't do anything advantageous for them. Classics putting that the wrong way, but it confused Pepiopi, so I guess it kind of worked out.
The fact that Classics took that confused me too. Like, Chrome had such an easy shot and big clear out on it, but he had the ability to, he slowed down and hesitated for it and let his teammate take it. I don't know if it was due to communication, but either way, Chrome should have played that up. He had plenty of time.
Up the wall goes Pepiopi. Chrome beats him out. Gino Cobb, can he get the touch? Oh, Chrome just can't get back in time. Krios puts that away from the front of the net. Classics keeping the pressure on. Neo trying to make a breakout. Good soft touch is going to allow Pepiopi actually to get a touch on it to put it into Retro zone. Krios, can he put that on target? He can. Chrome clears that back to midfield. Classics tries to get a redirect. Doesn't quite make the touch. Laz now to cut a pass. Chrome steals it away. That's on target. Pepiopi, the patience, give it away, but gives it right to Gino Cop. Dangerous spot for Neo as they scramble to get it out front of their slot.
Man, Retro going all around on this one, just controlling the pace, and it seems to be a lot of back and forth between these two teams. It's just a matter of possession change. When you get these teams that are going back and forth, it's a matter of containing the possession in front of the net.
Classics! Oh, that almost like the wall air dribble to get the pass out to
Chrome
Chrome.
actually got underneath one of the players of Neo and jumped up, and it bounced it out.
That was really smart to drop it down, but that's on target. Gino Cop just getting enough steam on that to push it out. Pepiopi and Krios running back as Laz is the last one. This could be a scoring opportunity. Chrome gets beaten up by Pepiopi. Good speed and hustle from him. Krios now trying to get a play set up for his teammates. Gets a little bit of a pop. That's up for Laz. Laz is a little short.
There it is.
Psych out. Pepiopi takes it instead.
Yeah, the jump in the middle, whether it was planned or not by Laz, doesn't matter. Krios taking a pinch off the wall there and settling that in the middle. Just rotation, someone needs to be in net already for Retro to knock that out. But because there is an easy shot on goal, Pepiopi.
Very smart for Laz, though, to drop that and just let it go to his teammate. Otherwise, that could have been a save, as it would have been a very soft touch. Already on target. That's a almost rough goal to tie it up off the kickoff for Neo. Tie it 2-2, minute 30 left. Only 1 goal behind, where, originally would have thought before this tournament started it to be a complete stomping. But it's only a 1 goal differential. Classics trying to make it a difference as he carries the ball down. Good boost still from him. Make sure he's all boosted up. Laz, nice touch out. Classics getting in front of that. Chrome and Classics just doing their best to bounce this back and forth.
Oh,
very
there
good
it
team
is. What
play.
a shot from Chrome.
Wow, that's very, very good ball control between the two of them.
Constant pressure. You see them fighting for this. Every hit touching the ground, there's always a Retrospect player on it, and eventually that pace is what won them over. Able to play past one player, gets up and beats him on it. Easy goal, no one in the back of the net.
Well, eventually, if you can just make sure the opponents don't touch it, you're going to have a scoring opportunity like that. And they did exactly that. Softest, weirdest touches, but it works out. Now up 3-1. Final minute of gameplay approaching. And Neo down 2 goals. Pepiopi tries to get something now, but
Krios
with the self going, almost the same. Pepiopi is moving around the field pretty quick, but couldn't quite get behind that one.
And ripping Pepiopi there. He's trying to get up and make a save, and just the pressure of it, he's going at a weird angle and just kind of carries it into the net. Super close, good effort, just not enough. I mean, game 1 already going in the favor of this team, and that's going to spell trouble. I mean, these teams are so close to making it into the online finals with a chance at the group stage, I should say. These games matter so much.
Well, it looks like Retro is now finally starting to pay attention a little more to the touches that they're having, and that's what's allowing them to get a little more shots on net and just pull. Oh, the shot from Laz almost just off the post, though, but it's allowing them to pull Neo out of position and get those open nets. So very good job from Retro. We'll see if they can keep it up, obviously, going into game 2. 30 seconds still in this. Classics, nice shot. Laz just gets a touch out, but that's going to be followed by Chrome. It's going to be a scoring opportunity, but not enough boost to get there in time. Not enough speed. Pepiopi just missing that one as Laz now has to run back. Chrome and Gino trying to put another one in. 14 seconds left in game number 1, and looking like it's probably going to be going to Retro.
Yeah, a lot of the problems it seems to be from Neo is that they're grouping really, really hard. A lot of their players have been bumping into each other as well. But big story, I mean, another goal here again with, of course, 1 second left. They can't just let it finish. But
no,
has been Chrome and the rest of the team has been actually doing a pretty good job spreading out. But it's more, not even that the passes are done with intent, they're just beating them to the ball because of the spacing that they have.
Well, let's see, 5-1, probably going to be the ending score for this. That ball is going to drop to the ground in favor of Retrospect. Retrospect taking game number 1. We see all the players on Retro actually having a big part of it. Look, that's point spread, very good spread. Shots are still actually a lot out from Neo. They did a very good job. I'd like to see them pull back. I mean, obviously the score didn't show that it was very close, but I think it will still be a very close match the next one. They just got to watch out for those very smart touches. Retro is slowing the pace down. They're taking it to their own game. They say, guys, we're just going to keep control of the ball, pull you guys out of position, and that's what they're doing. So as long as Neo can adapt to that, fix what's happening with them, and play to that pace, maybe pull the pace back to themselves, I think they can pull away with a lot closer game, maybe even a win.
A little bit of playing on that back foot, but they still contest and match pretty well. It's just when it comes down to it, they're getting beat by the touches, and there's Chrome.
Oh no,
Chrome! Opportunity.
A little bit of a whiff on that one, or a little blunder. So he could have read that bounce a little bit better to get an early goal, but still going to remain scoreless. Laz just missing that too, is going to be out of position. Krios is going to have to rush back. They want 2 defenders. Good pass from Classics. Chrome, a little bit of missed ball control, but turns out in his favor. Laz has to win this one out, and they're not being ahead of the game. They're a step behind Retro at the moment. So a lot of these touches are going in favor of Retro. Chrome just throwing that deep to allow his teammates to set up for an attack.
I do like, though, that Neo, you can tell that their communication is on point. They had parts where, a couple of their players in back, especially Laz there, he had the ability to clear it, and he's like, no, okay, I got a teammate behind me that's going to clear it out, and Pepioni did it just well.
Precisely. Very cool. And even in the first game we saw Laz, opting out for taking a shot for his teammate, and it resulted in a goal. Good second touch from Laz. Krios, can he get it out? Genocop patiently waiting for that one. Sends that way up to Chrome. Chrome loses it on the touch there. Pepiopi. Nice. He's right. It is fun to say that name. Pepiopi. Classics. Gets the touch out to the center, and that was a little bit rough for Neo, but thankfully for them, it gets cleared back down into Retro's end. Genocop, weird touch out, but thankfully his teammate was ready for that. Maybe good communication on their part. That's up in the air, though. It's going to be an opportunity. Classics just leaves that alone. Probably needed some boost.
Yeah, you see players backing off on stuff like that, and that's where this Neo team needs to come in and punish. They have an opportunity to take a goal lead here, but when that ball's settling that far in front, so close. But yeah, the ball, it's playing in that midfield, so, nobody's pressuring it, and I don't know why. They need to come up and apply that pressure. Otherwise, this Retro team is going to just keep making hits over and over again until one eventually comes in from a defensive breakdown.
Yeah, just some weird, they're winning, they're getting to the hits first, but it just seems like Retro's hits now in this game are not really going where they probably should be sometimes. A little off target or nowhere near somewhere their teammates. Classics, a little under that one, gets beaten out. Neo sends that back down. Krios, very good cherry pick, almost was able to put that one in for the first goal, approaching the halfway mark, and we're still yet to see a goal on Diavec Stadium. Retro versus Neo, game number 2. If Neo loses this one, they are done, and Retro takes a spot, but if they win this, we go to a game at number 3.
It's exactly what I don't understand is this game's so crucial. You'd expect that aggression to come out because they are getting beat by hesitation, yet they're not doing it. And same thing goes to Retrospect. Retrospect, you guys win and you're done.
And they're already up a game.
Punish them. Be done with this. And yet neither team, oh my gosh.
Oh, Krios reading that bounce very, very well. Saved them from getting scored on, remaining at 0-0. 2 minutes left. Classics misses that. Can allow Pepiopi to get the ball out to Laz. He's going to miss that one, but that's still up front. Krios way too committed on that one. He's going to miss out on the scoring opportunity, but keeps it at midfield. Classics obviously going to beat him to that. Sends it in. Maybe should have just backed off and got some boost and rotated back on that.
These balls are settling in middle, so like nobody's touching it at all. Yet when they have that much space, they don't just have to hit it towards the goal. Take a little bit of patience, dribble it up, and then make a play. Your team will then be there to support you, and they're just not doing it. They're just hitting it towards the wall and saying, okay, maybe someone will be there. And it's not what you want to do.
Could have been a bad master. Pass out to Pepiopi if you can stuff that past. It's being out Classics. Someone needs to be on this ball. There's absolutely no one there, so Classics easily gets that clear. Down into the zone with a wide open net. These misses from Neo. need to stop happening. But I don't know how Retro's not capitalizing at this point.
It's definitely back and forth. It's like the players are respecting each other too much. I need someone to go in and just make a play.
Well,
have
maybe
someone stand up.
That's precisely what the desk was talking about, is those nerves. Those nerves could very well be coming up for Retro when this is down to the wire. And Neil being a team that's not expected to be here, just not keeping up. The shot, though, could have been the first one. Kept out by Retro. Now Chrome going to try to set up a play of his own. Very good dribble. One guy to beat. Krios takes it off his roof. Finally getting a good read themselves. Retro's been doing that themselves. That's on target. Gino keeping that away. Classics to follow it up. Good patience from Gino to make sure he keeps control of that, but Laz is going to steal it away. No one to follow it up. Oh, there it is, but this bit of miscommunication is going to allow Classics to start to roll that towards the blue end. Krios takes it away. Chrome still scoreless, 30 seconds left. Will we see an overtime, or can Neo take a shot to pull it to game 3? Retro, they want to win it right now.
Man, with 20 seconds left, just like you said, why go to an overtime when you can finish it right now? You have that opportunity. Take it.
Laz now gets a chip up. Let's see if he can follow it up. His teammates need to get some boost and follow up with him, but there's no one there. Take this away. Why is no one there? Pepe Obi pushes it aside. Gino Cop trying to make one final ditch effort. He's going to get the read off the wall, but a soft touch is going to kill this one, and we hit overtime of our last game. Retro versus Neo. Retro sporting that orange, Neo on the blue. And man, it's a little weird that we see 0 goals coming out of this, and we saw 5-1 in the previous.
It's just even match, but holy cow,
Classics do it. Can he get it past?
Oh, what a save by Pepe Obi.
He did his best, but he couldn't quite finish it off.
Good patience, but can they transition that? Oh, Laz just barely missing it. Back and forth between
Rios
these two
a shot on
teams.
net.
Oh
That's
my God!
He gets it. No one in net to contest it, and they're going to go to game at number 3. Neo against Retro, fighting it out to get a 3rd game, forcing that 3rd game.
The placement of that shot from Krios was so good, especially after that transition. We talk about how lazy these guys have been playing, where they're just not doing anything while it's in the middle of the field, and taking advantage of that is Krios, able to put that shot on net and put it in the net.
Look at the shots, 3 to 4. Almost no shots coming up from either team.
Right.
It's absolutely absurd to me. It's just, I think it was just, there's so much, I honestly, I'm going to lay it down to the wire on nerves. I can say straight up, 100%, it's got to be nerves.
It's kind of the biggest stage for especially Neo's lives to be in this position. I mean, they got to win 1. They're within 1. Like, they can do it. Both teams have the opportunity to really separate it. Whichever one comes out strong, and I assume gets that first goal, is going to secure the series.
They're within 1 to be the one of the 6, that they could do it. Yeah. They're that close. They've got to be feeling good, but nervous at the same time. And if they're keeping it this close, we could very well see Neo walk away with this. I want to know who the chat's actually rooting for, because it's probably absurd in that area right now, in that whole chat area. Absolutely nuts. Seeing Neo go up against Retro. We got Chrome, Classics, Gino Cop, super strong players, and they're in game number 3 against Neo, a team that we don't even know.
What a story it would be if one of the only teams to not get in would be this Retrospect team after they had such a huge roster
Oh my
swap.
goodness, yeah. That'd be nuts. Well, I mean, it would just show that maybe next time they should make better decisions on their rosters.
Hey man, they have a chance here to spell it out, and if they keep this pressure up like they have right now, they have a pretty good chance.
Good touch from Laz. Classics getting a bit of a feels backflip. Pepe Obi waiting patiently, but oh, the stuff from Chrome. It's gonna leave that Gino. Good finish from Gino. That's what we need to see.
Gino Cop showed a lot of this early in the first game, where he put in goal after goal, and being able to follow up, that's what we needed. We were missing that from the last game, where they had shots that would sit in front of the net, but nobody would be there to swing in and take the goal.
Krios did his darndest to get up to that, but it was just a bad position for the B. Very good stuff from Classics. We'll see if they can get another one set up. Only 30 seconds into this, and Gino Cop and Classics starting to make some moves. They're letting Chrome sit back. Now it's his turn to move up. Laz leaves that one. Laz very, very smart, knowing when his teammates have a better hit. Once again, leaves it for his teammate.
I like how you said that, but at the same time, there was a teammate really sitting there waiting to dribble it upfield, and they haven't been doing that. They just hit it downfield and completely give up the ball. What they should do is they should slow down the pace, take some time, and then rotate as a team. Look for a pass, and then punish somebody for it.
This could be it here. Laz misses that wall hit. Going to be critical in allowing Retro to move back in, but almost a squeaker from Pepe Obi. Getting right in there, but couldn't quite finish it. Just keeps ball control, leaves it to Laz. Very, very good back pass. Keeps that away from 2 attackers. Fortunately, no play is going to develop out of that for Neo. Now Chrome going to try to set something up. Classics there to support him off the backboard. We're going to see Gino Cop make a touch on this because no Neo defender doing anything with it. A little bit scrambly. But still only down 1 goal. Lots of time left in the match. Classics trying to squeeze that by.
Man, you see Classics starting to play in a more risky position. I'm actually happy to see it. Hopefully looking for that high risk, high reward where he contested 2 defenders back there. And if they would have had a big clear, it would have been Chrome all alone in a very rough situation. But still able to make a save.
That
shot from Pepe
with the rocket! Look at that shot!
Coming in from just a little bit out, look at it. Laz wins that 50-50 in the air, and it settles perfectly for Pepe, hitting it in the most possible strength that he can. When that ball bounces just off the ground and he hits it with the nose of his car, that thing is going to fly.
He read that backboard bounce so perfectly that he knew exactly where his car should be to get that bounce, as you just said, to get the most powerful shot he could with the dominance as well. And a strong, strong shot evens up the score. Neo staying in this game against Retro. 3 minutes left. We're tied up. Can they start to get some more goals, or are they going to get stuck back in their own end? Shot from Classics a little bit wide. Chrome to follow it up. Now he's going to leave that. Does get a little bit of a pop. No real scoring opportunity here. Laz wins out the contest in the air. Gino Cop sends it back to midfield. Krios gets beaten out by Classics. Classics doing a very, very good job of keeping the pressure on and staying on the offense.
Yeah, you're really starting to see the pass plays develop for this Retrospect team between Classics and Gino Cop. I think they're definitely entrusting Chrome back there on defense, which is good to see, especially after that mishap that he had against Lucky Bounce, like we mentioned earlier.
Good touch from Gino, pushes that to the side, a little out of his reach, but Pepe can't get control of it. Laz, good drop to the side, killing that ball. Chrome picks it up once again. A little bit miscommunication, or they're trying to go for a pinch, and Classics squeezes that in.
Too many up in the air here. You see him going up on the wall, and Krios is up, and Laz went up too. It actually completely stopped Krios' job to hit that off the backboard, and an easy goal for Classics, just waiting for it.
I swear they're trying to go for a pinch. Like that had to be the way they're going. No, you don't think so?
No, I think it was a mistake. I think the trust is starting to fall
Either
apart.
way, it didn't work out.
You done goofed, man. You done goofed.
You done goofed. And now we're down 1 goal once again, but we saw them tie it up before. It's still doable. 2 minutes left is a heck of a lot of time. But Chrome with a shot. Classics trying to clean it up. Laz,
it's still in a dangerous spot.
Weird spot to put that, and that's the pinch that puts it in midfield. But Gino Cop gets a touch on that, and the pressure is on from Retro. They want to make sure they extend this lead. They didn't like that they were tied up just a few seconds ago, so they're going to try to get another goal. Classics losing that one. Pepe to Laz. Laz with a very good long shot. See if someone can get it off the wall. And they can set up a play. They cannot.
I just don't understand when there's nobody nearby that these guys just give the ball away.
Classics! Sorry, Classics! Gets that one off Gino. Gino actually had a really good touch off the wall here. He goes up and reads the bounce. Just gets it over Laz and Pepe.
What a beautiful lay there for his teammate. Recognizing that ball's going to come off the backboard, but it's coming out probably a little bit too hard. And to throw off the other team on Neo with that touch, just so well played.
Great play. Classics just forcing himself. That was actually really interesting. As he was flipping, he kept boosting to make sure he kept the pressure on that. Gino Cop tries to put it in. That's an open net. Classics misses it, though. You've seen quite a few misses from him so far. That's going to be maybe on target. Classics once again keeping the pressure on, but now backtracking is Retro. Pepe. Oh, what? What? Neo. 2 misses. So they try to get some fancy moves on. They can't get it on target, and now they're still stuck in their zone. Final minute of gameplay. We're on, and we are down 2 goals. Neo, this is going to be a goal, though. 1 goal down now.
Hey, man, he saved 1, he saved 2. 3 is the lucky number, I guess, for this Neo team. Just a bad position, and that's rough. I mean, he's trying to clear it out to the best of his ability, but when he's backwards, that's when rotations need to come into play. Like, his teammate needs to be there to back it up. But good job on Neo, putting on that constant pressure, finally able to sneak one in and make this a 1-goal game. Oh, my goodness.
Neo, come on, you can do this. Just stop whiffing on the balls, on the walls. Like it seems to keep happening. That's in a bad spot, but Krios pushes it back to midfield. Someone needs to follow it up. There's Pepe. Can he get this? He needs to play it smart, get a pass out. Leaves it instead, recognizing Classic's going to take it away. Laz is there instead.
Oh,
someone to finish it off, and that's on target. Pepe just keeps it out.
Oh, why did you follow it up, Gino?
Gino, a little bit late to touch that one. And now Krios has another opportunity to set it up. Laz, the huge cherry pick, misses the touch. That's in front of the net. Krios almost sinks it in. They're getting so close. They're falling apart. That's on target again. Neo, where were you before?
Hey, man, when you got 10 seconds on the line to make it or break it,
this
now
is
it
in
comes
front
out.
of the net again. Laz,
oh, no!
Squeeze it in. Classics, barely keeping that out. Pepe, the pressure's on. Laz needs to get a good touch to Pepe. Can they get a pass? Krios, no, this is a bad spot. No, Neo, but Retro takes that 6th spot. Neo, what a showing.
Man,
oh my goodness.
Neo, like, showing the most aggression that I've seen from them all day in the last couple of seconds, and that's what we wanted to see from the start. But congrats to Retrospect holding on for that last spot to make it in. I'm sure they're feeling pretty great right now.
Absolutely nuts. Absolutely nuts. Unfortunately, it looks like they took the wrong pill, and they're not in it. I mean, you expected it.
It hurts, man. It hurts right here.
Neo did incredible. We saw a few of these teams that maybe weren't expecting to make it this far. Make it this far, and you got to hold your head high. You got to be proud. Absolutely incredible showing. So close. And I'd love to see them in any future tournament start showing their names and getting out there and playing, because that was incredible, like, especially against players like Retrospect. Incredible. We're going to see what the Dust has to say, though. That ended us off. We now have our teams. Golden Boy, take it away.
Thank you guys so much, and wow, what a series that was, man. You couldn't have asked for a better way to close out the evening. I mean, what a heartbreaker for Neo, but for Retrospect, the way I look at it, it was like Retrospect had everything to lose there, and they were playing like a team that had everything to lose, and Neo had nothing to lose. They're like, we weren't here before, we aren't supposed to be here, so we're just gonna give it everything we have. But man, that was an incredible series. Gibbs, let's start with you here. Starting, and just also another huge shout out. Remember the names, Krios, Laz, and Pepiopi. These guys, I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more of them as not only the RLCS continues on, but whether it be Rocket Royale, whether it be VVV Supersonic Series, even the Pulsar Premier League.
Yes.
You know, we could see these guys really shine. But all right, let's dive into this. Gibbs, over to you. Retrospect looked great going into game one. Gino Cop with a goal right away, follows it up with another one at around the 341 mark. So Gino Cop was a question mark for a lot of people going into this one. Showed up big time here.
Yeah, he had to show up. Like, that's what I wanted to see from him, because he had a really weak series earlier. But wonderful play by him. He even had a great tip pass in game 3 to or game 2. I'm sorry, to make it close. But he played really well, and that's like that catalyst.
That was the key.
That Retrospect needed.
I said it before the game. Classics. He was the MVP of the series before. They fell a little bit short. In order to take this one down, other people besides Classics would have to step up. And lo and behold, Gino and Chrome went huge in that first game. The second game a little bit flat, but then I was really happy to see Classics be the one to step up, like you mentioned, in game 3 and really pulled them through.
Yeah, he had some great mechanical plays like that wall dribble that almost worked. It's plays like that makes Retrospect so good, because at any time, the 3 of those players could score.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at those plays in a Mobile One high performance replay. And, you know, guys, I mean, again, we kick it off here with Gino Cop's follow-up with that shot there, and then just kept going. This actually was a great, I guess, message for Retrospect to send early on into the game. I mean, this was like a little bit more than 30 seconds in.
Yeah, I'll go ahead, James.
Just the plays here. You see Chrome and Classics just playing keep away from Neo, and that opened up the door for Chrome to get that open shot. So good control. And then the air dribble from Classics coming up.
Pepiopi with the great save there. And then he gets the great wall clear to set up this shot for the overtime winner, where game 2, everyone was kind of flat.
Yeah, everyone was flat, and Krios, he's been around for a long time, and he came up clutch. But really, Classics, he was quiet in those first 2 matches, but we have seen him come up big so many times before, and he did not let Retrospect down this time. He scored so many goals, 2 goals out of the 3, and also that last second save. And you can see Gino with a save of his own there. Retrospect held off that onslaught from Neo, shot after shot.
Oh man, those last 30 seconds, we all thought that like 5 of those shots were in.
Yeah.
We were like, oh my God, let's see overtime. But like great defense by Retro, and Neo, so close.
Yeah, well now Retrospect move on to the group stages. They will join iBuyPower, Cosmic, Kings of Urban, Exodus, Mockit NA, Lucky Bounce, who is a new addition to the group stages, Genesis, Selfless, and this certainly has been a wild ride today. We had some incredible games, top to bottom, and I'm so happy to see NA Rocket League really begin to step it up. I think there was a lot of people questioning the skill here, right? Like, you know, it was like there was a clear divide between what we saw with Odd by Power Cosmic, Kings of Urban, and everyone else. And I'm pumped for the group stages to see what these guys could do, especially teams like Mockit NA and also Selfless, because Selfless, you know, on the back of Matt, honestly, looked incredible. You couldn't have asked for a better run for those guys. Now the question is, how do they stack up against two of the best in this country?
Yeah, because a lot of people are thinking that like Mockit NA is slowly catching up to Kings and Cosmic, but then at the same time, we have teams like, we had a ton of 3-game series today that were from lesser teams in NA, the ones that are like 9, 10, 11 range. So we're not sure if just NA as a whole is becoming closer, or is Cosmic and Kings that much better still? Stuff.
We're starting to see all the talent filter up to the top. All of these teams, again, 7 out of 8 teams that we saw in the last group stage. But really, this is going to be a battle for that 3-4 spot. We've got Genesis, we've got Exodus, Mockit, and Retrospect. Every single one of those teams is poised in a very good position to solidify those spots. So it's going to be a hot race.
I can't wait. So speaking of group stages, let's actually go ahead and talk about how they will be played out. Of course, folks, group stages will take place next week for North America and EU. We'll see EU tomorrow, though, in their open bracket matchups. More on that in a little bit. 8-team round-robin competition, and it will be a series of 5 games. So in case you guys are not aware, instead of it being a best of 5, which the winning team would have to win 3 games in a row, we're playing 5 matches straight. Each match is worth a point. And these points are very important because this will get you to the international final in the Avalon in Hollywood, California. Again, this is going to be so insane. You thought group stage 1 was sick. Wait until you see group stage 2. Hopefully you guys join us for that next week for North America and Europe as that kicks off. But then also we have to highlight the arena selection process here for the group stage section, because and I wasn't here for that one. I've only experienced in this studio Rocket League from DFH Stadium, but players will actually go and choose different arenas, and there's a variety of arenas that are available to them: Beckwith Park, Manfield, Urban Central, Wasteland, and the Coliseum, which is actually, Utopia Coliseum is one of my favorite maps. I'm a big fan of that one. So wow, guys, what a day today. This has been, and we're not done yet. We're not done yet, just so you are aware. Tomorrow we come back for some European Rocket League action. And now North America, you know, especially for this group play or bracket play, was incredible. Europe's insane. Like, just the skill level in that region is absurd. Not to take anything away from North America, but we saw a lot of evenly matched teams there. Gibbs, any squad in particular you're looking forward to in Europe?
So my boy Doomsy, who didn't play last time, Supersonic Avengers, calling you out. If you don't make groups, Doomsy, you are not coming on our podcast.
Oh, dang. I'm sorry, Doomsy. I had no part in that decision, but really that is the story. One of the
really,
big
I
ones.
agree.
Yeah, you know, hey, he's right. I can't help it. But yeah, Supersonic Avengers, they were the 3rd ranked team going into the last qualifier, failed to make it, and so did Crown and Jewels, which was number 5, I believe, at the time. So 2 big upsets there. Europe, though, you're right. Those guys, the passing plays are insane, especially from Weedem Girls. In the last online qualifier number 1, we saw that Weedem Girls, the story was Weedem Girls versus Flipside, old dogs versus the new dogs. Who comes out on top? Well, it was Flipside. So will we see that change in this next qualifier?
It's going to be awesome. I can't wait, folks. Of course, this is just step 1 in the long journey for these teams in North America. We'll be seeing them next week as they compete against one another in the group stages. But tomorrow, we will have Europe on the stage to display their talents for you guys. Hopefully you join us there for our coverage of the European qualification number 2 open bracket competition. That is a lot to say in one run, but we managed to do it. It's been a great day, guys. Thank you so much to everyone, the casters, the analysts, the production in the back. We will see you guys tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. Live at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. It's going to be early morning. Get the coffee ready, folks. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hey, I was right, you know.
everyone, and welcome to our second day here at the RLCS studios. We get ready for the EU portion of the open bracket for Qualifier 2. My name is Golden Boy, joined by Gibbs and James Bot. Gentlemen, how you feeling today?
Feeling good. I'm about to get every prediction wrong because it's Europe.
Yeah,
yes, yeah,
that makes sense.
I'm feeling really excited. We had an awesome NA day one with all those game threes going down into the final seconds, and I'm expecting more of that with Europe today.
Yeah, it should be a good day. Of course, if you guys aren't aware, Europe is insane. Like just the skill, like everyone's so close together here. So much so, before we even dive into it, that we found out favorites such as Kapow and Precision Z are in the losers bracket right now. We saw them in qualifier number 1 open bracket really turn some heads. I mean, these are, obviously great players. So a lot of interesting stuff there, but in our next matchup will be lined up in just a little bit. But let's actually talk about the RLCS and what we saw in group stages. Those of you guys who were with us here yesterday, you saw, a couple of these awesome stats that we gathered together here. Again, 321 games were played, over 1,400 goals scored, nearly 27 hours played, and 1,600 minutes played as well. So a lot of Rocket League was thrown down, and one has to wonder, is that just another carpet stream? I said it before, and I'll say it again. The boy needs help. So that was the statistics for Qualifier 1. Online finals, though, brought with it a lot of excitement. 202 goals scored, 149 assists, 385 saves, and 729 shots. So a lot of statistics to pull from there. Of course, huge shout out to production team who put that one together. But let's actually talk about the format and how this competition will be played out today for the open bracket. Of course, it will be a double elimination bracket, 3v3, best of 3 games, and all matches will be played in DFH Stadium. Every match, games 1, 2, and 3, in the same venue. Of course, it's important to keep things consistent. And then talking about the qualifier and how this works going into group stages. Group stages will be 8 teams total, but these players are playing for 6 spots. The reason why they're not playing for 8 is because Flipside Tactics and Weedham Girls currently hold spots 1 and 2. So everyone else is going to fill out the rest of group stages, and we'll see how this pans out. So a lot of pressure. This is it for Europe. Getting into group stages gets you one step closer to $55,000, the prize pool, which will be played live at the Avalon Hollywood Theater, August 6th to the 7th for the international finals, where the top teams in North America and the top teams in Europe will finally play on even ground, and then we can determine who really is the best. It's gonna be awesome. I can't wait.
Well, we know North America's going to win it, and then Europe's going to complain because they're long flights, but
we'll make sure we fly them out a little. We don't want any excuses.
Yeah.
We're, JDL is going to be working on that, so he'll take care of it. So it's exciting stuff. Can't wait for the live final. But there's just a lot of matches that we're going to see here, and if North America was any indication, we are in for a treat, especially given how just close the talent is in Europe. Our first matchup, as a matter of fact, is going to be JJJ Squad versus Frost. So this is an important matchup, mostly because you have an up-and-coming squad like JJJ Squad, right, that is really looking to make a name for themselves, have been putting in the work. I think you had alluded to it before. They're very similar to Lucky Bounce, a squad that's kind of sat in that position and now wants to just break through. Maybe their fate could be the same as Lucky Bounce, and they're going to be facing off against a Frost team that has been dealing with a lot of roster changes. And these are all players that you guys and the Rocket League community is very familiar with.
Yeah, like Frost, the last qualifier, they came in 5th, or they were power ranked 5th.
And
they got bounced out because of teams like Team Solid, who knocked them down. So they made a lot of roster swaps to try and figure out a team that will make groups. But JJJ Squad, they've just put in the work, like Lucky Bounce on the other side. They've been playing week in and week out to get better and better, and they're looking really strong. And
Jazer, he's one of those players that was around on a top 2 team. He was part of SK earlier, back when SK was fighting to be the #1 team in EU. So he's a player who's been around for a while. They started to surge right after the RLCS first qualifier was done. So now is really their chance to make a run. And like you were saying, Golden Boy, about just how good the talent is in Europe, how close these players are. Kapow, they made it to the online finals stage, and now they're in the losers bracket in the open qualifier. So that just goes to show you how good even the lower teams are in Europe. In North America, we saw the teams, pretty much the same ones, get in. We're looking to see a shakeup here for Europe.
I mean, well, when you have teams like Precision Z and Kapow sitting in the losers bracket, that has to be nerve-wracking for anyone who is a fan of those teams, because one more loss and that's it. As we mentioned before, it is a double elimination bracket, so they're going to continue to fight through. And no doubt in my mind, we're going to see them. But then again, though, Europe, anything can happen.
It's Europe.
So it's going to be awesome. But guys, it looks like we're getting ready to go for this game, JJJ Squad versus Frost. Before we toss it over to our casters, let's break down our predictions. Gibbs, we'll start with you.
So these guys are actually tied in the power rankings right now at number 7. But I think Jazer, with his montages every single week of freestyle goals that I wish I could do once, I think he will lead them in 2-0.
I will say it's going to be a little bit closer, but still 2-1 in favor of JJJ.
Oh, all right, guys. Well, let's see how all this unfolds as we toss it over to our casters, Wavepunk and Findable Carpet.
Thanks, Golden Boy. I am Wavepunk, joined here by my good friend, Findable Carpet, and we have a match of two well-known teams right off the bat here for week number 2.
It's exciting for us because we know that a lot of times with these qualifiers, sometimes it's teams we haven't heard of as much, but all 6 of these players I've seen play, they're all very, very talented. And like they made a comment, EU just runs so deep. Everyone is so neck and neck. I couldn't even tell you. Like, I know who to look out for, and then I start. I'm like, okay, so who's the player to look out for? All 6 of them.
Right. They're all very, very good. And like they were saying, these guys are tied in the power rankings right now. And while they're not at the top of the power rankings, the fact that they're that close means this is going to be a great match.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and Gibbs made a comment. Jazer's the kind of guy. I think he's going to be the flairiest one. He's very fancy, very mechanically sound. He's been playing for quite a long time. So I think he's going to hopefully get a couple of cool montage goals in here. Maybe he can add them to his sweet weekly YouTube montages. But even on Frost, Flarky, Torek, Sebadom, these guys have been in the competitive scene for a long time. Flarky, I guess you can kind of, I think his closer.
We'll go with Flarky. Flark is strange. It's already a strange name, but Flark is a little bit less strange, so we'll go with that. I think JJJ Squad, they've been around a little bit longer than the players on Frost, so they're maybe a little bit more of a household name, but Frost won the previous the most recent Gfinity tournament over in Europe, so these guys are hot right now. These two teams are really strong. Really excited to see how this matchup's going to go.
Either way, it's going to be a great first match of the day. I couldn't be more excited.
We'll be getting underway with JJJ Squad in the orange, Frost in the blue. Right off the bat, JJJ Squad is coming straight towards the goal. Sebadon going to be able to push that one out of goal. Krazak keeping it in the blue corner. Flarky up on the wall, setting it out. Tarek's hanging back for Frost right now. They're going to try and push this one out, see if they can convert this one onto some offense.
Fair amount of patience. We see players in Frost kind of sitting in net. We just saw 2 players patiently waiting. Only one went out, one stayed. So they don't want to give up any early goals because they don't really know exactly the kind of talent they're about to go up against.
Oh, what a shot there from Tarek. Sending that one in, or Sebadon sending that one in. It's the setup from Tarek's great play.
Wow, this redirect, this pass coming across the field. Sebadon sees his opportunity. He knows when there. He flips his car around, gets it with the top of his dominus to make sure that he gets the power on it, and redirects it right into net. What an incredible goal to happen in the first 30 seconds of this game.
That was an incredible, incredible shot. Frost really showing why they have made it this far. And what another shot coming out from Ryuk, man. They were responding immediately, saying we can score quickly too, trying to put that point on the board. An amazing stop by these Frost players, keeping themselves up in this game. 4:19 to go, still only 1 point up for Frost. Here comes JJJ Squad. Jazer going for a nice kind of flip thing. And interestingly enough, Jazer, known for driving the Batmobile, is driving an Octane today.
Sometimes you just got to do what you're strong with, and he might be more comfortable with the Batmobile. Maybe he's more consistent with another car, or it could just be personal preference. It's really hard to say why certain players pick certain cars.
Tarek's picking this one up, sending it towards the net. Jazer gets up to it, but doesn't get the touch, and there's another point for Frost.
I actually think he did get a touch, but it wasn't the one he wanted. Torx went to go put it in net. It looked like he was a little off target, and actually gets redirected by Jazer into his own net, which is really unfortunate. He tried to get up quick. Because the idea is you don't want to let it bounce off that backboard, or you're just going to give them an opportunity. But he just wasn't able to get up fast enough.
That is unfortunate there for Jazer, but Frost is very happy with the turn of events at the moment. 351 up by 2. Sebanon trying to push this out of his own corner. Tarek's back in goal as Ryuk comes around the edge. He's not going to get there. The pinch is going to send it out to midfield. Sebadon's up for it and ready. He's going to try and dribble this one around. Jazer running some interference. Krazak keeps it out. Ryuk, last line of defense, hangs back in goal. Krazak's going to be able to bully this one out of the corner. Ryuk coming out of the corner is going to be able to be in the position to catch the pass, but he's going to get beat by all the Frost players, and they have a chance to put another one in there. Sebadon's touch is not going to quite set it up the way he was hoping for. The ball's going to stay in Jazer territory. See if they can push this one out. They need to get some points on the board.
They need to make sure that they score now. They've got 3 minutes left. Their rotations, I can tell they're getting more aggressive because they just actually had an open net. They almost let another goal sink in, but sometimes it's high risk, high reward at this point. They really need to start sinking in those shots to put Frost on the defensive mentality so they don't keep this aggression.
Yeah, JJJ has been playing a very tight rotation. It gives them a lot of aggression on offense, but it's left them weak on the defense when we've seen that already on the scoreboard. They're already down by 2. Ball in Frost territory, but they're not able to keep it there. Krazak trying to set this one up, see if he can get it out. Jazer going to put it back onto the wall. Ball dead at midfield. Flarkey kind of gets into a position and changes his mind, goes back down for it, leaves it there as Krazak gets the hit. That ball's on target. Tarek's backflips. Jazer couldn't put it in. What a save by Sebadon.
I can't believe Sebadon was actually able to come and sneak that in. Maybe he was yelling like, oh, I backflipped, and he wasn't actually able to get there in time. But he was rescued by his teammate, and now they're going to turn it into an offensive position.
Oh, the ball is in a dangerous spot in front of the goal. They're going to be able to push it away, but Sebadon keeping the pressure on. Sends another one on net. Jazer puts it back into the corner. Another great shot by Flarkey. This pressure from Frost has been very, very strong. Jazer gets the dunk there, gets the second touch, but Tarek has hung him back, was able to get it. Jazer doing all the work by himself right now, really trying to dribble it around all these Frost players. Kind of running the 1-2 offensive situation. We'll see if they're able to make it work. Ryuk goes for an interesting touch there, passes it down to Krazak, who leaves it for Jazer, who puts it back onto the wall. They're back on offense to see if they can get it past. They leave Flarkey all the space he needs, though. Saw Jazer kind of get loose, was not able to keep that pressure up. And boy, they are just really struggling to get any sort of real offensive drive going.
The bigger issue about a player like Jazer, who's maybe taking a little bit too much on and trying to be in the ball too much, is you can only have so much boost as a single player, which is why it's so much better to rotate. When all 3 players are working together, they're all picking up boost when they have downtime and stuff. But when one player is trying to do a little bit too much, he keeps running out of boost, maybe falls a little behind, and then when your team expects you to make a move, you can't do it.
1:30 left to go. Frost still up by 2. Jazer yet to get on the board. See if Flarkey tries to push this one out. Ryuk back pass to Krazak, who pushes it out. He's going to be moving up with Flarkey, but the interference again from Frost going to interrupt that one. The ball still dangerously in an interesting position there. A good stop by this JJJ squad, keeping this lead from expanding. But Tarek's keeping this pressure up. This has been all the Frost show at this point. They've been so strong keeping this ball in JJJ territory. Final minute. We need to see Jazer and company get some action going. Tarek sends another one on net. He's not going to quite make it there. 50 seconds left. They try to push this one out. It's going to go down to the midfield. Here comes Krazak from the back. It's going to be moving into the blue corner. 45 seconds as Tarek picks it up in the corner. Just kind of kills it. Just lets the time, letting the clock expire. Really good play there from Tarek. Just playing heads up. Realize they don't need the points. They just need the game to end. Oh, there's the pressure from Ryuk. Jazer has an opportunity, but he's not going to challenge Flarkey for it. Flarkey's going to put it into the corner. Jazer pops it back out. Tarek comes from goal and is able to push it out. Final 30 seconds of gameplay. Flarkey has a run on the goal. Nobody's home. 3-0 for Frost.
Another situational goal. They had no choice. JJJ had to start pushing up. They had to be aggressive, but that means they got to be quick to that ball. You cannot hesitate. You almost you have to think and not think at the same time. As soon as you see an opportunity to go for a ball, you just have to go for it. That slight hesitation, especially when you're all hyper offensive to make sure you can get try and close that gap in the goals, that's when the silly goals like that happen.
20 seconds left. JJJ needs 3 just to force overtime. This would be an amazing comeback if they could pull it off. Jazer trying to press this one up. He's got a nice setup. Ryuk dead at midfield. Not really sure what he was doing there. I'm not sure he knew what he was doing either. This is the final countdown. As each second expires, the comeback becomes less and less likely, and I'm pretty sure this game at this point is going in favor of Frost.
Yeah, there's really no coming back from here. And JJJ, they have the skill for it. I mean, the times that they were all working together, it really was working out. But what I feel personally that they were kind of clumping up together. They weren't trusting each other as much. I saw several of them maybe dribble it a little bit too long and take a better touch away from a teammate, maybe an air dribble across the field. I think individually they're trying to push themselves a little bit too much to secure those goals, when really they just need to work as a team right now, because Crown is all over the place. They've got the wide rotations. Frost, apologies. They're getting in the way of a lot of. They're slowing the pace down a bit.
Sure.
Sure.
So
yeah, no, they were playing a slightly wider rotation and really being strong in goal. 5 saves coming out for this Crown and Jewels squad. Decently even shots on both sides, only 5 to 7. Not really that big of a difference. We did see JJJ able to get on the offense. They were playing very tight and really able to create some pressure at moments, but they were never able to put it in the goal, and they would just leave themselves too wide open on the defense.
they just didn't make a lot of plays. I mean, when you really try and think about like any really close shots that happened on Frost side, there really weren't a lot. They didn't have a lot of shots to have to block that were even like threatening.
Right.
And I know that JJJ can do it. I mean, they've gotten this far in the tournament. They've gotten all the way here. We know they've got the skill. I've seen all 3 of these individuals play.
Sure.
But I just think they need to work with each other a little bit too much. It could be the pressure, you know, and they are against a team like Frost. You look at these 3 names, and it's a little bit stressful. But, I mean, with a best of 3, you got to make sure you get to your game quick.
Yeah, and I like the point you made in the middle of the last game where you were saying that Jazer just, you know, he's going to run out of boost if he keeps on just trying to make it the one-man show. Really needs to allow his teammates to kind of step in and help him, see if they can step up some teamwork here in game number 2. Frost immediately on the offense again. See them pushing this up. Krasik giving Sebedon all the space he needs to take a shot. It's up to Ryuk right now, who gets a kind of sloppy touch out to the mid. Tarks is able to set this off the backboard to see if anyone's there for the follow-up. They're giving the ball so much space. Sebedon keeping it in the corner. Jays are going to leave it out for Krasik, but Krasik hangs back and doesn't know what to do. I'm not sure what is going on with JJJ right now.
They're just making the necessary touches. Up here, Jazer tries to take it off the wall and hit it, and he actually doesn't even make it. At that point, maybe he should have just stayed and been a defensive player, and way too much. That goalie tried so hard to predict Flarkey's touch, but Flarkey was too far. Like, even if he had a really solid shot there was enough time for a player of this skill to react.
Yeah,
so his pre-jump was just a little too...
He let it so early there that, you know, he let Flarkey time to see, oh, he went up, I can shoot down, you know? And so it's not a good decision there. 4:30 left to go. Frost again up in this series. If they can win this one, they will move on. It'll be game over right now. I believe JJJ will be knocked down to loser's bracket. We see Ryuk up and the ball is in the blue box, but no one really able to create the pressure they need. Ryuk whiffs, Krasik passes out, Flarkey responds immediately. Nice touch from Ryuk, keeping that away from Flarkey. See if he can dribble this around. He gets it over past 1. Jazer and Ryuk up on the offense. Sebedon's up on the wall and is able to get the Spider-Man clear onto the corner. Terrarix coming out of goal, going to try and push this one away. Nice touch by Flarkey to push that one all the way back into the orange.
Good notice by Flarkey. That clear out towards mid actually would have been risky if he hadn't noticed that there was no one on JJJ there in that placement. He actually put it right back mid, where if anyone was there, he could have taken a shot.
Sure.
But reading the field is a big part of this skill level. You need to understand where your opponents are and where you can hit the ball. And good placement at any pivotal point in the game can turn the field in your favor.
Good clear there by Krasik, keeping that out of goal, keeping the lead from expanding. 3:32 left to go in the game, still 1-0 in favor of Frost. Jazer last line of defense. Flarkey makes a fool out of him and puts it in.
Flarkey had a lot of time for this. He gets the second jump, he lands, he has time to recover. I mean, very talented, but he uses the second jump, which slows him down. Jazer should have seen that Flarkey had actually used that second jump, which generally slows down your recovery, and he had all the time in the world to go for that. I think he hesitated a little too much. I talked about it earlier. Hesitation is going to kill you at a stage this late.
Flarkey has been shooting so well in this second game. Both of his shots going in. 3:22 left to go in this game. And Crown Jewels in a very similar spot than they were in the first game. JJJ has not figured out how to break this Frost defense at this point, and they've not figured out how to keep anything out of goal. Tarks has another shot on net. 3-0 for Frost.
Solidifying this goal, trying to make sure they move on to the next round. Frost just gets the breakaway. Again, I think JJJ, they knew they had to overcommit. They need to close this gap, and that's exactly what happened last game. If they're not really paying attention to that, they're actually just going to increase the gap. And it's happened yet again. They're down 3 goals.
See what they're able to do. So we move forward here. They need to create some semblance of offense. If they can just get some sort of siege going or something, that could be enough of a change in pace. If they can just keep the ball in Frost territory. But so far, Frost's midline defense has been so strong. That's about the first time the ball's hit the backboard. Ryuk's shot goes wide. Now Flarkey with ball control in the corner is going to pop it out. His teammates hanging back. They're playing safe. They know they've got a great lead right now. They just need to hold on to it. Approaching halftime here. JJJ has not even gotten on the board, and here's Frost striking again.
Where Frost is excelling that JJJ isn't is their positioning. They're always ready to be right behind the ball whenever it's touched by either an opponent or one of their teammates. But when you look at JJJ's positioning, when they hit the ball up, frequently there's no one there to follow up. Like right here, you actually saw that someone was there on the wall, they're ready to follow up, and now they're turning into an offensive opportunity. But here, no one was behind the ball. They weren't able to get it around. Thankfully, no one was contesting it, or they actually would have been a shot on goal.
Ball lofted at the very center of midfield. Sebadom and Tarks both up for that. Tarks' hit is good onto the backboard, but an interception from Krasic sends it into the corner. 2 minutes left. Flarkey taking a shot out to the midfield. No one there to finish it off. Ryuk going to keep it in the corner as Jazer and Krasic get set up in goal. Here comes Jazer out. Going alongside Ryuk. An interesting kind of fake there from Ryuk. Had an opportunity on the goal, but a great save from Flarkey keeping that one out. They are still shutting this Jazer squad out, even with the ball right in front of their own net.
JJJ is doing their best. They're trying to put the shots on goal. They're actually starting, it seems like they're working a little bit more together now. Jazer trying to push it towards the mid. On defense, that's usually a bit risky, but if your teammates are ready for it, it can turn into something cool. And there's a great demo coming from Frost to try and just prevent them from taking any more shots.
Minute and a half left, down by 3. This is not an impossible comeback by any means. It's about a goal every 30 seconds. That leaves you plenty of time to work with. That ball set up really well. If someone can get up to this, there goes Krasic. He's not going to get the angle he was looking for. Sebadom able to send that one back out to midfield. Here's Ryuk. No one really home. That's a good shot. Is it going to fall? No. Tarks with the save. Great defense from this Crown and Jewels team.
JJ's having a tough time putting themselves between the ball and their own net. The ball usually comes out to midfield, and they're coming from the sides to try and turn it back in, which it's been working in their favor, actually. I'm actually very impressed to see that they have the control to,
Oh, so close.
Very, very close.
They were not able to quite get the shot they were looking for. Final minute of gameplay. Jazer still has yet to get his team on the board. There's a setup. He's not going to get it there. They're playing aggressive. It's what they need right now. They have to score. At this point, more goals is not really going to hurt them. They just need to get points on the board. They're going for, I don't know, freestyle, looking for those montage moments. This is not the moment for that, dude. You need to get points on the board. 37 seconds left. The ball right in front of the goal. Sebadon gets the angle, makes it 4-0.
After seeing that freestyle from Jazer, it's looking like that they're just really conceding to Frost's good rotations.
Yeah.
I've talked a bit about what JJJ isn't doing, but what Frost is doing is kind of the exact opposite. They're putting themselves between the ball and their own net. So whenever it does get cleared, they're there. They're ready. They can counter it. They can push it back in. They're following each other's touches up nicely. They have some moments where they haven't been there, but JJJ hasn't put themselves in places to capitalize.
30 seconds left in this game, but at this point it's almost over. That ball almost going in. That was about the closest thing to a shot we've seen from JJJ in a long time. There's another one, but a great save from Sebadon. Man, these guys in goal have been so strong. There, finally Krasic breaks it. They're not going to get the full shutout in the series, even if they're going to still take the win.
We've seen a lot more pressure at JJJ this game than we did last game. They're actually putting on shots that these defenders have to go for. Looks like that goalie just kind of wasn't prepared. He's facing down the field as opposed to being parallel with the goal, which I think James touched on yesterday, is generally not what you want to do if you're going to have to react to a quick save.
18 seconds, 3 goals. Again, not impossible, but it'd be about the most amazing thing I've seen in the RLCS so far. Krasic sending that one up, trying to take the shot. Kind of gets almost blocked by his own teammate. Final countdown. Jazer passes it over. There's another follow-up. They're trying to just get the consolatory goal at this point. Sebadon's going to clear it away. Ball's going to touch the ground, and that's going to be the end of game number 2. Frost taking this one 2-0.
Frost took both these games pretty promisingly, which I didn't really expect. I thought there'd be a bit more of a fight coming out of JJJ, but it just seemed like they weren't as together. They weren't as glued. They weren't working as a team as much. I think they've got a really good shot in the loser bracket. I think they still have a really good shot just in general making it to group stages if they can start maybe communicating or just kind of paying attention to when they should stop possessing the ball.
9 shots from JJJ, 7 saves from Frost.
Wow, yeah.
Great defense from this team, really, and amazing offense as well. Very good and efficient. Really cool display of just all-around teamwork from this Frost team. We're going to be passing it back over to the analyst desk. Golden Boy, guys, tell us what you saw.
Thank you so much, Wave. And okay, so you both
this
clearly
is why
are terrible
I don't
at
predict
this.
Europe. Yeah. This is why.
I mean, JJJ Squad looked like a team that could really, cause a little bit of noise, right? Make some noise, I should say, in the EU bracket, but not the case. Frost establishing why they were one of the top-ranked teams at a certain point in time and really looking to continue that going. I mean, guys, just jump right into this here. One thing I want to say is that it was really good to see how Frost was continuing to attack the net in game 1. And let's actually take a look at some of the replays as I mentioned this real quick. But it was really cool to see Frost attack the net and just knock JJJ out of coordination. Like, they just could not regroup themselves every time Frost attacked them.
Oh yeah, game 1 was really just a Torx pass to Sebadom, and then after that there was an own goal by Jazer, and then a wide open net. But like at that point you have to do that because you have to attack.
It just felt like JJJ was not comfortable. They could not get into the flow. all the shots they were taking, there were hardly any quality shots, and you could see the defense there just not coming to play. Tried to predict the high shot, wasn't able to get it. Just JJJ could get nothing going. And Frost, they were playing solid. They made good saves. They were rotating well. They seemed to be a team that was comfortable, whereas JJJ, they were not. There were a lot of times where they went for the same ball. They were bumping each other.
It was
some of the
rough.
chaos in front of net. It was an ugly game for JJJ.
One thing I noticed, like game one, I thought it was like a circus almost from JJJ. They would just go up for like an aerial dribble, but it wouldn't go anywhere. They would just touch it 5 times in the same spot, and then Frost would just wait underneath and wait till they could attack it. They were being very patient for those aerial dribbles, and there was no passes coming out from JJJ during those. It was just midfield aerial dribbles that led to nothing.
Yeah, something we see from the top European teams is those passing plays, being able to spread out. Just that game sense is really prominent in EU play styles, and we did not see that on display from JJJ.
Well, speaking of game sense, game 2, I want to mention 7 saves for Frost there, 9 shots that JJJ took. That was actually very impressive. I believe it was 9 shots for JJJ. Very impressive. The defense there certainly showing up, and I have to say, man, like Frost just did not allow JJJ to have any kind of traction on the pitch. It just did not matter. They kept shutting them down nonstop.
Yeah, most of the shots from JJJ were from the midfield. So then they had a long time to read the angle and get the saves, and that was just because they were playing so well in that midfield role, while JJJ was kind of slacking there.
Yeah, it's like what we saw with Selfless. You know, they have 20-something shots, but only 4 goals. Really, especially in Europe, defenses are really, really good. Like Weedham girls, it's so hard to score on them. You have to be creative to get the ball by the defense. And really, we did not see that from JJJ. Gibbs was right. We saw a lot of half-field dumps going towards the net that got dealt with. We did see some really good saves, especially the one from Tarek, but most of them were just not big threatening moves on the offensive side.
And do you think that was because of hesitation? I know that was something that Carpet alluded to quite a bit. He kept saying that JJJ, they hesitated to make those plays. They had an opportunity, they waited, and then they just couldn't quite go for it. And honestly, like, you know, not to John Madden it, but like, was that like the most obvious thing? They just were not sure when to attack. They were just not sure of themselves.
Yeah, they weren't figuring out like when to pass to a teammate. It seemed like they were trying to do some selfish plays, where like every ball was just shot on net when you could have went for the backboard shot. Because like a Carpet always says, you don't have to shoot on net every single time. Throw it off the backboard, then have a teammate fly in, and that's a much more, that's a harder shot to save.
Yes.
And
you want to bait the goalie out of position,
exactly.
right? If you give him a layup to get a huge clear, that's not as desirable as putting it. It doesn't even have to be on net, just in a spot where he has to come out to make the hit, and it's not going to be an easy bounce clear for him across the map. So yeah, and a lot of times hesitation, you see that when a team is just not comfortable. Because they're not comfortable, they're not sure if their teammate's going for it or if they should, and when you're late to the ball like that, you're always playing catch up. And that's what we saw from JJJ.
And you know, just also to mention when you talked about the midfield shots, right? I mean, a goalie is going to see that one from a mile away. So, or dare I say, half a mile. Right? I don't actually know how long. I don't know how long the track is.
A kilometer.
A kilometer.
Yeah, I don't know.
Half a kilometer away. Anyway, cringe aside.
That
whatever, man. I tried. Okay, look, I don't know the math.
It's early.
Okay? It's early, but you act like I know math. Okay, like
it seems like no one knows math.
no.
This is a problem.
Honestly, as we look for commentators, I said I want guys who have 0 mathematics skills.
And Brody was number 1.
And Leaf Picks was the #1 guy. Anyway, all right, guys. So when we come back, we're going to have plenty more EU Rocket League action here at the RLCS studio. Of course, congratulations to Frost as they move on to the next round. We'll see what JJJ Squad can do in the losers bracket, but we will see you guys in just a few. Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage of the EU Rocket League Championship Series Open Bracket. This is going to be a big matchup, folks. It's a qualification matchup, so the winner here will advance, and they'll join Weedham Girls and Flipside Tactics in the group stages next week. Now, the interesting part here is that both of these teams had not been in the group stages. So we're going to see guaranteed a new squad in group stages, which I think is awesome. And of course, as you guys saw in the weight screen, Supersonic Avengers will face off against Team Enjoy. Now, for those of you guys who may not know, Team Enjoy actually sent Kapow to the losers bracket. So this is a significant victory for them, and advancement here would be huge considering that they are not ranked in the community power rankings, Gibbs.
Just how it works in Europe, a lot of the times it's so deep that you can't keep track of every single team that is playing, but it was huge because they didn't just beat Kapow like 2-1, it was 2-0. Like it was,
wow.
Like that's really, really good, but Supersonic Avengers is that team that everyone expects to make the LAN or at least have a fight for it here. They're one of the favorites, probably top 4 for group stages. So this is a big game for them. They need to finally make it though. They have to show it.
Very true, and if I recall correctly, one of the big question marks in Qualification 1 was Doomsy not playing. And I think you guys, I believe it was James who was at the desk and was so excited to see
No, it was
Doomsy.
me.
Oh, it was you? Okay, I thought it would have been James too, because you know, gosh, for Espeon.
James usually does that, but this is my soccer mom moment.
This is your soccer mom
This
moment?
is my soccer mom moment, but I'm not going to be as biased as James because he's super,
Or it's
super
Father's Day,
unprofessional.
so soccer dad.
That's true.
There you
I
go.
forgot.
Look
Happy
at that.
Father's Day.
And you're
Love
going to
you,
be
Dad.
that. So
Soon.
There you go. Hashtag soon. So yeah, of course, so this is a big game. Supersonic Avengers, of course, getting into group stages would be massive, but also Team Enjoy, a squad that not a lot of people have heard of, making a name for themselves, getting into group stages, that also would be massive. So either way, we are going to get something awesome, and we're in for a treat. So I guess with that being said, you had mentioned Supersonic Avengers, they have to do this. They're ranked number 4 in the community power rankings. Waypunk, over to you. Do you share that same sentiment, or would you like to see a different squad, a squad we hadn't seen before in the RLCS, advance forward into group stages?
Dude, I'm torn because Supersonic Avengers are just kind of a community favorite. They're such good guys. They play so well. They're so entertaining to watch. But on the other hand, this is what the RLCS is all about. Team Enjoy. We've never heard of these guys. Yep. We don't know these guys, and they have a chance to qualify. Neo showed us yesterday that anything can happen. They came so close. Team Enjoy might be that team for us today. I'd be excited either way this goes.
Yeah, and I just want to say, one of the players on this roster, his name, I mean, bless him. Seriously, like that is just, it's like frishish.
I'm so glad I'm not
like
casting.
that.
I think he just sneezed?
Yeah, I think I just sneezed. I don't know. I mean,
his mom was making his gamer tag for him. She's like, what do you want to be called? He's like,
yeah,
okay.
right. He just sneezed and his like best friend spelled it out. I was like, that sounds about right. I cannot wait for our casters to pronounce this one. It's going to be a tongue twister, which would be great. So guys, let us know who in the chat who you think is going to take it. Will Supersonic Avengers finally make it to group stages, or will Team Enjoy punch their ticket and potentially fight for that spot in the international final? Let's go ahead, toss it over to our casters who are going to take us through the action. It's Leaf and Lawler.
Thank you once again, Golden Boy, Lawler, my boy, right beside me. We got a great match to start us off this morning. I'm ready to go. I'm getting pumped up. The European games always get me excited, super excited.
Leaving to nothing different from last qualifier, where we got 2 teams that are coming up that have a chance to really prove themselves. Obviously, a lot of the players know Supersonic Avengers, but it's such a story that they had last time to where they were playing really well through quals with a sub, Kasabi, but they didn't play Doomsy simply because of the fact of how well they were playing. He's like, why ruin their mojo when we can just keep it going?
And that's hard. It's like if you're playing so well and you're just like, well, we're feeling good,
Right.
You don't realize maybe you're playing well, but it's against teams that aren't, this much further in the bracket.
Right.
And yeah, keeping Dooms out was kind of
it's a tough decision to make either way, man. And we talk about that any given Sunday kind of mentality where anything can happen in Rocket League. There's a chance where this team just out of nowhere, like we saw Neo yesterday, where they just, hey, we showed up. So when situations like that happen, it's a tough call, but I'm glad to see they're sticking with that starting roster. I expect Doomsy to go off.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to see what they're going to do, and this is actually a great, validation for the team.
Right.
And that's kind of I kind of want to see Supersonic pull through and grab this spot, because it shows for Doomsy at least that, hey, you know what, this was a good decision. It's not the team. It's just like, we have something that fits. We have something that works. Doomsy's going to be it. I don't know for you. Do you want to see maybe Enjoy pull through, or would you rather see
I'm happy with whatever happens. Doomsy obviously being the favorite, but these games are going to speak for themselves, so let's get right into it.
Right down onto the field, we have first match of this set, Team Enjoy versus the Supersonic Avengers. Doomsy this time playing on the team. We have Grandmaster, loving that name, Enjoy Grandmaster, right there. ELMP on the kickoff, already down to the Supersonics Zone, Snasky gonna try to get a play start up, keeps that slow pace. Shot almost from Grandmaster right off the bat here, 10 seconds in, trying to get early goal. Way up in the air, almost in the net already. Great play coming in from Enjoy, but they couldn't quite sink one into the net very early on, already showing some pressure.
Yeah, I like the commitment coming in from Team Enjoy, trying to send a message early, playing aggressive and getting up high. Just needs to be careful for this Avengers team as they sent 2 on that save. Luckily, no one was there to follow it up.
Frizish just letting Grandmaster take that one. Misses a touch on that, so ELMP's going to pick it up. Nice little touch, enough power on that. It's going to wrap around. Gets a good touch out to Snasky. Freaky just in the way of that one. It's going to allow Frizish to pull that back down into Supersonic's end. Back and forth going on as both teams try to get control. Good touch off the wall from ELMP. That's going to drop in front of the net. Grandmaster, great touch. Send it back to midfield. Snasky keeping a nose on that. Puts it right back in. Doomsy now, see if he can get that to his teammates. Easy pickup from Frizish. Very good touches coming from both teams to make sure they're not going anywhere too dangerous in front of the net, but a lot of pressure coming from Supersonic, keeping them on their toes.
You can expect to see that all day from the Supersonic team. They are a very aggressive play style team. It's just a matter of needing to be careful with long clears, with smart heads-up play coming from Enjoy, recognizing that and putting it down into the corner.
And this is what I love about the European games. They commit to things and they hit things, and this is why we see super fast-paced games from these guys.
Yeah, they play with intent, man. Like, most passes when they do hit it are to a specific spot or player for a reason, and they work as a unit. That's why these games have always been that close.
It's a lack of hesitation, but this is a dangerous spot for Supersonic. If one of the Enjoy players could have finished that up, they couldn't. Doomsy now going to try to pull some fancy stuff out the pass. Oh, ELMP almost cleaned that up.
That intent right there, you saw him waiting for his teammate to set up, plays a pass into the middle. Unfortunately, Enjoy is back there on defense, ready to sniff it out.
Just trying to get a play of their own started, just kind of tossing it towards the net. See when they get good pass to Grandmaster. A little too much power on that, sends it way wide. We have a little rotation coming for Supersonic on the defense as they try to push it out. They do succeed in getting that play, moving down to the other end of the field. ELMP just tossing that in the air. See if Snasky can drop it. Gets a bit of a pinch with Grandmaster. Stops that from going in the slot, but this is going to get closer to the net than before. Freaky, easy touch to get that past Doomsy. Pinch in favor of Team Enjoy as they try to move it back down the field. Gets stuffed out of midfield, and that shot's on net. The pinch, it looked like, from Doomsy.
Good 50-50 win in the middle here, right against that. Able to play it back into that corner, and Doomsy rotating in perfectly with the first touch over the top, playing it at the net. What a great shot.
Just barely getting that over the top. Very close call for Enjoy there, but unfortunately for them, it goes in the net, and now Supersonic Avengers up 1-0 in the series, just over the halfway mark of game number 1 in this best of 3. Grandmaster's trying to do something, but that ball in its weird spot. Yeah, Doomsy had to clean that up quick. Oh, Freaky with the touch. Good stuff. But Snassy's going to be able to clear that out. Good boost steal from Freaky, though. He's going to be able to turn around and get a shot himself. Almost putting one in.
Good pressure to answer that first goal, and smart recognition taking the boost instead. Didn't have a good angle on it. His teammate probably said he got it and backed off. Communication coming in strong.
Very smart to turn around back again. Just putting the ball on net, probably knowing he wouldn't get a goal on that, but at least just keeping it going towards that blue end. Very good play from Enjoy. That's on target a bit, though. Frizish just barely squeaking that one away from the post.
Yeah, good touch from Frizish. Play that into the corner. Now they need to be careful.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a bad call from the defense there.
Well, they tried to play it correctly where they played it back to the outside. It's just Snasky getting up early and touching that into the middle. Nobody contesting him up on the wall there, yet 2 players in goal.
Well, he had, I think it was Freaky sitting right near the post, and he just kind of waited and let the player behind him go for it. It was a little bit dangerous, especially when it's coming that much in front of the net, and you're playing with teams that have a very good pressure game. You don't want to give them that much room. This could be a scoring opportunity for Doomsy, though. You know he can make those angles.
You just look at him coming back in here. So he plays it up against the wall here, and that touch just not working out. Man, that's a rough hit, especially when it kind of bounces out into the middle there. And Doomsy, you know, is going to follow up his shot.
And he does indeed, putting them up 3-0. A minute 27 left in this game. ELMP getting that cheat up on the kickoff. Good job for him, but Freaky steals it right back. Puts it into the other end. Shot from Freaky.
Shot. There you go.
Nice, powerful rocket from him.
Yeah, taking the patience on this one. He clears it all the way down, follows it after. As the team rotates back, that's really smart rotation just in case they do get a big clear. But Freaky able to take the first touch and plays it near post. Good shot.
And we only have a 2-goal deficit for Team Enjoy. Still doable. Minute 19 left. We're going to enter that last-minute hustle They're going to need to get on, hopefully, and get a goal for before that, but Doomsy trying to extend that lead once again.
A lot of these goals from Enjoy, or I should say for the favor of Supersonic, are being left by Enjoy because of small touches that need to be a clear to the offside, and they're just not getting them. They're saving the initial hit, but that's not the problem with the Supersonic Avengers team. You know they're going to keep punishing the aftermath of it.
You're absolutely right. The last two have been bad touches from Enjoy. They need to fix that coming into game number 2. Or even now at this point, if they want to try to pull back.
There's still time.
A minute left. We're down, excuse me, into the final minute of gameplay. Team Enjoy trying to get a play into the net. They need to get one now if they want to have any confidence in this last minute to at least tie it to hit on overtime. Snasky gets a good touch on that. Nothing really coming out of it. Running back's ELMP to get some boost. Doomsy's going to fill in his role to push it back to midfield. Over to Snasky. Snasky loses the 50-50. Almost a good touch from Grandmaster off the wall to keep that play going back out to Freaky. Freaky keeps on the ball, though. Just coming to the final 30 seconds. 3 goals. Not going to be very easy as ELMP squeezes another one in.
Yeah, going right over the top here. You see some patience out of Enjoy, and I like that. Despite being down 3 at the time, now down by 4, is they're still being patient and kind of lining up their shots and not rushing anything, especially on defense. That's crucial. But when the aggression coming in through Supersonic Avengers is this strong, they need to go a little bit more aggressive to match it. Otherwise, they're going to keep getting beat by Doomsday as he comes in flying through.
Yeah, and it's these passing plays, as you mentioned, to the Supersonic Avengers. Just every time they're in front of the net, they're getting the passes across. Team Enjoy is going to have to start watching up for that in the game 2.
Oh, good pass.
Get some better touches. And there's a drop once again. Those bad touches.
Enjoy,
as they say it.
Yeah, Enjoy had the right idea here. I mean, he went up and placed it nicely. The issue is he should have noticed ELMP just sitting in the middle and Freak chasing. It's got to be rough to center it. I like what he was trying to do, but on situations like that, just play it back in the other zone.
I mean, you've already had 2 of those. I would start just putting it towards the corner. Don't try to get past his midfield fancy like that. Just get out of there. 8 seconds left in this match. I don't think this is comebackable for Enjoy.
Words, man.
As Doomsy tries to get another one off the wall, almost puts that in for the Brazil. Not quite going to get it. And we'll probably see this drop in a sec. Doomsy wants another one off the crossbar. This ball is not dropping. There it finally goes. And first game goes to Supersonic Avengers in a 6-1 win over Team Enjoy.
Man, Doomsday coming out so strong with those 4 goals. He's 50% for shot-to-goal ratio. That's got to feel great, especially with him sitting out. These guys are showing up strong. 1 more game, and this team is into the group stage. But the same thing for the other team. They just need to get back into it. They still have plenty of time, but it matters more now than ever.
It started off seemingly fairly fine. It's just, as we said, those bad touches.
Right.
Grandmaster didn't seem to be doing too much for the team on that one. We'll see if we can see him pull it a little better in game number 2.
Right. You just never know with these 2 teams. But the biggest issue I saw with Enjoy, I do like their patience. It's something that is very underutilized. But now they need to throw some aggression with that as well. They need to find a fair balance.
Freaky trying to get a play started up, but LMP is on the wall to steal that back. A shot already on net. Frizish barely keeping that out. He was probably freaking out about that one.
Yeah, very, very close. Way to be there. But that shot, I almost thought EMP was going to sneak that one in right away.
Frizish to Grandmaster. Grandmaster getting a nice big clear deep into the blue zone. There's Frizish to follow up with a shot to the far side.
Oh my gosh, that placement.
What a shot.
Look at Frizish with the placement on this shot, using the angle of his car. So that ball, bad clear yet again, but getting up and using that top right corner to put just enough power and loft it over the defense. What a beautiful placement and a great start to this second game for Enjoy.
1-0 for Team Enjoy in game number 2. Good start. We'll see if they can continue that on as they try to get another play. Freaky, good touch. Going to try to finish it himself. Not going to be able to get a touch he needs, so his teammates back, hopefully all boosted up, getting that rest they needed to get some good touches. That was not a good one from Grandmaster. Freaky's going to try to pull it away himself. Good rotation from Grandmaster to get back to net. Keep that ball from having a good play for Supersonic. ELMP trying to set something up. Very good clear off the root. Supersonic reading that, keeps it back to midfield as they try to get another play started up. Kind of on the backtrack is Enjoy as they're getting stuck in their own zone right now. Last defender, Grandmaster, almost got beaten out by 2 Supersonic Avengers.
Man, that confidence coming in from SA there. Sending 2 up on. ELMP was actually going to follow up his shot and get another touch, but Doomsy also flew in. I'm surprised they didn't get punished for it, but still, the confidence coming through is something that they've got to feel very comfortable with, and they're doing just that. Oh my goodness.
That could almost be in. Doomsy almost caught that off the ground too. Snasky just trying to keep it in the zone. Freaky, see if he can get a play. Not the strongest touch to get out to his teammate. We're going to have to recuperate on that one. And that's an open net once again. Snasky, Grandmaster, just going wide.
Yeah, Snasky, you can see he's being patient on this one, and almost like as if he's cherry picking it, but putting himself in a fantastic position. But Frizish was actually the issue there. He played that back in the middle, and he had no teammates there to clear it out. What a poor touch. But still, without that touch happening and the opportunity that it was presented, Snasky still needs to be in a good position to follow it up, and he was.
Doomsy, good chip pass. Grandmaster is not going to get anything off that, so he backs off. Lets Frizish get touch out. Frizish there off the wall. Doesn't get probably the pinch he wanted. Doesn't go quite around. A little bit of a weirdness going on here, but we have Frizish now following through. Only one defender. Can he get a pass? Good pass out to Freaky. Freaky.
Oh, both
no
two
finish,
misses. There's a goal
but,
opportunity.
Oh, Grandmaster also missing, but there's another shot from Freaky. Grandmaster just keeping his body in the way, but unfortunately goes out to Doomsy. Gives him ball control. Now they're back on the attack. Frizish trying to recorrect. Does get a touch on it to midfield. We need Frizish to win this one out. He doesn't. That's on target. Grandmaster can't miss this one. Good, he does not. But ELMP redirects that back towards the net, and that's in. Nice shot from ELMP.
What a beautiful chip coming out from ELMP here. That touch to the outside was actually just fine. He just took a very favorable bounce for ELMP and placed that in a very soft little feather over the top and put it against the net. That's a really tough save, and it's kind of like the same thing when we see it come off the top of the ceiling, where when it bounces down really hard, the complete opposite. It's very hard to judge.
Oh, tough save from a tough shot. The angle he got, he had to get around to the other side of the ball. Very good shot from ELMP. That sets them up 2-1 in the series. Only one goal deficit, just halfway through this game. Team Enjoy still has a chance. That shot almost going on Grandmaster, maybe trying to catch that off the ground and just roll it in. But Snasky taking that one. Good touch from Snasky.
I was just about to say we're halfway through. Enjoy still has plenty of time, but I expect to see Supersonic to really turn on the pressure. Look at Snasky following that up with another touch. And the fact that he used the side of his car to place it just so slightly over the top, man, that takes a lot of control.
And off the wall too. Very, very good control. In the air, Snasky, great shot himself. Now they're just putting on the pressure. We might see Supersonic try to run away with this once again, but Freaky wants to set something up for Frizish. Frizish way wide of the shot there, and it just seems they're making too many of these mistakes.
Yeah, they're getting really close. It's just, you can tell the determination coming in from Supersonic Avengers, but Enjoy still not out. 2 minutes left. They have a lot of time to get back into this, and they need this win to stay alive.
Enjoy Freaky off the wall out to Enjoy Grandmaster, but that gets stopped in its tracks back to midfield. There's Frizish with a touch himself. Snasky off the wall. See if he can follow it up once again. Now it's going to be a little too far out of his reach. Going to leave it for his teammate Doomsy to pass it right back over. Freaky to intercept anything that would happen there.
Wow, that
to midfield. Frizish with the shot. Snasky, nice easy save for him. Doomsy to follow it up. Very, very good rotations coming from Supersonic.
I really like that you said that. Doomsy was actually playing that up against the wall and followed up, and immediately Snasky backed off. He recognized immediately that his teammate was already there. There's no point in grouping up.
ELMP trying to set up another play. Does get the touch he wanted, but Freaky was there to intercept it. Puts it to the corner. Not able to get out of the zone at the moment. See if Grandmaster can be the one to push it out. Snasky just trying to get in the way. Doomsy and ELMP, they both wanted the shot. We'll see if they can push it through.
Oh my goodness!
Doomsy!
Look at the patience from Doomsy here. So he recognizes the ball, traps it very lightly, and Snasky once again backs off. Flips it over one, gets up, and takes another shot. Unfortunately, that pinch doesn't work in the favor of Freak, but when you have that higher angle and the pressure coming with it, eventually something favorable is going to happen. What a good play by Doomsy.
Doomsy's dirty dangles. Doomsy's dirty dangles. Freaky keeping that at midfield. Snasky wants another one. 4-1 with 50 seconds left. Not looking good for Team Enjoy. They need to start getting some shots. It's passes that actually follow through.
They've actually been setting up some really, really good passes. It's just they haven't been on net. I mean, you saw one where it played over a player.
Freaky almost getting one himself, though.
Yeah, it played over a player, and he was sitting there waiting for Frizish. It's just he played near net instead of far post, and he actually had a really good favorable play. It's just they're not capitalizing on the opportunities that they're setting up for themselves, and it's unfortunate because they are playing very well.
Exactly what you said. They're getting the play started. There's just no follow-through afterwards, and that's what they need. 10 seconds left in this match. Not sure it's going to be very doable for Team Enjoy at this point. It looks like Supersonic Avengers are going to get their spot. Don't want to call it before the clock's out, obviously, but at this point, Supersonic Avengers taking the series in a 2-0. You know what that means?
We've got finally our third, I guess our first so far of the RLCS for this qualifier, but our third team that is a guaranteed spot in groups. That is going to feel so good for Doomsy, especially after sitting out. He's solidifying his spot, and I bet you they've got to be on top of the world right now.
Exactly, and that's why I was saying this is going to feel so good for the team. Yeah. Saying, all right, Doomsy, let's get him in here this time. They pull through with a win that convincing too. You know, they just as soon as they knew any of the mistakes that Enjoy was doing, they capitalized, they pushed through, and they punished.
That's exactly what a good team would do.
Absolutely incredible. We're going to go to the desk, see what they have to say, and what they think about Supersonic making it into the group stages. That's what they are, the group stages. Golden point.
It's all right there, Leaf. You said Frishish like a million times, so we totally understand.
It was fantastic.
Congratulations to Supersonic Avengers. They corrected their wrong from Qualifier One, and now they're in the group stages. And I just want to say, Doomsy is amazing. Like, this guy, I didn't get to see him in Qualifier One. I hadn't really checked out a lot of the other community events. But then, you know, you get a chance to watch this on a stage such as the RLCS, and you see what a player like Doomsy can bring to the table. My goodness, that guy is talented.
Like
you
Doomsy,
are a proud dad.
Yes, like I hype Doomsy up all the time. Like even when he was on Team Rocket, which we all know about them.
Yes.
Let's not talk about them. But Doomsy is just a highlight package. Like this entire series, like amazing goal after amazing goal, from just even like a handbrake turn goal in his first goal to that last like aerial then dunk.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Everyone was saying like, you know, will Doomsy be the difference maker? And yes,
he was.
Yes, he was. Absolutely. I think he scored like most of the goals. He scored 5 goals in this series. Snasky scored the other 4, and there was ELMP had one in there as well. But you know, a lot of the Snasky setups were from ELMP. But Doomsy did it all by himself. Amazing carries, amazing. You know, took a couple setups and stuff. But yeah, that last goal, that was a summary of what happened this whole game. It was amazing.
Yeah. When you talk about the goals, though, of course, I mean, yes, Doomsy had some incredible goals, but one thing I do want to make note of was the pressure that Supersonic Avengers put on to Team Enjoy in Game 1. I believe it was like a solid minute and a half, just give or take, just straight onslaught on the orange side. They did not let up at all. Never gave him any kind of chance to breathe. And that led actually to 2 goals that Doomsy was able to accrue there, which was pretty huge for them. You know, I guess, well, I should say it led to their first goal. And then after that, they just kept going because the floodgates opened up, as you said. So, I mean, and Lawler did mention, Enjoy, they were playing well. They just couldn't get the openings. Why do you think that is?
Well, the first like 2.5 minutes of Game 1, they were actually playing pretty well with fast breaks back and forth for both teams.
Yeah.
And then I think it was just their passes, like they would try and do exactly what Supersonic Avengers was doing when they would have like a dribble opportunity and go for that pass. They were just a little bit off. Yeah. But I think that's because Supersonic Avengers can read it really well. Like all 3 players are really talented and we're blocking all those plays.
Yeah, and we saw they had so much trouble, Enjoy did, breaking through Supersonic Avengers' super just clean defensive rotations. And they weren't able to get the shots in. And the defensive rotations on Enjoy were solid as well, but the shot placement was just so much more solid from Doomsday. The places they were putting the ball in the upper 90 corners and just getting them just out of range of the goalies was really impressive. You know, and Enjoy played very well. I think that they've already knocked out Kapow. They are a very good team that could very easily take like the 8th place spot or something in the team. So they can come through the losers bracket. I think they could definitely take this.
Speaking of Kapow, I just want to say before we jump into the replays here, was just told by James Bott, he texted me with all exclamation marks, by the way, that Kapow has been eliminated by Precision Z. So that is huge for Supersonic Avengers, who are trying to make it to the international final. But let's go ahead and take a look at some of the replays of that last game there, because there certainly were quite a few of them, and mostly because of this young man right here, Doomsy.
The Doomsy show, like this play all started, he was going back and he handbrake turned and came back for that ball. It was just great awareness. Then, like it's not only Doomsy, like it's his teammates setting him up here. Beautiful pass here. Both defenders there thought it was a double touch, and it just didn't happen. It's hard to read those.
Right, and you see, he left them no space on the shot. He went right to the corner, and oh my God, this right here, this is one of the prettiest shots I've seen in the RLCS so far. He sets it up for himself, and then follows it,
disgusting.
and he like pats him on the shoulder as he's like, "Excuse me, can you step down? Let me. Okay, I just need to get to the goal. Thanks, bye." Incredible.
Like this whole package, it's just Doomsy highlights. Like look at that dribble to beat one, and then he's like, maybe I can.
And as a goalie, what are you supposed to do against that? Like that is so hard to defend. defend against.
Yeah,
I can't
that
imagine.
that was tough. Like the goalie there probably should have just let the ball go into the corner because Doomsy couldn't get the angle by himself. Goalie actually helped him there, but it's hard when you see Doomsy flying at you. It's like he might be able to get that angle because he had a really tight angle earlier in that game, so you can't trust it all the time.
And you have to think too. You have like maybe 3 seconds to like really think. Less, to be honest with you.
It's like a half a second.
Let's be real.
And
3 is generous. It's like less than a second to like actually think
Yeah.
about what you want to do in that play.
And the goalie
Doomsy took advantage.
The goalie spent so much of the time being like, he's not really going to get that angle, is he? And then at the moment he realized he was like, oh, it's too late, and then went in.
Yeah, it was incredible. Honestly, some amazing goals. Also, one from ELMP too that was really impressive. I think the Supersonic Avengers had a goal. They had a mission. They wanted to prove that they belong in group stages. Qualifier One was something that they obviously put behind them. This is a squad that showed a lot of discipline, a lot of technical ability, and also a lot of promise. And with Kapow being eliminated from the competition, that is a substantial amount of points that are now out. That opens up Supersonic Avengers for an opportunity for them to get into the international final, and already sets up an insane storyline for Europe as we get ready for the group stages, Gibbs.
Yeah, Supersonic Avengers is a top 4 team because all 3 players are amazing. Like Doomsy was the highlight this time, but I could easily see like ELMP making more of those tip plays. He had one tip pass that was beautiful, and then that tip goal he had. All 3 can do it, and that's why they're a top 4 team.
Absolutely, but no, and not to take anything away from Enjoy. Look out for them as
they
we move
did
forward
look good.
here. They did look very strong, and I think while maybe they weren't able to take it to Supersonic, who were on a mission today, on a slightly lower day, just kind of just average group stage day, I think this team could really take some stuff. I was surprised. Freaky is a friend of mine actually. I had no idea he was on this team right now, and then I saw him. I was like, oh my gosh, there he is. That was such a cool moment. And so I'm really hoping they make it.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the pressure's on for Enjoy as they're going to be taking a trip to the losers bracket, where they will be competing against the likes of Precision Z. So we'll see how all that unfolds later on. But coming up next, though, we have the Flying Dutchman versus Zero Effort. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is a qualification match. So who will be joining Supersonic Avengers, Weedham Girls, and Flipside Tactics in the group stages next week? Find out on the other side. Welcome back, everyone, to the RLCS coverage here for the European Open bracket as we get ready for yet another qualification match. It is going to be the Flying Dutchman versus Zero Effort. And for those of you guys who may be new to the broadcast, Flying Dutchman and Zero Effort both qualified for RLCS Group Stage 1, with the Flying Dutchman coming in 5th and Zero Effort coming in 8th. Now, this is a match with huge ramifications. Not only is this a qualification match, but for the Flying Dutchman, it's an opportunity for them to be able to get into the conversation to go to the international final. But now the Supersonic Avengers is into the fold here, things change quite a bit. So the Flying Dutchmen need this victory, very much so, but for Zero Effort, they want to keep the hope alive that they can get to the international final. So a lot on the line here, folks. This is a huge game for European Rocket League. Gibbs, we'll start with you. Flying Dutchman, I believe you had made mention to it before. You said this is the team, they're like the genesis of Europe, right? They are a squad that's kind of been sitting there, and they have that opportunity, and they're going to go for it if they see the door open. Is this their time? Is this their opportunity to be able to make this happen?
Well, with Kapow out now, so that 4th place points are gone. So now they're 4th right now, basically. So the door is wide open for the Flying Dutchman, and they need to walk through it. Because if they have any good showing in groups, then they're going to the land over Supersonic Avengers, unless Supersonic Avengers wins the entire thing. But with Weedham Girls and Flipside there, that's a pretty difficult task. Flying Dutchmen are playing really well, and I expect them to easily beat a Zero Effort here.
Yeah, it's going to be a Zero Effort kind of game. I hate to make that pun early, but
come on.
With how they've been playing, like Flying Dutchman, the reason why I compared them to Genesis during the break is because they've been practicing nonstop. Like Jesse's all over Twitch. Like he's been really putting in the effort to make aware that we're here to stay. And with them having to fight against Supersonic when it comes to that spot for 4th or 3rd, it's going to come down to the wire. So if they keep playing like they have been, they've been on the upswing while Zero Effort's been on the downswing. We're going to see, in my opinion, a very big slide when it comes to these two teams. But Dutchmen, if they keep doing what they've been showing the last couple weeks, it's going to be scary for Zero Effort.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, Flying Dutchman currently ranked 6th in the community power rankings. Right. Meanwhile, Zero Effort, as you mentioned before, have kind of been tumbling down. Yep. They're currently sitting at the 16th spot. So this is going to be a tall order for Zero Effort to overcome here Flying Dutchman certainly poised for victory. One thing, though, that I do want to make note of is for Flying Dutchman, getting into the group stages here, having Supersonic Avengers playing as well as they are and Dutchman playing as well as they are, do you think that Dutchman were looking at that SA game and thinking to themselves like, oh boy, we got a lot of work in front of us here, because you know that they're gunning for that 4th or 3rd spot.
But Flying Dutchman are in the driver's seat right now. They don't have to worry about Supersonic Avengers. They had to worry more about Kapow, and Kapow's out. So as long as Flying Dutchman play their game and like make the online finals playoffs, then they would be set. But they're just looking solid. But last qualifier, they were the huge underdog versus Women Girls. They won 2-0. So they got to be worried, because like effort is in that spot Flying Dutchman were in last time. So don't get too complacent and think it's a free win. It's still Europe, so it's really competitive.
Yeah, and sorry, just to kind of note, I mean, of course, it does make a lot of sense. Think about the opponent in front of you rather than the opponent that will be coming, a week or two down the line.
Take the words out of my mouth, man. Take the words right out of my mouth. That's the benefit of a veteran team. They've been in groups before. They know exactly what they're doing. So for them to come out, I don't think they're even worried or looking at the other side of the bracket. They're just like, all right, this team in front of us, let's beat them. Let's make it solidified and be done with it. So I don't even think they're paying attention to that, because why? Why worry yourself with things that are irrelevant at this moment? Just focus on the problem, solve it.
That's right. Oh boy, look at that. Focus on the problem and solve it. Dash Lawler. The 2016.
Hashtag math.
Hashtag math. None of us have it. All right, well, let's go ahead and toss it over to a guy who claims that he is an engineer and knows mathematics, but I believe it's a lie, and all he is a beard connoisseur, findable carpet, and he's from Canada, Leafex.
See, the math I'm doing is just beyond what you guys can comprehend. It's just next level. But things got a heck of a lot more manly around here. Mr. Beard, how's it going?
It's going pretty well. That was a lengthy introduction for myself. I don't even know if I can comment on it, but this game's going to be big. They commented on Zero Effort being in now the underdog spot. I'm not even going to mention it. I know they want me to. I'm not going to talk about it. But yeah, Zero Effort's in the underdog spot. They made it into group stages last time, and then they had a really difficult time. They did not perform very well at all. They lost most of their games in group stages, but that gives them almost a little bit more to want to fight for. Now, they've made it this far again, which still proves their worth. They're still all the way here.
Yeah, I mean, like, making it this far means, like, okay, well, you're doing something right.
Yeah, they're doing something right, but they are against the Flying Dutchman, who have done nothing but prove themselves on the large stage of the RLCS.
Yeah, I think it's going to be definitely a difficult and tall order for Zero Effort against Flying Dutchman, who's again, as they mentioned at the desk, showing that they want this. They want to win this. They're pushing forward and they're doing the best they can. But we'll see who can grab this spot. Zero Effort, Flying Dutchman. Game number 1 of this best of 3, and that's already a shot on net. Jesse barely keeping that one out. Looks like Zero Effort definitely saying we're in this, guys. We're in this.
They want to kick it off quick because they know that the Flying Dutchman has the skill for it. They did so well in group stages. They pretty much dominated them, I believe, when they got paired up in the group stages. They had to play against each other. So they want to come out really early on and just let them know, like, we're a threat. Don't treat us poorly.
Well, and that's actually maybe a good strategy, because if you're playing against a team that's going to pick out your flaws and start to capitalize, getting a couple goals early on ain't going to hurt you. Before they can do that, we'll see if they can get a play started off the corner here, but Vogan's going to pick it up. In the midfield, just dribble it himself. That Octane, well, can he do it? Trying to get over Devo. Devo reads that one. Dogu up with a touch, though. It's on target. Gets a second touch. Dogu. Oh, my goodness.
What? The most unintentional second touch yet. So beautiful. He gets that first touch. Actually does put it on target. And when they went to go clear, they put it right up back into Dogu. He did position his car in a way.
He dipped his nose.
He did dip his nose in case it came back his way, and it came directly in front of him. He didn't even boost. He literally just fell onto that one. So the mixture of unintention and also utilizing the position you're in. But
just
great
in
first
case,
goal.
but wow, Vogan up midfield. Midfield, he gets this chip.
This was I think this had to be one of the most feels backflip I have seen in a long time.
Oh,
Devo had all the time in the world for this, and all he could do was watch it soar over his car.
No. I was confused. I'm like, someone had to be there for that. Devo feels bad, man. Dogu just waiting. Look at that little antsiness there. Just let's go. Revving up the car engine. He does win out that one. Dogu with another touch off the backboard. Could be scary. Vogan way wide on that one. But Jesse to follow it up. Just keeping the pressure on. Off the backboard again. Dogu, Vogan both going to go back for boost. Dogu turning around to steal it away from Cheerio. And that's on net. No one at all for Zero Effort. I see the confusion on your face.
They're getting a little antsy, I see. We saw both Cheerio and Devo go up for that one. Really, only they should have easily been able to call each other off or just known. one of those, I mean, they both kind of got there at the same, but then neither one actually even hit the thing. And it just left the net wide open to bring this to a 3-0 game with only just over a minute done.
I gotta point out that's one of the best celebrations too, just ending up on your backside or your front side. I know Lawler's a specialist in that one. Shot from Vogan gets stopped out by Tinney. Back to midfield, Cheerio with a long shot, trying to put that in the top corner. It's a little bit wide. Dogu also stops it anyways. Devo backing off. Good touch from him to keep the pressure on out to Tinney. Tinney off the backboard. Cheerio to follow it up. A little bit wide on that one. Could have been a goal in the net. To midfield, the push out from Flying Dutchman. They need to get out of their own zone. They do. Loses it on that one is Dogu. Vogan to follow it up. Backboard. Cheerio takes that away to midfield again. A little back and forth as both teams try to either get out of their zone or get some offensive plays started up. It's a neutral 50-50 if I'd ever seen one there. Tinney doing the best he can to keep that moving forward. Cheerio under that. Both teams just trying to recuperate themselves, I guess. Devo has a chance to set it up. No teammate at all there to reciprocate on that.
Zero Effort's trying really hard to get out of their half and turn it into a play. But Flying Dutchman, they've got the wide rotation. And we saw it happen in the first game and even the game we just saw with Supersonic. When you're doing a job of keeping your opponent's half, you're never really letting them get their collective minds together to turn it into a play. And unless they're a team that excels at turning defense into offense quickly, which right now is seeming like Zero Effort's struggling with, they're going to constantly be trying to just fix mistakes as opposed to actually making a play out of something.
Very good point. The transition can be tough, switching from defense to offense. See if maybe they can make those fixes here off the, oh no, the self-goal from Devo. Devo put that one, that was not going in.
This was not already going in. Jesse did have the touch. He was trying to keep the pressure up. He puts it to the side of the net, maybe trying to get the backboard. Devo thought he was going to be able to get there in time. He tried to read the bounce well, which was actually smart. He knew that he wasn't going to beat it to the backboard, which would have been his first job. But then when he realized he wasn't going to beat it, he's like, all right, I'm going to get it off the bounce first before they do. But he got there a little too early, a little misjudgment. He puts it in his own net.
And it's interesting. You saw that play where no one was attacking it. They made a mistake. I think it's just Zero Effort's getting a little too fast. I think they're playing a little too fast. And you saw Flying Dutchman at one point go back for boost, and Zero Effort still couldn't get out of their zone. So it's just, I think they're just playing a little too quick, as you mentioned earlier, antsy. We'll see if they get a play started. 4-0, minute 50 left in game number 1. Devo with a shot off the backboard. Someone to follow it up. Cheerio a little bit too over top. Dogu's going to try to put some pressure on to keep it out. Tinney keeps it in instead. Jesse and Vogan both waiting back patiently, and a touch. Going to go a little while. That's actually on target. Jesse almost cleaned that up. Tinney, the last defender, keeps Vogan from getting a goal.
We just saw all 3 Zero Effort players go for that, and if that last shot wasn't actually directly at Tinney's hood, that would have been right into net. This communication, this antsiness, they're scared. They know they're 4 goals down. This game, they may have kind of given up on this game already. Hopefully not. They're going to maybe get some momentum going into the second game. But you can tell they're not able to play what they want to play. They're just having to try and play off of what the Flying Dutchmen are giving them, and that's never a position you want to put yourself in.
Like even a few seconds ago there, we saw no one approaching that ball, even putting a body in the way. So just waiting it out maybe for this final minute of gameplay. Backboard is Jesse. He could have just tried to take out a defender. No play out of that. Tinney see if he can get a goal himself. Lose on 50-50. Vogan almost followed that one through. So trying to get at least another goal. They just want more stats. They know we're tracking. They just want as many goals as possible. Dogu, almost a good backflip out. Doesn't quite make it where he wanted it. Chirio's going to set this one down for Devo. Devo takes him out instead, and that's a dangerous spot. Tinney, what is going on for Zero Effort?
They're getting too antsy to make something out of it. Right now, Flying Dutchman's giving them a little bit of space because Flying Dutchman knows they have the 4 goals. They're kind of sitting on it, but they need to take advantage of the time. Slow it down. Get in position for passes. I've seen a couple of good touches from Zero Effort putting it to the middle, but then none of their players are actually there in time anyway. So they just need to make sure they're working off of each other's touches.
Absolutely right. 10 seconds left in this, and it looks like this game is going to be going to Flying Dutchman. Dogu, Jesse, and Vogan taking the win on this. Another goal for themselves. They can never let it go down to 0, can they?
No, and this was one of the cooler goal steals I've seen in a while. Jesse had a clear open shot, and Dogu's like, nah, I just want to steal this a little bit. Actually really skilled steal, though. I mean, he hit it with the top of his car, kept the speed on it, and put it on target still.
Oh, any other touch would have sent that off target probably, yeah. Incredible 3 seconds left. This is probably, most likely, a 5-0 as this drops down for Flying Dutchman. Game number 1. They take it, and this is not looking good from the way that Zero Effort was playing in that match.
This game was a Flying Dutchman story. They had full control, and even the times that Zero Effort did have possession of the ball, all they were doing was taking what the Flying Dutchman gave them as opposed to making something themselves. the Flying Dutchman would give them space when they felt comfortable, and then Zero Effort wasn't able to turn that into something, and Flying Dutchman just got control right back. There really wasn't many threats that Zero Effort put on Flying Dutchman. They have the skill, but this entire game they really weren't able to show what they can do.
I think, again, earlier on you mentioned already playing Ansi, and it didn't change throughout it. They just outpaced themselves. They were trying to like get way ahead of where the play was, that they were leaving so much open space for Flying Dutchman, and they capitalized. Ended up being a 5-0. Coming in the second one, you can't do that. I think they need to slow it down, think about what they're doing, and coordinate together exactly as you said.
And it's a problem we've seen Zero Effort have before. You know, when we've casted them here at the group stages, they sometimes get overwhelmed. I don't know if it's maybe because they know they're against a good team or just whatever's going on internally with them. I've seen all three of these players do some really cool stuff, but for some reason, they don't seem to click a lot. And when they do, it's great. Like, I've seen Zero Effort have some really fun stuff. And in certain leagues, I've seen them take out really big teams. But they need to be more consistent as to when they pull that off.
Now, do you think anyone else on their roster would have been a better choice than who they have playing today?
It's hard to say. This is one of the few teams that runs with such a big roster. They like to sub out mid-series when the tournaments allow them. These are the three guys I see them seem to play with the most.
Evo! Oh, that is going to sit on the goal line. Not quite making it in. That's something that they probably wanted to get an early goal. All right, we'll see, though, if Flying Dutchman can turn around and get another early one of themselves, or if they can keep up the quick momentum they just had off the kickoff. Zero Effort needs to get something going on. Vogan leaving that for Jesse. Jesse to push that out. Can he get the second touch? Can't. Doku loses a 50-50 to midfield. Tinney to pick it up. Gets a touch that throws it out of his position. Could have probably got a better touch to roll it out for his teammate, but back to their own zone they go to try from the beginning. From block number 1, Devo just winning it on Jesse there, but Vogan to finish it off. The bump from Jesse on Tinney.
The classic EU bumping that we like to see. We talk about the EU tends to have a little more aggressive play style, but right here, all three players of Zero Effort sitting in net. Devo coming off the wall, which is never a place you really want to be doing, especially backwards. But that bump coming out, just making sure that goalie was definitely not going to get it. He looks like he had a pretty good shot at it. Good team communication, good map awareness.
He even got to use his flip to get a little extra power. It's like, you make sure you get out of this net. Vogan, oh, the demo, Tinney. Tinney's upset about that one. He's like, I'm coming right back at you, bud. And a shot from Dogu, though.
The angle from Dogu, we've seen him pull these off. Dogu has shown very well so far in the RLCS. Devo gets the touch. He tries to slow it down because he doesn't want to come off as much, but him or a teammate wasn't in a position to follow that up. Positioning of your car actually right there shows exactly. If he'd been turned around and faced the other direction, he could have chased that immediately. But since he was turned backwards, it actually just gave Dogu the angle.
Pinch in favor of Devo there. Gets a long shot. Going to try to follow it up. Just keeps a body on it. See if they can keep the pressure on. Keep the ball in that orange half. No one there to pressure it. Dogu takes advantage of that. Sends it back into their zone. There's Jesse with a shot on target. Cheerio, the last defender. Nice lob. It gives his teammates enough time to get back in position. Devo takes control to Tinney. Tinney waiting for the pass. Good shot. It's not enough power, though, and that's going to be soft enough for Jesse to keep that to the side. Cheerio just trying to, once again, keep pressure on. Tinney keeping that in the slot. See if his teammates can get boosted up and keep the pressure as Zero Effort tries to even this game up. 2 goals down isn't too much of a deficit compared to last game especially.
Flying Dutchman's had some good defensive ball placement. A lot of times they're very nice. Even when they're caught in a tight place, they're pushing it to their own. They're pushing it to their own corners, cutting off the angles, where they're getting a really hard clear out of it, which is another reason why Zero Effort really hasn't been able to materialize any plays.
See if you can get a play here. Good touch from Vogan. Sends that way in. They try to get themselves up, set up. Devo to Cheerio. Cheerio loses the 50-50 shot from Tinney. That was a rocket, but Jesse catches that one back to midfield. Devo and Dogu, the last one's going to fight it out, but Devo misses out on that. Gets the boost at least. Oh, Devo wins out on that, but no one there to follow it up. Looks like his teammate was just a little too far up. Tinney misreading where that ball would go. Now they have to backtrack into their own slot. We'll see, that's dangerous, as you have the Flying Dutchman pressuring you in front of your net when you're just letting it bounce like that. Jesse just leaving that one. A little bit of confusion of who should be taking control of this. Devo sends it out for his teammates, Vogan. Nice easy touch to his teammate, or himself, sorry. Dogu moved back as they're sitting on defense now.
Seemed to be a little bit of the issue we saw in the first game with JJJ. If I had to say, like, Flying Dutchman seems to be more calm and collected. They seem to be in control. They know exactly where each other's going to be. Where Zero Effort is a little more excited right now. They're a little more jumping around, a little more jumpy. They're getting into those ways here and there. They don't know who's exactly going to be for what ball, which is a little bit of the problems we saw out of the first game with JJJ.
Well, we'll see They can get 2 goals. Minute 52 left. Devo way wide on that. Gives Vogan a heck of a lot of time to push that back into their end. No real plays coming out, just kind of back and forth from end to end. Both teams try to get control and get some good plays set up. Both teams doing a good job of intercepting anything that may come out from their opponents to midfield. Good lob. Jesse's going to keep that one low. Tinney reading that, keeps it at midfield. Cheerio there, loses the 50-50. That's just wide of the net. Devo keeps that to the side and actually gets a really good clear. Tinney follows it up himself. Can he get a good touch on this? One defender. This is going to be a goal for them. No, Tinney! Devo, please! And Tinney almost saved that, too.
This is what we can see, though. They made a good play out of it. Tinney followed through. He got the second touch, kind of messed Vogan up. He tried to backflip it. Tinney, I can't tell if that mind game was on purpose. He went to go for the shot. We saw a flying Dutchman defender just whiz on by expecting the shot, and then the ball was just clear, open, and net. Ready for Devo to take it.
I think he just got excited, but thankfully Devo was there to follow up in case anything happened, because that puts him down only 1 goal now on the scoreboard. Minute of gameplay left, and Tinney ties it up.
A good demo, making Flying Dutchman really unaware of their rotations. Demos tend to just freak people out. Once you hear it, you're like, oh no, we're down a player. Now what's going on? We had a demo in the corner. Dogu was going to come out for it. He hesitated a little too much, and Tinney, seeing the opportunity, gets a nice fast shot just above him.
And now we have an even scoreboard coming into the final minute of gameplay. This is anybody's game. It definitely ramped up from that last minute of gameplay that we saw previously, as now Zero Effort making the moves to try to pull a win on this. Good touch from Devo, sends that way deep. Tinney looked like he was trying to get something. Devo off the backboard. Cheerios there for the setup. Can he get the shot? Dogu is in spot to push that out, but this can still be a shot on net. Tinney just needs to get another touch. Cheerio in a bad spot as now he has to backtrack. Gives that back to Devo. Good back pass back to midfield. Tinney to follow it up. Really good team plays coming out of Zero Effort.
Now the pressure's coming on. Now they're working together. They're passing it mid. They're forcing Flying Dutchman into poor defensive touches, which is exactly what you want to do. You don't want to let them push you to the corner. You want to force them into just like a risky save that, like, just make them have to touch it, even if it's not where they want to put it.
Oh no, that's a shot on net. Devo though takes the shot. It's a bad pass from Tinney off the wall, and that's going to be off the crossbar.
So hard for Tinney to save this. He was actually sitting in net, waiting, prepared. They actually had good rotations here, but Vogan waiting for that off the sidewall. It might have actually pinched. It's really hard to tell from the angle. It might have pinched with the Zero Effort play because that was extremely fast for the rotation. But as we know, the corners of the Octanes are powerful enough to pull that off, but great placement putting it at the top of the net.
Flying Dutchman now up 1 goal on Zero Effort in the final 15 seconds of gameplay. If Flying Dutchman win this, they take away with a 2-0, and that's a shot on net. Oh no, Cheerio. That's heartbreaking for him, but Devo is there to follow up. We'll see 6 seconds left to stay in this. We'll see if they can do a Tinney off the backboard. This could still be a scoring opportunity. Cheerio's there. Can he get the angle? It's still up in the air. Zero Effort has a chance, but that's going to roll to the ground. And Flying Dutchman take it 2-0.
Flying Dutchman, congratulations to them. They have just qualified for the group stages.
Absolutely.
Zero Effort now going down to loser bracket. They still have an opportunity. But we did see them come alive finally in the last few minutes of that second game.
And that's what they needed. That's what I wanted to see. We know that Zero Effort can do it, and they finally started doing it. A little too late for them. But they still have losers' chance. As you just mentioned, they can still pull through, face some of the losers, and still get one of those group stage spots. So it'll be fun to see if they can do that in the losers. But once again, congratulations to Flying Dutchman for grabbing themselves a spot once again in the top 8 for EU in the group stage. It's incredible to see both teams. I'm wondering what we'll see down in the losers group, but we're going to head over to the desk and see what they had to say about that last match.
Thank you so much, LeafX. I mean, of course, congratulations to Flying Dutchman as they join Supersonic Avengers as well as Flipside Tactics and Weedham Girls in the EU group stages, which will be taking place next week. Flying Dutchman, though, out of the gate, just aggression. It was phenomenal. And one thing that I had took note in that game was that the control from Flying Dutchman, it was great to see them force Zero Effort to have to react to whatever was the Flying Dutchman were bringing at them, and Zero Effort just did not have an answer, Gibbs.
Zero Effort didn't know what to do that first game. They had 3 like in the crease a lot of the times because they're just like, this pressure is too much. Let's hope we can get a counter, but they just didn't allow it. They would just throw it off the backboard for the Flying Dutchman and keep just peppering shots. 13-2 in the first game.
Yeah, that first game from Flying Dutchman showed what it's like to be a calm and collected team, where they just came in, they played their game. They didn't worry about, we talked about how they should just focus on their goal ahead and solidify it, and they did. They played with no pressure whatsoever from themselves, which is really tough as a team, especially when mental game plays such a huge role.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the replays as well, as there were quite a few from the Flying Dutchman. Some excellent work from them, most notably at the beginning from Dogu opening things up here, and just
Gravity
a
man.
brilliant double touch there right at the backboard to just bring that one in. I mean, just look at that, right at the corner, and just dunked it in.
Sometimes you need a little luck, but all three went for it from zero effort, and that's what was happening a lot from them. And this goal should have never happened with the backflip, please, from Devo. That's an easy save because it was a midfield shot.
Right, and then Flying Dutchman, I mean, other than just their offense, they played a lot of defense. I mean, they had a lot of saves that were pretty clutch here. Where look how three people are always on defense. Like they rotated back so well to save.
Oh, their saves too were big clears.
Yeah,
like it wasn't just like, oh,
they
it's a
didn't,
juicy.
yeah, they
rebound
didn't stay
right
in front
after.
of the net.
Yeah, but then Devo coming back, like zero effort, finally showed up in the last minute 30 and made it a series, but they just couldn't pull it out.
He actually worried me on that one. I thought he was going to hesitate on it, but Vogan, that shot going across field and actually hitting the crossbar, that's so tough to have to predict against. When that ball is hitting the top, it's like, is it going to bounce out? Is it going to go in? Either way, someone should have been up to save it, but still, great placement by Vogan.
It was good to see zero effort show some life at the end of that game. It was tied until Vogan just sealed the deal there for Flying Dutchman. But something I did want to make note of as well, at around the 3-minute mark, there was just a clear open shot that zero effort could have taken. We actually saw it before. Just what was it like? What was wrong here? I mean, clearly this team is great. They made it into group stages last time, and although they placed 8th, still the group stages last tournament, it was like over 2,000, 3,000 teams that competed in that competition. So to make it into that top 8, incredible. But what was it there, Gibbs, that just prevented them from being able to read that play?
Yeah, that just separates like the best teams from the mediocre teams. Like the game 1 as well, like Cheerio had a double tap chance off the backward and just completely whiffed on it. Then when you get a ball that's past you sideways, all you got to do is just tip it forward and it'll keep the same velocity. And it was like off by a mile.
Yeah,
like,
you and I talked about like the ball was coming perfectly across, and all you had to do was just jump into it. It was an easy touch. The goalie was demoed. Like it was such an easy shot.
Yeah, when the goalie was demoed, I'm like, that's an open net.
And he rocketed it to like the top left. It's like, where's that ball going? Like those are the ones that they have to make because that would have put them within 3 minutes in rather or 2 minutes in rather than where they waited to the last 2 to tie it up. I mean, they would have been in such a better position, and just shots like that, especially at this level, you have to make.
Yeah, Flying Dutchman punished them as well. Brilliant clears, really just kept that ball on the zero effort side. And because of that, Flying Dutchman, they are victorious. They're going to be moving on to the next round in this competition. And of course, as we had mentioned before, joining Flipside Tactics, Widom Girls, and Supersonic Avengers, who qualified just a matchup ago. Now, the good news here, folks, is that we have yet another qualification match coming up next, and this one is going to be a great matchup. It is going to be Team Solid versus Comrade Gaming. According to the community power rankings, this is a very close matchup between these two teams. Who will come out on top is the question. We'll find out in just a little bit. Welcome back, everyone, as our coverage of the European Rocket League Championship Series Open Bracket continues. I'm Golden Boy, joined by the one and only James Bot and Leafex. And Gibbs is taking a break. He was just all verklempt from that last game. He was just so happy. He needed his potatoes.
Potato fix.
So happy from Doomsday qualifying. He had to call his child and say, "You did it. Good job." That's how Gibbs talks, by the way, off camera. Now, guys, just threw him under the bus. Of course, welcome, guys. We have a great matchup lined up here. This is also a qualification match, and it's going to be Team Solid versus Comrade Gaming. Now, here's the thing. Team Solid used to be known as RG Esports. They were the Cinderella story from Qualifier One, making it in there. Not a lot of people really thinking that they could, and they shocked everyone doing so. But now they're coming into this one yet again, this time as the favorite because of what they've managed to accomplish here. Comrade Gaming, I don't know much about this roster. I think you had mentioned that they had beaten Kapow before in a tournament. At this point, though, everyone's beaten Kapow, it seems. It's so unfortunate. I love Kapow. It's like one of my favorite teams, and it's like, I just, I can't use the emote now. It hurts. It feels bad, man. So in any case, though, let's talk about this game. Team Solid. What are you expecting from this roster, Seeks, Data, and Regnum?
Yeah, so these guys, they did finish 6th in the last group stage, but a lot of that was due to the forfeit from zero effort, in which they got 5 free wins. So these guys, they did, like you said, they were a Cinderella story. But in this matchup, they are the favorite.
Yeah, I mean, I became a fan of Solid first going in, so I'm kind of, hoping they can pull through. But Comrade, again, beating Kapow, like, sure, they got knocked out, but that's still a good team to beat. Like, beating them says something. So it's not going to be easy for Solid. They went in super strong. I want to see if they've been working on things, through any problems they've had, and come back. They made it this far. They deserve it for sure. But Comrade is something to. Jinja Ninja. That's a name already. Like, gives you extra power.
I do specifically remember that name from the last qualifier, Ginger Ninja. And Lunation, those guys are good. So it will be a close game. But really, I do want to take this moment to give a shout out to the power sub for Team Solid, Gregan 25. He probably won't be playing.
Yeah, most likely not.
But man, that guy, knowing he's in the wings, you're gonna feel really, really good.
Just having that moral support.
He's gonna be using the
I just hope he's in comms with them, and just talking to them with that voice, just letting them know.
Just orange fiend.
Yeah, just. Of course, shout out to Gregan. So this is going to be a good matchup for Solid. We'll see how all this pans out. Pressure's on for them, but of course, an opportunity to get right back into the conversation for the international final will be very important for this roster. Of course, for Comrade, it is an opportunity for them to be able to get into the conversation for the first time and consider themselves moving forward to the international final. So a lot on the line here. Who will be joining Flipside Tactics, Weedham Girls, Supersonic Avengers, and the Flying Dutchman? There's only one way to find out. Let's go ahead, toss it over to our casters, Wavepunk and Lawler.
Thanks, Golden Boy. I'm Wavepunk, joined by Lawler.
What's up, dude?
We got a nice matchup here. Comrade Gaming, Team Solid. I specifically remember Comrade Gaming as well from Mr. Jinja Ninja.
Yeah, the two team, rather than focusing on like a specific player, I'm going to focus on a set of players. So for the Comrade side, it was always Lunation and Jinja Ninja. Those two work really well together. And then on the flip side, we have Data and Seeks. Those two, the pass plays and stuff, very similar to Turtle and Garrett from Exodus now, I think is what they go with.
Formerly known as Vex, yes.
Formerly known as Everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the pass plays that these guys set up, and then those two players being that support role, especially Reganom, who doesn't get as much credit. He just kind of comes in as that last player to score a goal every once in a while.
Sure.
Is what's really going to spell trouble for, I assume, the Comrade team, but they still look strong. They've made it this far. One more to go.
Yeah, absolutely. These teams are good at running the 2-1 offense, like you were talking about. Having two players who are really good at being aggressive. One player who's really good at kind of filling in where he's needed, hanging back, being that last line of defense when your team's on the offense. So we'll see who's able to dominate here. Yeah, them calling out Gregan as the subs. James, you back off. Gregan is mine. Gregan is my baby. He's my best friend. So I'm excited. It'll be super cool to see him play. But I know that they're gonna stick with these guys. They're all so cool. Seeks, I've played some games with Seeks before. Really, really humble dude. Really just enjoys that they get to be at this level at all. That's what the RLCS is all about.
Yeah, they've been kind of quiet on my side. I haven't seen them around as much this time.
Sure.
In the first qualifier, you saw them almost everywhere. They really took that Cinderella story to full advantage, and we're streaming a lot more and stuff like that. And Seeks has been a little bit more on the quiet side, but I don't expect them to play quiet. Like, expect them to come out very strong with a very aggressive play style to take full advantage of what their team can do. It's going to be, in my opinion, up to the Comrade side to see if they can match that.
Sure.
They're going to have to contest early as well as play that aggressive play style. Otherwise, they might get overrun.
What is your map prediction going to be here? Who's going to take what games?
I think it's going to be 2-1. I think it'll be a very close match.
Yeah.
I assume in the favor of Team Solid.
Sure.
But you just never know. But
It's gonna
2-1, Team 1, Team Solid is my bet.
It's going to be a solid match. It really is.
I'm out. Can I?
That was an easy one. It was just sitting right there the whole time, you know?
You got to pick it up, man.
Oh, man. All right. Well, yeah, we will be getting into the game shortly. Who's a player that we can like watch out for on Team Solid? You know, we talked about Dead and Seeks being a really strong duo up in the front. Regan being that guy that hangs in the back. Who's a guy that, who do you want to see stepping up?
Well, it's not that I want to see him step up personally. I'm just going to put a lot of focus on him being an analytical guy and see how Reganon plays that support role. He's kind of the glue or that X factor that keeps the team together. He has to be there to fill in when anything sour goes in. So like if there's a breakup in play, Reganam's gonna be the one that has to pick up the slack. If there's
Sure.
a pass that's just not quite there, Reganam has to be the one that has to be confident to come up and hit it. So
Right.
Reganam's gonna be the one that I pay attention to quite
Right.
a bit this game.
Yeah, and that third role is so pivotal because you can have the guys and they're going to be pressing the ball into the offense, into the other team's half, and they're at that point they're kind of reacting to what does the other team do. We're going to be doing it, but that really comes down to that third player. Does he cheat? Does he cheat up and get to a position where he can really be aggressive and get the shot if it materializes, or does he hang back on the far side?
And that,
of the
I mean,
line?
you bring that up. So despite that, if he's going to cheat up and make those plays, that's when Comrade really needs to come in and attack and try to abuse that situation, which they need to be careful of. If Reganam, who usually sits back, isn't able to get up and make a play, that's something that they have to be careful of.
Okay. Yeah, that's a really good point about the ways that the teams can really mesh together. We talk about synergy all the time here at the RLCS. How do they synergize with the players on their team? How do they mesh in with that style? Because it's really important that you play as a team. We've seen, what was it? 2 matches ago we had Enjoy was playing. Freaky had 8 shots in the first game. He was incredible and on fire, but he wasn't passing with his teammates as much. He was more just kind of being the one-man show up in the front. We also saw that with Doomsy. It worked for the Supersonic Avengers, but that was just kind of a little bit more technical skill on their side.
Totally different play style too. I mean, they have the same general premises of a 2-1 situation where they send 2 to attack with spacing out and grouping that way, where they send 2 players up, but one just kind of shadows as they move up.
Sure.
And then the third player comes in to kind of solidify that goal if need be. It's just the mechanical skill is definitely different between the two. But as a whole, it's going to be scary to see what they put together.
Yeah. Do you think that we'll see a team that is going to be more towards the air meta, towards playing the ball up and just hanging it in the air, leaving it for their teams, or maybe keeping the ball on the ground, go for the dribble attacks? Are they taking a preference there?
That mid game has been something that I think all teams need to utilize. We see in Europe where that midfield has been very wide open.
Sure.
And you saw Doomsy solidify that so well. He noticed and had the patience to be like, okay, I could probably flip this up and make a play. And he had that goal where the contest went in his favor, so it went in. But just the setup itself, taking that recognition and showing the patience there is something that I hope both these teams can take advantage of, both For Solid and Comrade.
One of my favorite techniques that we see a lot in the RLCS that we don't see as much, or that we see on the EU side of the RLCS that we don't see as much in the NA side, is the use of the goalie zone. Trying to get into the goalie's mind, get up and just bully him out of the way, leave a shot for your teammate. It's a very technical sort of play where you have to have a player who's moving up, who's going to attack the goalie, and another player who's right behind him to make the shot, who can take advantage of that gap right there. That's a really important play to make. It's a cool thing that they make, and it does take just that next level of coordination.
Yeah, it's definitely a back and forth situation between the two teams. But when it comes down to it and the way that everything is being set up, Comrade, and I hate that we're not touching on them just enough, but Lumination is a very solid player. He has been very consistent, and that's exactly why they've gotten here, is for him to keep that consistency going, which is not easy to do.
Sure.
Especially at this point in the games. I mean, there's a lot of pressure coming down to it, and those people don't actually realize what these guys have going for them. Like, if they can just do it once, that's all they need to do. Just finalize it here. You already knocked out Kapow. Why not one more?
Absolutely, yeah. We'll be able to see what they're able to do here. We'll be getting into the game ever so soon. Yeah, Comrade Gaming, Team Solid. Comrade has been a bubble team for a while. We've seen them. We saw them in the last qualifier. And hopefully we'll be able to see them maybe make it in. Kapow did open up a spot. There is definitely an open space for a new team. Supersonic Avengers is filled in, but we'll see what happens as we move forward.
One more, man. And that's what it's going to come down to. These games are going to be, I assume, very back and forth with a 2-1 win. I feel it could go either way, but it just was how solid I've seen them play in the past, and it's been a while since I've seen them play at that level again. Expect them to show up, but you never know. Comrade might do the same thing.
We are finally going to get into this match here. Team Solid in the orange, Comrade Gaming in the blue. Who are we going to jump on board with first?
I'm going to go on Illumination right away, and then eventually switch over to Reganam, like I was saying. But expect this rotation to come out very early.
Game number 1 getting set off here. We see Comrade pressing up into Solid's territory. Ball going to be moving all the way back into Comrade territory now as Data and Seeks move up. Data going to try and get this around Jukesy. It looks like OSP, Comrade Gaming has a player we weren't expecting there. It looks like Jukesy's in for Comrade right now.
Yeah, that's fine as long as he fits the role well. He should be okay, but shots like that, as long as he keeps playing defense, oh my goodness, that would have been close.
I'm really disappointed. I was really looking forward to Jinja Ninja, That's a good name for a player. I don't even know. I'm sad that Juxi wasn't there. We'll see what they're able to do here. The ball very, very back and forth right now between these two teams. 4:20 to go. No team been able to really get a shot on net just yet. Comrade now with an opportunity. They're going to put that one in. Well done by Comrade Gaming. OSP, he picks up the ball at midfield for the setup on Lou Nation. He pops it right out. No one at home on defense. And OSP is able to take that shot. 4:14 left to go in this match. And we will see what they're able to do. We'll see if Team Solid is able to respond here. Reganum going to be going on kickoff, try to push this one out. Doesn't get the touch, leaves it for Data, who's going to be carrying this up the midfield. A good interference from OSP, sends it onto the far wall and bounces back to midfield. Seeks goes, oh, but he whiffs, not able to get to the shot. Data sets it up. Here comes Reganum from the back, misses the shot. Now OSP with ball control, going to be driving this one back down the field. You see them setting this one up in the corner. They're going to try and set it up for his teammates. OSP puts it over to the side. Lou Nation was there, but he bails as Team Solid is able to pick that one up. And now the ball back in OSP's territory. See if he can set it out for his team. Not going to get the touch he was looking for. Lou Nation moving it over. And finally, it looks like the ball's moving back onto Seek's territory, to Team Solid's territory. 3:37 into this game, and Team Solid has not got on the board yet.
Just like you said, though, I mean, you saw that the ball was over on that one side for so much, but then all of a sudden you saw the ability for Solid to immediately contest it, put it back, and kept that possession game on their side of the other team on Comrade for quite a while. It just need to capitalize on and put it in the net.
Oh, it was a great setup from Data. OSP doesn't get the touch he's looking for, and Data puts it in.
Hey, man, just a matter of time, like I said. So look at this pass. Data's going to play it into the corner. Ball takes a very good bounce back in, but be the first one there with the mistake of Comrade. Able to capitalize on that and tie this up.
Tie game, 3:16 left to go. Very even matchup, just like we were hoping we would have. Very neutral kickoff as well. Seeks is going to be able to get a run on this one. Goes for the boost, leaves it for Data. He's not going to be able to get into the touches. OSP gets the interference. It's a nice setup from Reganum on the backboard. Juxie's not sure what to do. Data's able to come in and put it in. That's 2 for Data.
Data getting up really high on that one. Look at him take this position. So a beautiful pass play and setup by Reganum, being that support player, but Data getting in there and getting up early. Someone on Comrade needs to go and contest that, otherwise they're going to get punished for it over and over again.
Comrade Gaming took an early lead in this one, but the response from Data, Seeks, and Reganum on Team Solid has been very strong. They have the lead right now with 3 minutes left. That ball's left right in the middle there. Lou Nation able to get the touch right before Seeks got to it. That was a scary moment for Comrade. Reganum going to send it over onto the wall. Data rotates back and leaves it as Reganum moves up. He's going to put it off the backboard. Juxie gets a good touch to send it back to midfield. Now Lou Nation with the carry. Sending it down in front of the get there. OSP and Reganum tangled up with each other in the air. Very close stuff there. Good play by Reganum to interrupt the shot from OSP.
Both teams setting up pass plays very, very well. Oh my gosh, that contest almost going in the favor of Data. But you see these teams, they're formulating a pass play very well with that intent that we talk about in Europe, how these guys are passing to each other with a specific purpose. They're not just hitting it to a position, but hitting it to a player.
Data has the ball control in the corner. He's going to try and push this out of his own half. Great reads there. That ball's going. Is it going to make it? Interruption from Jukes. He keeps it out. What an excellent play there. And Lou Nation with another follow-up save. There's been some great shots coming out of this Team Solid, but Comrade has been strong in goal.
Yeah, back and forth especially. And you can see Jukesy really trying to step it up with Jinja Ninja being out.
Reganum set that one up. Lou Nation interrupts. Data is loose in the blue goal at the moment. He's going to be able to come out and try to continue to create some pressure. Takes ball control from OSP. OSP's okay with the touch, though, and moves it all the way into the orange. That ball pops out. Dangerous touches there from Solid. Comrade almost capitalized.
Yeah, that ball played in the middle. He needs to be careful. Luckily, his teammate knows he's there and able to push that back out. Otherwise, it could have spelled trouble and tied this game up. I mean, we got 1:35 left, still plenty of time. But if Data keeps getting up like that, we could have a very big, convincing lead.
Juxie has been so strong in goal this game. He has blocked so many shots, really keeping his team in it. They're only down by 1 with 1:20 left to go. OSP setting that one out. Juxie goes for the shot, but misses. Reganum pops it out. This is kind of an interesting pass there. Data has a run on the goal. He's out of boost, though. He's not going to be able to get the touch, and he's going to miss. Now he's loose in the corner. Lou Nation's going to try and push it out.
Dude, the beauty of that with Data, even though he was out of boost, he was so smart to double tap. So when you jump and press forward and jump again, it allows you to rotate fast and still get to what we call that supersonic speed. When you see those purple streaks behind your car, it means you're at maximum speed and you can't go any faster with or without boost anyway. So really utilizing the mechanics of the game.
Well done. Final minute of gameplay. Comrade needs 1 to force overtime to equalize, and there's Reganum sending another one. What a laser beam from midfield.
Good job on Reganum sitting back on that one. Look at him patiently waiting. Data goes up, try to get a contest. Probably not the best idea for him, but having the confidence behind with Reganum, able to put an easy touch inside, beating the rotation from Comrade Gaming.
45 seconds, and Comrade needs to. Got the midfield set up here. Seeks is going to go for it. The Comrade wins that one. Reganum hung back and is going to be able to clear it into Comrade's corner. Juxie's there to respond, sends it back to midfield. Good interception there. Data gets demoed, but not before he gets a hit back into the corner. OSP goes for the touch. Bully Seeks out of the way, giving Lunation all the space he needs. 30 seconds. They need to score right now. Ball coming up into the corner. Seeks is ready for it. He passes it up onto the wall to himself. He's going to get another touch, sends it into the middle of the field. Here comes Reganum from the back. He's not going to quite get there. There he does. He actually does. He beats Juxie to it. I thought Juxie would have that one. 16 seconds. Six goes up for it. Not getting the touches they're looking for. Juxie, he has a run. There's only one player back right now. If he can get it past Reganum, he goes
that
wide
pass
though.
was pretty.
That was a decent pass, but OSP's
Another
shot
shot
didn't
coming
go.
back in.
There goes Zoke. Oh, Reganum gets it up and into it, and the clock is hit 1 second. You can't score 2 right now. This game's going to go in favor of Team Solid, but a great effort from Comrade right there at the end.
Comrade actually had a really good demo in the corner there where they just played it too slow, where the ball was able to move up and they just didn't take the opportunity to play it back in. Now, they did formulate a pass there. It was actually really well set up, recognizing that his team was going up for a shot, but just the defense yet again coming out for Team Solid. I mean, you look at it, they have 4 saves. That's, I mean, all of the shots from one player are just completely gone.
Yeah.
That's got to feel good.
That was very well done. 5 saves on the side of Comrade. It was a very defensive game all the way around, but just you saw Team Solid able to find the corners, able to find the precision they needed to get it around the goalies just enough, and they're going to take the first game 3-1.
It's got to be confidence coming in, and they are playing like it. Despite losing that early goal and conceding to it, able to respond back with 2 immediately, and then just the small mistakes that they're taking up. There was definitely some defensive blunders coming out from the team, but able to capitalize on it is a whole different story, and Reganum playing that role so well.
Reganum doing very well, getting some setups, getting some assists on there. So very good stuff from Team Solid. We'll see if they're able to take it into game number 2. I believe they would qualify then.
They would feel good, man.
Yeah.
Good. Get
Cool
back in the
stuff.
spot where they were, even though they're under a new name. Previously RG, as the guys at the desk said, but now Team Solid showing a solid performance there, able to respond back. I'm curious to see if they can do it yet again, or are we going to get Comrade to, kind of step up to the plate, see what they can do.
I just want to point out, you said Team Solid's making a solid performance.
I'm so sorry,
it's
everybody.
Not just me. It's not just me. You can't resist it. Great shot from Reganum down the middle of the field. Data going to pick it up off of the touch from Comrade. Juxie going to clear it from the corner. And try to continue to carry this out. Gets Seeks loose there, and now Reganum going to come up and pick up the slack, put it back into the corner. His ball spending a lot of time in this corner very early here in game number 2. Seeks put it into the corner. No one really back on defense. Data going to try and go for the shot, but it's going to go wide.
Man, that pass out the middle was really well played, but just a little too fast. I think he didn't predict on how quick that was going to come out, but they seem to like this top left corner of the Comrade side quite a bit, but they're answering and responding back. Hopefully they can make a play off this as the shot comes in, missing just wide.
That was a close one. We're seeing Team Solid play very aggressive, not leaving many people back on defense. You see right there as they clear into the blue. Seeks comes out of goal to try and see if he can create a play. Now Data is back. Seeks was the last line of defense. Comrade gets it around him onto the post, and they're going to strike first again.
Man, look at this leave coming out from Comrade. Ball comes up. Juxie gets up. Perfect touch back inside and completely stops Data in his tracks with a shot on net. He almost missed that shot, but the post working in his favor with the trajectory of the ball.
Sure.
Able to slide that one in. What a good goal coming out a minute in.
Comrade has struck first in both games. 4:06 left to go. There's a carry from Data. Tried to get it around. Lunation with a stop. He's going to continue to stay in the corner, see if he can push this one out. 2 players from Solid in the corner. Another shot from Data. Well done, just barely wide of the goal. He's going to keep the pressure on, sending another one there, and there's Reganum to finish it. Doesn't get the touch he was looking for. Lunation was able to block it out, keep that one away, and now they're going to convert over onto offense.
You're seeing very well out of this Solid team trying to get back into it, where that third player is playing such...
what a play by Juxie, keeping it out of goal.
Man, Juxie's sitting there very well and playing that position patiently. There's a lot of people that kind of tense up in that situation, and he's just putting himself in the position to make sure he gets a save and keeping his team with that 1-goal victory right now.
Juxie has been so impressive on defense. I've been really enjoyed watching this guy sit in his goal, keeping everything out right now. Seeks going to try and clear this one away. The pressure right now from Comrade is very strong. That one going close, but Seeks able to carry it to the corner, keep it out. There's Juxie, the third in rotation, trying to get up and in there. There's another shot from Seeks. It's going to go a little high, but he drew OSP out. That might be strong as Reganum comes. All 3 players right in front of the goal. They all get baited out by that shot, but there's no follow-up from Solid just yet. They weren't able to put that one in. They're still down by 1.
Man, the rotation game, though, from Solid, keep paying attention to it because eventually they're going to get one in. And oh my gosh, that saved by OSP.
My goodness, but you called it.
Yeah.
You called it.
I called that shot, but it just didn't go in. He had a beautiful placement, but OSP rotating back in. I'm surprised he saved that. But the fact of the rotation and Reganon following it up just as he should is able to secure that goal. What beautiful rotations coming out from Team Solid.
Yeah, when you have that strong offense, the defense has to rotate perfectly, and as they start to get weaker, you're going to see crazy saves like that because they have to make them because their teammates aren't there, and then at the very end, it didn't matter because there was no one
another
to take that shot. Another great shot. Great blocks by Lunation, getting himself the Savior medal. Excellent defense, but at this point, you're starting to say they're playing a little bit too much. They have to get back onto the offense.
Yeah, they got to be careful playing on that back foot, but if these guys keep setting up stuff like that, a beautiful another touch. Oh, but the defense, that's the rotation that OSP has been hitting so well. He comes in as the savior at that last second.
Lunation again making another save. The defensive rotation very blown. You know the Comrade's going to start playing a bit more aggressive. They have not been able to get out of their own half. They got to change something up. Here's a dribble. 2 players up in the corner. Interesting offensive positioning. Ball going to cross in front of the goal. Where's the third? There he came from the back, but a good touch from Reganum kept it over his head. Now Reganum going to try and get the shot onto net. He sets it up. It's going to pop out. Great pop out from Reganum, but a good touch from Lunation puts it back onto the wall.
Man, I like Reganom taking advantage of the different cameras that these players have. A lot of people focus on ball cam just because it's easier to follow. But when that ball is right above you, it's very tough to see. So he switches into ball. My goodness. Yeah, he switches into ball or into player cam, so he can see the little icon of the ball like right above him, and puts his car perfectly underneath it to get that nice touch inside.
And this pressure from Solid has been incredible. The ball is spending so much time in front of the blue box and has just been kind of just Comrade Gaming bodies just in the way, blocking the shot. What a shot from Jukesy. He's going to put it in. They're going to take the lead.
Beautiful shot from Jukesy coming out, splitting it between 2 defenders. You have 2 people, Seeks going backwards, and then another player, I forget, I can't see who that is right now, but gets caught off where the ball lands right in between them and neither of them get a touch on it, and Jukesy taking full advantage to put that shot immediately on net.
1:23 to go. Comrade Gaming has the lead. This is the latest lead they've had in the series yet. OSP's going to go. He's going to win the 1v1. Reganum, last line of defense, gets the ball over OSP and is going to take it back out. Pushing it up, gives it up to Data. Nice pass there by Data, but no one there to finish it off just yet. Ball in blue corner. Now Jukesy. Seeks gets the win there on the 1v1. Great plays. Ball sitting in midfield. Some great passing coming out from Comrade. Able to get that one around each other, then to put it off the backboard. There's the finish by Lunation. What a team play.
All of this set up by that beautiful pass play. We call that a one-touch where you take 0 hesitation. So the ball gets played to one, immediately hits it back outside to the same player. It's used literally to get around one player rather than having to do a dribble yourself. They take full advantage, put a shot on net. Beautiful passes coming out from Conrad to hopefully solidify the second one and give us a game 3.
Man, what a great series. We said it would be close. It has been good so far. These teams really playing back and forth. Final minute of gameplay. Data has an opportunity. He went for the goalie zone, but no one was there to finish it off, and it didn't matter because he didn't get the goalie, and the goalie was able to clear it out. Now the ball back in orange corner. We'll see if they can get it around here. Reganum going to drive this up. 42 seconds. They need 2 if they want to be able to take the win here in game number 2. Oh, dangerous play there. Seeks passes it out. Data he didn't get the angle he was looking for. He puts it back into the corner. They're keeping this pressure on. They're going to make him break. No goalie really present right now. Good play into the corner. Relieve that moment. Give your teammate time to get set up in goal. Final 30 seconds. Data goes up for the challenge. 1v1 is very neutral. Another very neutral 1v1. And here comes Reganum from the back, putting it up into the corner. Seeks is not getting that angle. He tried very hard, but he wasn't there. 16 seconds. They need to score right now. Ball going all the way back into orange territory. Not what they need. It looks like they're going to be able to take this one. Here comes Comrade. They have the threat again. There's another one to finish it off. Comrade's taking this win.
This Comrade team coming to life. Look at this pressure. Ball by Seeks. Played in a very dangerous spot, but that leave coming out from the Comrade team for OSP to follow that up. What a beautiful pass and lay coming out from Comrade.
My goodness, they have responded so well for game number 1 where Solid did the 3-1. Or it was a 4-1? I don't remember at this point. It's been kind of like a flip-flop in terms of these game 1 to game 2. That's going to be right there. We get a game 3 though. This is awesome.
4-1 from Solid in the first game, 4-1 for Comrade in the second game.
Man.
Completely responding exactly how they need to. But look at the sheer difference in the stats. I mean, you're looking with Team Solid. They have 1 save.
Yep.
That is the difference maker because the pass plays were just so hard to read. They beat them in the pass game where in the middle of the field, they took full advantage of quick little soft touches and then executed beautiful passes in front of the net. It was so well played.
Comrade has 5 shots, 4 goals on 5 shots.
That's a good ratio.
Solid has 1 goal on 12.
12 shots, and that's on 7 saves from Comrade. That was an amazing defensive stand. 4 from Lou Nation. That man was a monster in goal. Juxi also getting some amazing saves. They really made a case there for defense winning them that game.
Yeah, it was definitely both parts. I mean, their defense is what stopped all those shots in the first place, but then able to transition that into an offensive possession and take full capability of that is not something we can easily say is done, where they're able to play that midfield so well. Now, it's up to Solid to see if they can respond back, and it's going to be, I assume, a lot of back and forth yet again this game.
Yep, and you said they had 1 save. There was 1 save on Team Solid. There was 5 shots and 4 goals. That means there was 5 shots on target. Such great efficiency from Comrade Gaming. Only 1 shot not going in because it was saved. We'll see if they're able to carry that into Game 3 or if Team Solid is able to get back on track with what they had in Game 1. Qualify here for the RLCS group stages. Ball remaining very much in Team Comrade's territory, but this is where it's been so much of the game. It didn't matter last game. They were able to handle it very well. Now they're going to be pressing back onto offense.
Yeah, ball being played very well, and you see the pressure already coming up from Comrade, but can Solid respond? You see Data trying to take it.
Oh, can he get it? Oh, pop it out. Come on, Regan, let's go. There's Seeks coming from the back. Oh, my goodness. It was such a great dribble from Data. He just couldn't capitalize, couldn't get that last touch.
Good play by Regan on there, playing that back to the outside, giving his team a chance to recoup.
It was a close one. We'll see if they're able to carry any momentum forward. Lou Nation pops it out for his teammates. They kind of pulled some goalies out there, but Seeks on the rotations to be able to pick this one up and drive it back out. Great response from Lou Nation, sending it back to the orange box. Reganum gets the dunk on him, passes it up, and got a bit of midfield ping pong here. Great defensive reads coming out from both sides. Data going to put it, very smart play to put it up off that crossbar. Juxi was in a very dangerous position in front of his own goal. Still scoreless here with 3:55.
Yeah, you saw that crossbar, and we utilize very seldomly because it can put it in a dangerous position in the middle, but when you're going to hit it that hard and put it that far out in the middle, it's anybody's ball.
Oh, Comrade setting that one up. Juxi with an unfortunate pinch sends it away from the orange goal. Now Regan going to try and put it back out to the middle. Doesn't get the touch he was looking for. Data plays the mind game with Lou Nation, and now we're going to see some passing from Team Solid. Try to dribble this one in to the blue territory. See if they can get anything into Comrade's goal. They have an opportunity. Only 1 line of defense left. Juxi's able to clear it away. Great player on defense. This defense from Comrade Gaming has been so strong.
Yeah, the big difference has been Comrade has been very unique and precise with their passes, where they're utilizing the full field. With this Solid team, everything's been kind of predictable.
They've had some really great shots, just not been able to quite get it either past the defense or be able to do what they want. They're Juxi again, just reading him like a book. Reganum had a shot, but Juxi did not fall for it, and they're able to get that one away. Oh, there's a pinch close to the top. Still scoreless as we're approaching halftime. There's Juxi to put the first point on the board.
Man, 2 minutes gone and finally one sinking in. Just look at this. Juxi passing it right out and the pinch coming flying through. Unfortunately, Seeks get caught out. He wanted boost, but the way that it landed, he had that slight hesitation. He's like, oh, I should probably cover defense. And taking advantage of it is this Comrade team yet again.
Yep, punishing that hesitation right here. Coming up on halftime, we have 1 point in favor of Team Comrade. Comrade Gaming has scored the first point in every game so far. They've been very good at first blood. Reganum passing this one up. Data going to come around the corner, put it off the backboard, but Juxi reading it again. Very well done by Juxi in goal. There's going to bounce out to the middle of the field, see if anyone can go. There's Reganum putting it up, but Lou Nation able to clear it out. Data had hung back, gets it over the player. There's Juxi. Last line of defense again, put it up. Lou Nation passes to the middle. Reganum tries to take ball control, puts it into the other corner. Now Seek's going to drive this one around, see if he can pass out to a teammate in the middle. Reganum hanging back. Last line of defense, just going for all the bullies. Seeks is playing very physical. Now Data and Seeks, a bit of miscommunication. They both go up for that one and give Comrade Gaming lots of space. Reganum has to make kind of an awkward decision there. Puts into the corner, give his teammates time to rotate. Seeks shoots over a little bit, doesn't get the touch he's looking for. Now Data, last line of defense. He's not going to, just barely getting the touches there. He kind of was at the mercy of Lou Nation's shot.
Yeah, Illumination had a really good opportunity there. Just took it a little bit undercut instead of taking a little bit wider. He had the time. But still, the pressure coming up from Comrade, if they keep this up, they're in a very good position despite only have 1 goal, especially if their defense keeps playing the way they have been.
Lou Nation trying to get a tight angle down, doesn't quite get it. Seek's going to take a shot on the net, but it's a long one, and Juxi, not one to miss an easy clear, gets the save. 1:44 left to go in this game. We still have 1 point on the board for Team Comrade. Team Solid still scoreless. Data crosses it. See if Reganum can get on this one. He's actually going to fall back and let Juxi take the touch he was looking for. He's going to challenge the 1v1, put it out to midfield. There's Seeks with a shot, but Comrade, such good, strong defensive rotations. OSP's right where he needs to be.
Yeah, OSP actually was moving forward and recognized that that ball was going the opposite way. He slammed on the brakes, turned right back to get the save.
Reganum going for the interference. Now Seeks passes it up to the middle. Very interesting pass No one really there to pick it up, so Loon Nation puts it back into the corner. Data gonna pass it out. Now Seek's coming from goal. See if he can get there. No, my goodness. OSP with the challenge.
Being the last one up as Seeks, that's got to be a very tough situation to be in. So he either has to go and make a play on that ball, and that slight hesitation where he boosted should have been a jump to get up for that aerial, especially with how well this Comrade team has been making their shots with the placement and very precise with that placement as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And props to Seeks there, recognizing what he needed to do and challenging that one, just his trajectory being a little bit off. Loon Nation having the better shot on that one. 2-0 in favor of Comrade Gaming. Final minute. Seeks, Data, Reganum, team solid. They have to get on the board right now. He's going to pop that one up. Seeks is going to get another touch on it. Even get another. Oh my goodness. Can he do it? He didn't get it past Loon Nation. The defense holding for Comrade Gaming in this final minute.
Man, that shot so close, but yet again, the defense seems to be the story for this Comrade team. The ball right in front. Yet another shot over and over again. The pressure really showing from Comrade.
We need to see Solid just going balls to the wall. Let's go for the 3-0 offense. Get everyone up in blue territory. Ball lofted. OSP going to carry it out. We see Juxi hanging back, waiting for the shots. Here comes Reganum with the pass out to midfield. Draws the goalies out. There are many up. There's Juxi with the shot. Oh my goodness! Loon Nation again. They hold the line against this Team Solid offense. Holy cow, I can't believe they've kept this one out. They're going to shut them out if they can't score in the next 4 seconds. They're going to let it die. They don't even touch it. It can't happen right now. What a play from Comrade.
Such good defense, and that's going to be the story for this Comrade team, where they not only paired offense and precision with their shots, but able to just completely shut out a team that has such an offensive presence with the Solid team. Man, that's got to be tough, but the fact that they did it and did it so well and so convincingly just catches me off guard. Like, congrats to Comrade. They played so well in that series.
Double shots again coming out from Team Solid. They had twice as many shots as Comrade Gaming did, but the 7 saves. 8 shots, 7 saves. That was incredible. The only shot they didn't save went in. That was just such strong play, making the case for how good a defense can be if played correctly. Well done by Comrade Gaming. We'll be passing it back over to the analyst desk. Golden Boy, guys, tell us what you saw.
Thank you so much. What an incredible game, and congratulations to Comrade Gaming as they move on to the group stages. And dare I say, that defense was like an iron curtain.
Wow. You know, that actually
was a good one.
Not too bad.
That was
I'll
a good
give
one.
you that one. That
was
I was waiting for it.
Yeah.
But really,
success, baby.
Well, let's not get too ahead of ourselves.
James, I will fight you right on this.
All right,
RKO you right here.
I've already gotten beat up once this weekend. But anyway, really great stuff from Comrade. This is a team that came out of nowhere, really. This is one of those, we talked about it before, how close the teams are in Europe. Team Solid, previously RG, they were a group stage team. We were expecting them to make it through, but Comrade came out of nowhere, and really, you got to give a lot of credit to OSP. I thought he played very, very well for Comrade.
He was playing strong. I also think that that Solid wasn't playing up to what we know they can play up to be honest. I think it could have been a lot closer. They were missing a lot of things that, I know some silly things that they shouldn't have been missing, some wall hits that should definitely have been clears, end up getting stuck in their own zone. And I just don't think Solid was playing up to what they could, and just defensively, Comrade well, they were solid.
Come on. That was just too easy. You went.
We're going over the top.
Let's take a look at some of the replays here. But one thing to take note of, my big note for game 1 was that Comrade did not make that first game victory easy for Solid at all. Solid had to fight for that, and despite it being a 3-1 finish in favor of this squad, and that last goal coming in around that 45-second mark from Reganum, it still was a tough battle for Solid to secure that game 1, and we saw the results of the difficulty that Comrade provided them in game 2, James.
Yeah, it just seemed like a slow start, like you were saying. We saw Comrade get that quick strike, OSP getting that early goal, and really setting the tone. He played so well, getting multiple goals. The leading scorer for this Comrade team, but Loon Nation also played out of his mind. His defense, he had so many saves this series.
Yeah, I mean, even early on, Juxi had a bunch of saves himself. I think in the first game, about 4 saves himself, holding it together on defense. I remember it being, it was a very...
Look at that.
Another Loon Nation save.
very, very data...
savage save, man. Go ahead.
And, sorry. Very, very data centered at the beginning. It was Seeks, I remember being like the forefront, the guy that's running the show in Qualifier One, and he just didn't seem to be present this one.
That's a great point. Really didn't see Seeks doing much. It was Data and Regnum. They were the ones doing the scoring. We even saw Seeks. He was the one who got scored on by, or OSP scored over him in net. He had to come out and challenge it. But yeah, Comrade, they took this one. They were the better team.
I'm glad you were able to get that point out.
I tried.
I'm really happy. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Heart. Yeah, I mean, again, it was incredible showing for them, without a doubt. Congratulations to Comrade. Really embodies what the RLCS is all about. We talked about it yesterday when we discussed Lucky Bounce. We talked about Neo as well. And we said, like, these are teams that, you know, they're looking at these squads as they get into the group stages and they say to themselves, I want that. I want to achieve that. I know I'm capable of doing that. And they did so here.
And that's actually something I'm glad you led into that I want to bring up too, that you have teams like Neo, before RG, now Solid, that it feels like there's less to lose. Like there's like, wow, we're here, and they're so ecstatic and happy about it that they play a lot better. But now that, you know, Solid is, they're like, okay, we've been here before. Now let's try it. We deserve to be in that top 8. And I think when they try so hard, they overthink some things, and they end up flopping like they did.
And these teams were very close. RG, they made it in by a hair. You know, they were the surprise making it through. They didn't perform that well in the group stage. They picked up those 5 free wins from the 0 effort forfeit. So these teams were very close. Even though Team Solid, they were a group stage team, I think that is probably the best opponent that Comrade could have hoped to face to get into the group stage. Now making it through on winners, that's a huge deal, because the losers bracket, there's a lot of really good teams down there. It's going to be a challenge.
Yeah, it's a shark pit down there, 100%. Of course, folks, there's plenty more matches to come here, as we have a huge match coming up next. And I know I keep saying that, huge, but I have to be very honest. This is a big game. We are going to have Mockit facing off, so Mockit EU versus Frost. And we saw Frost earlier in the broadcast. Huge opportunity for them. Didn't make it into group stages last time. They are hungry. They want it. But on the other side of that, you have Mockit, team who placed 3rd, did not quite make it to the online final. A lot to prove on this squad. It is going to be a slobber knocker, as good old JR would say. So we're going to go ahead and toss it to a commercial break. When we come back, it'll be Mockit EU versus Frost. Welcome back, everyone, to the EU Open Bracket for the Rocket League Championship Series, as we have yet another qualification match coming up here. It's going to be Mockit EU facing off against Frost. Now, Mockit EU placing 3rd in the online tournament, and thus not getting that auto qualification for group stage number 2 here. Felt like they needed to make some changes. Ended up picking Turbo, or Tururu, as it has been called in the past. I don't know. I'm trying to be streets ahead, you know, and be hit to the curve with the kids
that
these
was
days.
Good. That was a good one.
You know what I mean?
I like that.
I try my best. Of course, I am joined by Gibbs and, unfortunately, Finable Carpet, as we're here at the analyst desk. And actually, I do want to talk about this Mockit team, because they felt like they needed to make a change. Picked up Turbo from Kapow. Kapow's out. Turbo dodged a big one there, because he's right there to qualifications, Gibbs.
Yeah, like Pashy, he rules with an iron fist. He's like, we come in 3rd, that's not good enough. Mystic, you're gone. Let's bring in Turbo.
So mean.
Yeah, sometimes Pashy can be a little mean, but that's fine. Like, it's working for him. They came in 3rd. They're looking for a 1st or 2nd from this one to make sure they guarantee a land spot. And they looked really good when they first started, but lately have had some shaky results.
And that could be a big, I mean, we don't know exactly why Kapow ended up getting knocked out earlier on, because they did make it to group stages last time. They did really well. Now with Turbo gone, you know, it's hard to say, was Turbo potential the glue? Was he the carry? Or maybe the frustration? Or they could have just not played up to par today. But I know, yeah, like you said, they Mockit did really, really well when they first took on Turbo. And then they had a bit of a lull. And we know Pashy wants to come in 1st. Hence the roster change. Even at 3rd place, even when you come in 3rd, he's like, not good enough. Yeah. Which is a good mentality to have in certain instances. Like he wants the 1st place, which is what everybody wants.
He wants to come out to Cali.
He wants to meet me. He just wants to meet me.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far.
Let's just calm it down there. Your head's getting bigger.
No,
every
the
time.
beard is. The beard.
It's just the whole package is continuing. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously for Mockit, placing out of that guaranteed spot in the group stages certainly can be rather frustrating, especially like I was right there, didn't have to worry about this crazy open bracket again. And here I am one more time competing for the spot. But on the other side of Mockit, you have Frost. So you have a team that did not make it to group stages last time, a team that is very hungry for this spot and had a good showing against JJJ Squad, winning 2-0. And one of the things that was brought up during that matchup was the hesitation that JJJ Squad had, not really attacking the ball when they needed to. I would imagine Mockit would not have that problem at all here. They are going to be aggressive. They are going to be in their face. They know what they're coming against here. Correct me if I'm wrong here, though, Gibbs. I mean, do you see Mockit clearly being the favorite in this matchup against Frost?
There's two versions of Mockit. When we saw them play Flipside and get swept, they were really passive and didn't make any offensive chances happen. If they fall back into that, I could see Frost taking this set. Like, I don't think it's that easy of a set. It's
interesting.
A number 7 versus number 3. So this is one of the harder winner bracket finals we've seen today. I think Mockit will take it, but it's up to how Pashy plays with Turbo.
That's true, and I believe the last game Frost played was the game that we watched. So since they had such a dominating presence, we have to hope that they can come into this game not just expecting that again. Because if they are like, oh, they're probably not going to go for this because we're just used to a team that wasn't contesting, may kind of blow their heads up a little bit like my beard. And if they come into the game not ready for Mockit, if they're really not prepared for what Mockit can bring when they're on, as Gibbs says, they could easily get swept in the other direction. I think it really just comes to both teams having the correct mentality as the first kickoff starts.
Yeah, I mean, when I competed, I remember looking at brackets and then having a little bracketology and then thinking like, okay, if everything goes well, this is the squad I'm going to run into. So I would imagine that Frost looked at the bracket at some point in time and was like, worst case scenario, we're running into Mockit. So I think mentally they are prepared for this. And I do agree with you. They can't take what they got from JJ Squad and bring it over to this game here. Not to take anything away from JJ Squad, which we'll actually see them in a little bit. Still, it very much is a game that Frost can win, but Mockit certainly has the clear upper hand here with just the experience, the skill, obviously Pashy's drive to want to be the best player and team in the world. So this is going to be a close one. So we might as well dive into predictions here, folks, and see what you guys think. So Gibbs, we'll start with you.
So it's hard to tell because we haven't seen Mockit play today. We got to see Frost, and Frost looked pretty good. Mockit is always that big question mark. Sometimes they're on and they just beat everyone. Like the first weekend they had Turbo, they won every single tournament that weekend. There was like 4 tournaments. They won them all.
Yeah.
But lately they've been losing to some like no-name teams. We call them the ones outside top 16. I'm going to give it to them 2-1, but I could easily see Frost winning this.
Yeah, I got to agree. I think it'll be a 2-1. Mockit tends to show up when they need to. I mean, they did really well. They've already gotten this far.
Yeah.
And they seem to have been doing pretty well up until now. They did come in 3rd place last time. There is a small roster change. They lost one of their 3 players and swapped it for someone that they felt better with. So I think it's going to be 2-1. I think Frost is definitely going to bring it to him, but Mockit, I think, has the upper hand.
Oh, okay. All right, folks. Well, let's go ahead now and jump into the action. Mockit Esports facing off against Frost. Who comes out on top? Take it over to Wavepunk and JamesBot.
Thanks, Golden Boy. I'm Wavepunk, joined here by the robot in the flesh, which I have to admit is a sentence I never thought I would say. How you doing, James?
It's like a cyborg. I'm doing well.
Yeah, like some sort of cybernetic thing. I don't know. It's funky. How do you do that?
It's just a lot of implants.
Oh, okay. I gotcha. That's a good one. Mockit EU, Frost. We got a lot. This is a good game on the table here. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
I actually had a chance to talk to Johnny Boy when I was on break, and he was saying that Mockit EU has been losing a lot of scrims to people lately. We have talked about it before. Gibbs even touched on it, how there seems to be a Cinderella period when teams acquire a new player.
Sure.
They seem to play better. Well, we saw that with Mockit EU as well, but now they're starting to cool off. Apparently, they've been losing scrims, and Frost is a team that's coming in hot. They really beat JJJ Squad really bad.
Yeah.
So I don't think this is going to be an easy walk for Mockit EU at all. I would not be surprised to see Frost get an upset here, but Mockit, Pashy is a really clutch player. He's historically been very clutch, and this is an opportunity to bring that again and to get Mockit into the group stage yet again.
And this has been, this is an interesting matchup we have. We have Siki and Pashy, two guys that have been playing together a long time. It's a really great duo, known for great passing plays. Some of the, one of the most infamous passing plays was Siki to Pashy in the Rocket League Central Pro League Finals. But they have this Turbo Pulsa, this new guy we're talking about. They're coming out of that Cinderella period. They've had some time to synergize. You've watched Turbo Pulsa, you've watched Siki and Pashy. How does Turbo Pulsa fit into this lineup?
Turbo, he's just a solid all-around player. Mystic, the player that he replaced, was very good in the air. He got a lot of redirects. That was one of his specialties. But Turbo, he's just another player that can come in, play smart, just a good all-around player. Look to see him just bring, look for him to not make mistakes.
Sure.
You know, and a lot of Rocket League is trying to reduce mistakes. Nobody plays a perfect game in Rocket League.
Absolutely.
Every mistakes happen all the time. So whoever makes less of them usually comes out on top.
We will be getting into game number 1 with Mockit EU in the orange, Frost in the blue. We'll be moving forward. Turbo just letting that one sit. As Flarkey went for the read, and he kind of just plays the mind game with him, keeps that one out of goal, keeping the scoreboard clean at the moment. We are 4:45 into this game, just 15 seconds in, and now Mockit pressing up onto the offense. Sebadon going to set that one out. Flarkey for the follow-up. Siki, great shot off the backboard. Can Turbo Pulsa get there? He gets a kind of a slow angle and leaves Tarix all the time he needs to clear it out.
Yep, Turbo just forcing the issue. Could have gotten a better shot there, but still in the feel-out period for these two teams.
Great shot by Sebadom onto the net, keeping it onto the ground, but Turbo's able to clear that one away. Now Siki going to put it over into the corner. Pashy's there for it, going to try and angle it out. Great touch by Pashy. Turbo with the follow-up. Can anyone get it? He got a touch by Turbo. Well done.
He followed that up. You saw Pashy actually wanted to go up earlier, but he got bumped by Seb, but he still got the pass out in the mid. Turbo was able to land, and fortunately, the ball came bouncing right back out into him. Turbo was 100% ready for it and put it back in, and now Mockit EU strikes first, and this is what needed to happen for Pashy and for this Mockit crew. A good start is what they need.
Such an excellent team play there. 4:06 left to go. Mockit up by 1. Now Tarix, Frost on the offense. If they can set something up, Tarix puts it out into the middle. Turbo puts it back into the corner. Sebadon goes for the rotate and lets Pashy get ball control there. Siki going to pass this one up onto the wall. See if he can push this one back into Frost territory.
Yeah, Siki doing a good job keeping the pressure on. You saw Turbo and Pashy actually went for the same ball, so Mockit, they aren't 100% polished right now, but still, that first goal critical so far.
It was a good setup by Turbo, but Flarkey able to get there before any other Mockit player was able to dunk it away. Now Tarix pinching this one out and up to the midfield. Midfield defense from Siki coming up strong, clearing that one back into blue territory. That's going to go up on the wall. Pashy sets this one out, see if he can get another touch. This man has been making some crazy setups today. Goes for another one, but Flarkey interrupts that one and keeps it out. 3:13 left to go. We have Flarkey and Sebadon, this Frost team. They have not scored yet, but they are trying. They've got the ball into the orange territory. Someone going to try and set that one up. Pashy just waits for him to drive by and then clears it out and away. Tarix with the follow-up, clears it into the other corner. Turbo Pulsa gets set up in goal. Now he's going to be challenging this one. Sebadon gets it past him, pops it out into the mid. There goes Tarix for the shot, but Pashy with the block.
Yeah, you saw two players
went
up for
and
that.
Turbo! The counter play from Mockit. They go up by 2.
Yeah, 2 players went for that, and Pashy was the last line of defense and got the block. And it turned out, look at the demo in the corner. You see a wide open net for Turbo Pulsa to just put that one in. It kind of worked out for him. Turbo and Siki were both downfield when Pashy got the clear, even though the play before it was actually not that good of a play because they both went for the ball and missed it. So it worked out for Mockit in the end.
It was very, very interesting to set up. You don't usually see kind of a 2-1 setup with 2 players up on offense when you're on defense and the ball is right in front of your box. So it was a really strong play by Pashy, and then Turbo able to take immediate advantage of that and of the defensive kind of just lack of positioning there by Frost. They're up by 2 here as we've just crossed over halftime. Pashy hanging back in goal again. Looks like Siki and Turbo on the offense. Turbo just going for some zone in there, just trying to blow the other players up on Frost. Now Pashy going to get ball control here. Nope, Flarkey touches it first, but he's going to go and challenge, put it into the corner as Flarkey rotates back onto the goal. As Sebadon tries to carry it out. It's going to pop out to the mid. Targs goes for it. And he's going to kind of get a neutral 1v1 there, leaving it for Turbo Pulsa in the corner. He tries to set it up for his teammates. Here's Pashy with ball control. Can he get it past everyone? Not going to happen. These goalies are good.
One thing Pashy is doing a very good job of, besides contesting balls, he's winning these 50-50s, but he's also just doing such a good job of playing keep away, making the right play to prevent people who are challenging him from getting good hits.
Absolutely.
Siki gonna clear this one away, put it over onto the wall, see if they can carry this up. Siki and Turbo, they've kind of been up on top of each other all game, but it hasn't hurt them yet. Siki setting that one up. Pashy shoots, tries to go behind the goalie, but a great stop by Flarky keeping that one out.
Yeah. You would have wanted more from Pashy there. That net was pretty wide open. He could have put that a little bit higher and into the corners, but ended up not being the greatest shot.
Sabaton trying to drops that one down, and Siki's able to carry it away. Flarky puts it into the corner, tries to go for boost, doesn't know what he wants to do. Tarek, good thing he was in the back. It's not going to matter if they're able to put this one in. Sabaton coming from the rotation, able to clear that one away. He's got kind of a tearaway counterplay.
Oh,
if he can
what
get
a
there,
pass!
there's the shot from Tarek. Well done.
Fantastic pass from the corner. You see Seb going, he saw Tarex in the mid, and look at that, puts it just far enough out so the keeper couldn't get the hit. Tarex was waiting for it, and a great finish on his half. The team plays stupendous.
Yeah, such an excellent play by Frost to realize how overcommitted Mockit was and get immediately downfield and put that ball in. They are on the scoreboard. They have a minute to tie it up, all the time in the world that they could possibly dream for. Tarek's going to put this one up for Flarky. He's going to try and get the touch, but Turbo gets over the top and sends it back into Frost corner. Here comes Sebenum out of goal. Let's see if he can set this one off the wall, set it out. Pashy gets the touch, gets the interception, but Tarek's able to clear it out again, all the way down into Mockit territory. Siki's waiting for him and able to push this one back. A little bit of ping pong happening here. Good reads from both teams coming out. Turbo tries to get there. The dunk from Tarek's over the top, sends it into the far corner. Now Pashy gets it past one, carrying it into the corner and trying to get it around Sebenum. He gets it past him too, but now Tarek's able to rotate. He wasn't able to. Sebenum bought enough time for Tarek's to get back into goal. Now with only 30 seconds left, Frost is on their back heels. They have to score.
Yeah, that was a good block to keep this ball in the zone. If we see them come back, it's going to have to happen right now. We've only got 15 seconds left, but good pressure coming out by Frost.
Siki trying to set this one up. Turbo hanging back in goal, ready for this one. Great touch, intercepts it before Tarks can get a foot on it. Ball moving over, final countdown, 4 seconds left in the game. Tarks needs to get this out of here right now. They need to pop it up. They got to carry it all the way from their own corner. This will be incredible if they get it out. Flarky going to get it on the wall. This is the start of it. They're just see Mockit just trying to kill it. There we go. They're going to let it die. First game going to Mockit.
Yeah, Turbo coming up clutch with those early 2 goals, but near the end there we did see Frost start to heat up there. It looks like Siki did drop. I wonder if he might be changing cars. You have to drop from the game to change cars, but really, Mock, they started out hot. Turbo Pulsa, the one who replaced Mystic, coming through in game 1, and really Mock did look better in the beginning, but Frost did start to come back there in the end.
Yeah, it was a very interesting match because we have 4 shots to 8 shots, 8 on Mockit's side, which is very similar to the numbers we saw in the last matchup, but it was countered, it was balanced out by like a lot of saves on the side of Comrade Gaming, who, they had less shots but more saves and were able to keep it out. They have more shots here, Frost does, but still they lose the game in this situation, just not as tight on defense as we have seen in previous games.
Yeah, the number of saves, you definitely don't want to rack up a bunch. I think it was Carpet who brought up the point. If you're getting saves, that means that there's shots on net.
Yep.
A lot of times, though, in the case of Savage Gaming that we saw yesterday, number of shots doesn't always indicate the number of quality chances. This is a perfect example of quality over quantity. So we saw Mockit did get some good goals there. Turbo in the right place at the right time. But again, this is not over. That was just a 1-goal game. Going into it, Frost was looking a lot better, so wouldn't be surprised to see Frost come out and take the lead in this one.
As we jump into game number 2 here, here's a player we wanted to jump on board with and watch.
I would like to say Seb. He had that really great pass off the wall to Tarex out into the mid, so let's keep an eye on him to see if he can create more of these plays.
There's a nice shot from Siki. Sebenum in goal's going to go up for it. Doesn't need to get the touch, though. It's going to cross away. There comes the shot from Siki. It's still sitting in front of the goal. Sebenum has to make a crazy save there to send it out to the side. Great touch from Tarex, and now we're going to see if they can drive that out of their own half and back into Mockit territory.
Yeah, this is the big one. If Mock can win this game, they will get into the group stage yet again, and this is a chance.
Oh, so close.
That one shut down by Tarex.
Coming there. 4:20 left to go in this game. Nobody has scored just yet. Turbo Pulsa going to try and drive this one out of his own half. A great shot from Sebenum. Good read by Pashy, getting up in time to save that one. That was very dangerous. Now the ball is in Frost territories. Flarky sets it up on the wall. The demo from Pashy creating some space. Turbo takes the shot. Sebenum gets the block. It's still in a dangerous spot. Flarky able to clear it out. Great stuff from Sebenum on defense so far. This is still scary.
Turbo!
There's the shot from Turbo.
Turbo coming up clutch for Mock. Look at this play. You saw Siki getting that pass off the corner, and Turbo just reading that beautifully, putting it right over. It looked like I didn't get to see if there was a bump out of net, but I'm wondering why that player from Frost came so far out, because that actually was not a shot, that it was in an unblockable spot.
Yeah.
So I wish I could have gotten another angle from that.
It was such a tight angle from Turbo. You would think that he would be in a tighter position on defense as well. Turbo with another run into the corner, try and set this one up. He pops it out to the middle. Is anyone there? Siki's just going to let it bounce off the back of his car, pop it back up. Now Sebadom going to try and pass this one around. Man, this ball has not touched the ground in a good 10 seconds. There it goes now. Sebadom trying to push this one out of his own half. Siki with a run, going to put it onto the backboard. Flarkey intercepts and sends it back to the midfield. Turbo pulls it, pops it out to the center. Passy passes it back, and Turbo passes! What a play from Mockit NA!
The passing plays coming out from Europe. You see Turbo hits it over to Pashy in the mid. Pashy knew that the angle was covered, so he put it right over to Turbo, and just a stunned Frost defense. Turbo scoring all the goals for Mockit so far.
One of the prettiest plays we have seen here at the RLCS. Amazing stuff from Mockit. They're up by 2 with 3 minutes and 18 seconds left to play, and they're threatening again. Sebadom trying to set this one out from his own goal. He's going to get it around Pashy there, or around Siki rather. Now Pashy back in goal, tries to get the last line of defense, and they're going to get it through and finally get a point on the board.
A defensive lapse here. You see Seb just trying to force the issue. Doesn't get the greatest hit, but pops it over, and it was slow enough to where he could get to the ball before Pashy. Pashy was waiting for it, but Seb, because the flick didn't get that much power, it gave him enough time to get that second touch before Pashy got there. So good play by Seb, taking advantage of that moment and getting that goal.
3 minutes left in the game. Frost is mounting their comeback. They have the ball in the territory. There's a demo, a critical demo, and Sebadom's able to tie it up.
Seb, yet again, he had that great pass to Tarex. Now he's taking matters into his own hands. You see that demo on the wall, preventing the clear, and Seb got to it first yet again and puts in another goal, and we are all tied up.
Man, Frost on the back of Sebadom is fully in this game number 2. If they can take this one and force a game 3, they will have an opportunity. Seeks taking the shot. Now Tarek's going to clear that one out. The follow-up from Pashy, and they take the lead right back.
It is a slugfest right now between these two teams. Siki puts that shot on net. He forces the keeper to make the save, and you saw Seb also went for that same shot and put him out of position. Pashy got that ball elevated, made it a difficult save, and punished Seb for making that mistake. And now Mockit takes the lead.
Mockit taking the lead once again here. Game number 2 coming up on halftime. Targs is going to try and dribble this out of his own half. Gets it popped up. Here comes Sebadom. Send it straight down the middle. It's a nice shot, decently on target, but Turbo Pulsa able to angle it away. Now the Frost players kind of overcommitting on the offense, coming around that corner. Targs is going to go for it again, but he misses. Now Pashy with ball control at midfield. It's going to get interrupted there. They're going to send it back into the orange corner. Now Turbo. Try and carry this one out. Get it around all the players. Tarks puts it up onto the backboard. Goes for the double touch. Doesn't get the touch he was looking for, but they still have pressure. Now Pashy able to clear it out. We'll see if they're able to make it there. No one really back on defense yet, but they're leaving him enough time to get there. Pashy with a shot. That was a crazy shot. So close to going in. 2 minutes left. Frost is still down by 1.
And this is, so
close.
Almost got beat out there. But still, both of these teams going back and forth. Frost could get back into this one very easily.
Turbo put it into the corner. Siki's ready for it. If he can just pass it around, he goes for it, but Sebadom beats him to it. Sends it back to midfield. Here comes the counter play from Frost. Sebadom just waiting it out. Going for the shot. What a play from Sebadom, just juking the entire team.
Seb, the MVP right now. Look at this. Again, takes it slow and just waits for it off the bounce and goes right. Good patience from Seb. If he would have hit that ball before it hit the ground, it would have been an easy, slow shot to save. But he timed that one perfectly and got it by the final defense of Mock. And we're all tied up.
Sebadom coming up so clutch for his team right now. Flarkey went for the Goomba Stomp there. Sebadom taking another shot. Had that Goomba Stomp landed, it would have been another goal and the lead for Frost. Tarks clearing this one out, putting it into the corner. Now it's two players from Mock getting tangled up on top of each other. They have a run down the sideline. If Tarks can just get this past Pashy, there he goes. It's out in the middle. Can they get there? So close. Interception coming from the Mockit players. Ball still in the corner. A bit of confusion happening in front of the goal. Messing with Turbo Pulsa. They're trying to set it up. It's going to cross, but no one's there for the shot. Pashy able to clear this one out. Final minute, all tied up, anyone's game. Turbo going to try and get this one, but Flarkey gets it from him. Gets it around the corner. Going to try and set this one up again. See if they can create any sort of
good
offense
hit
right there. Great hit from Siki. Put it into the corner. No one in goal at the moment. There's Tarks coming on the rotation, clearing it very well back into the corner. See if they can create such a close, tight game right now.
Yes, Seb. Getting that extra
that's a wide open net. Wow, what a shot from Flarkey, putting his team up.
Flark. Seb has the hat trick, but Flark getting the go-ahead goal. He just gets to that ball first. Everybody up for Mockit. No one back to play defense. And Flark taking the lead, just less than a minute left to go, keeping Frost's dreams alive. Again, if Frost loses this game, they're sent down into the loser's bracket. If Mockit wins, they move on into the group stage.
This is dangerous. Turbo Pulse got a bully onto Flark to try and clear that one in. They just need one to force the overtime, continue this matchup. They've been able to score a lot. This is the first time they've been down in the series. Turbo Pulse gets it over the top, puts it on the backboard. Final 30 seconds. Tarks with a run under the wall. Siki sets it up. Can anyone be there? Here comes Turbo. Oh, but he misses, not able to get the shot. Flarky goes out to get him. Apache gets the first touch. Siki goes. The pinch sends it all the way to the other side. It's a drag race between Turbo and Tarks. The ball's in front. Flarky takes the shot. Apache with the clear. Amazing stuff coming out from this Mockit team right now. Apache's going to try and put it into the middle. Final 10 seconds. If they can just get anything going, they can get down the field so quickly. Final 5 seconds. Apache with ball control. Can he get it past everyone? No. The interference from Sebadom keeping it out. Can they get it? No.
That's it.
Game 3 we go to. Yes.
Oh, game 3 between these two sides. Look at the number of shots from both of these teams and the saves. This one was truly a slugfest. These teams want to get into the group stage right now. They don't want to have to risk going down into that loser's bracket. And Frost putting it all on the line here, coming out against the powerhouse of Mock EU. They've been around. They finished 3rd in the last series. Frost, they didn't even make it into groups. Now taking this team to game 3, potentially on the verge of sending them into the loser's bracket. This game, there's a lot weighing on it.
This is amazing, and all on the back of the energy of Sebadom coming up, keeping them in the game the whole time. Flarky made the go-ahead goal that won them the game, but it would have never been an option if it wasn't for Sebadom. This player's on fire right now.
Yeah, we joke in NA, we joke about how patient of a player Chrome is. We're like, oh, he's the most patient player in the game. But really, Seb, he had that quality in this game. You saw him taking his time, waiting to hit the ball at the perfect moment when it's on the up bounce, playing it slow, getting that touch that allowed to him to get to the ball before Pashy. He just was making those right plays, taking his time, playing methodically. Look for him. He's going to have to step it up again, though. That was a very close game.
Absolutely.
And the reason they won is because Seb stepped it up. Can he do it again? Can Frost get the upset here against Mock EU?
There's a shot, a very early strike from Turbo, going just high on the crossbar. Very close one now. Pashy popping it over and just kind of leaves it. Lets Tarks take a shot. No one really home. I'm not sure what Pashy was doing, just leaving that one for Tarks. He gets the demo. Flarky sending it up onto the backboard. Pashy gets the interception and puts it over into the blue. Now Tarks going to be able to push this one back over. He's going to land down in the orange box, but Siki able to push it into the corner.
And you could see it was off camera, but Sebadom doing a little bit of punching of Turbo there, getting physical, trying to set the tone.
So this is our house. We're going to take this one. You know, it's got to be hard when you had the game locked down 3-1, and they would have qualified you for groups, and they managed to make a comeback. That's got to hit you mentally. Hopefully Mockit is able to stay in this and make another competitive match out of this and maybe take the win and qualify for groups. Siki going to put that one out. First minute has been pretty quiet between these two teams. Siki now going to push that one over. Sebadom last line of defense, able to clear it well. It's going to go off the backboard. Turbo goes for the Spider-Man clear, but doesn't get it. Pashy's challenging this one. Seb gets most of it, keeps it in the box. He's going to try and pass out to his teammates. Doesn't get the touch. Turbo is able to intercept it, and now he leaves it for Siki, who's going to try and clear it out, transition onto offense.
That was an unorthodox hit there from Seb.
Yeah.
And still these teams just fighting for possession at the moment.
Ball in Frost territory. Gonna hit the backboard. No one really home. Can Siki get it in?
Siki!
What a save by Sebadom, and Flarky takes it out. It was such a good angle from Siki, but Sebadom's staying very mentally strong in his own goal.
Siki had to do a crazy aerial to get that hit. It wasn't the strongest hit, but it was unexpected, an air demo there.
Yeah.
I don't think he was trying for that, but still, Seb, not only on the offensive side making plays, but getting that clutch save there in game 3.
So well done, but Mockit's offense has been very dominating right now. There goes the goalie play from Siki, getting the demo onto Tarex. They weren't able to take a shot in time, and Flarky's able to clear it away. This is going to go wide. Siki's going to pick it up off the bounce, send it onto the wall. Turbo going to go up for the Spider-Man clear. Whiffs again on the Spider-Man clear. Now Pashy coming out from goal, gets interfered by Flarky, who keeps it in the corner and passes it over to the other side. His teammates are going to be rotating up as Pashy tries to get this one out of his half. He pops it up for Turbo. The interference from Tarex keeps that ball just for the moment in the orange. Now Sebadom able to push it into the corner. See if he can get it around Pashy. Hanging patiently back on defense for Mockit. We'll see if they're able to push this out. Still scoreless game as we approach halftime.
Ooh, Siki just got it by 2 players. taking him out of the equation. Good breakout by Siki, making that happen, but still we're tied here with over half the game gone.
Mock has been taking some long shots, but those are not going to work with the defense that we've been seeing out of this Frost squad. Flarky puts it onto the side. Sebadom goes for a re-angle, does not get the touch he's looking for. Tarx goes up, and Turbo gets the dunk underneath him. There's your first point on the board.
Turbo goes up for this 50-50, passes it to himself. It hits off the perfect part of the corner. You saw Turbo versus Tarx. Turbo comes out on top. And now Mockit just 2 minutes and 12 seconds away from getting into the group stage.
Have that 1 point lead, but as Frost has shown us, that doesn't mean anything. They can come back from much deeper losses than that and be able to take a win off of this. 2 minutes left to go. Turbo goes for the zone on Flarky, but Flarky just lets him drive on pass and then takes a hit. Now Turbo sending it off the backboard. Tarx picking it up, gets it over Pashy. Siki, last line of defense, able to clear it well into the corner. See if he can set this one up for his teammates. Puts it off the backboard. Sebadom responds. Oh, but he misses. There's an opportunity for Pashy. Great touch from Tarx, keeping it out of his own goal.
Yeah, that wasn't the greatest hit. It's dangerous, but now Turbo's going to try to take it into his own hands.
So close there. Just barely goes wide. There's Pashy with a follow-up to make it 2-0.
This is a critical goal. This is their chance to get into the group stage. Turbo flung that, even though it didn't go in. It drew out the goalie, leaving it wide open. The gates open for Pashy, and he puts it in. A 2-goal lead, just a minute and 37 seconds left. Mockit, they are on the cusp of making it into the group stage, avoiding the upset.
Very close. Flarky trying to push this one in. They want into that group stage as well. There's a nice shot from Sebadom that's going to go just wide. Here's a follow from Tarx, popping into the middle. No one home on defense. It goes just off the crossbar. My goodness, lucky. Mock should be counting their lucky stars that ball did not go in. That was close.
But still, this one isn't over yet. A minute left. They can make something happen, but they've got to do it here. And
Siki gets the stop, and now Turbo able to pick it up. He's sitting right in front of goal. Flarky didn't rotate in quickly enough, but the ball's sitting right there in the middle. Pashy able to pop it out. Final minute. This is a much tougher comeback than they had in the last game. Sebadom misses on the touch. Not the touches you need. You got to be hitting the ball. Tarx goes for the shot. Now Pashy sends it all the way down into Frost territory. Flarky doesn't get the Spider-Man clear either. Sebadom set up in goal, but you can see Mockit just patiently waiting. Just let the time run off that clock. Sebadom comes out for this one, but Turbo able to get there first. Keep it in the corner. 37 seconds left. Now Tarx driving this one down. They need a point right now. He carries it over all the players, but Pashy's able to pick it up and push it back into the blue. Flarky, last line of defense. He's got to get onto this ball. He's got to not let it cross. That ball is right in front of the goal. There's Siki shooting it in front. Oh, he goes high. Not able to get the shot he was looking for. Sebadom and Flarky. 19 seconds left. They got to push this out. They got to make it happen right now, but they can't even get the ball to their own half. Sebadom going to push this one out. There's Siki again. Turbo pulls it actually, and he's got a shot. Oh, it's not going to go in, but at this point, they don't need points. The clock's winding down. This is going to be it. Oh, my goodness there. Oh, what a save from Sebadom. But, you know, at this point, the clock is at 1 second. The game is over. Well done by Mockit. What an intense match.
Yeah, they clutched it here. Mockit EU on the verge of being upset by Frost, and you've got to give credit to Turbo Pulsa. Turbo was the MVP of that series. You saw him going up against that Tarx 50-50 ball. He won it, put it into the net. And also that dribble, he got it, flung it. It wasn't a goal, but it drew out the keeper, hit off the post right out into the mid for Pashy to just gobble up. So Turbo, that was a good move, I guess, picking him up, because now they they secured their spot in the group stage. But Mockit, there was a little bit of concern there in that second game that they gave up to Frost. Frost played very well.
It was beautiful by Frost. Very, very excellent match between these two teams. We'll be passing it back over to the analyst desk. Golden Boy, guys, tell us what you saw.
Thank you so much, and I agree with you, James, 100%. Turbo was a clutch pickup for this Mockit EU team. Pretty much, let me see here if I count my notes correctly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 goals. 5 goals total for this Mockit EU roster. Just showing up big time, opening up goals in games 1, 2, and 3. Got the first goal each one, right? Looked for the openings, made his own plays when he needed to. This guy is incredible. And for that reason, Mockit EU punched your ticket to the group stages. So congratulations to them. But before we get into Mockit, though, I want to talk about Frost, because I really did not expect that fight out of Frost in game 2. It was incredible. That was probably one of the best games that we've had all day today.
Yeah, it was just going back and forth. There was tons of demo plays, which I love to see, because not a lot of teams do that. And Mockit has always been known to do demo plays, and Frost was like, well, we can do it too. Like, very possible Torex had one amazing demo to allow a goal from Seb in game 2 that was beautiful.
Sebadon was a big striker. He got 3 of the goals, 3 of the 4 goals in the second game. He was in the position he wanted to. You could definitely tell in game 2 they were just more comfortable with each other, with the positioning, and they just pretty much with Mockit, with a team that's that powerful. I mean, we saw like Turbo was playing absolutely out of his mind. He was playing very, very well. He was exactly where he needed to be. But once you can catch him off, that's where Frost was. They were finding the little holes they needed, the demos, the big like. Once you knock a team off their rotations, that's when you can really just like punish them.
Yeah, it was excellent stuff. Let's take a look at the replays here as well, because there were a lot of them. There were a lot of really good replays. Gibbs, why don't you break a couple of these down for us here?
This was the Turbo show. He had 5 goals, but he also had 2 assists, so all 7 goals came from Turbo in some way. That was a great pass from Pashy, though. He was setting up a lot of these shots for Turbo.
Turbo was in the positions he needed to be. I mean, that's exactly what you're looking for. And this passing play, that passing play coming from Frost, it was just straight across. He knew exactly where his teammates were. But yeah, Turbo just he found himself exactly where he needed to be when the shots were given to him.
All that angle from Turbo, but like Sicky right there, he was trying to bump the goalie, so the goalie had to jump, and that made a wide open net for Turbo.
There's another demo play. That was when you were talking about Torex demoing perfectly for Sebadon, so no one was actually able to come out and connect. And this patience from Sebadon.
Yeah, it was
they've shown their skill many times throughout the series. They just weren't able to beat out a team like
And then
Mockit.
Turbo again, like this is one of those assists where this goal happened because of Turbo's dribble, bounce off the post. Wide open net for Pashy. You can't miss those.
Yeah, a lot of his goals were given to him by a great pass, but this shows right here that he can do just the same in return. He actually almost put that in himself. He almost was able to score that all alone, but he ended up just setting up Pashy beautifully.
Yeah, and you know, Pashy read it like an open book. The defender had no option. He went for the challenge, couldn't get the clear. And I think that right there was just how Turbo was a difference maker that whole game.
For sure.
A solid pickup. And I guess you could say he made a really good choice here by going, not to throw more shade at Kapow, because I love those guys, but you know, at the end of the day, man, it's all about getting that victory. It's all about moving on to the international final, and Turbo came in strong. Incredible stuff. There also I want to give a huge shout out to Torex too, because his defense in game 2, incredible as well. Not only did he have Sebadon going off with the goals, Torex was just on fire. He had some clutch stops too. Yeah, I guess Gibbs, a question for you. Can you see Frost making it to group stages? They're not out of it yet. That was a winner's bracket qualification match, so they still have a loser's bracket run to make. Do you think that they can do it?
I think so. That they played really well for like 13 minutes. The last 2 minutes of game 3, they were kind of starting to whiff some balls, but I think it might have been nerves of like, hey, we're down 2, let's try and get it back. They look really good, and I love their demo plays that are coming out. They are basically just like Mock. It's the same play style.
Yeah.
They're just like they just barely missed out on this one. I think Frost makes it through for sure.
And to go off with what Golden said, you know, a strong defensive player, someone that can actually stop those shots from coming in. We don't really talk about it as much, but like that could be the difference of why you won by a goal.
Yeah.
Like, it was that second game, they only won by a single. It was 4-3. It was a pretty high-scoring game, and Torex had like some ridiculous saves. He was really showing that he knew how to read the shots, and that could be the reason of why they won even game 2. So we don't mention it, but Torex, like him doing that, that could easily bring them into the group stages after the next round.
I mean, you know, it's as they say in other sports, right? You know, defense wins championships, it wins games, and at the end of the day, although Frost did not come out on top in that particular game, in game 2, defense was the difference maker there. So again, congratulations though to Mockit. Of course, we have not seen the last of Frost, as they are going to make a run in the losers bracket, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more of them. But coming up next though, we have a great matchup. It's actually going to be Team Enjoy versus a squad that we saw at the beginning of the show, JJJ Squad. Who comes out on top? This is not a qualification game. This matchup is to get into the qualification. So there is a lot on the line here, folks. This is loser bracket qualifications now, which means the pressure could not be more real for these teams. Of course, congratulations to Mockit EU. They'll be joining Comrade Gaming, as well as Weedham Girls and Flipside Tactics. Well, let's find out who comes in next here. Oh, and the Flying Dutchman and Supersonic Avengers. I just whiffed those two completely. I apologize there. But Lots of great teams in the EU group stages. It's time now to get ready for our next matchup, and we'll see you in just a few. Welcome back, everyone, as we get ready for our next matchup. This is a losers bracket game, not a qualification matchup, but still the pressure is on for our two squads, JJJ Squad and Team Enjoy. Two squads we actually saw throughout the show here. Team Enjoy losing out to Supersonic Avengers in an incredible showing from Doomsy and the boys, doing some, I mean, honestly, just some awesome Rocket League. And then JJJ, a team that was actually predicted to get the 2-0 at the top of the show and just did not happen. Like, they just could not put it together. So let's go ahead and jump right into this here. JJJ Squad's actually a squad I want to talk about first. I keep saying that, squad and squad. But this team has a lot of potential, but what's going on right now? What's wrong?
I don't know. It seems like they thought they were playing in the Pulsar Premier League or something, so they just were not up to par for this match. It was rough. It was really, really rough. And I want to see
burn.
like, I want to see what happens, because Team Enjoy didn't look that bad. Like, they looked pretty good, but they played Supersonic Avengers, so they kind of got blown out. But I think that was more because Supersonic Avengers are that good. This is a tough one to call.
Well, we didn't get to see Enjoy play the full game because they were playing against Supersonic Avengers, who just absolutely just dominated that game. And JJJ, I was casting that game, and I was really confused by a lot of their plays. We talked about it a bit. There was, like, at one point, someone air dribbled from left to right midfield, wasted probably 85 boosts, maybe all 100.
And then Frost was just sitting there,
and
like, all right, I'll take the ball.
And it did nothing for them.
Yeah.
Like, even if halfway through they had stopped and let it pass to a player, they just seemed to be around the ball too long. They weren't looking for each other. They were trying to make the solo plays. And I commented it a few times that they were just doing too much individually. So I know we know they're capable. We've seen JJJ pull off some really crazy stuff. We know Jazer, with his montage, we know how cool he can
Let's just
shoot.
hope he doesn't try for the montage plays during the set.
I kind of want to see a cool montage replay, though.
Yeah, but that's what he tried last time. It was not working.
No, it was not working. Actually, I think you had mentioned that before as well in the cast. You were like, I want to see some montage plays.
Yeah.
Did not happen.
Nope.
Okay, you jinxed him. You're a terrible friend. But you know, you're just getting it in the
This
best
is not
today,
my
man.
day.
This is what happens when you're on the desk twice in a row.
It's very true. Now we're comfortable. Now we're set in our ways against you. It's working out wonderfully
Beer jealousy.
here.
I'm gonna chalk it up to beer jealousy. Golden Boy, you're trying, and I want to see what it can turn into, but just not yet.
Off the rails.
And I have
okay.
no shot.
But, no, actually, bless you. You have nothing. All right. Well, really, guys, this is going to be a tough matchup. But let's dive into some predictions before we toss it over to the casters here. We're actually going to go Carpet. I want you to start the prediction.
It's tough because I really didn't get to see much out of Enjoy because they were dominated so hard by Supersonic, which is just kind of unfair because Supersonic was really, really playing that game. I think JJJ, if they really have calmed down, I think they're going to actually take a 2-0 on this. Those players are just a little more experienced. I think they should be able to take this pretty confidently so long as they stop doing too much individually.
Okay, Gibbs?
This is very similar to what Neo was doing yesterday. We're not really sure about them. They're a new team. Then they played a team that was had an okay day. JJJ Squad just doesn't look that good. I'm going to give it 2-1 to Team Enjoy, even though we haven't seen a lot from them. But they looked pretty good against Supersonic Avengers when they had chances.
The wizard has spoken.
Oh boy.
The wizard has spoken.
I don't know. He's been off today.
It's Europe.
You guys,
it's Europe.
It's Europe. Yeah, no, it's the kryptonite of Gibbs. So whether on the pitch or off the pitch.
Yeah.
There you go.
They're too good.
They're too good. Guys, this is going to be a great matchup, of course. Remember, not a qualification matchup, losers bracket matchup. Winner of this will face. I think it might be Frost. Or actually it could be wrong, but regardless, they move on to the next round, which will be a qualification game. So there's a lot on the line here, guys. So let's go ahead, toss it over to our commentators, LeafX and Lawler.
Thank you, down at the field with Lawler. Hey. How you doing? We doing good. We got some great matches coming up, as always, with the RLCS.
Especially you, man. You always put on great matches.
We got, of course. Enjoy and JJJ, on Enjoy. We got Freaky, Grandmaster, and British. and JJJ, we got Jeezer. Sounds like a sneeze. Jeezer, Krazek, and Ryuk.
Yeah, Ryuk. Cool story about Ryuk. in the NA scene, Geno Cop gets a lot of love for being a KBM player. Ryuk isn't even a KBM player, he's a KB player. He doesn't even use a mouse. He, a long time ago, like during his stream, he wanted to play from bed, I guess. So he just couldn't make his mouse reach, so he remapped it to his keyboard. And he just plays keyboard now and actually works out a heck of a lot better.
Talk about dedication.
Yeah, he's killing it, man.
That
To
is
be a KB player, not even the M.
That's dedication. Well, I mean, hopefully the dedication pays off then, and they can pull through and get a spot. Well, I mean, I guess they're still fighting to get into a spot to get into the spot.
Lot to prove.
So yeah, we'll see. But what any prediction quickly while we're jumping down into the field?
2-1. I think that Team Enjoy actually played really well against Supersonic. They just got outmatched. If they can keep doing what they were and they had a lot of shots that just weren't on net. Like they went a little wide, but if they can put those in net, they're gonna have a really good chance of winning this.
Alrighty then. Well, we got Team Enjoy versus JJJ Squad in game number 1, trying to fight to stay alive. They're in the losers. Whoever loses this best of 3 is Audi. They are Dunzos. Frizish trying to make it back wall. Freaky, good pinch actually there. Could be a little more powerful. Krazak's going to pick that one up off the backboard. Could be a good pass. Teammate wasn't able to get there in time to sink that one in the net. Now on the backtrack, they are. Krazak, a little bit unfortunate there. Ryuk, thankfully there to clean that up.
Yeah, despite that miss, staying composed, putting it right back in, smart play. But they need to be careful with that because eventually they're going to get punished for it.
Looks like Team JJJ actually making some moves. They seem a lot more put together already off the start here than Enjoy does. We'll see. Again, and then Jeezer goes and does something like that. Krazak now pass out front though. Freaky has to win this one. He does. Down to Ryuk. Jeezer thankfully was backtracking. Needs to do something smart with this. Nice little touch to the side. Freaky there, reading that was going to happen. It's a pass to the Frizish, but no one could follow it up. Grandmaster, the third in. Good stuff there to make sure that play stays in that end. Wow, that actually could be advantageous for them, but there's going to be no one to follow that up. Ryuk to push it down to midfield as now JJJ tries to get another play started up for their team.
Dude, if JJJ keeps this up with this grouping, they're going to have a lot of problems. A lot of their players are sitting right next to each other when they really need to space out, especially against a team like Enjoy.
Oh, that almost rolled in. Jeezer coming off the wall, just getting that Spider-Man save. Now Krazak, nice little flip. Let's see if he can finish this one off. Almost as past the last defender. Team Enjoy was there to stop that. And we head back to midfield as Grandmaster wins out on a contest. Krazak sends that back down. Frizish just waiting patiently. Can Rio get it out? He can. Freaky once again always seems to be in that spot where he has to get out of the net quick to get that ball and make sure no third is going to come in an attack from JJJ.
Yeah, Freaky's been doing a good job back on defense where he's matching aerials to keep him out and almost winning 50-50s. That second one, he showed some patience, dribbled it upfield, and gave himself some time. It's what you like to see out of the midfield when he's given that patience from the other team.
Jeezer off the backboard. 2 defenders going to be able to get that one out pretty quick as they start an attack of their own. Team Enjoy trying to get something started offensively. Beaten up by Jeezer there. Jeezer now on the ground. Oh, that was tricky. Almost got it past the last, but just got a little bit out of his possession. And he couldn't make a play start. Now Grandmaster going to get one of his own off the backboard. There's going to be an opportunity to score. A little bit wide of the net.
Man, right back to their old ways from what we saw earlier today. Shots like that need to go in the net, especially to put them in a good position, but missing just wide yet again. Hopefully they can correct that. I mean, we're only halfway through, still plenty of time.
Frizish now has a chance. He just kind of flops past that one, leaves Jeezer with a wide open chance to push it down to midfield. Frizish did get the boost still, though, so it's going to leave Krazak and Ryuk a hard time to get out of the net. There's one left for them. Thankfully, Ryuk gets that. Now it'll be an opportunity for him to get up in the air. That boost is very important. Krazak having a little bit of fight as they can't get past midfield. Finally, they break through to try to get a shot on net. Great pass out front. This could be a scoring opportunity. Jeezer takes it.
Krazak just playing and bullying down through 2, gets up on there, follows it up, and this beautiful little tap, nice and soft right into the middle. Any harder probably would have put it in a really tough position for Ryuk, but able to slam that in and give themselves the goal. Man, we went through 4 minutes, or 3 minutes, my apologies. 2 left, still plenty of time to get back into it, but you never know with how Enjoy and the rest of their teammates have been putting it on net.
With only a 1-0, it's very, very close game so far. And Team Enjoy has been doing a very good job of keeping up to the pace. They're pacing very well. After the first minute, they started to keep up, and now they're doing a good job of just staying in the air and contesting these balls evenly against Team JJJ.
Yeah,
Jeezer.
Oh, my apologies, man. Yeah, shots just kind of need to be on net. They've been missing wide quite a bit, but it's a matter of time. If they keep putting those shots and matching that pace, eventually one might sneak in. But so far, defense has been playing a big role for Team Enjoy as well as Team JJJ. Just JJJ seems to be getting a little bit better at it.
Krasek flips that up, a little bit out of his reach, but he stays in the zone to get a shot. Freaky getting the push on that to midfield, stopped by Jeezer, but Frizish wants it to keep going that direction, and so they do. Off the wall, no one there to follow that up. Krasek's going to pick that up. To the wall, follows it himself. Jeezer there to support. Can he get the pass out? Frizish gets a nose on that. Didn't quite followed up off the wall, so his teammate Grandmaster is going to hit it. A lot less whiffs. It looks like they've definitely fixed up any of the issues they had coming from the winner's side. Freaky trying to set up a play. 39 seconds left. Still only a 1-goal lead in favor of JJJ at the moment. Team Enjoy needs to get a goal now if they want to potentially go to overtime based off of the frequency of these goals being scored. Grandmaster up in the air, way too hard to let Freaky get any play started up, but he might be able to finish it here.
Oh, that was saved.
Ryuk just gets a touch on it.
I'm so surprised they were able to do that. You see Enjoy rotating back on defense so quickly.
Oh, that's dangerous.
Oh, good to save, and maybe it is paying off for him.
They have 10 seconds left to tie this one up. Just keeps it away from Ryuk as he plows through. Jeezer gets a bit of a contest on that, but Krasek's going to be up in the air to make sure no play starts in front of the net. Not where they need it, but Freaky keeps it alive. Frizish needs to follow up, but he puts it a little bit too low. That hits the ground, and that ends game number 1 as JJJ takes it 1-0 against Enjoy.
Enjoy actually had a chance there. That ball lofted pretty hard, hitting the ceiling, but when it came down, he kind of eyeballed it and tried to make the opportunity to put it back in, but that hit, he didn't get under it, and he got over it and spiked it down. Kind of killed it on himself.
And again, I just want to point out that they definitely kept up to pace.
Right.
They definitely made sure that they're not whiffing ball, and that was a big thing I noticed in the first one. Grandmaster was definitely having some issues with hitting the ball up in the air before, getting some of those wall hits. They fixed that. They're doing a lot better, and they kept pace. Only a one goal loss, not that much to be down by. Coming to the next one, I think they have a very good opportunity to pull back.
Yeah, as long as they keep matching it like they were, there's a couple opportunities where they had the positioning, and rather than sticking one player and sending him back, I would like to see him recontest that and then have that third player just hover back and shadow it a little bit. If he keeps that up, the pressure is going to be so much more significant to where they can get those couple that have been in front of the goal that they've been saving. But if it's that third man making the shot, someone's going to be out of position. We've seen that from JJJ consistently over the course of today.
I actually want to see some more of those patented Jazer freestyles. I love how he does them so low. He's got his own style to it, but it's harder to do in 3v3s. You don't have as much room to deal with. It's a lot more difficult. Pass plays are going to be more of a applicable thing to be looking at. So coming into game number 2, anything specifically or any player specifically you want from Enjoy to step it up? I mean, I think they did a good job. Was there anything specifically you think they need to do?
Grandmaster played a really big role in the first series that we saw today. So if he can give that second supporting role, but play a little bit more aggressive. He needs to be a little bit less hesitant. And if they can do that, they're going to have a pretty good chance when it comes down to it.
Perfect. Getting into game number 2. Server change there. And we are ready to go. Ryuk gets a bad pinch for his teammates there and almost followed up the Grandmaster to put it in for a quick early goal with under 10 seconds still. Krizik and Jeez are going to fight it out in the corner. Krizik just kind of heads out as Grandmaster moves in. Freaky out to Grandmaster, but he leaves. If he had stayed there, could have been something that would be more advantageous for them. But he gets the pass play instead. Drops it in to Freaky.
Man, that was actually really good setup. So you see coming across from there, it actually caused Grandmaster to kind of move out of the way with Freaky. But when that happened, it was actually going for a demo, and it caused that backwards pedal, so he didn't get the clue that he wanted. It kept that ball still in that side for possession, which led to that goal. So that demo, even though it didn't connect, still set everything up.
Oh, exactly, and very, very good awareness from Grandmaster to turn around and get a play out to Freaky so he can get a shot on. First 30 seconds, Team Enjoy now in the lead. They haven't seen this yet. It was a tie for most of last game. Game number 2. Can they take it? We're going to see a low-scoring game once again. Still very early to tell. Krasak out to midfield. An orange team not in a very good position. Yeah. They're still trying to recuperate, and the ball kind of got put in an odd position for them. So it's a little bit awkward for them. They just need to get recuperated now, get this ball to the corner at least, get set up, rotate it around. Freaky with the touch. Krizik can't challenge. A little bit weird rotations defensively for Enjoy, but looks like they managed to pull it out.
It just seems like JJJ is trying to force these shots in. When he's up on the wall, nobody's contesting him. It's okay to take your time and kind of dribble it a little bit up against the wall if you have that mechanical skill to do so. But it's going to allow your team to kind of set up for that pass, because when he played it into the middle, there was literally nobody there waiting for it other than Team Enjoy.
Very good redirect from JJJ there. Almost set that up for Jeezer, but Maybe not expecting. Krazak, can he get the second touch? A little bit of, yeah, it would have been great if he had a little bit more of a different angle, but that's very hard to do that quickly and to be aware of that. So good try and good attempt from him. Krazak to Jeezer. Jeezer in the right spot, but intercepted by Grandmaster. Ryuk keeps the play alive. Krazak right down in front of the net. Gets the touch out. If someone was there to follow up, actually could have given him a good play, but JJJ still on the attack. Ryuk trying to stuff that through. Jeezer, can he do this? Leaves it for Krazak. Bit of miscommunication. Destroys that play. Looks like Grandmaster might be setting it back up, though. Finally, Enjoy can break out.
Still, despite that little mishap, the possession game from JJJ is starting to turn on. That ball was on their side, or I should say in their favor, on the side of Enjoy for quite a while.
Touch from Frizish, puts that into the net. Is that going to go in?
Oh,
no,
that's
okay. Ryuk finally gets to it. That was the slowest ball I've seen in my life. Falling towards that net. And Jeezer to finish it.
Oh, my goodness! That series of events was just ridiculous. Like, Grandmaster's actually one that cleared that out after a weird hit. Beautiful touch by Jeezer to put it back out, and then gets bumped and shoots it in like, oh my God.
Well, now we have a tie game.
Way to bring that back down for everybody.
Halfway through. We got a tie game now. Definitely more goal scoring than we saw the last match. But we'll see if Enjoy can pull away with a win this time. 2:30, as I just mentioned, left in the match. Krazak Ryuk trying to set up a play. Grandmaster steals it away, throws it to the other end. Jeezer, wide rotation, grabs a boost. See if he can follow it up. Ryuk in a good spot to redirect if needed, but it gets intercepted by the Enjoy players. They're a little bit out of position. If Krazak can get a good flick here, maybe not where he needed, but maybe it is the shot. Just on the post. I think it's taken away by Team Enjoy.
Still able to put power on that shot by getting his car in the right angle. As soon as that ball kind of lifted a little bit off the ground, he jumped into it rather than just hitting it with a solid car with like a rotation, like a double jump kind of. And with it using the nose of his car, he put a ton of power on that shot. His placement just a little bit off.
Grandmaster and teammates getting a nice pinch there, but Krazak picks it up easy. Still stop that midfield. They want to move forward. Enjoy really pulling up the pace right now. They are moving quick. A little bit awkward positioning defensively here is going to leave Frizish to challenge that ball. Krazak, Grandmaster moving up on that ball very quick. Can he win out to Jeezer? He can. Pass Ryuk as well. He needs to get that out to Frizish. Frizish is waiting. Oh, that pinch not favorable for anyone there.
Yeah, you saw Freaky poising way back on the midfield, just waiting for an opportunity to come in and take a strike. Just didn't work in that pinch. I don't think he expected that at all either. But still, carrying possession, trying to play this back in.
Good block from Frizish there. Keeps the ball at midfield. Or sorry, not Frizish. That was Freaky. Oh, they asked Freaky the drop down, but no one there to finish it off. In the corner's Krazak. He's going to try to pull it away. Nice touch to get that pass. That attacker. Across midfield to Ryuk. Very good pass, but
what's he gonna do?
Maybe not popped quite enough. I think he wanted a little bit forward so we could follow it up with a bit of an air dribble. Shot on net. Krazak just gets a save. Very good touch, but still in front of the net. Freaky couldn't quite get the angle that he needed, and it's still a 1-1 game.
Still in a very dangerous spot, and the fact that they haven't scored off of that is good defense coming out from JJJ, keeping themselves in this. I mean, 30 seconds left. This could go either way, but if they can secure this win, they are able to progress and move on. So close, yet so far away.
Freaking in midfield, Frizish wins the pinch against Jeezer. Ryuk, the long shot, trying to set up a play for his team. 20 seconds left. Both these teams trying to get the goal to win them so they don't have to go to overtime. This is game number 2. JJJ is up a game. If they get the goal in these next 10 seconds, they are most likely going to win it, and they will walk away to the next part of the bracket. If Team Enjoy gets it, they will be going to game 3. And that looks like it's going to drop onto the ground.
Oh, they have a
no
chance,
one's going to get there. Oh, Frizish out to Grandmaster a little bit wide. Could have been what they needed. Now we're into the overtime against Enjoy against JJJ. Krazak wins out that one, but Grandmaster going to take possession. Ryuk stuffs it through. Frizish a little bit sideways, finally recorrects. Puts that to the side. Jeezer, good pressure. That's going to go up front. Freaky trying to get that back to midfield to his teammate Frizish. Krazak with a couple touches up in the air, confusing Team Enjoy, but that's back down into JJJ's zone. 20 seconds into overtime. Ryuk to midfield. We'll see if they can set up a play. A little bit of a miss there from Team Enjoy. Can he do it? The 1v1 doesn't win it out. Freaky takes it off the top of him. Krazak back down into Enjoy's zone. 2 defenders, but they missed. A little bit wide, just over the net. That could have been the scoring opportunity he needed, but Freaky trying to stuff it from Jeezer. Jeezer, the roll around. Grandmaster in a very good spot to get it clear, and he does, and that's just a little bit wide of the net. Going to leave Jeezer to clean that up. Up the wall, can he get it? Frizish steals it away. Back down into the corner of JJJ. This is some back and forth, very, very close opportunities for both teams.
Man, that big clear was exactly what Enjoy needed, now able to reformulate what they were looking for. But the mental game in this overtime is what it really comes down to. Just trying to forget any mistakes that were made early, and it doesn't matter at this point. Just do what you got to do, score a goal, and keep yourself in it.
Oh, this is awkward, Ryuk. This could be an opportunity. Someone gets up. Jazer does, but it's way top of the net. Can he get the second touch?
Oh, so
He's
close.
not going to. Enjoy and him pinch it to the side. Ryuk, the pass out front. Scoring opportunity. Krasek tries to get to the other side of the ball. Grandmaster intercepts. Frizish now trying to set up play of his own off the backboard. Jazer needs to intercept. He does. To the far side. Krasek to clean. He doesn't. Freaky. Off the backboard, Grandmaster is there for the shot. Spider-Man Seethe keeps it to midfield. Both teams getting so close to getting these opportunities to score. The pressure on from Team Enjoy. Freaky and Frizish both up there, leaving one defender back. If Jeezer can get this over, he doesn't. And now on the attack is JJJ.
It's so weird seeing these guys match each other, but with opposites. Like, Enjoy, spacing-wise and positioning-wise, are dominating JJJ, but JJJ is beating them in the hesitation game. Like, they're the first ones to the ball almost every time. So it's weird to see that the positioning is carrying over for Enjoy to keep it balanced, but then at the same time, JJJ comes in and takes the hit first. So it's a total back and forth, like evenly matched.
Gonna say both teams getting very, very smart touches defensively, making sure that the ball can't turn into a play that would be not good for them. Jazer squeezing out the wall, but Enjoy. Frizish reads it into the net, but Ryuk gets a save. He's gonna try to carry it down for his teammates still. In a good spot for them. Jeezer just keeps it away from Freaky, but he might end up grabbing this. The bump on Grandmaster. Krasek now pushes through that mess, steals some boost. Let's see if they can keep the attack on Jeezer. Off the post, that's going to be in front of the net. Krasek couldn't find a spot to put it in. Ryuk keeps the pressure in. 2:43 into overtime. These guys are going at it absolutely nuts. The bump from Frizic on Krasek to stop that play.
They can definitely feel it at this point. 3 minutes almost in here. So much back and forth, especially for Enjoy. They just need to score one to keep themselves in this. But can they do it? You see the defensive plays formulating, but I don't think anything conventional is what's going to do. It's going to have to be a really good pass play or a mistake.
Absolutely correct. This could be in front of the net, though. The mistake we're talking about, the shot could come on. Frizish couldn't get there quite in time. It's going to leave Krasek an opportunity to push back to midfield, but no, stopped by Grandmaster. Jeezer and Ryuk are going to try to move up. Not a good touch for them. If it goes up front, the touch from Freaky. Is it going to roll? Ryuk just gets there in time. What a slow roller. 3:30 into overtime.
That's
absolutely nuts. Grandmaster just trying to get possession, throws it up the wall, follows it up himself. That shot's going to go a little bit wide. Can his teammate get it? Frizish couldn't quite connect. It's beaten out by the defender on JJJ. Now back for JJJ. Krasek just off the post. He couldn't quite sneak it in there. Tried to use the top side. Now it's going to roll into the net. No! Off the post. What is happening right now? The shot. And there it is. Grandmaster finally sinks it in. 3:51 of overtime. What was that?
I thought JJJ was easily going to be able to get back, but that post just threw everybody off because they like rushed back to goal so hard that they weren't able to get up for the aerial. Oh my goodness.
That was nuts.
So you ready for game 3?
That was nuts. if game 3 is going to be anything like that, if that has any implication of what game 3 is going to be like, I am ready.
I don't know if these guys are ready because my voice is ready after that.
I know. That was nuts. That was absolutely nuts. I'm excited. That was so much back and forth. Both teams getting the smartest touches defensively. They just made sure that any soft touch they got wasn't going to be put into their enemy's hands. And that no plays would develop at it. Very smart. We're going to see if they can keep that up into this one. Both games, game 1 and game 2, were very close. That one even closer. We'll see coming into this who's going to take it. Already on the attack. Enjoy. Frizish off the post. Both these teams playing very, very good, just wide of a lot of their shots.
Yeah, very back and forth. If they could just put some of these in, it would put them at such a huge advantage. But Demo's coming out, and maybe you'll start to see some of that aggression come into play.
Almost in the far side, Krasek had a shot. Ryuk tries to get another play set up. Probably gonna have to move back now. Nope. Jazer stuffs that one. Krasek trying to make something happen. Jazer once again, a little bit of a bumping from Krasek. Jazer is gonna allow Enjoy to move out of their own end. Krasek gonna take possession of this. A nice little slow roll up the wall. Keeps possession. Can he get a pass out? He can't. Oh no, just intercepted. And Enjoy moves on the attack.
Man, very, very good idea from Krasek there, trying to pass that back in, but read very well by Enjoy. So a lot of back and forth still. You expect to see that for the rest of this match. But to paint the picture, I mean, this game is so crucial for these guys. It puts them one step closer to getting into groups, and that's in reality where we all want to end up.
just under one of the defenders, but there were two more. Couldn't get that shot on net. But
Oh,
Jeezer, can he follow it up?
Oh, good read from
Freaky.
Jazer.
Freaky, I think, did he put that in his own net there?
No, so, okay, the ball came up from here, and Jazer played it over the top. But he actually followed it with boost in the air there and had the help of Ryuk to put it in. So either one of those two was going to get a hit on it, but Ryuk matched that aerial perfectly, so the trajectory still went into the back of the net. Freaky almost had the save, but man, what a great play by Ryuk. Ryuk? Ryuk. We're gonna go with Ryuk.
First goal of the game. Oh, almost in there. Frizish does get a good touch. Freaky up to make sure it doesn't go back in front of their net. Both teams getting up into the air very, very quick. Good back touch to get that back to Grandmaster. Can he follow it up, though? Barely getting there in time. Past the attacking JJJ team. Now they try to make a move themselves as Grandmaster tries to even this up. A nice touch back to Frizish. Frizish is going to lose out to Ryuk, though. As Ryuk pushes aside, but Freaky back up front. Grandmaster a little bit wide of that one, and he not able to follow up off that corner.
I'd like to see Grandmaster, instead of just trying to shove that in, he had a player in the corner that he probably had some time against. Maybe he should let it settle and kind of play it back in that way, or try to hit it against the wall or get some aerial to it. Because if he just hits it without a good angle,
Frizish way up late on that one. This is going to leave Ryuk in a spot to try to score. Jeezer probably an open net. No, he couldn't get the touch. Just off the post. Both these teams, man, post MVP for both teams.
Hey, someone's got to do it. But that little touch inside can be a dangerous
This is
spot,
awkward.
especially if they
This is
crash
awkward.
on.
Finally, they get it moving forward. Freaky trying to get a play started up. Jazer touch to the side. Now Grandmaster get a little bit of a bump there. It's going to kill that play completely dead. But someone should be coming up here to get a play started for Enjoy, but they just let it come back into their end. Finally contesting up against Jeezer, but now Krazak is going to be there. And that attack, that second touch out front, the bump.
Oh,
my goodness, Frizish barely able to get that to the side. That could have been very dangerous. Good play from Krazak.
I'm scared for JJJ
Oh, shot on net
because
from
of
Freaky.
that.
Off the post, reading that correctly. The JJJ guys couldn't.
Part of that is because look at how many people they had back. They had two. Why there wasn't somebody to follow up that initial hit from Ryuk? Or, God, I keep Ryuk. I said it right. Yeah, I said it right. Okay, now I'm just second guessing myself. But Ryuk had a beautiful pass back into mid, and nobody was there to follow up because they were so complacent with that one goal, and that can spell trouble. If something worked, why go away from it?
Grandmaster with a shot again. Another quick goal. Right after Freaky got his, he's like, hey, I want on the scoreboard too.
Way to take advantage of being the first one up from that and putting it right on net. Such a good shot, and some feels backflip.
Feels backflip from Krazak. I'm not sure if he had booster views, just going to try to get a double jump up, but yeah, he definitely had some backflips going on. Maybe potentially saving it. And Freaky again, can they get another one off the kickoff? Almost getting the second tough, not enough boost to recorrect. But that shot is still on net, and the stuff from Grandmaster. Two goals within like 10 seconds.
It looked like those two defenders were going to pinch it back out, but I think they just got in the way of each other. And that shot, you actually had two players on both sides. But, Grandmaster actually got a dunk on top. That's what ended up happening.
Yeah, he just stuffed his body in there. Sometimes you just got to throw your body in the way, and then it works. Grandmaster doing that, getting him another one on target. Looks like we almost had another quick kickoff goal. Both these teams trying to go for it.
Oh, that shot!
They figured out the meta. They're like, let's just get it off kickoff.
Man, that shot was so strong from Ryuk, but the save, pinching off that top right corner and able to get it out. Holy man, was that close.
Freaky tried to get his stuff, but not favorable for his team. Now, JJJ trying to put an attack on. Going to leave that for Grandmaster as he moves in. All three getting a pinch, nice pinch. But Frizish stuffs that back from midfield, but Ryuk is up. Can he get the touch? That's on target. Oh my goodness, Grandmaster just getting back in time to stop that.
Man, that was a beautiful pass play and setup. Ryuk using the ability to rotate his car to get a good angle, just defense shutting him down yet again.
Krazak just going to leave that one alone. No Enjoy members trying to touch that. Everyone has left it. Demo. Jeezer, can he get out to his teammates? That's a bad spot for Enjoy.
How did he hit that in?
Rio couldn't squeeze that one past. And now Jezer's left to try to keep the play alive. Up to Krazak. Krazak off the backboard. No third as Ryuk's on the way far side, leaving them running back to defense. Miscommunication there causes Jezer and Ryuk. But Ryuk gets the shot. Grandmaster, the touch back to the corner. Frizish going to try to set up a play to midfield. Stuffed by Krazak. Back out in front. Freaky in the net. Jezer stuffs it in.
Man, a lot of bumping. These guys are taking full advantage of rotating back. On their way back, they're now bumping players out of the way. And a lot of that doesn't allow them to catch their footing. So the rotation game from JJJ just keeps cycling and eventually getting one played in. What a great shot far post.
2-3, 3-2, I guess, in favor of Team Enjoy. They're now in the lead. Team JJJ needs to pull through. That's a potential of a net, but a demo on Krazak. Still going towards the net. Jeezer, knowing that he has a teammate back now from the demo, can put a lot of pressure on. A little spinneroonie on that to put out for Krazak. Couldn't quite finish it off. Grandmaster gonna push past that. Mario on net.
Oh, that
and
bump!
the defender. Did he get bumped?
Yeah, Jazer, beautiful bump here. So after he pushes that back out, he actually rotates back and sees a player just sitting freaky trying to rotate back in.
There it is.
And just that subtle little bump, nobody able to go up for it. Securing that goal. We have a tie game with 20 seconds left in game 3.
Man, absolutely nuts. Once again, both these teams completely even. I wonder if we're going to see another overtime that hits 5 minutes. Absolutely. I'm okay with it if they're doing this. They're all showing great skill. Krazak almost getting the second touch. Jeezer trying to put it in. Both teams going to make the push right now, but you can't make any critical mistakes. The shot on net. It's rolling in. And that's a Grandmaster. Puts it in from like way past midfield.
Grandmaster showing up not only with the follow-up, throwing his body in the way, but recognizing nobody's able to rotate back because they're going for boost and able to push that as far left as he possibly can to put it out of the reach.
That's precisely what I just said. You can't make any mistakes like that, even with 5 seconds left.
Oh, they have a chance.
That's what happened. Here's Jeezer. Gonna get the pop over the defender. Krazak. Oh no, he couldn't do it. And that's it. That is it. Oh my goodness. And Joy takes out JJJ and puts himself up to a qualified spot.
So well done. And these guys have been around for so long, just trying to get there. But Enjoy coming out so clutch in the end. What a beautiful performance from both. I can't even say performance now. Beautiful performance from both teams.
That was nuts. That was insane. I can't stop saying that was nuts because it was nuts. It was absolutely incredible. Game number 2. What was going on? And right up to the very last second. Congrats to Enjoy for moving on. And JJJ now knocked out.
They got one more left still, man.
They have another one. They're not there yet. They still have to do that again. So we're going to go see who they're going to be playing next. Go back to the analyst desk and find out what was going on, how excited they are. Golden Boy, take it away.
Thank you so much. And I tell you what, Enjoy wanted none of that overtime because they just ended that one right away. What a game. And, you know, it's funny looking at my notes here and looking at the goals. Started off slow. You know, Jazer gets the first one, and you know, it was like a 2-minute goal, game's over, low scores, you know, And then after that, it just gets insane. Yeah. And then after that, the goals just start pouring in. There was a point in time, if I'm looking at this right, where Enjoy got 3 goals in a row in game 3, just open net. That gave them that opportunity to be able to extend that lead, give them a little bit of comfort. But my goodness, what a series that was. So now Team Enjoy moves on to the next round, and they will be our final game of the evening, where they will face off against Aeriality, a squad that I have not heard of, and that is going to be a very interesting one. But of course, Enjoy, they're one step closer. This is huge. Like, this could be their opportunity. Gibbs, we'll start with you.
It was not easy, and it was not pretty. Let's just say that. For games 1 and 2 were really rough. Game 1 especially, Team Enjoy only had 1 shot the entire game. Game 2, they almost blew it, rolling it off the post when they had a wide open net. They had a Sad Junior special from Grandmaster in that game. Wide open net, the ball's bouncing up and down, just whiffs on it. But then Grandmaster just showed up in the overtime, and then game 3 just took it.
It was weird. It was like it just turned into absolute mayhem for a while. They had Enjoy had 10 shots, but only 3 of those shots had to be saved.
Yeah.
And only 1 of them went in. That was in the second game. So like their accuracy was just really not there, and there were so many times the ball was just rolling. Like the second game should have easily been to Enjoy. There were about 3 opportunities where it was just a wide open net. They caved under pressure. They whizzed by. Somehow they managed to pull it out. And in game 3, but even the shots by Grandmaster, he came out. He got 3 of the 4 goals in that third game. But like 2 of them were just kind of wide open rollers that JJJ didn't rotate back quick enough. They were like overconfident in their abilities to do what they were doing. But it just turned in. It was like we were over here. We're just like, what is happening? It was absolute mayhem.
Well, let's take a look at some of the replays here, the highlights of that series. There were plenty, of course, and if I'm understanding this right, this actually might be the first goal there. No, that was actually saved. Those were the misses. Those were the misses that Enjoy, just opportunities that they just could not capitalize on, Gibbs.
Yeah, just wide open nets that you need to score. Like, look at this. How did you miss that shot from Grandmaster? Luckily, his team bailed him out later on in this, but it was rough, games 1 and 2, and then they started to wake up.
But this is the time where, honestly, JJJ should have been able to capitalize on this. Like, seeing a mistake like that happen, seeing somebody just completely fly by a ball, they're out of position now. It's going to be a 3-on-2 if you can gather yourselves. And JJJ just didn't capitalize quick enough. They took too long to turn it into any kind of pressure. And somehow they only eked out 1 goal in game 2 and barely the 3 goals in game 3.
That overtime was rough because Jazer had like a wide open aerial, but he went up at it too quickly, so it just bounced off the backboard and it turned into a free push for Team Enjoy. This could have been JJ's game and just a sweep in a 2-0, and they kind of blew it. Like both teams were blowing it, to be honest.
Even that right there was a tie game with 5 seconds left. Why would you push all 3 players up? Unless you, I guess you really don't want that overtime, but that was one of the easier saves they could have had. It just rolled, and that wasn't even that fast. It just kind of rolled across the entire field, and you really got to be careful, especially with the skill that I know JJJ has. Those players know how to rotate. They know what they're doing, and it's like, it's just frustrating because I know they could have done so much more.
Well, Team Enjoy, you know, again, one step closer. A squad that, you know, didn't have a lot of, you know, hype coming into this one here. And in fact, the games that we have coming up next, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, of course, Precision Z, we know about that team. But then we also have Shoot and Goal. So I'm not familiar with that name. Hadn't seen that name before, I should say. Roster's completely different thing here. And then Enjoy and Aeriality. So those are our final 2 matchups of the evening. Can Enjoy pull it off, Gibbs? Can they do this? Do you think they have the skill to do so?
Like, I think they can. They just have to play like they played when they played a better team, like Supersonic Avengers. Like, I feel like they're playing maybe down to their opponents, or they just have to get that accuracy on their shots. And maybe this was just, you know, like a bad set for them, and they got lucky, and maybe they'll regroup here, be like, guys, let's put these home.
They made tons of opportunities. They just, like we said, we just had so many misses. There were at least 5 extra goals they could have had they not hit post or they not just all out missed it. So I think they definitely can pull through. I mean, JJJ, even if they didn't play that great, they're still a very strong team. So the fact that they played that well against JJJ is still an attest to their skill.
All right, guys. Well, thank you so much. And we have 2 more qualification matches to wrap things up here. It's going to be coming up next, Precision Z facing off against Shoot and Goal. We'll see who comes out on top there. And then our final match of the evening will be Enjoy versus Aeriality. That will be coming up later on. But Precision Z versus Shoot and Goal should be a good one. All qualification matches at this point. There are 2 slots remaining. Who of these 4 teams are going to get their spot into the group stages? We're going to find out after this. Welcome back, everyone, as our coverage of the EU Rocket League Championship Series Open Bracket continues, and we have 2 slots remaining for the group stages here. It's going to be an intense 2 games, 2 series, I should say. Coming up next, though, Precision Z, a squad that was previously in the group stages, will be facing off against Shoot and Goal. Precision Z, 7th in the community rankings, Shoot and Goal, 11th. It's going to be a very interesting matchup here, considering that Precision Z fell early in the bracket and had to fight all the way through losers, which is very tough to do. But they're here. They're looking for that opportunity. Is this it? Can Precision Z get back into the conversation for group stages?
I think they can. It's just Precision Z is kind of like Mockit, just worse. They're very inconsistent. They lose a lot, but then they'll beat like Supersonic Avengers 3 times in a row.
Yeah, the consistency has always been their problem, where they can't just show that top form all the time, and they have a chance to do that now. You look at their players, like Mick Gaethje has been showing up better and better each week, and he did the same thing kind of towards the end of groups last time. It's just a matter of if he can do that yet again. You look at the difference, but they have a chance to be in it. They're 7th in groups. They can place very well and try to get into LAN. It's going to be tough, but the chance is there. They need to make it count now.
So for Shoot and Goal, tell me about this roster here. Who should we be expecting to perform, and can they even perform against Precision Z if you had to tip the odds in one team's favor?
Chesset, he's on like all the leaderboards. You'll see him in like top 10 on most of the leaderboards, and he's a really solid player. He's like the team itself is just like they can't find a way out of that borderline top 10 team. Right. But if Chesset can lead them to victory, it's possible. He really has to step up, though.
Yeah, I think not only Chesset, but Killer. Killer has always been that kind of in-between, where when he plays well, kind of like how when now Exodus used to be Vex, and they had J-Ra. J-Ra, when he played well, that team showed up. And I feel the same thing applies towards shoot and goal. I mean, they've been 2-0ing all of this bracket so far.
Yeah.
I mean, they've been playing very, very well, but they haven't come up against a team like Supersonic Avengers or something like that to really test their worth, I should say.
Yeah, and of course, you know, I mean, this is the losers bracket, so one loss, that's it, you're out of here. But this is for all the marbles, right? Winner of this moves on into the group stages. It's going to be intense. You know, for Precision Z, it's equally as important because they have points. They can get back involved, especially with teams who don't have points joining into the fray. Like, I think the next two teams we have coming up were not in group stages, so because of that, they have no points. Precision Z is in an opportunistic position here to take advantage, and as you said, they're capable of doing so. It's just a matter of whether or not they will. So now let's get into predictions. Let's see who you guys think is going to take it. Gibbs, we'll start with you.
Precision Z, they're a pretty clutch team when it comes to the loser bracket in Q1. They're the team that knocked out Supersonic Avengers last time. So I think they're going to show up again here 2-0.
Yeah, I think it's actually going to be 2-1 Precision Z just because shooters and goal have been playing very well across that bracket up top. But Precision Z, I mean, they've been showing determination in losers bracket, so I think they'll clutch it in the end.
All right, I'm really looking forward to seeing our casters juggle shoot and goal. Yeah, as they continue to talk, it's going to be fun. Of course, guys, to take us through this one, it's going to be a great game. We hope you guys are excited back at home, but it is going to be the one and only Leafix and James Spot. Over to you.
Thank you. We have, yes, Precision Z and SNG to fight it out.
Geez, you know, you could just shorten that up
I
with
know.
SNG.
I'm
Who would have?
just-
You're a
whole time.
genius, man.
Sometimes.
Good.
Very rarely.
You should talk
Very
to Golden
rarely.
Boy. Show him how it's done.
Well, after we get out of the stadium, we'll head down to the studio. But yeah, Precision Z, shoot and goal. SNG, like, I once for myself, never heard of them like this. But they made it this far, and they're now facing Precision Z.
They're the old SNK team, just keeping a very similar name. But these guys have been around. I believe it's a French team. These guys have been playing and been in that bubble team area for quite some time, making it all the way against Precision Z, who we have seen before. Players on this team, big names in the game, Mikageshi, Tequila's Dadu. We've seen all these guys before. They got into the group stage last time. So this is just more of, do we see the old guard continue to maintain a presence, or will the new faces come in and take root? We saw that Zero Effort got knocked out, and so the Zero Effort was just one of the teams, and Kapow got knocked out. So two teams already out of it that were in group stage.
Well, I mean, anything could happen. It's the EU a lot, and as we say, even with the beyond the top four in those teams, a lot of those teams are super close. So SNG has a very good chance of pulling through this. I'm actually really excited to see them play, and we've had so many bubble teams in both NA and EU making it to this point. So it's great to see. I'm hoping we get something as exciting as the last matches we just watched, because that was absolutely incredible. So do you know any of the players specifically? Shazette, Fanatis, and Killer?
I haven't seen them play too much, so this will be a good look. I'm excited to see these guys come in and play. I haven't gotten to see them play too much, so no, I don't know too much about
this
them.
is our perfect opportunity. Everyone at home gets to watch as well, too, as SNG tries to make a name for themselves, facing off against Precision Z. On the kickoff, we got into our first game. Game number 1 of a best of 3. You guys fighting to stay alive. Shazette getting bumped almost towards his own net. Kilano tries to get that out, but he can't. Fanatis gets it instead. Dadu off the wall. Tequila's going to try to follow him up, but Mikageshi's going to have to be there instead. Gets bumped up by Fanatis. See if he can get a play started. No one really getting any plays developing in front of the net yet, but that's kind of rolling towards the net. Mikageshi and that early on demo gets him a goal.
The old guard of Precision Z strikes first. Dadu got that 50-50 win, and then the Tequila's demo leaves the net wide open for Mikageshi. But really, Leaf, what is up with the... do you speak French or something? What is with these pronunciations? I'm not going to be able to copy that. So
I'll just let you commentate for SNG from that one. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. Anyways, we got Dadu throwing that deep into SNG's zone. Fanatis trying to push it back to midfield. He can't off of the backboard. I'll just say Fanatis. I'll say it for you. Killing Nod puts it way up in front of that. That's a bad spot for them though. Shazetti tries to put that back to midfield. But Mikageshi a little bit weird on the wall there, can't follow through. Shazette throws it back down towards the goal. Killinut, can he get it in? Can't, almost a stuff. Fanatis can't quite put it in to do. Getting back to midfield. Tequila's good bump up. A little bit wide though from miss there, but Dadu, can he finish it? He can't. And we're still seeing only a 1-goal lead, but Mika Geiji trying. They are putting on the pressure, Precision Z.
Precision Z doing a good job of getting those rotations in, not sending two players at the same ball, and you can see it's just resulting in them continuing to keep it in the orange area, and that's going to be a goal from Mika Geiji.
The shot on the placement, very, very good to the top side.
Yeah, yet again, you see him block that first shot, and then not the greatest clear from Killer. Mika Geiji putting in another one. That's 2 goals for him so far.
2-0 for Precision Z, only a minute 30 in. We're seeing both teams starting to get plays up. SNG actually still doing a very good job of fighting against, but they are getting caught a little bit in their own zone. Killer off the wall. A little forward touch on that. He's going to need to follow that one to get it out for his teammate. Good back wall pass. That's actually still an opportunity for SNG to score. A little bit too close to that side. Gives Mika Geiji and Tequilas a chance to push it to the side, but out front again. The pressure on. That's going to lob to the far side. Going to get finished off. Killer couldn't quite get it in. Shazette now up on the wall. He's going to see if he can get a play. A little bit of a weird touch from there. Tequila's won it out. Mika Geiji just boosting up. Kind of tease, trying to stuff it past. Cannot. Mika Geiji to make a chase to midfield. His teammate follows up instead. No one there to follow it. Tequila's waiting for the wall bounce. Dadu is there to support, as is Mika Geiji. Now they can make an attack. Killer trying to just push through. Gets his boost in. Tries to help Shazette move back to midfield.
Yeah, there were 2 misses there. You see SNG struggling a little bit, but a lot of physical play coming out from Precision Z. You saw Mika Geiji actually got out of position there for a little bit because he was going for multiple demos.
Shazette with a shot on net. Tequila's up very early. Quite an easy save for him. The likes of Precision Z to do. Good touch there. Just try to keep it at midfield, but his teammate couldn't get there in time to keep it out of their zone. Now they're going to have to fight on the defense again. Shazette putting the pressure on. Killer there to support him. Good touch from Dadu to midfield. Mika Geiji already cheating up on that. Trying to get a play started up. Good touch out to midfield. Can he get a touch? Tequilas is there finally for the hit. Killer receives that and sends it deep down to Fenatiz. He almost gets that in. Past the defender. This could be a scoring opportunity for Killer. As he gets in, Shazette finishes it off.
Shazette getting the goal here, getting it within 1. Not the greatest hit from Mika, and you saw Dadu just launched straight up in the air. He needed to get that hit out into the corner, wasn't able to get it, and Chauset was able to get it. Please don't hurt me.
Fenatiz tries to get a chip and a finish, but he can't. That's going to go off the backboard. Teammates not there. 1 defender left. Killer has to fight out. Tequila's on the wall probably if he's going to go up. Way, way wide on that. Reading that very incorrectly. Leaves his teammates to kind of clean it up to the far side. Good touch from Fenatiz. As Tequilas just tries to get some boost stills. Dadu and Tequilas now trying to set a play up. That high lob's going to be a little difficult for them, but it does get thrown back down. Dadu going to leave it alone as Mika Geiji left to defend against Shazette. Good touch. Keeps that in Precision Z's zone. See if they can get another goal going in. And final minute of gameplay. 2-1 lead for Precision Z. Can they hold it, or will SNG get another one to tie it up?
Mika was the only one to get back in time. Tequila was out of position. He wasn't expecting that ball to get pinched over his head. And now on the defensive foot. But Precision Z is getting the breakout here.
Almost the breakout with the breakout. I see what you did. I see it. Dadu trying to keep the play alive, but he can't. 45 seconds left. Still a goal down. Still very doable with the way they're playing. They're still keeping up to the pace. Doing a very good job of making sure that ball is flying back down into Precision Z's and as many times as they can to do. Trying to get it past Shazette. Shazette reads it off the roof of his head. Killer now moving it up. Shazette to support. Killer stays on the wall and keeps moving it forward. Mika Geiji though, good touch with the nose back to midfield. Now they have a chance. Yeah, this could have been scary. Good point out there, but it does get stuffed at midfield.
Yeah, no one was back there. If he was able to pop that over that last defender, that was an open net goal. But still, oh, this is a chance.
Can they do it? Dadu just keeps it aside. Shazette just needs to pinch it out. Not the pinch he was wanting. And that's going to get back to midfield. Fenatiz trying to keep it down. It's alive. Still the shot. That's on target. Oh my goodness. Let's go SNG.
Unbelievable set here. You see Fenatiz just drops it down for Chauset to put into the upper 90. Beautiful placement, but really Fenatiz with that pass just put it on a tee.
Absolutely incredible, as you just said. Amazing pass. Great drop pass right for his teammate in front of the net, and we hit overtime. And game number 1 for SNG versus Precision Z. I like how that rhymes. It flows very well. Up the wall off the kickoff.
Oh,
He's
it
trying
could
to
be
get the
over.
shot. Oh,
Infinities!
off the crossbar, the wall, the kickoff shot.
Look at this. Chelsea wins that 50-50. It goes up the wall. Vanities was
What a
waiting
shot.
for it. Mika couldn't get there. You see Tequila's actually tipped that down into his own net. I couldn't catch that on the first
Rip.
go, but Tequila's actually hit that in from the trajectory. I could not tell if that was going in. Honestly, it looked like it was going to hit the post. So Tequila's got that own goal there. A heartbreaking moment. It looked like it was going to hit the post there, to be honest.
Fun thing, I just noticed too, it looked like one of their players I actually missed, I think it was Killer, was actually playing on PlayStation as well.
PlayStation?
It looked like it was a PlayStation player.
That is
you don't
true.
see that too often.
That is interesting, yes. There's a chance that could be he could be the first PlayStation player, I believe.
Repping us PS4 players, that's where I got my roots. Of course, we all moved to the PC inevitably. Let's see Tequila's if he can get a play set up. Killer and Chazette now moving forward. Can't quite get a touch on that, but it does go in his favor still as he tries to put a play up for his teammates. Ooh, no one back on this. Tequila's going to pop out for his teammates.
He missed the
can't.
pass.
Dedu even went for the demo. The shot still on net. Mika Geishi capitalizes on that demo.
Mika getting this one back. You see another physical play coming out from Precision Z, going for the demo. It almost didn't work out for him, but Mika was able to reel it back in, and now a 1-0 lead. Precision Z with their back to the wall. Whoever, or if SNG can get this game, they are in to the group stage. If Precision Z loses, it's done. They're done for
This
this
is all or
tournament.
nothing for them at this point. This game could be it. A little more freedom for SNG, but they can't let that get to them. Complacency could end up killing you. And speaking of Killer, now trying to get a touch out, just leaves it anyways. He realized he wasn't going to get a very good touch. Chazette challenges that to midfield. Fenati's trying to win out this 50-50. Doesn't read it right. Mika Geishi pushes it past him. Killer off the wall. He loves to be up there. He's getting good touches. Chazette down the midfield. Touch from Fenati's. Oh, it would have been a great redirect had he gotten that. The plays are being set up from SNG, but he's like, get back there.
Multiple team bumps coming
Get
out
back there. Maybe it was intentional. Get some boost. Chazette up the wall. Dedu trying to sit around to challenge. Mika Geishi almost squeaking in. Wow, off that pinch. That could have been a tied game. Precision Z still up 1 though. Killer, almost a good touch. Tequila wins it out. Chazette drops it on the ground and gets the shot. Is he going to finish it? Oh my goodness, Chazette.
Chazette just gets it by the last defender. You see, he just kills it on his hood, flicks it to himself, and then fakes out the last defender. Mika just getting beaten.
Wheel snipe Selly, boys. Wheel snipe Selly.
What?
1-1. We have a tie game just over a minute in. Precision Z and SNG. Both tied up now. Game number 2. Precision Z are down. Dedu with a touch to Tequila's. Tequila's can't get the touch he wanted. Chazette tries to set that up, but just softly touches it to the corner. Dedu, easy pickup, but backwards going to be a little difficult to play that forward too well, so his teammate helps him out. Ball just setting gently, both teams setting up.
Chazette has been a key player for this side, and almost that
Wow,
one's
and
sneaking
that's
in.
still going to
Chazette!
potentially be into the far side. Killer tries to send him for his teammate, but he wasn't close enough. Good attempt, valiant effort, but it wasn't quite what they needed. Almost get no one. SNG are coming out strong in this game.
SNG, they are coming out strong, really forcing that overtime, getting the plays. They are being clutch right now. Chazette especially with the overtime goal on that set from Fenati's. They have been playing out of their mind.
Incredible. Dedu with a touch, probably not where he wanted it, maybe a little closer to the center of the backboard. Let's see if SNG can capitalize and get this out. Tequila is trying to get the read just a little bit over him. Dedu and Mika Geishi rushing back as Killer sets it up for his teammates. Mika Geishi to midfield. There's the stuff by Chazette. Chazette to Killer. Killer, he was ready. Chazette was ready for the pass, and it's on. But Mika Geishi just clears it to the side.
Yeah, Mika getting that save, but really a powerful shot.
A little bit of flip-flopping from Precision Z. They're a little falling apart in front of their own net right now. And this is just pressure from SNG. Going to be easy if they're going to play defensive like this. That's on target. What is happening?
Chazette yet again getting this goal. He is passing to himself. It's a one-man team right now. Chazette with the flick, and then another just perfectly placed floater into the net. Chazette really making a name for himself right now.
Dedu on the kickoff. Can he follow through? Tequila's with a good cheat, but doesn't get it quite deep enough. So Killer can push it back to the corner as the team gets set up. He's going to chase out on the wall, as he usually does. A little bit too far for a shot to come out. His teammates are going to wait on that one. Mikageshi, good touch to push the midfield. Dedu to follow. Stopped out by Fenatiz. We'll see if they can move it forward. They can't. Keeps it at midfield. Mikageshi and Dedu trying to recuperate. Bad call for Mikageshi. Dedu is going to have to follow that one up. Now you got Tequila's in the air with a shot. That's going to be on target. Shazette almost got that too.
Oh, with their backs to the wall, Precision Z responds. Dedu gets that win, and Tequila's in his Batmobile, flies up to meet the ball. Chauset almost makes the save there, but Tequila's shot just too hot to handle, and we've got a tie game. This is so important for Precision Z. If they lose, they are done.
And it's a tie game back almost into, the final minute of gameplay. Both these teams have got to be feeling it. I can't imagine what's going through SNG's teams. Mine's right now, but that was almost on target by Tequila's. As they're trying to make the attack, they don't want to be out of this. They are make or break right now. This is it for them. Final minute of gameplay. They still have an overtime.
That could be in.
But that's in. Oh my goodness, Killer with the long shot to the far side, so no defender can touch it.
Killer enters the arena with this one just coming up, and you saw Tequila's scrambling to get back in net, but the placement by Killer all the way across net, there was no hope. And now the 1-goal lead, SNG on the brink of taking down yet another team that was in the previous group stage.
Incredible showing from SNG right now. They're in the lead. Final minute gameplay. Precision Z has to get a goal. 50 seconds left. A shot from Fenatiz on target. The two just couldn't stop it. 4-2 lead now.
Oh, wow. This is slowly becoming out of the reach of Precision Z. Fenatiz just puts it over to do. He must have had no boost to make that save. And now 48 seconds left before we have a new team in the group stage.
This is insane. I'm sure a lot of people had their money on Precision Z, and SNG coming out so absolutely strong and getting shots on target from a lot of long shots. But there's almost equal again. Only a 1-goal deficit.
Look at this pass though. Dedu gets it over to Tequila's, and Tequila's just put a strong pass off of the crossbar, and Dedu was there to clean it up. A brilliant redirect by Tequila's, making that play happen, but a good follow-up.
Killer just could not react in time off of that. Absolutely insane shot. Powerful shot. Only 1-goal deficit. 30 seconds left. Could be an opportunity here, but a little far forward. Dedu has to get the touch on this that he needs. See if he can finish it out. Shazette, very good follow-up. Tequila's almost stuffing that through. Would have been a goal. No one was guarding that net. They are putting the pressure on. Good touch to keep that in the zone. Dedu getting that one. See Mikageshi. Tequila's gets it off the crossbar. Just missing. And this is a chance for SNG to push it out. 10 seconds left. They need to get a clear. Killer has the chance right now. Keeps it low. Very smart play to do. Tequila's trying to get up front. This is a scoring opportunity.
That could be it.
To do. Just gets beat up by Shazette. And that is almost going to touch the ground. Still in the air. And that is it. They just leave it. That's it. SNG 2-0s. Precision Z.
Oh my, look at that. A surprising result. SNG, Lawler had mentioned it, they had been 2-0ing the entire bracket, and now in the biggest moment that they've had all day, they 2-0 Precision Z, a team that made it to the group stage. SNG coming out of nowhere and getting their spot in the group stage.
And I'm sorry, he pointed it out too. He said SNG 2-0, and I'm like, yeah, but it's teams earlier on, and it probably won't happen. They did it again. Absolutely nuts, and I love to see this. We have all these insane Cinderella stories. These teams just coming out of nowhere. Nuts. I love it. And I'm excited now to see the rest of the matches we have coming up. Anything can happen. We're going to go over to the desk, though, and find out what matches are coming up. Oh, absolutely insane. Golden Boy, what's going on?
Wow, what a match. And before we get into the breakdown, though, I just want to break down, the pronunciations. Fenatiz. And then also, just because I'm not going to let Leaf live this one down. It's Wesley Snipes, just so you are aware, not Will Snipes.
Not Will Snipes.
Will Snipes-y? Will Snipes-y or something
I
like
was
that?
James Bot triggered from that one.
James.
He said, I'm like, what did he just say?
Gibbs was so triggered.
I was triggered. I turned into James Bot for a bit.
That's amazing. Anyway, Oh my goodness, what a series, man. And I have to say, for one, just the energy from Leaf and James, it was insane. You could tell like they had no idea what to expect. None of us had any idea what to expect. Shoot and goal, SNG coming out on top. They advance to the group stages and they join newcomers Comrade Gaming and Supersonic Avengers, who also be joining Flipside Tactics, Weedham Girls, Flying Dutchman, and of course, Mockit EU. So some new faces for the European group stage phase, and this is awesome because anything can happen at this point. Europe really living up to that I mean, honestly, to Europe,
Yeah.
living up to Europe. All right, so let's talk about this, because one of the things I did notice early on, a lot of demos, a lot of attempts for demos. And you had mentioned this before, you love seeing that kind of gameplay take shape, very aggressive gameplay.
Yeah, like as Carpet mentioned, once you take out one of those players, then it ruins that whole rotation of like, oh, I trusted that my teammate was back in time, and then it turns into a wide open net a lot of the time.
We have to also be careful with that because when you go for that demo, that's also putting you at a disadvantage out of position. So if you miss it, you better either hustle back or hopefully your teammate recognizes that situation going on too. So there's a flip side to it. But better yet, I mean, for a chance like SNG, because I'm not going to butcher it every time, but SNG, like, what a good time to get into groups. You have so many new teams coming in. This is the best opportunity they're going to get, and the fact that they're able to take advantage of that is huge.
Yeah, again, it's you cannot be more excited for these squads. This is essentially what the RLCS is all about, giving teams an opportunity. We've said it so many times yesterday, especially when talking about squads like Neo and Lucky Bounce, and today it's awesome, right? And it really just changes up the landscape for European Rocket League. One of these teams is going to represent the European region. It could be SNG, it could be Shoot and Goal. Lawler could be stumbling over his words, non-stop pronouncing this team's name. But all right, so let's get into some replays here because there were a ton. First and foremost, Precision Z's Mikigeshi just opening things up with 2 goals right away. That was some good work from him.
Yeah, right there, a demo play, and just leaves it wide open for Mika on the first goal, but he was playing great in game 1.
Yeah, we both called it out. Like, I called Mika needed to step up, and you called out...
Chauset.
Yeah, Chauset needed to step up. And they both did that. I mean, they both did such a good job.
This pass from Fanatis to Chauset, amazing,
And then they did the
pass.
complete opposite, like, just after. Like, that goal there was set up because Chauset won a 50-50.
Incredible.
And then the dribbles from Chauset.
Passing himself.
Yeah, like exactly. Like I was saying, he has to step up. He's going to carry them. And 2 goals in a row, he does it all by himself, beating 2 to 3 guys on each play.
Just Mika needed to step up a little bit more. But the big story was the pressure from SNG. They overran Precision Z in almost everything they did. Like, anytime they tried to clear it out just like that, put it right back in, and that was the one that he scored by himself. But being able to simply control that is huge. Like, it completely changed the pace of the game.
I just want to say, for anyone who may have never seen competitive Rocket League after today, or wants to improve their gameplay, and then you see a guy like Chauset self-pass and then get a goal out of it's incredible. Like, and that's just like the tip of the iceberg of the skill that we see in this community. But I mean, like, now that they make it into group stages here, where do you see them fitting? Where do you see Shoot and Goal resting? Is this a squad that has the capability to be able to make it to the international final, Gibbs?
Well, we're guaranteed that 4 new teams will be like in the group stage. Half the teams are gone from the last time, so anything can happen. Like the big 3, the 2 that are waiting already, Flipside Tactics and Weedham Girls, are insanely good. Supersonic Avengers is also amazing, and Mockit EU. It's gonna be tough to break into that top 4.
Don't forget about Flying Dutchman.
Yeah, the Flying Dutchman are hanging in there as well. It's going to be hard to break in that top 4, but they were 2-0 and everyone through the loser bracket. They're going to come in with some confidence next week, and they're like, let's just play and have some fun. No one expects us to do anything, so that could really help them.
Yeah, what about for you, Lawler?
Not having to worry about that, it's definitely a tough battle too, because those top 3 teams have been the top 3 teams for so long. And I'm curious to see on how they're going to play against those top 3 teams, because as of right now, we haven't seen the top 2 get in the mix yet. So if they can come out strong and show that they belong, and even take just a couple games off, I mean, with the point system and how it works in group stage, a couple games here and there are going to make a huge difference for placement, and that may be all they need.
Yeah, especially considering that Precision C had points out, Kapow points out. Kapow was a big one,
Yeah.
right? Because they were sitting pretty at that third place spot. So again, there's just so much going on here, but it's awesome. And I know everyone at home is excited. I was reading the chat. Everyone was going nuts. I was also trying to get dirt on Leaf on his pronunciation. So thank you, chat. I appreciate it so much. But guys, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to have our final match of the evening. It's going to be Team Enjoy, who we saw struggle quite a bit throughout this broadcast. Can they do it? Can they make it to the group stages? The only thing standing their way is a squad that we have yet to see, Aeriality. Who comes out on top? Enjoy Aeriality. We'll see you on the other side. This is the last match of the evening, folks, and this is the final spot left to earn in the European group stages. It will be between Aeriality and Team Enjoy. Welcome, everyone, if you're just joining us. My name is Golden Boy, joined by Gibbs and JamesBot. It's going to be a great matchup and a lot to talk about here because we haven't seen Aeriality, but knowing their path through the bracket, they lost to Team Solid, used to be RG Esports, and they also defeated Zero Effort. So they did run into some top teams, teams that were in group stages before, didn't fare that well against Solid, defeating Zero Effort. Zero Effort obviously not in this anymore. This is it. We're guaranteed to see 2 new teams. And on the other side, Enjoy, they were in a war with JJJ Squad. I mean, let's just be honest here. That was a crazy game. I honestly cannot even put into words how madness it was. So let's dive into this one. Gibbs, again, kind of covering Aeriality. What should we be expecting from this team?
So I see a lot K-Dop. He plays really well. He's probably the leader of this team. Solid player, and just like Chow Set from the last game, I think K-Dop's going to be the one that's the difference maker here to take it over Enjoy, I think.
Yeah, I haven't really gotten to see a lot of these teams. I have played against Continuum. Sometimes he's queuing on USE servers, and he is a good competitor. But other than that, I really haven't seen these guys play too much. So really, like you alluded to, Golden Boy, this is a guaranteed new team that's going to be making it in. Neither one of these teams was in the group stage before, and we're going to get to see a lot more of them in the group stage. It's just which one of these makes it in.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of Enjoy today. Team Enjoy making a name for themselves. I think, the names Freaky, Grandmaster, and Fishish are names
that the actual pronunciation.
I'm going to just assume that it is. Sometimes, man, you just want to go into the random name generator and just pull out something better, like
findable carpet.
Yeah, like findable carpet,
Abandoned aircorn.
Yeah, abandoned aircorn, just something, air horn. Yeah, I don't even know what aircorn is, but yes. Sometimes, man, just make better choices, kids. So this is going to be a great matchup. Again, we keep saying it, and we have not been let down today. These have been some incredible games, whether they're from squads who we expect to be performers at the top tier or teams who are just coming in that we don't know much about. Across the board, great games. So I guess now that we talked about who to expect on Aeriality, for Enjoy, who's your player to watch? Because for me, Grandmaster,
it has
100%.
To be Grandmaster. He's the one that got that Game 2 overtime goal. He also had the Game 2 whiff, though. But then Game 3, he got the hat trick to solidify their spot in this match. But I just don't know what Enjoy we'll see at all. No idea.
Again, because these are teams that we haven't seen too much of, we're learning about these teams as we watch right now. So it's really exciting. We were in the back. I was in the back watching the JJJ series, and yeah, Grandmaster, we were going crazy in there, especially with the overtime goal. It was absolutely nuts. So I'm going to keep my eye on him as well.
And another thing to note too, these are 2 teams that are not ranked in the community power rankings.
Not even on the board.
So I'm assuming that they're going to show up next week, or at least I would hope they would show up next week in some capacity, because making it into group stages, either squad, definitely not something to take lightly here. So let's go into predictions. I know this is going to be a hard one to call, as is most of the EU games have been today. We started off the first one with JJJ Squad going over and not happening. So let's go into this. Gibbs, pick your poison.
So I did pick Enjoy to beat JJJ 2-1, but I didn't expect them to look that bad when they beat JJJ. It was rough. It was rough. I cannot put my confidence behind Enjoy this time. I'm sorry. they're going to lose 1-2 to Aeriality.
They are? Because that's an opinion, all right? I'm
No,
going to say
we know it's
Enjoy
facts.
takes this 2-1. Boys, make me proud.
Okay, so the desk is split. This is going to be awesome. So, of course, to close it out, we're going to toss it over to Wavepunk and Findable Carpet.
Thanks, Golden Boy. I'm Wavepunk, Findable Carpet. We had the last match, like 3,000 teams, I think it was, in the EU bracket. All boils down to this right here. 2 teams we have not seen before. One of these guys gets to play in the group stages.
Some of these players, I gotta say, from Aeriality, I have seen around. Now, a little fun fact: if memory serves me correctly, I believe Tinny, who was on Zero Effort, who apparently Aeriality defeated, was on a team with Continuum when they were the old RG, which means Aeriality. Continuum got to beat his old teammate
the most
in the RLCS, which is always a fun thing to do, kind of. And sometimes it's like you feel like, oh man, I knocked my buddy out, but you're like, but that was kind of fun. So, you know, and K-Dop, Pixel, these are guys I've seen around a lot. I hadn't really seen much of Team Enjoy until all the games we've seen with them today.
Yeah.
They have had their on and off times. Both their games have been kind of interesting, to say the least. I don't really have much of a word choice for it, but
for sure,
I think I gotta go with Gibbs. I think Aeriality is gonna
go with Aeriality
pretty strongly.
Dude, Freaky is a cool dude. He's a friend of mine. I've played some games with him. I did not expect to be seeing his name today, but it has been so much fun to watch him make this run. I'm gonna jump on board with Team Enjoy, but we'll see either way. I am excited to see how this match goes. Final match of the day. We've got Aeriality in the orange with Enjoy in the blue. We'll see how this ends up. Freaky going for it. Continuum going to take it from him, push it up the wall. Now Frisch is keeping the pressure on as K-Dop tries to push it back out of his field here. Ian Pixel kind of just waiting for that one. Not sure what they're going to do. To play it over Grandmaster there. Freaky playing it up. Grandmaster's very aggressively positioned. If he can possibly get a dunk, actually he's just going to fall back and leave some space for his teammates.
I mean, this game is just going to be both teams. This is a qualifying game, so these guys want to make it into group stages, proving so much right now. Like we said, teams we haven't seen around very much, not in the power rankings. I'm excited to see what they can pull out, and right now.
That was unfortunate right there. Very aggressive positioning from Team Enjoy. K-Dop is able to capitalize.
Didn't really have to do much. Pixel probably let K-Dop know he had a nice open net. Frizzish was the closest one in net, and he was actually at midfield when the shot actually went off. Really no chance of getting that. Got to be careful about rotations.
4:25 left to play. First point going in favor of Team Aeriality in game number 1. Grandmaster going to play this off the wall and send it down. He's got an opportunity here. It's going to pop down. He holds it up. Can Freaky come in from the back? Not going to happen. Frisch leaves it there. Continuum's able to pick it up. Freaky blows the rotation, passes it over to Grandmaster, who's going to try and get this around all of the Aeriality players. Goal is a bit open, but the ball is on the other side of the field, so it's not going to matter. Frisch is going to try and see if he can push this out of his own half.
Right now, Aeriality has the lead. They're probably going to play a little bit safe, knowing there's so much on the line right now. Losers bracket qualifying match. There's no end in sight if you don't make it here. So I'm hoping that they're going to be able to keep their cool. But we've seen Team Enjoy pull it out when they really need to.
Oh my goodness. Pixel lines it up and the goalie can't touch it.
Pixel's able to put this over. It's not an insanely impressive shot, but no one was really prepared for it. Frizzish had the time for it. I think I honestly don't know what happened there. Maybe a missed, maybe he didn't. He meant to do a neutral double jump, but he didn't position his car correctly to approach that save.
Neutral kickoff 2-0 in favor of Aeriality. K-Dop going to try and play this one off the wall. Pixel picks it up and puts it onto the back wall. Freaky plays it down right in front of the goal. Sloppy clear there. Frisch's able to clean it up for him, and now they're going to be able to push this one out. Grandmaster with ball control. He's going to take a shot because Freaky coming from the side, tries to get the bump, but isn't able to touch it. Grandmaster's going to be falling back as we see Aeriality try to convert on the offense. A great touch from Frisch's, keeping it in the corner. Continuum now. Going to try and push this one out. He and Pixel very far up and into blue territory. Freaky pushes it away, pushes it back to midfield. K-Dop's there for it, sends it onto the backboard again. Frisch's misses, and now goalie is going to be coming out for that one. Not getting the touch, but Frisch's is able to do something with it.
And Joy needs to be careful. They're both defensive and offensive touches. Like right there, we just saw he shot it right at Pixel.
Right at him.
Pixel didn't have to put any effort towards it. Now he gets a huge clear, double touch over to their other half. And Joy just needs to make sure that...
Continuum's up for this. Oh, he whiffs. It was a close one there. He had an opportunity. It was a great setup from his teammates. They're not going to be able to make the shot. Now Frisch is just going to try and set this one up for Enjoy. It's popped out to midfield. There's Grandmaster with a line onto the goal, but Pixel able to make the save.
There we go. They got a passing play in. He put it up towards the mid, and Grandmaster Sexegg was able to make sure he put it on net. And that's where they were actually able to finally catch Aeriality off guard. If they can keep this up, they can actually start closing this gap.
2:22 just past halftime and still 2-0 in favor of Aeriality. Enjoy has not gotten on the board yet, but they have been one for comebacks today. We'll see if they're able to pull it off. Freaky playing it into the corner. Continuum going to carry this one off the wall. Great carry by Continuum. We're going to get it just a little bit past K-Dop there. They're not going to be able to make a shot just yet. Freaky's going to try and play this one out. Continuum sets it up, but Freaky takes it from him, put it over the top. He's got an open goal. If he can just carry it, well done. There we go. Enjoy is on the board.
Great patience from Freaky. He sees that he has this last defender in his hands. K-Dop has no choice. He either has to wait for it or go for it. He notices that K-Dop puts himself in a bad place. He didn't go off the back wall. He wasn't sitting in net, so he takes it high, goes above the defender. Perfect play from Freaky.
158, rolling down by 1. Joy is set to make this comeback. See if they're able to do it. K-Dop plays it onto the wall. Ball just sitting at midfield. Grandmaster takes a shot to the far corner. It goes a little high. Now Pixel going to try and carry this out of his own half. Nice passing between Pixel and Continuum. Let's see if they can maintain ball control there. K-Dop hanging back. Last line of defense. He's up on the wall. Good touch from Pixel. Puts it up into the corner. We'll see if they're able to push this in any further. Grandmaster with ball control. You know, he just kind of like left it go there. Continuum takes it. K-Dop tries to go for the backflip goal, but a good touch from Frischers keeps it out. Ball just sitting at midfield right now. No one there. There's the pass from Pixel to K-Dop. Going to go off the post. Pixel gets a third touch. It's still in front of the goal, but Frisch is able to clear it away.
That passing play was perfect, though. Other than the small accuracy, hitting it just left the net, that's what they need to do. Trick the goalie. Make the goalie think you're going to shoot it. Touch it to the side. Now he's not facing the right direction. There's no way he's going to get this nice passing play shot.
Oh, Pixel with another shot on the net. Frischers with the save, keeping it out. Very good defense coming out from Enjoy right now, but they need to be able to pick it up onto the offense if they want to be able to take the lead. Frischers going to pass up to Grandmaster, who's going to attain ball control, get it past 1. Open goal. Freaky passes back to Frischers. Oh, but Frischers wasn't there for the shot. He had kind of started to rotate to the mid. Now it's going to be going off the backboard. K-Dop waits patiently, picks up ball control, tries to push it out. Freaky takes it from him. It's going to cross the goal, but Pixel is there waiting for it. 41 seconds left. Grandmaster is very aggressively positioned, and K-Dop's able to get it over his head. Frischers going to put it onto the wall and back out to the midfield. Freaky missed there. Grandmaster waiting for it, but he's not going to get it past K-Dop, who puts it over into the blue. 30 seconds left in the clock. Pixel picking up ball control, trying to dribble it around the corner. Not able to get it past these players right now, but Continuum keeping it there. Now he's going to take a shot. It's going to go just wide. Freaky patiently waiting in goal. Now Grandmaster with ball control, trying to dribble this out. They need 1. They only got 13 seconds to work with. He's going to get it up on the wall, but Continuum takes it from him. Great plays from this squad right now, keeping this away from their goal, not giving any shots to Freaky. The ball's over in the corner. Final countdown. They're going to have to dribble this up. Keep it up. There's the shot from Freaky. It's still on the wall. They're going to kill it. Is it going to go down? There's shots. They keep on having these shots, but they're just not accurate at the moment. It hasn't touched the ground yet. Well, I don't know what's happening. There it goes. Aeriality going to take game 1.
Take game 1. They are now one game away from qualifying. I want to give Aeriality some credit on their defense positioning. There was a few times I saw Pixel was in net. He was in net, he got a touch, but he realized that none of his teammates were rotating back, so he actually went back in the net, even after getting, he could have followed up, but he actually went back in the net and waited patiently, which you don't see out of a lot of teams. A lot of teams, they get kind of bloodthirsty. They really want that goal. They really want to spread that lead, especially because they were already up, by 1 goal. The patience on defense is what kept them those last 2 minutes from getting all those saves. There were quite a lot of shots coming out of Enjoy.
Absolutely.
So I think that it was Aeriality's kind of patient defense. They were sitting a little bit on their lead, but it worked really well for them.
Yeah, I've loved watching today how much we've seen defense out of these EU squads. They've played so strong. They've let them take shots on net and gone and just made the blocks, knowing that they can trust their teammates to make the saves in net and then rotate back onto the offense. They had 9 shots to just on Enjoy's side to just 4 on Aeriality, but Aeriality taking the win here with 6 saves in net.
And defense is always a tricky situation. James Bott had brought up, re-brought up the point of you really don't want to have to be preventing shots.
Right.
Like you want to prevent shots, I should say, instead of having to block them. So when we see these high save games, those are risky. You don't want to be putting yourself in a position where you have to stop a shot that's going on goal. You want to get in the way before that ever happens.
Absolutely, but it's been impressive to watch. We've seen this time and time again with some of these teams. They're allowing them to take the shots, they're getting the saves, and they're making it work. They're taking the win, even though they're playing on the back heels, they're playing on the defense more often, which has been a really interesting thing to watch, kind of a new thing for us. I've been very impressed to see how they've been able to make it work. Game number 2, if Aeriality takes this, they qualify for the RLCS group stages. Enjoy on their back heels. They got to win 2 straight. There's the beginning of it. Freaky putting Enjoy on the board.
I have no idea why this goal was open. This really should not have been open so early on. That maybe kickoff mayhem. No one really knows exactly who's rotating back. Both K-Dop and I believe that was Continuum coming from the other corner were just kind of closing in, neither close enough to make the save. And he just took the shot. There wasn't a whole lot in the way.
Yep. But a good accuracy from Freaky there, putting his points on the board. A back pass from Grandmaster to Frisius. We'll see if he's able to get this out of his corner. Oh, he whiffs on that one, leaves it in the corner. Pixel takes it, puts it to the back wall. Freaky, last line of defense, able to push it out, but gets kind of a sloppy touch. Frisius is there for him and puts it all into the corner. K-Dop going up for this one, going to try and carry it out. A nice play there. Going to put that all the way to the other side. It's going to bounce back out. They've drawn the goalies out. If anyone can take a shot, not going to happen. And now we're going to see Aeriality on the offense. They're going to put it off that backboard. It's going to bounce out. The interference from Freaky sends it back onto the wall and back into the orange.
Aeriality's looking a little bit hectic right now, a little bit spazzy. We just saw 2 players go for a single pinch, and then we saw another whiff following it after. They got to make sure they keep their heads down. Make sure you go for the touches you can. Don't spread your skill if you don't need to.
Great setup there by Frisius, but no one there to finish it off and continue with a great clear. Going to put it back into the corner. Now Frisius there. Oh, such a good setup from Frisius to Freaky, but amazing interference coming out of Aeriality, keeping their goal clean and just trying to keep that goal lead just down so they have an opportunity to come back into this game.
We saw good passing play at Aeriality. He could have taken the redirect shot into net, but he didn't. Instead, he crosses field all the way to a teammate.
Oh, here they go. There we go. Tie game for Aeriality.
This was just a massive defensive mistake. We saw, I think, 2 players in net for Enjoy both go up for this and both miss it. They had double the opportunity to touch the ball. Maybe they each saw the other player going up for it and kind of brought back for just half a second. Either way, they just left it wide open for Aeriality.
Yeah, you got to wonder if the nerves are starting to play into them. They know they're on their back heels. This is what they want. They want to get in there. And so maybe just, kind of overcommitting to it. I got to do this. I got to play it myself and not trusting your teammates to make the saves. Props to K-Dop for really being right there, able to put his team back on the board, tie this game up with 3:20 left to go. We'll see if they're able to do this. We have Enjoy back on the offense. Frisius going to try and set this up, but Continuum gets the better touch and is able to send it all the way over. K-Dop getting it over the players. Can Grandmaster get the save? He does. This player's been playing defense very well all game. We'll see if he's able to hold on.
It was a great shot coming out of midfield. He noticed the net was open, but thankfully Team Enjoy's rotation's been pretty solid even on defense. They're able to clear some of these shots out. But with 1 game down now, at the tie game, they really want this victory.
Excellent clear from Grandmaster, but K-Dop is there and passes it straight back up to Continuum. Here comes Freaky from the backfield, not getting the touch he was looking for. Now Freaky in goal is going to be able to clear this one back up to the midfield, but again, we're seeing this Aeriality squad being right where the ball needs to be and able to push this out, and not really seeing much presence from Enjoy as they're trying to push this one up there. There's a nice setup from Grandmaster, but Freaky misread that one and is not going to be able to take the shot.
They actually might have gotten bumped, which would have been a really cool defensive play. A lot of times you'll see some teammates when you... What?
Man, that was rough. You saw that ball falling all the way back there. I think it was from Frisius. Yeah, his touch here just kind of pinches out, and he's waiting for his teammates to get it, but K-Dop just plays smart and is able to get the redirect, put his team up there. 2:25 left to go.
It was good patience from K-Dop. He ended up knowing he had the time. He gets around the ball since he has literally no angle from the original position he was in.
Right here across halftime, we've seen Aeriality take the lead over Team Enjoy. Grandmaster going to play this one off the backboard, trying to set it up for his teammates, but the interference from K-Dop will keep any shot from materializing. Another shot from K-Dop. K-Dop has been playing very well this game, really been able to capitalize on the mistakes from Team Enjoy. Frasier's going to set this one up off the backboard. Continuum goes up for the Spider-Man clear and puts it into the corner. K-Dop hangs back, waiting in goal. He's going to go for Spider-Man clear himself while Pixel is in goal. So it's going straight down mid. It's just Frasier's back. Continuum's able to get it past him onto the back wall. Great backwards play there by Frasier, keeping that one away from K-Dop.
We talk a little bit about Spider-Man clears. We just saw a good amount of them. Essentially, it's when you're on your own back wall on defense and you come off of it to get a save.
Goodness.
Whoa!
What play was this? K-Dop to Pixel.
This pass from K-Dop. He sees the opportunity. He goes up really early. It's pretty far off the wall, but he gets the touch he needs, places it right in front of goal, and Pixel reads it well, gets the jump he needs. He's patient, only uses his first jump. He doesn't use the second one because he knows he needs to get the height on it, and no one from Enjoy read that.
Such an excellent setup there. We've seen so many good team plays coming out from these guys today. It's been so much fun to watch. Pixel last line of defense. Now K-Dop is rotated in behind him. They're going to be pushing this out. 1:35 left to go. Enjoy needs 2 to keep their tournament hopes alive. Here comes Freaky. Put it on the top. Can anyone get there? Not going to happen just yet. We're going to see K-Dop clearing that one away. Frasier's in the back line's able to put it back, but K-Dop responds well. Set this one up in front of the goal. No one going to be there to make the shot just yet, but the pressure is strong from Aeriality. They're pushing this one around. Pixel back passes up to mid. K-Dop sets it up. He's just got to beat Frasier here. Plays the mind games. Frasier reads it well and is going to be able to push this one back out. Final minute approaching. They got to score 2.
They have a lot they have to do, and as we know earlier, Enjoy has not had the best accuracy so far in the RLCS that we've seen. They just need to keep their heads down, take that extra half second to aim your shots. or the half second to make sure that your aerial is going to be going in the right way.
Final minute of gameplay. This is the do or die time for Team Enjoy. Their tournament hopes on the line. They must score right now. Going across the field, Frisius is there to respond, but does not get the touch he was looking for. He kind of just rolls up on the wall. A shot from Grandmaster, but continuing with the save, keeping that out. There's another shot from Freaky. It's not going to go in. Grandmaster is playing very aggressive, but K-Dop again. The strong clears from K-Dop all game. Grandmaster with a shot, and it's going to go in. They only need one more.
They did it exactly what they needed to. 2 goals in a minute. They took 30 seconds to make the first one. They have an opportunity. K-Dop goes for the clear. Pixel and Continuum both go for it. Continuum tried to get back quick enough. You realized just a little bit too late.
And I loved Grandmaster's aggressive positioning there. They have to play aggressive. He was very up far. He was ready for Frisius' pass. Great redirect. 30 seconds. They can do this. We'll see if they're able to pull it off or if Aeriality is able to hold on and secure their spot in the group stage. Freaky passing this one out. Going to try and get this around. The pressure from Aeriality is strong at the moment. But the ball is moving towards their half. No one really there. Grandmaster goes up for this, but he's not going to get an angle onto the goal. Pixel puts it into the corner. 10 seconds left. Frisius puts this over onto the back wall. The countdown is happening, and they have ball control at the moment. It's just sitting in the blue territory. Pixel's going. Freaky has to play this off the back wall. No one's in a good position to get it around, and that's it. It's over. Aeriality secures that 8th spot.
Congratulations to Aeriality for being the 8th team to qualify, or I guess 6th team today, but to be in the final spot of the group stages. Enjoy. They put up such a fight today. We saw so much about them. There's just a few times in this game, especially towards the end, you got to rotate wide because you know they're going to try and get in the hard clear, especially in the last 10 seconds. So you want to position yourself in between the ball and the net so you can get it cleared right back in.
Absolutely. ADOP, the really MVP here on Aeriality in this final game. 2 goals on 8 shots. That man was so aggressive, always clearing the ball, just destroying any opportunities that Enjoy had to create in any offensive and then capitalizing every time they blew the defense. Really, really well done.
Enjoy really did try, A for effort, guys. They did exactly.
So
but again, they should come out here with a high head. They should make sure that they learn from this and just continue on.
Man, it has been a fun day here at the EU RLCS qualifier number 2. We'll be passing it back over to the analyst desk. Thank you guys so much for watching. Golden Boy, what do you guys think?
Thank you so much. And wow, congratulations to Aeriality. They are moving on to the group stages. They will be joining the likes of Supersonic Avengers, Comrade Gaming, and Shoot and Goal, all new teams for the group stages. And for some remaining squads, of course, we have Flipside Tactics and Weedham Girls, followed by Flying Dutchman and Mockit EU. So great, I think a great group of teams that we're going to be seeing competing over the next couple of weeks here. But this is it. This is for all the marbles, right? When you qualify here, you make it to the international final. You will be competing for $55,000 in Hollywood, California. The pressure is on for these 8 squads, and for 4 of them, it could be the opportunity of a lifetime, given that they weren't even in the picture going into Qualifier One. Gibbs, your thoughts on that match?
Mr. K-Dop, 8 shots in that last game.
Was that K-Dop that had 8?
Yeah, 8 shots. He went off, and he was the player that I was watching for, and he showed it.
Yeah, absolutely. I felt like Pixel really stepped it up as well. Pixel, and you even saw that last clear off the wall. That could have been really bad for Aeriality, but Pixel was able to deny that backboard bounce and actually got a really solid clear. I thought Pixel played very, very well for Aeriality.
So let's not kid ourselves here, right? We have 4 teams that can easily make their way to the live final. Those squads, Flipside Tactics, Weedham Girls, clearly the 1 and the 2 in the space in the European scene, followed by Flying Dutchman and Mockit. Let's not forget about Supersonic Avengers. They obviously make a case here. But when you talk about this Aeriality team, where do you think they fit into the grand scheme of things here? And given what you saw in this series, let's actually take a look at some of the highlights too, and you can kind of touch base on, the series and also your thoughts in regards to how they can fare in group stages here.
Yeah, it's hard because they're a brand new team, but they showed up well against these teams. They did beat a group Qualifier One team to get here, so they have a shot.
But look at this goal here. It just bounced right over him.
Yeah,
there were a couple times where and I think we'll see it, where there was a Fields backflip man right in front of net, and Pixel was able to score on that. Just defensive lapses.
But here's a great pass, but a great save. on both sides of the play there. Like, that's where you spam nice shot and what a save.
Yeah, of course.
But K-Dop with a great assist here, 2 pixel.
Yeah, there you see it right here. Freaky in net, freaks out a little bit. Oops.
Yeah, the side
and then
flip.
boom, insta goal.
Like, I'm not sure like if he didn't have boost or he was just like, well, too bad. But going back to the groups, though, we don't know what's going to happen because these 4 teams are all brand new coming in. They weren't even power ranked, some of them, and they could be surprises. The main factor is these teams have to probably beat Flying Dutchman. Flying Dutchman's that team that had a 5th place in points. They're the easiest to catch. So if they have a bad group stage, it opens the door for either Supersonic Avengers or these other brand new teams. Like, Comrade's been around for a while. Like, they can make a run. Shooting goal, who knows? And now with Aeriality, like, these teams are question marks, but it's Europe, so who knows?
But really, the teams, like you said, with Kapow being out of the picture, flip side, Weedem Girls, Mockit, and all these teams are in a perfect position to just clutch that top 4. Like, they are like Kapow just not even making it, 0 effort. So there's a huge point advantage for the top 4 teams going into this group stage. So the Flying Dutchman, this is theirs to lose, right? They're in a beautiful position to just get in there. Mockit as well, finishing number 3. So we'll have to see a team like Supersonic Avengers or one of these other teams come in and really shake it up, finish top 3, top 2, to really scramble up EU, because right now it's looking like those top 4 teams have a big advantage.
Yeah, well, speaking of group stages, let's actually break down how group stages will work, as a matter of fact. So, of course, it will be 3v3, as you guys have come to expect. We won't throw a wrench into that one. 8-team round-robin competition. Now, the difference here, and I touched on it yesterday, I'll touch on it again, it's a series of 5 games. And what that means is that you play all 5 games because each game is worth a point. So you want to make sure that you're just going hard each and every game because you never know what's going to happen. And with the situation being the way it is, with squads like Supersonic Avengers potentially contesting against Flying Dutchman and the 4th spot, 3rd spot, 4th spot really being left in the air, a lot can happen. So you want to make sure that you're giving it your all each and every game. Now let's also talk about the maps, because we saw DFH Stadium played throughout the open bracket, but it changes a little bit here with Beckwith Park, Manfield, Urban Central, Utopia Coliseum, and Wasteland into the fold here. These are going to be the maps that the players will be able to choose from. These arenas, every arena, brings with it a little bit of variety, a little bit of difference, especially arenas like Wasteland. So we'll see how these teams stack up, what arenas they pick, but more importantly, that group stage, that round robin phase. When we get, I think probably one of the most, I'm calling it now, the hype game will be Flying Dutchman versus Supersonic Avengers. That's going to be like one of the craziest games. I would be shocked if it is just like a sweep across the board. That is a huge game, especially for the Avengers. But guys, I mean, it's been a blast. There's just, really, it's been awesome. Like, this day of Rocket League matched NA. I thought at the start when we had that first 2-0 sweep, I was like, maybe EU Day may be a little lackluster. I haven't been here for the hype group stage EU games. I thought maybe I was a curse. Not the case, man. It's been awesome, James.
Yeah, NA, very predictable. 7 out of 8 teams, pretty much the same teams that made it in from last time. But you come over to EU and you just don't know what's going to happen. And to see all these fresh faces in the group stage, we're in for a treat coming into next weekend.
Gibbs, what about you, man?
Yeah, Europe's crazy. We said it coming in, we're going to see a lot of new faces, and I wasn't expecting this many new faces. Like, even in the loser bracket final with Team Enjoy, I wasn't expecting this many to show up. Like, I could see some upsets in the later rounds, but like Precision Z getting bounced out early, Kapow getting bounced out early.
0 effort.
Yeah, it's insane. Europe is super competitive, and that's what North America is trying to get to. It's just taking a little longer.
Of course, guys, all this culminates to the live international final in Hollywood, California at the Avalon. It's going to be awesome. So there will be no more, connection discussion. It'll be live in person, and we will see who is the best of the best in the world for Rocket League, or I guess because we have a lot of regions that play Rocket League, but for North America and Europe. Now, guys, here's the good news. Group stages begin next week with North America on Saturday, and then, of course, Europe on Sunday. There's going to be a lot of great games. We hope you guys enjoyed our coverage of the open bracket. That's going to do it for us here at the desk. Of course, for Leaf, Lawler, of course, Wave Punk, you have Final Carpet, James Bott, and Gibbs. I'm Golden Boy. Thank you so much for joining us this weekend. We will see you guys soon, and we'll see you guys on Neo Tokyo. So take it easy.